on g8 has no moves right now. Because if you go rook a6 or something bad like that, rook c8 is checkmate. And it's not that
Right.
easy to get this king out. Because if you play h6 ever, I'm going to put my pawn on h5. So if you move your rook off the back rank, I'll have rook c8, knight g6, and rook h8 checkmate ideas.
Exactly. You were talking about how White had compensation by having the knight on e5, but he also had compensation by having his rook on c7, not only on the only open file at the time, but also on the seventh rank. Um, Donchenko being very smart here, making space for his king and trying to open up another file to fight both of those two things.
Yeah, it actually goes to show that maybe white should have played pawn to h5 instead of allowing black to do so, because
Right.
it was definitely important for white to stop this king from getting out. I'm going to go there really quickly. I know white's 14
Yeah,
seconds.
really quick. I hope he doesn't
In,
flag in that time.
Instead of f3, h5, black can't move these pawns. You go to h6, again, same issue with my knight coming to g6. If you go g6, you simply lose a pawn, as I have two pieces attacking, and h6 as well to get my rook to g7. So let's go to the live board. Sorry for that little instructional point here. That b pawn's rolling. I don't see you stopping it. It's protected on b3. Knight f7 and g5 is just a single check, because once your knight jumps here, my king can just go to g6. So rook to b8 played behind the pawn, but I don't even have to push it. It's on a great square protected by a bishop. So rook a7 to rook b7 is another idea to trade off those rooks and try to win this endgame up two pawns, despite the fact this knight e5 is so strong.
Right. And even if white tries to do something like king d3 to bring his king closer to the pass pawn, black can hop over to the other side by something like rook g2.
Good point. So maybe leaving the rook on a2 is good for black, because you can go after this g3 pawn. That's actually really smart. And there's ideas as well to go rook to g2 now, king f4, play pawn to b2, and try to get bishop a2, queen. But it's you're asking for a lot here
Right.
for black.
And we have our first decisive result of the matchup. Wouter Spallman has defeated Hannah on board 4 and board 1.
Yep.
So the expected result in terms of the rating difference there in favor 1-0 for the Mosquitoes so far.
Yep. And well, as we've been looking at Donchenko, Baden-Baden looking to even the score with a win with black, with Donchenko over Ducarmont. And we see another endgame, similar in nature, but except in the
Also, we might want to look at Georg Meyer's game at some point since
whoa,
it's a bit
eight.
more aggressive and they both have about 10 seconds.
What's going on here? They've not had great time management, it feels like. And rook to e3 play going for the e4 pawn, rook d4. I would try to trade queens, knight a4. Just do it. Knight e2, same idea. Try and trade queens. We have rook to d2 going after the a pawn here. Rook c3 played. Nice move,
Yeah.
attacking and defending.
Yeah, what do you do about that C pawn? That's an awkward pawn. He
I
doesn't
like that
care. He
move.
pushes e3. How do you feel about that move?
That was great, because now your knight can take on e3 and you're taking on g2 next. c2 and g2 are
Yeah.
hanging. Bishop takes g2 here.
Yeah,
Or
I
knight takes.
noticed that these strong players do a great job at spotting when they should prioritize material versus just activating their pieces. And he saw what was most important here, and it's paying off.
Yeah, that e3 move helped all of his pieces get into the action. And, well,
I
with.
feel like York is a magician. He just gets into these positions that we think he has no counterplay here, and then we come back and
Yeah, and I can confirm that Georg was never a magician. If you remember, they're the Riga Magicians, were a team in the Pro Chess League. No, Georg has never been a magician in the Pro Chess League. Don't let him leave the Snowballs, formerly of Stockholm, now Baden-Baden.
yes.
So this game is over. Wow, two games left. Let's go to the game between Collars and Admiral, because Collars has 7 seconds. Admiral up 2 pawns, going up to win this pawn f2. Soon king f5, nice move. The king can even just go g4 to f3, but the f2 pawn is indeed hanging. And so rook takes f2, scoops up that pawn. I would just go c4.
I think
Push
if
your
rook takes f2, can't he take on f6?
Yeah, rook f2, bishop takes f6 is going to be played, and then rook f3, and then go after the g pawn.
Well, why did he take with the rook?
Because the knight on e4 would have captured
And then
the.
king takes f2 wasn't.
Yeah, it would have
Yeah,
been
it wasn't
going
as
into
good.
a tough end. Whoa, king g4 here. Oh, or not. What? Isn't white now up a piece? I get there's 3 pawns
Well,
for it, but
that was not ideal, but
can can somebody help me here?
I think they just blundered.
And
I,
now
I'm gonna back it up a little, make sure that's what happened.
So the Amsterdam Mosquitoes really could have used this result here, as Wouter Spolman won his game, but Danchenko and Georg Meyer won for the Snowballs. This would have evened the matchup at 2-2. But right now, White is the only one who has any hope of winning with the Rook and Bishop, but it should be a draw. Well, actually, now did White just lose the game? Yeah, White just lost the game. King E3 and then Rook C1 mate. So as soon as I did it, commentator's curse, Black wins anyway. Isn't chess?
Okay. All of the games just ended. So
What? I mean, did you see this ending here? Like White was gifted a piece, and then instead of after E2 check, White can just take on E2 and say we'll make a draw. Like let's just trade off on E2 and move 56, 57. Like you'll sacrifice your bishop for the H pawn, get your king over the C pawn, make a draw, give your team a 2.5 to 1.5 lead. Instead, after E2 check, in time trouble, by the way, when King E1, allow this king to get to F3 with tempo, attacking this rook on E4. And after rook F4, King E3, rook C1 checkmate is unavoidable without losing your rook on F4. So
that's what happens when you have 5 seconds on the clock. Things that you didn't want to happen. And we've seen this happen to most players. Not most players, but every team has had players who are in a better position and they blunder in time pressure. Very understandable.
That he was 4 or 5 seconds from Weiland?
Okay, this one went over my head.
Oh no, come on. You know the song. You'll look it up and then you'll be upset with yourself. Come on. This is modern.
Upset with myself or upset with you?
Come on.
4 seconds of whiling. Is this Rihanna?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Come on, it's a very popular song.
It's probably like the least popular Rihanna song.
Okay. Whoa.
Too far. Okay. Well, the score is 2-2, so this isn't what we expected. We probably expected something like 2.5, 1.5 in favor of Baden-Baden. So far, so good for the Mosquitoes, except for the fact that Baden-Baden has draw odds.
Yeah. So it looks like, if the match continues this way, 2-2, that's going to really come into play here, because if it's a draw, that means Baden-Baden wins. So now that the second game is just starting, let's talk about the daily question. And that is, who is your PCL Rookie of the Year for 2019? I repeat, your Rookie of the Year in the Pro Chess League for the year 2019. That's a tough question because I forget who's a rookie and who's not. But I'll leave that up to the viewers to respond to that question on Twitter.
That's a good question. We could talk about our favorite rooks of the matchup. That might be easier for us. And chat, let us know what you think.
Wait.
Does it count if you're recruited to a new team?
Oh, that's a great question. No, because you're not a rookie. You've just been traded. Like in sports, if you've been playing a couple of years, you're traded to a new team, you're in a rookie.
That's fair. Tagbon thinks Josh Bloomer.
Okay. That's one person. Maybe you should.
I like that Tagbon has an opinion. More of you should have an opinion. Let us know.
I have an opinion. Where is Alexander Danchenko and Georg Meyer? And why are they not moving?
Why is Georg not here? Georg, I said you're a wizard, but that doesn't mean you should give your opponent time odds now.
You just reminded me of Hagrid. You're a wizard, Georg.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
I'm just like, I mean, you don't ever remind me of Hagrid in any other way besides the fact that you said
my hair looks like Hagrid's hair in its natural state. My parents used to, my dad is the only troll in our family. He used to make fun.
Oh, well.
But it's okay, because there's this thing called hair straighteners. It's been a good technology improvement. Anyway.
Oh, look at Georg. I just see him on the cam. He looks just like ready to play and very professional.
Look at that white collar.
Yeah. Well, should we look at Dimitri collar or the white collar? Like, what are you going to go?
Well, now we hopefully will look at Dimitri collar as well, but the games are still pretty early here. Dimitri collar's game, it's on move 8. We can take a look there as well.
Okay, so Dimitri collars. Let's go to that game. And, well, it's interesting setup here for Black because you've committed the pawns to C5 and E5, which is clearly trying to stop pawn to D4. But you always have to evaluate when we play D4 and allow some trades, who does that favor and why? And this bishop on g7 might also be ready to use an open diagonal. So d4, e takes. Maybe I can use this bishop and move my knight away, but I wouldn't go about it in that regard. So you just need to think, maybe can I play for e4? Do I take on d4 first in some way? You have to think about all these possibilities, and it's not really easy. Or do I play queen c7 and just do nothing, right? Say, I'm putting the burden on you, Walter Spellman. You decide how you want to deal with the central tension. And so knight c3 was played, saying, I don't even want d4 to happen. So Robert Hess, what do you know?
Well, he might just be delaying his response. Sorry, not his response, but his plan to push d4 here. How do you think about timing? Should you try and develop all of your pieces first, or should you try to go for d4 as soon as possible?
Oh, when I think of timing, I think, well, the Pro Chess League should start at the very early. Oh, sorry, you're not talking about that. So d4
No,
here.
no, you should. You're allowed.
For d4, you don't necessarily want to rush it because you can play d4. I don't want to say whenever you want, but you have time to play d4. And the way to stop d4 is by playing the pawn to e4, in which case your pawn is overextended in the center, and I play just knight g5 and gather that pawn, or playing bishop g4, but then I'll play h3 and welcome you taking on f3, because then I'll use this long diagonal. So it's not easy for black to stop pawn to d4, and so I don't think there was any need to rush, and that's why I like what Spellman did here. And in fact, if you're callers, what's your plan? And I'm sort of asking you a difficult question, Alexander, because I don't know myself. But what would your plan be with black if I forced you into this position and said, go, tell me what you think?
Well, first I would think of where I want to develop my bishop, which he just moved his bishop to f5.
Yep.
Then I would do what I normally do and try to move my rooks onto either b8 or e8, depending on where I want to push. Sometimes in positions like this, I actually like the idea with moving your knight back and trying to prepare f5, but he already put his bishop on that square, so I guess that's not going to happen.
Yep. But maybe white will take up your idea and move the knight and play for f4, right? That's also possible.
Yeah, especially since he hasn't moved to d4 yet.
Mm-hmm.
Playing with knight e1 and f.
Sorry, look at the Amsterdam Mosquito fans that just went on camera.
Oh, wow. Is that a T? And why does he have a posse? I feel like we're watching a music video. Oh.
I'm a little scared, honestly. I feel like I'm at a funeral. Like, it's very dark there.
Oh God, he just looked at the camera. He heard us.
Oh no.
Go back, Aaron. He knows. He's on to us. He's on to us.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh gosh.
Oh no, don't listen. Oh, they're fans, so they can listen. Hello, fans. They're seeing themselves on camera. But yeah, I mean, I hope that all is well over there. Just rooting for your team. And this could be a funeral for the team's season, right? If the Amsterdam Mosquitoes don't score at least 8.5 points, their season is over. So with players like Walter Spellman, who beat Magnus Carlsen last year in the Pro Chess League, they're going to need him to be on his A game here. And he played this move knight to g5, and I was going to recommend a move like this because your knight could actually situate itself on e4, which looks a bit strange, right? You're getting in front of your bishop, but because this bishop's on f5 and black doesn't have f5 himself, let's say h6, knight g5 to e4. Let's say I go knight takes e4, knight e4, bishop e6 with the idea of playing f5. This knight can always swing back to c3 and go into d5 itself. White can play f4 using this open diagonal for the bishop, or trying to open diagonal, I should say. And so it's a very interesting dynamic here for Spellman, and I like keeping the position closed. We talked about the move d4 earlier. I like that he's kept the position closed, said, you know what, Dimitri Collars, the burden is on you to figure out your plan. I'm not just going to let you open the center and then have an easier time of it. So I actually really like what Spellman's done.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty interesting plan, because instead of putting his pawns on the center square, what he's doing is maneuvering his knights both onto e4 and potentially c3, like you said. Sometimes when your pawns are not taking up the space, your pieces can instead.
Yep. So you can tell me if we should stay here, but I saw some other games. There's Georg Meyer, of course, has no queens on the board, so I felt like we should just, give his. Speaking of wizards, Georg being an endgame wizard, he knows his stuff, and here is the white pieces in this endgame. And Alexandra, first glance, thoughts, go.
All right, so let's see. White still has to develop his bishop. That's going to happen pretty soon.
Okay.
The minor pieces are pretty equal here. I like White's bishops better, especially if he's going to put the bishop on b2, since they're both on the long diagonal. White
Mm-hmm.
is also the first on the open file. His rook is on d1.
Yep.
So I'd say White has a slight advantage here. Very similar pawn structure, but not
Can,
enough to the point where it's decisive. It's still pretty
well,
even.
can white win a piece with g4, g5? I don't know if I'm missing something here, but black just castled. And by castling, you lose one defender of your knight on d7. So what happens if white plays g4 and then bishop g6 and I play g5?
Oof. That's a good question. Can he? No, knight e4 doesn't work because he's just hanging the knight on d7 after the exchange. I hope he didn't just make an obvious blunder like that.
I know that I'm tired. I know that you're energetic, but like deep down, there must be a little bit of like, hey, it's 3 a.m. What am I doing
No,
commentating
no, no.
chess?
This looks bad. This looks bad.
It is
Very
it.
nicely spotted. See, I told you, you're waking up. You start doing an analysis, and it's just light speed after that.
I mean, I just saw the castle happen, right? And you
Yeah.
mentioned the open
Here I
d5.
was trying to just think of like, oh yeah, well, like what's going on position, la la la, and you're like, boom,
Well,
tactics, computer. Yeah. Do you take that positional chess?
no,
Um,
Alexandra, helped me out there because you were talking about all the things that were in White's favor, and I was like, well, I agree with all that. And with that being the case, can I take advantage of being on the d file first? And the knight on d7 is clogging the d file for the moment, but it's only defended by one knight. And so I don't know, like g4, bishop g6, or maybe there's some g5, bishop b4. Is that the idea? Try to take this knight off the board.
I was looking at that as well, but it's just too easy to defend the knight, and then the
Bishop
same
b2.
plan continues.
Yep, bishop c3, bishop c3, knight e4, and then we have hanging pieces, right? d7's hanging. I could take on g7 first, and then take on d7. This looks amazing for Georg Martin. And he played bishop f4.
You know what? If he didn't see that, I'm not going to feel bad about that positional analysis I did earlier. I think he just
No,
missed the.
Alexandra, I think what he really did was picked his favorite commentator. That's what.
I appreciate it, Georg. Just make sure you win, though.
Yeah, Georg said, you know what? Alexandra had some great points. I love the nuances she was discussing and how I'm just better in this endgame. Look at this d6 square, right? There's some vulnerability here, and maybe my
Don't
bishop.
listen to Alexandra. Moral of the story.
I mean, honestly, it still looks good for white. And a very important thing here that you have to think about is I could play bishop d6 to get my rook to d6 and then double in the d file. But I could also throw in a bishop c7 first. If you go rook f to d8, I can play bishop to c7, hitting your rook, saying, okay, go to c8, and then play bishop d6 so that when we trade on d6, I'm first the d file and your rook's not already lined up to meet me on d8. So just something to keep in mind where you can throw in a move and then retreat. And this is actually very common in various openings. When a rook's on b8, you can throw in a quick attack and go back.
I love push to pawns comment. Why take the piece when you can have the control over the d6 square? That's the most Georg quote I've heard in a long time.
It is. It really is. And here's Duc Armand. Here we see him hunched over trying to figure out what's going on. I still don't really understand how g4, g5 wasn't just amazing.
No,
But
but now he has to figure out what he can do to stop that threat, because if it was White's turn to move here, he could still play g4 and g5.
that's actually very true. So maybe Georg was saying my position is so good that I can just play bishop f4, develop like very naturally, and then play g4, g5 and win your piece soon. Because
No, it can't be true. Because he could just play bishop g6 if he really wants to here.
yeah, but then he's like, oh, I have control over the D file. I'm a happy camper. And it actually goes to show how knights can step on each other's toes because this knight on D7 doesn't have a good square to move to. You want to move it so you're not hanging it, but you can't go to F6 because there's already a knight there. And if you go to B6, well, what's your knight doing on B6? Like it's dominated by this pawn on C4, which covers the D5 square. And so the knight has no future on B6. It might need to go there just out of pure desperation. But yeah, this knight on B6 is not good.
True. Well, I hope they don't miss it twice, but okay, he moved his bishop to g6. They're both playing. Well, I'm glad he saw it. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, I'm also glad he saw it. You can only blunder a piece so many times in one game.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe we should check back on this game and catch some of the action on the other games. We haven't looked at Hazel Lopez and Alexander Donchenko's game yet, but there's some open file action going on.
Whoa. And the move rook a to d8 was played, but don't worry, your knight's not actually under attack. So if I go pawn h4, which might be a good move to go h5, but queen d5 runs a knight f6 check, taking advantage of that your queen is on the same line as my diagonal, as my bishop on that diagonal. And so I would be able to win your queen there. So be careful before taking a piece like that on d5. So I guess my point is that white can play a move like queen to b3 because the knight is protected tactically speaking. So queen b3 is an option to come after the b7 pawn.
And prepare rook a d1. I really like the move queen b3. So I notice here that black is the one who has the bishop pair. It's an open position, but somehow it's an open position where the knights are dominating. Is this something you typically see?
Not really, but the bishop on e7 has no diagonal to work with. So the position is open, I agree with you, but not on the dark squares. So that bishop on e7, first of all, can be captured at any moment, but more importantly, the white controls so many important squares. The d5 square, as we're talking about, the queen b3 followed by rook a to d1 shows that the queen on d7 might actually be misplaced. It's on an open file, which sounds good, but it's on an open file where I can put a rook right in front of it and threaten discovered attack. So h4, look at that. That was the first move I said as like a, hey, you could play h4 and your knight's not hanging, and played h4 to go h5 and kick this bishop off g6 and gain more space on the king side.
Yep, definitely aggressive approach here. Do you think that he's going to be able to get some kingside attack later on?
I think that he wants to think that, but I don't think he
Yeah, but
will.
yeah. There's a difference between what you want and what you get, don't you know? Robert has
Oh,
starting time today.
oh, well, sometimes you just got to tell me what you want, what you really, really want. But right here,
Ah.
this pawn h4 move, it makes sense, but I really like queen to b3 as an option. And note that after rook f to e8, bishop f8 is not coming because let's say I go queen, I don't know, pawn a3, whatever, and you go bishop f8, then I have knight f6 check, taking advantage of the fact that your queen's on d7, king's on g8, and I have two knights there to fork the queen on d7 and the king on g8.
Right. So that bishop on e7 is protecting a valuable square there on f6. Um, yeah, so maybe white's plan here then is to just either he can try to get some type of attack on the king side, which doesn't make much sense, or just move his queen away from the d square, like you mentioned earlier, and keep fighting on those open files.
Yeah, queen b3 looks good to me. I would certainly try to play a move like that, but we'll see what Alexander Donchenko does here. Should we move on to some of the other games, or any of them catch your eye?
Um, let's look at the game between Miguel Admiral and Hannah Kleck.
Hannah Kleck, got it. Penguin Queen.
Yeah. So it's already an end game. This game has moved a little bit more quickly than the other games. It's a equal material end game where black has a slightly worse pawn structure since she has two isolated pawns, but
Hmm.
her rook is quite active. It's already on the first rank here.
Yep.
The kings are both a little bit uncomfortable, but neither is in any serious threat. Do you think either side has an advantage here?
Well, I was going to say, once the rook's on a2, I'm definitely going bishop to b3, going after your isolated pawn. And a very important point in the position, and when you see a thing like this, is that if this move pawn to d4, which is often what you want to play as black, to trade off your isolated pawn and for a non-isolated pawn, the problem then becomes your f7 pawn, right? The bishop needs an open diagonal, so I really like what Hannah Marie Clark just did with rook a5. She said, my pawn is very well defended. If for some reason white really wants to trade queens, say queen e5, I'll take you on e5 and then play rook to b5 and go after your b2 pawn. So it looks to me like black is very solid here, despite, as you said, having these isolated pawns, because there are no points of like infiltration here. Like, where are you going to take advantage of my setup? I don't really see anything. My queen on g5 is excellently placed. My knight can go to e4 at some moment to hop in the action. So queen e7 played, but is rook b5 just a move here, or am I like, if I go rook b5, what are you gonna do about your bishop on b3?
That's a good question. It looks like Am I forced to move it? Can I play queen d8 check and then maybe rook e8?
But you're not actually checkmating me, and I can go queen c1 check as well to get out of the pin, and then take your rook on e8. So I see you trying to be tricky, though.
I'm trying to go for the mate here. I mean, it looks like I should have some type of an attack here, but unfortunately I don't. What about rook b5, bishop a4 with the idea of bishop e8?
Ooh, that's actually really sneaky.
But
Bishop e8,
sometimes sneak attacks can work out.
because I can't protect my pawn there. No, that's brutal. Look at you go, going after my king over there.
Oh, well, he just came queen b4, which also makes sense. You don't want to allow rook b5.
I also like to remove king g7, by the way, just getting out of any back rank checks. And I think what Admiral's trying to do is go queen to d4 using this pin, but the queen on g5 is still well placed to protect this knight. So queen d2, I like this move, taking away the d4 square. But if rook d1, I can take on b2 here, and that's a pawn that you definitely don't just want to give away for free. So actually, after queen d2, you have to play a move like rook to b1. But if you play rook to b1, then knight e4 comes in. And now f2 is hanging before these. Oh, the queen takes b6, I guess. Oh, this is getting complicated. It's
It
getting really
is, but
complicated.
what I like about this endgame, it seems like both sides have chances here.
Yes,
Yeah, so
yes,
it's
for sure.
how do you think the time pressure is going to play here? I mean, Miguel has only 3 minutes to Hannah's 10.
Um, yeah, that's not a good look because it's not a very clear position. This queen on d2 seems a bit menacing. It's restricting white's pieces as well. So I think the time advantage, of course, is favoring black, but I think that makes black's chances quite good. But let's go to the Georg Meyer game because I just saw bishop land on g3 here. Like, what's happening? E3 was played on move 19 by Duke Armand. After bishop e3, bishop takes g3. So 2 games we've seen a player play e3. The first time it was Georg Meyer, and this time it was his opponent, Duke Armand, who found e3, saying, you can't take me back on g3 because your bishop's hanging. And after rook bd1, rook e7. So Alexandria, kind of how do you weigh this trade that just happened where white gave away the g pawn, gave away the e, wait, no, black gave away the e pawn, was able to win the g pawn. So how do you evaluate this trade?
Well, I'm going to just evaluate the trade by the current position on the board, where yes, he was Duke Armand was able to get a pawn back on g3, but looking at the position right now, Georg is pretty comfortable. His pieces are still very well coordinated. He's about to trade off another one of his knights. He'll have the bishop pair. His pawn structure is pretty solid compared to black's. He might have an isolated pawn here. Let me see if maybe it was the best chance black could have created with e3.
Yeah, I think
I think he simplified into an endgame with less pieces earlier than he should have, since this seems to favor white.
yeah, maybe Duke Armand just kind of was feeling uncomfortable, so he figured like go for something a little tactical here.
Mm-hmm.
And Georg Meyer in this white dress shirt is just like, you know that the Danny's, what's that called? Like his cutout with Georg Meyer holding like the pistol, the like from Hans Gruber from Die Hard. Honestly, Georg right now is like really fitting the bill for that. So
You're a big York fan, not just of his chess style, but also his clothing style. So it
well,
makes sense.
he really is just. Danny would be thrilled to see Georg like this, and I don't have that. I don't know what the word I was going to use, but let's say the quick-wittedness of Danny to come up with some kind of die-hard reference. But I think Georg is really. You should someone get him an IMDb page because he's looking like a movie star out there.
Oh, somebody clip this and show it to him after the show.
Well, wait, not Duke Carmon. Miguel Admiral has 1 minute left, so he spent 2 minutes to play that move rook to b1 in that game that we were talking about. So I don't know if it's in connection issue because I see one bar and poor connection, high lag for Mr. Admiral here, but 1 minute and 9 seconds is not good. And RN
Oh,
Brogdon, Arkansas.
Aaron is there alone. Where's Danny?
What do you
It's
mean
dark.
alone? You don't see Georg Meyer there or Hans Meyer, Georg Gruber?
I was just gonna give him a shout out for being a trooper in the office right now, getting it done. with his cardboard friends. And us, of course. We're also here.
I mean, who needs real people when you have Georg Meyer?
That's true. Okay, yeah, so it looks like he's having bad connection because why else would you spend almost 3 minutes on rook b1?
Right, just protecting your pawn here. I don't even know what else was considered because I guess rook e7 or something more aggressive, but I don't think that was the case. I really think it was a connection issue because, you don't spend this kind of time when you don't have that much time to begin with. So rook b1 was played. Maybe we should give some of the other games a little bit of a look because
Yeah.
Henry Clark does have time to spend here. And let's go to the game between Donchenko and Lopez because earlier I liked White's position a lot, and now I'm not loving White's position. I think it's still better because the bishop on g2 is probably better than this knight on e5, especially when this king goes to h7. You have pawn h5, bishop e4 check.
I love bishop e4 check. He's going to force black to create some more weaknesses on his king side by pushing something like g6 here, which he had to do.
Yep.
I think this is definitely better for white.
Yeah,
what don't you like about this position, actually?
Well, now there's nothing I don't like, but I just thought that the position earlier looked really nice.
Okay.
And now I see that the pieces have been traded off. And so I'm a little bit concerned that too much has been traded. So after move like pawn to h5, can black try to move like queen to c4 and say, well, I would love to trade queens here. And if the queens get off the board, then I'm not so worried. My rook on e7 is perfectly placed, protecting my 7th rank. And,
it looks like what we might see. But white will definitely want to keep the queens on the board in that case. But can he keep the queens on the board and not lose that pawn on a2 after queen c4?
Yeah, and the bishop on e4 is hanging, and you have to keep it defended. So I guess queen c4 is queen c2, just making use of this attack on the g6 square, and it's a very interesting position. I think that both sides have chances here. I agree with you that this bishop on e4 and the pin on the pawn on g6 is annoying, but queen c4 definitely looks like a reasonable option here for black.
Yep.
And all right, so let's see.
Whoa, we need to check out the Spolman and Kolar's game. That one is exciting with a capital E.
Just a capital E, not a capital I did?
No, it's a capital E and a capital X, and the rest is lowercase.
Okay, so let's see. We'll just have a knight d5. Wait, what's the material count? White is down in exchange. Is that right?
Yes.
3 minor pieces to yes. But there's a problem on this f5 square right now because if you take my bishop on b2, I'll take your knight. You'll take my knight back. I'll go bishop takes f5, and I win your queen on this diagonal. It's a pin here, and that would be devastating for black to deal with. Granted, black has captured quite a bit of material to begin with. So in some cases, you can give your queen up and say, I've taken a lot. But here...
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what happens after knight takes d5? Because even with bishop takes f5, black is going to have 2 minor pieces and a rook in exchange for the queen.
So is black trying to, after bishop f5, play... Like, what's the move here? Knight e7? I guess knight e7 is an option because bishop g6, pawn g6, and my rook attacks your queen on f3, and the b2 bishop is hanging at the same time. So that actually is looking very annoying tactically. But even here, white can play queen to b7 and try to take over the queen side, like queen b7, bishop b2, pawn b5, try to take a7, use this
But
pin.
why wouldn't he take on g6 with the knight to attack the rook?
You probably would, but I just didn't feel like it at the time. Let's see. Bishop f5, knight e7, bishop g6, knight g6. Yeah, you're just right. All right, Alexandric, you're right. I'm wrong.
It doesn't happen often, so...
Rook somewhere. Rook e4. And that way, I'm trying to take your rook on e8 and then take on f7, but maybe you go f5 and things are just complicated and I don't know what to do.
Yeah, there you go. This one is too complicated, potentially.
I agree. I still like white in those positions, but Georg Meyer won his game for the record.
So he didn't need, so he won the slow Georg technique instead of winning a piece straight up.
Yeah, and it wasn't even that slow, 25 moves, and he won the game. C6 is hanging. Can't protect that. So, wait, Miguel Admiral has 10 seconds left? Is this a connection thing?
It must be a connection thing.
Yeah, I mean, 10 seconds left against Hannah Marie Kleck. And also, white is tied down here. Like, look at this bishop queen combination. The b2 pawn is still going to be in trouble in many lines. So I don't know if it is a connection issue and I'm Hannah Marie Kleck. I'm just trying at the right moment when I see this connection bar go to 1, because the players can see this, right, when they're playing the game.
Well, now it's gone back up to 3.
Exactly.
Are you
Am I
calling
scheming
for Wi-Fi schemes here?
Yeah, you're all about the dirty flags, so I'm all about the, pull the internet cord at the Amsterdam Mosquitoes, hotel or wherever they're at, and then try to win on time. But on a serious note, like, and that's a big, it's
suspicious heads.
It's a big problem, like having these internet connectivity issues, and we saw Alejandro Ramirez lose a game from Kazakhstan, from Astana, from his hotel room, where he was just crushing his opponent and his connection gave out. So here, Admiral, throw in that Ethernet cord, hope that all is well. But your position also is not so easy here because white's pieces are tied down. So I think that it's a tough position to play for Admiral here. And, it's knight e4 also comes to mind. I get you're going to queen d4 check, but at least I'm pressuring f2. My rook will be attacking your bishop on b3. What if I go? No, never mind. The move I was going to suggest doesn't work. So I take it back before I say it.
Then it doesn't count.
Yeah, I've saved myself.
Just in time. No, I totally agree that his play is much more difficult to spot here. I'm trying to see if there's any way he could try to simplify it so that he doesn't have to think so long. Like if there's any trades he could try to do.
And I just looked over the Donchenko game because, sorry to interrupt you there, but the crazy stuff is happening in that one too.
We gotta go there then.
Like h5, f5 was played by black going after the bishop, and after bishop c2, knight f7, hitting the queen on e2, and the rook on d8 on move 30 for black. So he, in fact, went after h6, g6, king to g7, saying, okay, if I took on g6, then my king gets in harm's way after queen g4 check ideas. So instead of taking on g6 back, he went king g7, take my knight, I dare you, then I take your queen, and importantly, my queen covers the promotion square on f8. So after king g7, rook g8 check, takes gf7, king f7, and, well, black is up in exchange here. So white better have a devastating attack. Otherwise, Lopez with the black pieces against the much higher rated player. And Donchenko 6 seconds.
Yeah, I was about to call that out as well. No, this did not go as he planned. He had to move his king over because he didn't want to allow for any rook e1 threats, yep. I'm guessing.
But now queen b5 check doesn't look very pleasant. There it is, played.
Right.
Donchenko's going to lose. Queen d5 check. Just centralize this queen.
Yep.
And you can always take b2, but I don't want to get my queen away from my king side, right? By playing queen takes b2, queen takes f5 comes, protecting this bishop, but very importantly, allowing this diagonal to open. My king is not safe. So queen d5 check, nicely centralized. Rook e1 going for queen f1 mate. Oh, that's probably even stronger.
White has nothing, not even any perpetuals. Queen f1. Is his king going to try to make a run for it on f3? I mean, obviously, that's the only option after queen f1.
Oh, wait, trade queens. That's well, I forgot the queen could take.
He can also trade, but does he not have a cleaner mate?
I wouldn't even worry about that. Your opponent has 3 seconds. So if there's a mate, obviously just look and find it. But I would take 30 seconds here, catch my breath, play queen takes f5, then rook e2 afterwards, and win your pawns over here and just win the end game. And by the way, Miguel Admiral and Hannah Marie Kleck drew their game. I wonder if it looked like they repeated moves a bit, but then agreed on a draw. So I wonder.
Why would she agree to draw when he's so low on time?
Maybe because she's a nicer person than I am.
No, absolutely not.
I don't know.
You can be a nicer person than Hess, but also you can't be nice during a team tournament. Come on.
No, I mean, the position probably was about level, and maybe for her team, she thought it was a good result because Georg Meyer won. Mm-hmm. And so she drew. That's 1.5 points. She probably didn't expect Donchenko to be in such a tough spot, but Donchenko is. And right now, Lopez is just winning this game for the Amsterdam Mosquitoes. 3 seconds left for Donchenko. He's got no time. He's down and past a pawn here, and the rook versus the bishop, and just a4, a3, and you win. So why would you even touch your king? Just go a4, go a3, Yeah, this is over. And by the way, Dimitri Collars lost his game to Wouter Spolman on time. On time. What is going on in this match?
But wasn't he lost already?
All right, so
wow. Okay, we just got all of the results.
Yeah, everything happened at the same time. It looks like Collars. I mean, he's in trouble, I think, because the D2 pawn's not going anywhere. But it's still a very crazy game, and I mean, there's still tons of action left here. But he lost on time, like Queen G2 check, King D1, Queen G1 check, King E3, like Rook G2 check. There's a lot of checks happening here, and they're not just for kids, folks. Well, that's tricks, not checks.
It's okay. Close enough.
Oh, it's too early for me. Nobody. Forget that you heard that. Forget that.
It's been forgotten, pulled out of the memory, just like Collars is going to try to do with this game, so he can play the next one well.
Just so everyone forgets it, we're going to take a 90-second break so I can forgive myself because I don't. And Alexandra and I will be back after a 90-second break so we can stretch our legs. Stay tuned.
Robert forced timeouting himself.
Absolutely. And we are back. We had a quick break. Alexandra, I hope you got those legs warmed up because sitting in a chair for hours is not so easy. But let's talk about the match that we've seen thus far. We still have 2 games left in this match. There's 8 total games, so 2 rounds of this match left. And right now it's 4.5, 3.5 in favor of the Mosquitoes. Are you at all surprised that the 3rd seed is leading against the 2nd seed?
I am surprised. This was not the expected result. And so far, during all of the playoffs, we've seen the favorite win. So it's still early in the match, but definitely not what I expected. What about you?
Well, some of these connection issues have been strange. And I would say, from my point of view, that Dimitri Collars scoring 0 out of 2 is completely unexpected. He's a GM on board 3. He's a very strong player. And unfortunately, both board 3s have the donut. And I think the difference has been really Lopez scoring that victory just now over Donchenko, which was a huge upset because Lopez is the board 4, 2,300 plus, 2,360, I should say. And Donchenko is a 2,600 plus rated grandmaster. And if you can upset a GM like that with the black pieces, then of course your team will be in good shape. But that being said, if it's an 8-8 tie, Baden-Baden wins the match. So you can still take a sigh of relief, say, we just need to get our act together. We need to win games that we're better in. We need to win pieces that are for the being offered to us.
Did you just turn on your coach mode again? It sounds like you're telling them what they should do. Coach Robert Hess giving Baden-Baden the play-by-play here.
I mean, I'm trying. And if you try your best but you don't succeed, and if you get what you
Maybe
want but
they'll
not you
fix this
need.
position, you know?
Oh yeah, I mean, they sometimes the position just needs to be fixed, and I will try to fix it. And right now,
I really thought I heard music in the background there, but okay.
well, I would love to listen to some music right now, but I think having you as my co-commentator is already music enough to my ears. So
It's good. Robert's waking up. He's starting to do puns again, chat. Look at
I
this.
mean,
During the break, he was just rebooting his batteries.
yeah, exactly. At first I wanted you to wake me up when it's all over, when I was wiser and I'm older. But right now, I'm just finding myself waiting for more games. So, Commissioner Greg Shahadi, can we get some more chess, please? Like, I don't know if I've ever asked for that before, but
Well, it just started. He's like, okay, Robert asks and he shall receive. And on the 7th day of games,
I guess
yeah, I'm not gonna go there. I don't know what's happening.
I
Okay,
was gonna say it's Sunday somewhere, but is that true? Is it Sunday anywhere right now?
not Sunday anywhere.
Oh, come on! I just thought it would be Sunday somewhere. But okay, Georg Meyer has white against Miguel Admiral, and Georg Meyer plays, but his opponent has not. And by the way, it is important to mention because I've been doing commentary for the U.S. Chess Championship on my personal Twitch page, but the European Individual Championship is also going on. So some of the players are playing from there, which is pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. And speaking of your Twitch page, chat, if you guys are having fun and you hover underneath Robert, you should get 3 cool buttons to follow Pro Chess League, my channel, and Robert's channel if you guys want more chess with us when we're not just here on chess.com having the time of our lives with these matchups.
Having the time of our lives, even though it is not even 7 a.m. here in New York City, and well, not quite 4 a.m. by you, Alexandra, but I'm happy that you were willing to join me for the show because I honestly don't think I could have done it without your great energy here helping lead the way. So speaking about that energy, where are we going? Where are we going?
So the game I have open right now is the game between Alexander Donchenko and Wouter Spolman.
Okay.
So we just saw Donchenko take that loss. I'm curious if it's going to affect his psychology at all during this game. So far, it's too early to tell. He's played very quickly.
Yeah, and I mean the psychological aspect is very interesting in a team competition, right? Because there are still 2 rounds to go, 8 games in total, but you can't just go on full tilt mode because of your team situation. And Spolman thus far has been a monster. He's been a pest, if you will, for the Mosquitoes against the Snowballs because he's 2-0.
Living up to his name.
He is living up to his team name there. He's living out the mascot dream. But you don't want to just take too many risks against a strong grandmaster who has a great history in the Pro Chess League. He beat Magnus Carlsen last year. He's 2-0 in this particular match. And so we see Spolman there. He's chilling. And, well, it's dark in that room. I mean, I want to take a nap just looking at that room.
It is dark in that room, but it's bright on his board and in his future. So that's quite
wow.
okay.
Look at you go. So he played a5 here. Speaking of bright for the future, well, what is the future of this game? This bishop on b2, it's fianchettoed here. The bishop on g2 helps form an X across the board, both long diagonals white has control over. And this bishop on c8, where is that going? If you go to f5, I'll simply go pawn to d3, and then maybe follow that with pawn to e4 to gain space in the center. If you go bishop to g4, well, am I really worried about you taking my knight on f3? I don't think so. So for Donchenko here, you have more flexibility in your position. You have a bit more space. This pawn can go to d4 if you want instead of going to d3. So I just like the options that white has. And I feel like black doesn't have a clear-cut plan. And that's always a struggle, especially in rapid chess.
Yep. I've been trying to think of a plan for black ever since you talked about how difficult it is for him to try and move his dark squared bishop. It is a little bit of an awkward defense for black, and he is starting to take his time here. This is a great moment to try to come up with a plan. At some point in rapid chess, you have to decide when are you going to take a couple of minutes to think and figure out the strategy, and that seems to be what he's doing here.
Yeah. And this pawn a5, while you might have wanted to go a4 a second ago, if you play a4 now, that was the point of a3, right? Now I can go b4 and say, hey, this pawn a4, your rook is stuck defending it. And in the future, that can become a weakness rather than a strength. And by playing a4 and following it with bishop to e6, you might try to get to the b3 square until you realize that, well, nothing's really happening over there. Like, even if my bishop gets to b3, it's not doing all that much. So you really have to be careful before making a move like pawn to a4, as that pawn may find itself lost in the near future.
Right. And what do you think of the idea knight takes c4 and maybe h6, bishop e6, just a way to try to develop his bishop and maybe push the b5 pawn in the future?
I guess, I'll take back with my b pawn on c4, and then I'll play a rook to b1, and then just go after your b7 pawn. The big problem is that your pawn's on a5 now. And if your pawn was back on a7, you could play pawn to b6 and be a little bit happier about the structure. But with this semi-open file, you have a backwards b pawn, and my rooks can just go barreling down the file at that pawn's expense. So I would not take on c4, even though you want to kind of get your pieces out. It just doesn't feel like it's the right time, and it helps white out more than it helps black.
Right. Well, he is still thinking. Bishop f5, finally decided where to bring out that bishop. White
Instant
immediately
response.
pushes d3, right? e4 didn't work. He would just drop a pawn. He doesn't want to retreat his queen, so d3 is the only possible counter here.
Yeah, and white's center is so solid, right? Because what we've seen is white has given up the c pawn for black's d pawn. And what that means is white has 5 on 4 if you cut the board from the d to the h file.
Mm-hmm.
Why that's advantageous. Pieces have the most possible flexibility and can control the most squares from the center. A knight on b6, right? There's no, what comes before a? Nothing, right? So you can't go to 0, 7, or whatever it would come before a over there. So the knight on b6 can only go to 6 squares. a8, a4, c8, c4, d7, d5. A knight in the center can go to 8 squares. So just by very simple arithmetic here, you understand why pieces should go in the center. Now that said, when your pawn's in the center, you can better restrict the pieces that are trying to go there. So when I go pawn to e4 at some point, I'm hitting your bishop on f5, I'm taking away the d5 square, and I'm just advancing white's position while limiting and restricting black.
Well, knight takes b6 was just played, which is somewhat surprising because the knight on c4 seemed much better placed than the knight on b6. What's your take on this trade?
I like it for white. Again, this a4 pawn to me is a liability more so than as an asset. And very importantly here, the 3-on-2 majority that black has on the queen side is stuck in its tracks. The pawn is not going to c5 almost ever. Now I can trade bishops on g7, play rook to c1, I can even try to trade my queens on c5. I wouldn't trade. I would keep the queens on the board if I'm white. But point is, I think even in an endgame, white is better here. So I really like Danchenko's chances in this one, just controlling the position. I'd probably play rook to c1 instead of trading on g7 right away. But maybe taking on g7 is even more sensible, because if you take with a knight, well, where's your knight going from g7? Go to e6 all at once, not really doing much from there either. So I would not take yet. I would play rook a to c1, but okay, he took, and yeah, the king took on g7, rook a to c1 now looks good. And I don't know. I really like white's position here.
That's fair. White's position is a lot easier to play. I still think it's going to be pretty difficult for him to grind a win here against Wouter. But he's making all the right moves. There you go. That bishop is now going to have to retreat. Alexander attacked it with a tempo. Now that the king is on g7 and he traded the dark squared bishop, black's king side is going to be more weak. So potentially he might even just try to get an attack against the king. Even though he has a good end game, he also has a good current game. Lots of good options here.
Yep. And the one thing I do like for Wouter, but this is very long term.
Oh, wow. You finally found something you like about his position?
is that the knight can come to b5, and his pawn on a3 is cemented and needs defense. So that's the one thing that I would be a bit concerned about is, if I do get into an end game, then the pawn a3 can become a target, as well as his pawn d3. I mean, you can play d4, of course, at any moment, but one of these rooks can go to the d8 square, and if this knight does indeed go to b5, it also takes control over d4. So white does need to act relatively quickly. You can't just sit and do nothing. But I just like white's advanced structure. The queens are still on the board. I won't trade them, at least not for the near future. And so like I said, I do like white's position. Queen c5 is one of those moves that comes to mind as well. I wouldn't play it myself, but if we trade on c5, pawn on b7, locked in weakness, and something that I'll try to exploit. But knight c7, knight b5. That's the idea that I think black needs to keep coming back to, is how to activate this knight. Well, the b5 square is as good as any.
That was a good explanation. While you were talking about that, I took a quick peek at the game between Hazel Lopez and Dmitry Kolarz, because it looks like Kolar's king position is not incredibly happy here at first glance. Hazel Lopez has won both of his games so far. Let's see if he can steamroll one more.
Well, no, Lopez lost the first one to Georg Meyer. He actually,
true.
He had a very good position at some point, but Meyer overpowered him in the end. But still, 1 out of 2 against 2 very strong GMs is a great performance for a board 4. And here with the white pieces, well, like you said, there's some seeming weakness in the G7 square, but it's not easy to take advantage of. But the question that first comes to mind is, what happens if white goes pawn hunting? So knight c6, bc6, bishop c6. Well, rook b8 looks like the logical response. That way I don't lose pieces. And now I'm staring down at your pawn on b2. If you move your pawn on b2, the pawn on c3 becomes weak, and white has not castled. And white can't castle kingside without losing h2. So all these things are worth consideration, but I would not get greedy when my king is still in the center and I'm way behind in development.
Right. And what happens if white just tries to sit on this position? Is there anything he can do? Because right now his knight on e5 is attacked 3 times, so he can't just play a calm move like knight df3.
Right.
If he castles to try and get his king to safety, then once again he's just going to lose the pawn on e5. Should he try moving his knight back?
I like black's position, honestly. I really think that here black is just way ahead in development, and I think that's essential to this position. Even if I lose a pawn, just my activity, my king safety is better than white. So Collar's playing quickly and confidently, despite the fact that he struggled thus far. And yeah, I would be very happy with his position, up 5 minutes on the clock as well.
Right. Well, yep. At first, I looked at his king side. It didn't look great. Then I started looking at the queen side, and he definitely is going to be able to get the better position. I mean, he already has a better position, but he is going to get rid of most of white's pressure over the next couple of moves.
Yep. And if you're Collar's, that's a much needed rebound. And he's going for it. He has made very logical moves throughout this game. So yeah, Lopez needs to be very, very careful. And his clock is ticking, and he's half the time of his opponent. Not great at the moment for the Amsterdam Mosquitoes board 4. And how about the game between Duke Armand and Hannah Marie Kleck? Because I see that Hannah Marie is up 4 minutes on the clock, but she has all these double pawns in the position. But the good thing about double pawns, and we tend not to like double pawns, but they open files for your pieces. If this pawn was on g7, well, you wouldn't have an open g file. Now you do. And I'm ready to play knight f4, come after your g2 pawn, come after your h3 pawn. And that's why knight g1 was played. A preemptive decision to protect h3. So knight f4, I go g3 and say, you can't take here anymore. My knight captures back.
Right. Well, I think that after knight f4 and g3 here, Duke Armand will have gotten rid of the pressure on his king side here. And then I'm starting to wonder what happens after a move like f4 is prepared in the future, maybe after moving the knight back to e2 first. Because if he's able to open that long diagonal for his c3 bishop and get rid of some of the pawns that are helping protect black's king, Hannah might be in trouble.
Yeah, that bishop gets open, then black is pretty much toast. And I think that's why she brought knight to e6, so she could swing into d4 and clog the diagonal. And that said, pawn to f4 still looks like an option here for white, because you're trying to open the f file as well. It's not just about the diagonal. It's
Mhm.
also about the file. So f4, knight d4, pawn takes e5. I understand that I'm giving away some material with knight takes c2, but I
And he
love
played it right away.
yeah, I love the fact that things are opening up for my pieces here. And yeah, this is not an easy position for her at this point. Baden-Baden, again, they have draw odds, but they're down a point in the match. Duke Harmon really wants to get this win in this position here. He's launching an attack. I think knight f4 to e6. I understand the desire to reroute the knight like this, but maybe it was a little bit too accommodating potentially because of the f-file opening is not going to help Black's chances at all. So tough position for her. I think she's in huge trouble. And yeah, this will be a very important win for the Mosquitoes.
Okay, knight d4.
Pawn
So
takes e5. I'm
she's still
sacking.
trying to block it.
I'm
Pawn
going
takes
right.
e5. You don't care about Forktown.
No, I'll just go queen f4. And I mean, I'm just going to go checkmate you.
Yeah, that looks very terrifying. F
Eh,
takes e5. It seems like she has to take back, and then the pawn on f7 is hanging. Um, oof. Yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah, just my pieces are coming so quickly into the attack. And it's important to note that in that line with knight takes c2, that after queen f4, knight takes a1, move e6 is very powerful, hitting the f6 pawn with my bishop because your king is in trouble. It also hits your queen on d8. So tactics work out in white's favor. F takes e5 played. I think we'll come back here, but I
Yep.
think we should move to some of the other games because this one looks like it's very much in favor of the Mosquitoes. So
That sounds good. I don't think we've looked at the Georg Meyer game yet.
we have not. So here we go with Georg. Of course, we're in a position where we're heading towards an end game because it's Georg Meyer and that's the way his chess works. But he's so precise. And what he's set up right now is there's a pin on the d file. There are pawns just ready to go after the d5 square. And Black similarly, like everything on the board is aiming at this d5 square. And it's a tough situation for Black to deal with because you're going to be left with an isolated pawn if white captures on d5. And so, I mean, it's not like white has to capture immediately on d5. Maybe I can make a useful move first anyway,
Mm-hmm.
but not pleasant to defend an endgame like this from the Black side. Not at all.
I can't disagree with you there. I guess it's incredible that it looks like it should be a little bit more even. A lot of people in chat are talking about how they're evaluating the position, and here we would look at that, oh, but the material is equal. The pawn structure is a little bit worse for Black, sure, but it shouldn't feel like he's completely losing, yet structurally it's so difficult to play this position. And obviously Georg isn't one of the best at figuring out how to squeeze these positions into a win, one
Yeah.
small advantage at a time.
Oh, I see what you did there. And h6 was interesting because I thought that maybe Black was going to try playing queen f6 and offering this queen trade and saying, okay, my pawn structure is going to be totally ruined after all these captures on f6 and then on d5, but there are not that many pieces in the end game. And in fact, this 3-on-3 on the king side, despite the fact that there's a weak pawn, if there's only one rook on the board, then you're not going to be able to double team those pawns. My king can protect them. So if that's the case, yes, my pawn structure is ruined, but I will have good chances to hold with some activity. But it's not comfortable regardless. And so I think that's why Admiral said, maybe I'll lose a pawn in the future. And even if I lose a pawn, if I get activity for that pawn, I will have chances to hold because in rook endgames, they say all rook endgames are drawn. That's not true, obviously, but you do have good chances if with some activity if you're only down one pawn.
Yep, and he is trying to create some complexities here. He's pushing a4. Hopefully he can get some advantage. Sorry, not some advantage, but some compensation, like you said, once the pawn is traded off.
Although, can't white just go pawn grabbing? Like if I take c takes d5, c takes d5, rook takes c8, you have to take obviously on c8, and however you take on c8, if you take with the rook, well, I think I'll take on d5. Oh no, maybe I'll take on a4 first and say, well, I've taken this pawn. Maybe I'll go after your d5 pawn next and hope that I can win it and be up a
Maybe
pawn.
take with the queen instead, since that d pawn is going to be a problem regardless.
Yeah, and then I'll go ahead and grab his d5 pawn off the board and say, I'm up a pawn in a queen and rook end game. And yes, Black has very good chances to hold, but I'm Georg Meyer. I'm the end game wizard. I have Hagrid Hess over here whispering, endgame strategy
You
into
guys
my.
haven't noticed, Hess is a Georg fan.
I am
Not to
definitely.
give it away here.
Definitely. He's a very strong player. You can do it, Georg.
There you go.
But yeah, he's slightly better. It's not overwhelmingly advantageous for white, but it's just annoying to play black in this end game. So we'll see how this goes here. I think we should hop to the.
It is annoying, but hopefully he'll be able to
Oh,
try his best and hold and not just get annoyed with the position. Which
well,
game would you
I,
like to see next?
I was going to go to the Dimitri Collar's game because look at this white king that's still in the center. The good news is white can go castle queenside. So black opened up the center with playing pawn to e5. Like it was a closed down position, went e5. And now for fe5 and take on e5, I think what Collars is thinking about is some kind of bishop takes g4 sacrifice, saying, if I go bishop g4 and you take on d6, can I go rook e8 check? Like, where's your king going and how long is your king going to be safe for?
That looks like an interesting sacrifice. It seems like he decided to not go for it because he just has another way to be up a pawn, and it's also a good position for him. Maybe he thought this was more safe.
But you know me, they're not my pieces, so I'm gonna
So just
sacrifice
give them
them.
away and play more fun. Totally true. It's Sunday in New Zealand now, but actually, before when you said it's Sunday somewhere, it actually was on a
Oh,
couple islands. So
well, is it raining? Because then we can sing the Maroon 5 song.
true. Well, I don't know about that.
Okay, well, in my head, Sunday morning, rain has fallen.
It's a very nice tune.
It's very catchy.
Exactly.
Do you see Chess in the chat? Please don't, Hess. Please do.
Please
Hess.
do.
Thank you, Coffee. Appreciate the support. But speaking of please do, Dimitri Collars said, well, don't mind if I do, and took that pawn on g4. And black's up a pawn here. Black's king is not that unsafe. So I know there's a bishop on h6. Oh, no. Yassel's favorite opening, the French defense. Painful. Painful to see that. But
wait. Where did you see this?
in the in the live stream. It's just there. It says the French defense. No? You didn't see that?
I didn't see that.
Good.
On Hazel's game?
No, it was on like the actual Twitch, like the stream.
Oh, was it a fun fact?
Yeah, it was a fun fact. Thanks to Arin, our amazing producer. You know, he throws in those fun facts. And he gave us that Yassel's favorite position is the French, which is difficult.
Now I have to cheer for him.
Yeah, gosh. But you might need to cheer very hard because his position is not great. He's down a pawn. The bishop on f5 is a great.
He wasn't able to play the French in this one, but no, I agree. This is a hard position to cheer for. At least in the game we were looking at before with Admiral, he had better drawing chances than Hazel has here.
Yep. And I'm just going around to this game between Donchenko and Spolman because Spolman is now up. What is he up right now? He's up a rook. He just snagged a rook on d1. But white can go knight to e6 with check to go after this rook on f8. So let's try to evaluate this position, Alexandra. Honestly, I might not even take the rook on f8. I might leave my knight there. It's such a powerful piece that I might just go ahead and grab this bishop. But because it's not my pieces, I don't mind being down material. So I'm guessing white's just going to take this rook on f8 and then take back on d1 and say black's king is not so safe. The a3 pawn is weak. The black king side is a little iffy. So it's a nice imbalance in this position, giving mutual chances.
I will say that the position after knight takes f8 and rook takes d1 looks like an improvement for what we thought earlier.
Yeah.
He was able to get his knight to b5, like we discussed, putting pressure on a3. And now white's pawn on d5 after those exchanges is also starting to look a little bit weak. So he went from a position that was, I think, slightly worse to one where there's equal chances.
Yeah, in fact, a knight on d6 is a great piece because you can't attack it, right? If the black knight sits on d6, then it's a blockading piece. But this bishop, after rook takes d1 here, right, there are several options that white can think about. Bishop h3 to e6, trying to get this bishop into the game. Queen going over to the king side with the queen to d, some kind of queen d2, queen h6. I'm trying to figure out how to make it work. Bishop f1, just going after this knight on b5, d6, a pawn sacrifice, saying, go play knight takes d6, but now your knight can't move so easily as my rook takes over the d file. My bishop is beautiful on the long diagonal. So there are different ideas that white can try here. And practically speaking, with 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, I value king safety more than I do the even material. So that's something that I'm concerned about from Spolman's point of view. Is like bishop f1 attacks this knight, and white is really trying to get this move pawn to d6 in at the right moment and open up the position in a favorable way.
It seems like you have a slight preference for white here. Am I sensing that correctly?
It's maybe not even necessarily objective, but just when I don't have much time on the clock, I prefer a safer king. And white's king is not the best king in the world, but it's hard to get to. This king on f8, just because the pawns are a little bit more advanced over here, it feels a little bit iffy. And if this rook ever leaves c7, then maybe I could swing my attention to the e file and go rook e1. So queen d2 was played. I said go over for h6. Seems like a reasonable plan.
King g7 right away makes sense.
Your a3 pawn now. That's why I didn't really want to move my queen away so quickly. I'm worried about what happens with knight takes a3 looming. In fact, I don't know what white does.
Well, white can take the time now to try and protect that pawn or create counterplay. He's probably thinking of d6 here if the black knight moves away. And Hooter did not even need to think twice about it. He did not want to get his king into a more scary position here, especially going into the endgame with limited time here.
Yeah, but now black, I think, is picking up steam because the queen on d6 protects e7 in case that was ever going to be a weakness. And the a3 pawn is hanging. This rook can go to c3 now. The e7 is so well defended. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of what just happened here for Danchenko. So as soon as I said I liked white's chances practically, I now don't like white's chances practically. So, yeah, I don't know what to say about that besides it looks good for Spolman. He's trying to go to 3-0 right now.
He is. Do you want to look at the game between Ducarmon and Hannah? Because I think that one's about to wrap up. We were just looking earlier, and she's been trying to defend the position, but his idea of opening up the F file has clearly paid off here.
Yeah, isn't white winning a piece like bishop d4?
And
take up e6 is just hanging in pretty much every line.
Yep. That poor bishop has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to.
Not looking good.
I don't see anything to do with that bishop. Like rook takes e6 is good here. And at the very least, white can just trade into a winning endgame. But rook f3 is protecting this g3 pawn first and saying you're not getting out of the pin anyway. This is winning.
Yep. Because if he does play rook g7, trying to protect the bishop here, I mean, you could still take on e6, actually.
Exactly, because h7 is made on h7 coming.
Yep.
So that would be a big problem. Yeah, no,
well, this position is brutal, but at least we caught the last moments. Hannah has had a tough matchup so far. She has scored half a point compared to Hazel Lopez, who scored 1 point. So it is relatively close because I think Hazel is slightly higher rated. So she's performing similar to what her rating would expect.
Yeah, although I still don't know why she agreed to the draw in that other game that we were looking at against Admiral when he had several seconds left. Her position was still interesting, but I think that's one you can.
I asked you why you thought, and you were talking about how you thought it was a good result for her based on team overall and that it was a stronger player. Remember, Robert?
Sometimes you just got to say things.
You answer your own questions. You always know the answer. Sometimes you pretend not to.
Well, I just
make us feel like you're human.
In my head, I just heard you saying, "Tell me why ain't nothing." Anyway, back to the chess. Hannah Marie Kleck resigns. So that's a win for the Mosquitoes. And okay, back to the Collars game against Lopez. Well, Collars is still up a pawn here. His king on g7 is getting safer by the move. Bishop f5, just to not give up your bishop on e4, looks reasonable. And yeah, it looks very nice for black, also up 3 minutes. So we'll go away from here because this one's a little bit more clear. The game between Danchenko and Spolman, I mean, anything can happen in this one. The rook is on d3. And so instead of taking this pawn a3, I mean, look what happened. Bishop f1. He didn't take on a3 because I'm not sure why, but maybe there's some b5 trying to get this pawn on a4. So something like that was possible. So instead of taking a3, went knight to c3, and then d6 takes rook d3, knight e4. The knight e4 is great. It protects d6. It's centralized. It puts pressure on f2. And black is taking over some of the very important squares in this position. Honestly, I might try to trade queens for white because the pawn a4 can become a target. The pawn d6 certainly can become a target. So queen f4 here might be a move that says, I know I'm going to be worse than an endgame, but I'm going to try my best to hold because queen f4, if you take, you ruin my pawn structure, but your knight is protecting d6. I'm going to go f3 to kick it out, or bishop g2, something like rook d4. One of these three moves to kick out this knight and try to get d6 back. So rook e3 was played, going for the pin. F5 is a natural response, attacking the queen and protecting the knight. D5 as well protects the knight, and D5 was played. F3 does not win a piece because queen D4 happens, pinning the rook.
Yeah, so you were talking a little bit about how Danchenko is trying to be able to hold a draw here somehow. He has 30 seconds on the clock. Can you talk a little bit about what pieces he might want to prioritize trading? Does he want to trade the bishop for the knight, get the queens off the board? What might be his strategy to try and get a draw here?
Well, taking on e4 might be a step in the right direction because, yes, black will be up a pawn, but the knight is gone. The knight's a very good piece in the center, and it's not immediately clear how black makes progress, though if black trades queens. So if I take on e4, black takes the d pawn, and the queens get traded on f6, let's say, then black's king is just running right into the center, and that should be a great endgame for Spolman. So, I mean, the chances are not looking very good right now for Danchenko. Queen f6 was played, so maybe you take it on f6, or queen f4, keeping the queens on makes sense. But I was saying maybe you take on f6, but bishop b5 to go after the a4 pawn. That is a pawn that is potentially very weak. But here, queen f4, I like that move. Keeping the queens on the board, keeping queen to b8 options alive, getting active. So Danchenko playing this better than I was recommending. And
Right.
okay, queen a1. But there's no mate down there, is there? Oh, yeah.
Rook h1 and queen g1.
Yeah,
It's
that
still
would.
not mate, but it does look scary. Although as soon as he moves his rook onto h1 or even g1, then he's gonna have to start watching out for queen c7.
So this looks just good, right?
Yeah,
Is there
it
some
does.
is there some rook e1 move to like distract the rook, get the c7 square? It doesn't look like it works. And rook g1 check is just leading to mate. So rook e1 played, trying to get this queen c7 check. If this works, that's a miracle. I don't think it does work. Queen c7 check. You can even play king h6, and that should be good because king h6, queen f4 check, pawn to g5, queen back to d6. The king can go up to h5. There's no more checks with the queen. So that should
Right.
be good enough. And also there's ideas with just king g8, king h7, bringing the queen back to g7. Here he
Oh
goes, king
man.
h6.
And so this is going to be Danchenko's second loss in a row to lower rated players. I would be worried that he is going to start playing on tilt a little bit.
That's what I was concerned about. And, you know, it's tough. Now you can take with either piece, sticks the pawn. Queen h2 check is going to happen unless he just resigns. And king g6, queen d6, queen comes to f6 to block. Game over, resignation, no more checks. I'm throwing queen f3 with a mating attack. There's a resignation. That leaves Georg Meyer with 14 seconds left, up a pawn in this endgame. And look at those two pass pawns. a5, a6 is just begging to be played. I like this move h4, stopping black from playing h4. g5, going all in. h4, if you take with the queen, the rook's hanging, stick the pawn. This is the best chance Admiral has, but I think, can you go b6 here? I think b6 actually even wins, but queen b3 is probably smarter. Just getting the queen.
Such a clean. You could have asked me to guess what move he was gonna play, and I would have said that.
Yeah,
because he always finds the move that tries to simplify first.
Look at that.
Clean.
Wait, watch out. There's some checks here.
There is rook d1, but king
G2?
h2 or king g2 looks fine.
So queen f3 here, rook queen e1. And he's just going to king h2 or king h3. Okay, so his point is the queen covers many of the important squares. But white is about to play g6. White should play g6 here. Counterattack. Look at him go. Queen a8 check leads to mate. Queen a8, queen b7, and then bring your queen over to mate this king.
He's... Oh.
Okay.
Well, I guess it's a win. Don't even have to calculate here.
Yeah. That was a huge win for Georg Meyer because they were down by 2 games and now they cut the lead to 6.5, 5.5. And now Bod knows exactly what they need. They need 2.5 out of 4, and they win the match because they have the tiebreaker, and that is the 2 seed. You have draw odds. So that is, I mean, I'm sweating a little bit, honestly, on the inside, not on the outside. On the inside.
I'm just impressed. You've been very impressed with Georg's style. What was cleaner, his outfit today or this play?
Definitely his outfit. I mean, I
just wanted to give Robert another chance to fanboy over it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm fanboying. And, Georg Meyer is a frequent competitor on chess.com, and I'm sure he's going to be competing, and he does the Arena Kings, but coming up soon is the Bullet Chess Championship, which starts in April. So it's just around the corner. We'll see the Bullet Chess Championship on chess.com. And of course, there will also be other huge events on chess.com, including the Women's Speed Chess Championship, the Junior Speed Chess Championship, and the Speed Chess Championship overall. So many, many events on chess.com. So
which one are you most excited for, Robert?
Sleeping. Oh, wait, you said events. What am I most excited for? I'm actually really excited.
Somebody get this man a coffee.
I'm really excited about the Junior Speed Chess Championship because you have so many big names involved. Someone put the link in the chat so everyone can see who's playing. The likes of Alireza Firouzja, Parham Maksudlu, Jordan Van Forest, Awonder Liang. I think Jeffrey Zhang agreed to play. I can't even remember exactly who's playing, but many, many people. So hopefully the link can be posted in the chat to see all the up and coming, and not even up and coming. They're already super successful. Like I mentioned, Jeffrey Zhang, he is in first place at the U.S. Chess Championship, not the U.S. Junior Chess Championship, the U.S. Chess Championship. He beat reigning champion Sam Shenko with the black pieces yesterday. He's 2.5 out of 3 after 3 of the 11 rounds. So
these junior players are scary.
Yeah, Firouzja is just a monster. He's always playing on chess.com as well. Alexandra, what about you? What are you most excited for?
Well, the way you talked up this junior event was definitely creating some excitement for me. But you know what I'm most excited for? The Bullet Chess Championship, obviously, because everybody knows chess gets more exciting the less time you have on the clock. Not exactly, but I am excited to see Bullet.
I mean, so am I. And the reason why I would say I'm not as excited as the junior is because I'm thinking about my vocal cords, and commentating on Bullet Chess is like worse than being an auctioneer.
And it's better than being an auctioneer. It's like you're having so much adrenaline and excitement and everything's happening at the same time. Oh, it's the best. It's like caffeine in a game.
But it's also just like, and pawn, 1994, no, be a nice C4, and you're just like going really fast, and I'm talking like this, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't breathe. And okay, knight C4, bishop C5. Like, what do you do after a while, right? You're just full steam ahead, no breaks, no rest for the weary. And as Gold Snake said in the chat,
if that's how you're doing commentary, I'm watching the entire thing.
I mean, gotta speak fast, gotta draw arrows very quickly. But the problem is the arrows disappear with every move that's made. So like you just can't even draw arrows at that point, right? Because the arrows disappear. So
we should have an arrow speed championship. Who can draw the most arrows?
I think Hikaru would win.
The most
Hikaru would win that. But then like I would just do my thing here where I start drawing red squares on the board, and then I pretend like I'm a natural Picasso here. And then
that's very beautiful, Robert. I'm sure your mom would print it out and put it on the fridge.
Oh, well, I was always a terrible artist, so this is probably the best I've ever done.
Thank you, Frank, for helping out. We'll see you. So we're going into the last round, 6.5 to 5.5 for the Amsterdam Mosquitoes. The Amsterdam Mosquitoes were not the favorites going in. They do not have draws, so if the score ends up in 8-8, they are actually going to lose the match.
Yep. I want to see, are the Amsterdam Mosquito fans still there? Because that was my favorite camera shot of the entire show so far. I just love seeing
mine too. I just want to crop that out and turn it into a music video. I'm serious. It looks like Depeche Mode or something.
Oh my, how many people are there? It actually, there they are again. So they know that we're talking about them. I'm apologizing in advance because
If you guys hear Robert, can you wave back, please?
yeah,
Give us a little smile.
yeah, can we get a wave? That'd be excellent. But woke up at what 4 something in the morning, barely slept, rooting for the Amsterdam Mosquito fans right here. I'm not even rooting for the players, I'm rooting for the fans. It's all about the fans, right?
Yeah.
And so they have a great opportunity here. They're up 6.5, 5.5. Spolman has been a monster. We've seen great play from him. Lopez had that nice win over Donchenko. He just struggled in his last game against Dimitri Collars. That was a big win for Collars to get back into the action here. Instead of staying, you think they're turning on the volume or they've been muting us for the whole time? And yeah, I wish I knew
don't
what they
know.
were
They're
saying.
all disappearing. They don't like to be here.
Yeah. But this is the final round, okay?
Yep.
And so both sides, if you're the Snowballs, you need 2.5 out of 4. If you're the Mosquitoes, just 2 out of 4 will do it for you.
Come on, guys. 2 out of 4. You can do it.
Oh, no, we see a French. Lopez played the French.
Yes. Okay, Lopez, take it home.
No,
I believe in you.
No, I don't believe in the French. And not the French people, the French opening. Don't do this to me.
You got this.
Okay. I'm going to point out why I don't like the French. Look at this bishop on c8. Somebody tell me what diagonal that bishop's going to. Please, someone tell me. Alexandra, that someone should be you. Where's that bishop going?
It's one of those questions that you deal with later, Robert.
Okay.
Right now, I don't know. He probably doesn't know either where the bishop is going. But at some point, we're either going to get rid of the e6 pawn and the bishop's going to get free on that diagonal, or he's going to push b6, bishop b7, or find a way to trade it on a6. He knows what he's doing. The French is his favorite for a reason. He's going to show us, so I don't need to answer that question.
All right. Well, look in the chat. I'm French and agree with Robert. So I have an official statement from
he doesn't seem like a true Frenchman to me.
Well, look at this. Expansion on the queen side for Henry Kleck. This knight is going to go behind the pawn, knight to b3, and then this knight can come to c5 at the right moment. You need his bishop protecting the pawn e6. So white has an isolated pawn, but it's very easy to protect. It's safe. And on the other side, if you do go knight to b3, I will admit that knight to e4 is always kind of annoying, right? Because this e4 square is nice for the piece to go. Once you castle, your rook will have the semi-open f file. So Lopez early on in this game, but Henry Kleck has been playing very quickly. And I think that can be very nerve-wracking for a player when you feel like you're walking into something that they know very well. And
oh, yeah, that's the worst feeling. But then again, it is move 13, and these are all very natural moves in the French Tarrasch variation, so I don't think he should be too worried.
He's
probably seen these positions so many times.
I agree. And I'm going to hop on over to the game between Miguel Admiral and Alexander Donchenko.
That's good, because I would stay on the French for too long.
Well, here we have an extra pawn for white, but it's not going to remain that way. Because if you, right now, b takes c5 is a threat. And if you take on b6, I can take on b4 with check and then pick up this pawn on b6 back, right? So cb6, bishop b4, oops, grab the king by accident. And then queen takes b6, and black has the better pawn structure. White has this weak pawn on a2. There's an open file for black. So I would not go like this if you're playing from the black side, from the white side of things here.
I will say, normally you see queen gambit accepted from white's point of view, where black takes on c4.
Yep.
So it's kind of like a queen's gambit accepted reverse, except that white has an extra tempo.
Yeah, but even that is very true, but I don't know how you make use of that tempo. And bishop b5 check was just played. Bishop d7 will be the response. If you play with like knight to d7, you'd lose instantly because pawn c6 hits the knight. And once the knight moves away, c7 is a check. So don't be fooled. Don't play knight d7. Of course, bishop b7 takes. And how do you take back? With the f knight, maybe? Because if I take with the b knight, oh no, c6 doesn't work. I have bishop takes b4 with check, very importantly. Because if I move my knight away, then white would play b5 and cement this protected pass pawn on c6.
True.
So Donchenko spending a moment here to think, takes the knight. And here is why I like the Snowball's chances. They have these 3 GM lineup. And so as the boards even out, I think their advantages are on boards 2 and 3, where Donchenko here outrates his opponent by what 100 plus points, and with Dmitry Collars against Duke Harmon, I know Collars maybe hasn't had his best day, nor has Donchenko, but if they can get their act together, time has proven that they are the stronger players on those boards. So that's good news for the Snowballs. And of course, Georg Meyer, you always expect good results from him, but it's 3-0, 3-0 on that board one matchup. They've won all 3 games, and so it's clearly going to be a tough matchup there.
And I will say that Wouter has also been playing incredibly. I mean, board 1, Georg Meyer, it is the battle of the heavyweights there. The Mosquitoes are slightly higher rated on the 4th board. Dmitry Kollars is pretty tilted right now. This is probably as good of a final round chance as they could have realistically expected going into this match. So
yeah. Well, you said Kollars was tilted, but I'm looking at his position
Sorry,
right
I meant Donchenko, not Kollars.
Oh, okay. Well, I did pull up Kollars' position, and his pawn's already on A6, and he's trying to remove the guard of the C6 pawn. So when he goes bishop F3, pawn C4, develop this bishop, put a rook on C1, and things are looking up for Kollars with the 2 bishops advantage and much more space to work with. So in general, the way Black survives these kind of positions, and it's actually quite annoying, is that from all the principles of chess, White is better, but Black can be very solid. So if Black had played like A6, which you don't want to do because it gives up some of the dark squares, but like if you play A6 and just get very passive and try to do almost nothing, like White is clearly better, but doesn't have a knockout punch. And instead, White has gone A6. Clearly, the intention is getting after the C6 pawn, getting after the light squares, because only White has a light square bishop. So, we'll see how this unfolds. But Alexandra, do you agree with me that White is to be preferred here?
I do agree with you. And throughout this match, a lot of times we've looked at the position and thought that White has the better advantage. But I'm curious if he'll be able to keep it. We've seen some mess ups so far, and it's not enough of an advantage that I think he is clearly winning. So at least there's that.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's still early. I just think that, with being a stronger player, or a higher rated player, I should say, having the white pieces with an advantage, having an extra 3+ minutes on the clock,
yes,
things have been
are
going his
good
way
for him. Yeah. I cannot disagree with that.
And speaking of things looking good, or maybe things looking bad, if we go over to the game between Hannah-Marie Kleck and Yasa Lopez, so how do you like this French for Black?
Okay, give me a second here. Okay, I don't love it right now. I'm not going to say I do. She was able to get her knight onto e5, which is a really great square, especially because if anything is traded on e5, he's going to get the pawn. Hannah's going to get her pawn on e5, so the e6 pawn is going to be cemented in there. Hazel hasn't been able to get his light squared bishop on a good square just yet, and it seems like all of her pieces are pointing towards Black's king side. That being said, she doesn't have any crazy attack that you sometimes see in the Tarash, and that's when things have gone really wrong. He's starting to put pressure on d4, which is a very common idea in the French, to try and attack the d4 center pawn. So I'd say White is slightly better, but there's still good chances for both sides.
Yeah. You just want the French to be okay here. I hate Black's position, and I knew what you were doing. You made some great points, of course, but I knew you were just trying to stick up for the French defense, and I'm like, no, come on. I love White's position here. Knight to b3 into c5 is one of the many different options that come to mind. This bishop, I was going to say, can be captured any moment, and the light squares, his pawn e6, is going to be a problem for the rest of the game. And knight to b3 now, throwing that knight to c5 and just offering a trade there. Alexandra.
Well, hey, look, at least he traded off that light square bishop. No, I told you this is not the best French I've seen. I did start off with that.
You did, and I respect you immensely. But I'm just going to say the French defense is not a good opening. Can we have this discussion now, or should we wait till later?
Let's take this talk outside, Robert.
Okay.
Let's talk this out.
It is getting light outside in New York City, so 7.
I can't say the same here, but.
Well, all right. So we like Hannah-Marie Kleck's position here. She went queen g4. She's going to probably rook a to e1 and go after the e6 pawn.
Rook a to e8 almost immediately here. I think he should play. Okay, yep. He did.
Here comes rook a to e1, I'm guessing. You can go rook f to e1. or knight b3. I mean, there's so many good-looking
What
options.
he's going to try to do is reroute part of his pieces to the king side now. Knight f6, very common idea here. He wants his knight to be able to help protect the h7 pawn. I really don't like his pawn on e6. He's anyway.
Yep, I agree, and that's actually why white put the a rook on e1. You want to keep the f2 pawn protected just in case any e5 shots come. You're not worried about this pawn on f2 hanging. So that's an important reason why the a rook went over to e1, even though it locks this rook in on f1. So knight f6. Okay, we can come back to this game. I know I'm joking about the French, but I do like white's position there.
Yep. And also, chat, I'm curious. Let us know, who do you think is going to win? This is a final round. Do you think it's Baden-Baden or the Mosquitoes? And you know what I'm going to do? I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to do this, but I'm going to put a straw poll in the chat.
Oh, I'm nervous.
It's going to be so exciting. You can tell me which game you want to go to.
Let's go to the game between Georg Meyer and Wouter Spolman because they're in, of course, a queenless position.
I'm not sure if I spelled mosquitoes right, but that's okay.
It's okay. I forgive you already.
Thank you. All right, chat. Let us know who you think is going to win. There is a straw poll in the chat. I'm not authorized to do this, but we're going to get real-time audience feedback. Who do you think is going to win?
I love it. I love it. And I don't know because I haven't, really thought about it too much. But right now, Georg Meyer, as I mentioned, in a queenless position. So, well, typical Georg. That Georg always trading the queens off. But here, the nuances are that white is well prepared on the d file, right? These double rooks here are, and black is very cramped. You can't play b5. Got that covered. You can't play d5, I'll just take you, and then you'll be left with an isolated pawn. You can't play e5, you give up the f5 and d5 squares. White, on the other hand, can play for f4, king g2, king f3, maybe swing this rook to g1, as that's a semi-open file. So I think all of these things here are favoring white. So despite the fact that I respect Georg Meyer's endgame play immensely, I think that A, Wouter Spolman's having a great day, and B, his position is just slightly better, and I prefer to have the white pieces here. So I like what's going on here for the Mosquitoes on board one. I'm not saying
you talked a little bit about how Wouter might try and put pressure on the king side here. Do you think that attack is so scary when the queens are off the board?
No, definitely not. But I don't think black can really do anything, and that's my main problem. Is like white can just go king f1, king e2, slow play it a bit, and say like, "What are you doing, Georg? What's your next idea?" This hole on c6 needs to be defended forever, so you can't even like try to bring your rook to b8 and go b5 because you need to keep an eye on c6. So we'd have to play rook c7 and put your other rook on b8, and even then you're not getting this move b5 in, as I have way too many pieces, two knights and a pawn.
And do you want to know the results of the poll?
Yeah, what's that?
It's almost dead even. 48 votes for Baden-Baden, 49 for Mosquitoes. That's how close this game is.
Also,
the people have spoken.
That was so many votes for like 20 seconds of polling.
I know. Chat, you guys are awesome. Thanks for participating in that. You guys can see the results as well live if you want.
Yep. And so
I haven't refreshed the poll actually. Okay, now it's 55 votes for the Mosquitoes, 53 for Baden-Baden. You can check that in real time if you guys want.
Someone says rook lift because rook to c5. And yeah, that rook is lifting itself into the action. But again, watch out for that c6 square. Bishop a3 can come at some moment after the d6 pawn. I'm not buying black's position, if I'm being totally honest. I mean, bishop a3 even here, what's the problem with that? I'm just attacking your rook. You really want to go rook g5 check? I'll just move my...
I really like bishop a3 because I think it forces Georg to likely have to move his rook back, but then your bishop is a little bit awkward on a3. Do you really want it to be there?
Yeah.
I think you're putting pressure on d6.
That's exactly. I'll move my knight away from d4 to e2 and then go after d6. That's my exact plan. So bishop a3 was just played by Spolman and loving his position. I'm liking it more and more with every move. Rook c5 was an odd move in my opinion. Like, why would you invite bishop a3? So that, okay. So if knight e2, is there some kind of knight e5? Is that the idea? But then like knight d to e2, knight e5, king g2 to protect my f3 pawn, and now full force on this d6 pawn here.
One thing to keep in mind is that Georg is very good at these kinds of positions where he looks like he's slightly worse, and he probably is slightly worse. He always finds a way to wiggle through.
Of course, he plays the French. He's used to being slightly worse every single game. So.
But you know what? At least it teaches you how to it teaches you how to deal with difficult times. Okay, so
That's
I
true.
would not be surprised if he manages to get his way out of this.
I guess knight c5 is the real move that should be played, just to protect d6 by blocking the bishop. But I don't know, Alexandra. Not really loving black's position. I'm loving white's position.
No, I agree. I think we should come back to this game when it's progressed a little bit and see what's happened. Because if I'm looking at the game right now between Donchenko and Miguel Admiral, this one's a little bit more interesting. Seeing how
Um,
both sides have passed pawns here.
love black's position and sort of what I was thinking would happen from the opening, where there's the two passed pawns for white on the A and B files, and black has a passed C pawn. But look at this pawn change from F7 to C4. And as what I was saying in the other game before, right? When you have central pawns, you restrict your enemy pieces. This knight on D2, okay, you can go to F3, sure. Then where's this bishop going? As soon as you go bishop B2, I'll go pawn to C3 and keep pushing my pawn. And if you move your knight away from D2, then my knight goes into E4 and threatens to go to C3. So I really like black's position here. A move like rook F to B8 threatens to take this pawn on B5 because the rook on A2 is hanging. I'm not a fan of Admiral's position. And Donchenko is playing very well in this game. He's up several minutes on the clock. Things are favoring the snowballs in this board.
Yeah, I just can't figure out how he can get out his pieces gracefully here with that bishop on C1. Where are you going to move it? How are you going to bring the rook over? I totally agree with what you said here.
Yeah.
Maybe we should hop on to another game then.
Yeah, rook F8 was just played. Let's go to the board 4 matchup because Lopez just put A5, trying to chisel at this pawn chain on the queen side. White can, of course, play pawn to B5. But then that pawn might be vulnerable in that square, and I guess that's what Lopez is aiming for. And at what point can white just go knight F3, try to go knight G5, and aim at the king side? So she took on A5, saying my pawn on A3 is defended by my bishop, so I don't have to worry too much about it. And now what?
What happens if knight F3 here? That looks like the scary move you were just talking about.
Great question. Knight F3, you're probably going to move your bishop somewhere, but then I can just take your rook on E8 and then move my bishop out from C1. I believe in white's position here. Knight F3 played by Hannah Marie here. The light squares are going to be very vulnerable on the king side, right? Because if I go knight G5 and you just play H6, then I have the G6 square to plunk my bishop on.
Okay.
So take on E8 now.
I actually was looking at queen C3 before, because if knight G5, obviously you take the bishop and you're protecting H7. But I don't think it did work. It was just interesting.
No, actually, queen C3 is a very active try. I like that move a lot. Oh,
yeah.
Maybe rook E3 was the response though to hit your queen on C3 by discoveries, right? Queen C3, rook E3, and throwing bishop H7 check.
Right.
But
there's no good place to put your queen afterwards.
But look how she's playing. I mean, she's playing very accurately, very well. Now bishop takes F6 with the threats of knight E4, and that's the saving grace for black. This knight E4 move. I've talked about this a long, long time ago. You're not actually really threatening to take on G5 because that would just help white's attack, but you're leaving this knight here for as long as possible and trying to close down the lane for this bishop on the D3 square, and you can flip and hit the F2 pawn and create some problems for white. So I like this move, knight E4. Bishop G5 looked good, maybe was more appealing than it should have been, but you can always go bishop C1 back or bishop E3 back.
I wish that he could teleport his knight on C6 to F6.
Oh,
somewhere where it could, or even on C5. Really, can those knights be a little bit more coordinated? That would be such a help for him in this position.
You're absolutely right. Right, the knight on C6 isn't doing enough in the moment, and a move like rook to B1 is tempting, going after your B7 pawn. But again, I'm worried about leaving my F2 pawn undefended. But rook B1, if you go move like queen A7, I can always go bishop E3, protecting my pawn, attacking your queen, and you can't go D4 without losing your knight on E4. So, yeah, maybe rook to B1 is one of those ideas that just gets aggressive and goes for a quick attack.
Yeah. Well, at least he's been playing the moves quickly here because he definitely is in the worst position, but it seems that he's pretty familiar with these ideas. So that's a good thing, because if he was low on time here as well, then it would be looking very bad.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I'm going to flip really quickly over to the Donchenko game because I see all of black's pieces on the queen side. And this move bishop c3 was played because the bishop was under attack on e5, but it doesn't. Danchenko does not want to allow this knight to come to c6. Right, that knight wants to run right there. Instead, queen a5 configuration. If you go bishop d6, you can play rook takes b5. Your rook on a2 is hanging. So I don't know how you protect the a4 pawn without losing the b5 pawn here. And if that's the case, then Danchenko is just super happy.
I think he was already super happy with his position here.
No, I mean, I guess queen c2 is a move to say, well, you can't take my pawn on a4 without losing your bishop on c3. But still, I mean, this just looks very pleasant for black. You've totally stopped white's pawns in their tracks over there on the queen side, and a4, b5 pawns will be hanging.
Yeah, if queen c2, what do you think of knight e4?
Yeah, knight e4 is just...
Bring that knight in, protect that bishop.
No, this is very, very good for Danchenko here. And that would be terrible news for the Mosquitoes, because where are they going to get their 2 points from? If I go back to the game with Meyer and Spolman, I mean, Meyer's not worse anymore.
I remember when we had this discussion.
I was trying to be objective earlier.
I know, and you should be, but you just know that he's going to figure this out. Maybe we should go back really fast and see what happened.
Yeah, so it looks like knight that went to c5 to block this bishop on the diagonal, and then white went for this knight e4, which makes perfect sense. But black went b5, which was really, really smart. The point being, if you take on b5, a takes b5, take on d6, takes rook d6, a2 is hanging at the end of that variation. So black evens up the material, gets activity. And even if I lose this pawn on b5 at the end of this, I'm not too unhappy because of my pressure along the second rank here. So that would be great drawing chances for Georg. And Spolman, knowing the situation, probably looking around at his team, went for something like this, saying, well, my king is very quickly coming over to attack this pawn on c3. So I actually like what Spolman's done. But I think Meyer can play rook c5 and bring that rook lift in once more. And once the rook comes from c5, it's going over to h5, where it'll attack this h2 pawn, which is all by its lonesome.
Right. So the point when white is able to put the king and 2 rooks pressure on c3 is when Georg will defend by attacking on the king side.
Yeah, and then that's when Spolman will go over to the queen side and try to take the a5 pawn. So he said he puts his pawn on c2, saying your rook and king cannot share the d2 square. Like if you could put both pieces on the d2 square at the same time, then you would be able to take this pawn on c2. But king d3, I'll go rook c3 check. You'll go king to d2, then I'll move my rook back. And, you can't get to this pawn. I mean, I don't have to move my rook back, but the point is, actually rook to c5 is just way better. Then I can always swing to h5 if necessary. But I'm going to leave this configuration, protect my c2 pawn. Your rook on c1 can't move. Your rook on d4 has no way to actually attack this pawn without, say, a little rook c4, trading on c4, and then trying to get this pawn. But you're whittling down the material, and that's probably not the best winning chance.
Greg is shouting at you, Robert. Not at me, just at you. Just kidding.
Okay.
He's saying there's action in the Admiral and Danchenko game, so maybe we should head over there.
Whoa, that b pawn is trying to roll real fast, but the queen can just blockade it on b7, right? So queen b1 is the move, queen to b7. I guess you could play queen to c2, but the problem with queen c2 is I can take on b6. Your bishop on d6 is hanging, so I'll give up my c3 bishop if I win your d6 bishop. So you need to protect this pawn immediately. A move like bishop c7 puts your bishop in an awkward spot. Maybe black can even try bishop a5, knight e8, go after the bishop. Queen b1, as mentioned, well, if you get b7 in time, you're winning. But I'll play queen b7, blockade, and try to hold down here, knight e4 coming. White still has chances for sure, especially by protecting this b6 pawn. It's passed. But it seems like black is very active and is up a pawn. So,
and he also has a minute almost on the clock to 7. So
yeah,
I would say the chances here for the Mosquitoes are not great. Is there any board where they seem to have a slight edge?
Let's go to the game between Duke Armand and Collars, because b4 was just played, undermining the defense of the d4 pawn. And if that's the case, Duke Armand is kind of in business right now.
Right. Yeah. So this is the game where they seem to have the best chances so far. So what happens if white goes c4? Well, the d4 pawn is hanging. I don't think he should take right away, though.
He can and try to get 2 pieces. But the problem is, if you take on a1 and I take back, your dark squares. I mean, my bishop's coming right to...
I would not want to weaken my dark squares like that.
But you can just go knight c3. Just put push that pony forward.
It's an
And
outpost, but what a weird outpost for your knight, because you're not controlling that many squares.
yeah, but d4. Just
They're all
going.
protected by white, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, you're right. But d4 is just falling, right? That's the most important thing here. Is I don't know how you protect that pawn. It's under attack 3 different ways.
Right.
It's just trouble there on d4. I see Hammer is rooting for the mosquitoes, which is actually an insult to the mosquitoes, if you ask me, because the only reason he'd root for the mosquitoes is if he thinks they're the weaker team. So
Wow. Right. He's because he's thinking about
the Norway gnomes.
they have to face.
Just,
Hammer, let us know if Robert is on to you. It's okay.
I see what you're doing there. And Henry collect down a pawn right now against Lopez, but has this.
Let's
She has
go back.
activity, right? She's got the control over the light squares. Her queen's on h5, but as soon as pawn might go to d4 for Lopez, and well, his position is looking better. So Duke Armand making progress.
Let's get that French endgame. If you survive to the endgame, you have good chances.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to calculate points here. So Donchenko, I like his position. That's good for the snowballs.
Yep.
Meyer and Spoman, they can make a draw at any moment. This king d3, king d2 repetition is something that I think is very likely. But what Spoman is smart, he's doing is he's waiting for his teammates, saying, if I can see 1.5 out of 2 points in those remaining boards, sorry, 1 out of 2, 1.5 points total on those boards, then I just can make a draw in the match. But he actually played rook c4, Spoman did. And let's go back to the game between Kleck and Lopez, because that one, I mean, it's really tough to see who's better and why. I like the fact that Black's up a pawn, but I think the long-term potential of the bishops is something that you have to be worried about. Plus the minute on the clock that can't be understated here. It's a real issue for Lopez because the d4 played, risky move, giving up some of the light square control, but pushing that pawn, attacking this bishop on
I really
e3.
like d4.
You're a fan?
I am a fan of d4. You did talk about the light squares a little bit. I don't think bishop c4 is going to do anything right now.
Okay.
I mean, he'll just be able to move his king over to the over to h8, and he has a passed pawn, so he's going for it here. He's managed to block off part of the bishop on d3's control on h7, and
but
isn't white put more pressure on d3? No.
Isn't white going to put pressure on the? Oh, h7's hanging. He just blundered h7.
Well, no. It was good until this.
Bishop h7 check. King f8. Bishop g. What? Okay, it's still hanging. It's still hanging. But oh my gosh, that pawn is just hanging on h7. Oh, I mean, bishop h7 probably led to mate. Bishop h7 check. King f8. Bishop g6 with queen h8 mating attack to follow. That was probably just winning. Rook e1 played, but h7 is still hanging, and you have to play g6, I guess, and hope that you survive this way, but. No, that was a tremendous oversight because g6, rook e7, gh5, rook takes b7. You're just in a terrible endgame anyway. Well, not an endgame. It's like a middle game with an attack on the h7 pawn. So it looks like things have turned very quickly in the snowball's favor.
So that's maybe d4. Well, okay, knight c3 was definitely a blunder.
But d4 allowed this rook to come to e1 to hit this knight on e4, right? So you removed a very critical defender, which is blocking the diagonal. And I'm drawing all the arrows on the board, but the point is the diagonal. I have a light square bishop. You don't. Don't open the light squares for me. And now it's really problematic. Just take on e7. Take that queen. Enter the end game where there's no risk for white. You're much better there. You might even just land an attack because I don't see a good intermediate move. The rook e7 played. Gh5. Take on b7. Don't play bishop h7. The reason why I'm against bishop h7 is that allows the d pawn to start rolling and frees up the e2 square for the knight. So exactly. Look at that. Calm move. You're not protecting h7 anyway, and if you do, you're getting passive. Looking very good for Hannah-Marie Kleck. Let's go over to, I don't know which game. Let's go to the Meyer game because I think this might be the last time we're here. Georg, in fact, might even be better in an endgame like this where it's even material. The rook on a4 is so active, keeping the king stuck on d3, keeping the rook stuck on g2 to the defense. So it looks like Spoman made an inaccurate decision here. And he was better before, probably should have just been a draw, but now I think only Georg can be better in this end game. So we'll maybe be back here. I don't really think so because there's much more action going on in the other games. Duke Armand, Alexandra, what do you think here? King on g7, but up a pawn for black, but king on g7. Is it feeling unsafe because there's some maybe sacrifices in this d4 square? What are your thoughts here as the time ticks down?
All right, so instinctively, I do like black better. You pointed out the correct thing to look at here. How is black's king doing? Is he safe? Well, white doesn't have any fast ways to create some type of pawn break on the king side, so that's good news. His dark squares are definitely weak, but he's done a great job at protecting the f6 square, overprotecting it even with
Yep.
knight f6. So I think he's actually okay here. If Dmitry was able to get any type of check on h6 with his bishop, say it was protected by the queen, then he could just move his king over to h7. There's no back rank threats, so he's actually fine here in terms of
Yeah.
king.
No, you're right. And the bishop on c4 is actually a great piece. It defends a6, it defends b3, and it's defended by b3. And so it keeps all of white's remaining pawns protected, but the bishop on d4 is the best piece on the board, hitting f2, protecting f6, multi-purpose piece. And bishop f6 check forces the king to take on f6 because you can't take with the bishop, your rook's hanging on d7. But after king f6, there's no follow-up for white. So your king's out in the open, but there's no like checkmating attack. I can always just drop back to g7
Yeah,
next.
he reminds me of one of those gophers that goes out for a second and then disappears as soon as there's a hammer or a threat.
Yep. Oh, let's go to the Hannah Marie Cluck game. H6 was just played. A move like knight h7 possible for her, attacking this bishop on f6. The bishop is needed there to protect this knight on e7. So knight h7 is definitely a worthy idea for white in this position. And the h6 pawn will be under attack after it. Maybe knight e6 is going for the attack. Also looks good. I mean, she's just in the
He also
driver's
has
seat.
bishop c4 check, which looks scary because I think that
Wait, that wins.
That forces into a fork, king and rook fork.
Yeah, no matter where your king goes, I either have.
Can she block with knight d5 maybe?
Yeah, he would have to block with knight to d5,
Sorry,
but that's not pleasant, right? Like you have to go knight e7, d5 maybe. Oof. So she went knight e6 first, and she's just keeping up the pressure. Where's your rook going? There's d7 not available, d6 not available, d5 would run to bishop c4. So rook c8. Now bishop takes h6 as a free pawn, and 21 seconds for black. What an oversight. I feel pretty bad, honestly. There's missing the h7 pawn was going to be a problem. So Hannah Marie Cluck still doing work, still better here. With the game between Donchenko and Admiral, Admiral's up a piece. That is huge for the Mosquitoes, up a piece for 2 pawns.
How did this happen?
So after bishop c7,
I thought he was worse.
Knight g5 threatened queen b1, hitting h7 and b7. g6, e4 played, opening up the position. After knight c7 takes, queen c6, queen f3, double attack, bishop on c3, queen on f7.
Ouch.
So game continued here. Wait, what? E takes d5, you're hanging the knight? Okay, going queen g5, de6, fe6, queen takes c4. You enter a position where white is slightly better, but it should be very holdable for Donchenko. So Admiral, in a draw offered by Admiral, you can't offer a draw here. You need to play on. Why would you offer a draw?
What is, so I mean, they're expecting a win on Duke Armand's game, so maybe he offered a draw because if he draws and
okay, and Duke Armand wins and one more draw with Spolman
draws, then they win the match.
But look at Georg Meyer. He's this past 8 pawn now. He can take this h pawn, and once he takes this h pawn, he's got to pass. No, but Georg Meyer is in the driver's seat here too. I mean, Spolman, I don't think he's holding a draw here. 2 different passed pawns on both sides of the board here. King h4, bring your king in. There's double ugly pawns. King to g3. You can't take the rook on h2, the g pawn. Rook h6 is probably good, protecting e6. There it is. And go take my a pawn, king h2, pawn g3, pawn g2.
Yeah, this looks really bad.
Georg Meyer, the endgame maestro, the maestro, if you will. And he is going to win this endgame. He looks calm. He should be very happy here. And let's go to Duke Armand. Still better. Ooh, rook takes f7. Collars takes that pawn on f7. Duke Armand's king is not safe. Everything is going against the Mosquitoes here. I feel really badly for them. I mean, every single game.
Yeah, it was so close.
Has gone against them. Like, it just... Look, this bishop on d3 hitting g6. Queen h3 check. Oh, queen f1. No, queen f1, there was a bishop on d3, so couldn't do that. White is up in exchange. Black is trying to make use of the... Ooh, wait.
Rook, queen h3.
Okay, so...
Okay, that's fine.
Repeating the moves. And now queen to b3. Nice. Go to queen to b1 with check. Wait, take on b7. Take on b7.
Free pawn.
Yeah, that was a free pawn. Whoa.
His rook is on the pin.
Oh, knight f3 check. You have at least a draw. Knight f3, knight g1, back and forth. But maybe there's something better. So how do you make this? Oh, the bishop's hanging on d3. Take a free bishop. Take the bishop.
He's gonna take it. He's just gaining a little bit of time.
But it's over. Meyer won and Hannah Marie Kleck won their games.
Oh no, so it doesn't even matter anymore.
No, it doesn't even matter. And so I guess Duke Harmon. Oh, Duke Harmon.
That was, oh gosh. So Baden did it, and it was close.
Oh no, I feel so terribly for the Mosquitoes because honestly, they were performing admirably, if you will. Miguel, forgive me for using your name in my pun, but no, they were. I mean, so frustrating. It's very sad for the team there because if I go back, I'm on the Donchenko Admiral game. After Queen to F4, White is up a knight for currently 2 pawns, right? But knight to F3 would have kept the extra piece and used these dark squares, right? There's a lot of holes on these dark squares. And so if my knight would reroute itself to G4 or something like that, White is the one who's playing for a win. So queen takes E4, maybe rook to E1, get my queen onto just get the attack going. I understand it's not easy and it's not supposed to be easy, but you had you could have played on in this position, and instead the draw happened, and that's the result needed. And I guess even if he had won, maybe it would have mattered. But if he had won, Duke Harmon would
have played on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. In the position, actually, Duke Harmon, if we just go on that game now, instead of knight G1 check, queen takes D3, picked up a bishop, threatened queen F5 mate, or mating attack, I should say, and black's just up material as well. So, yeah.
There were several people in chat who were asking, wait, wasn't this game looking kind of drawish after that play? And you're pointing out once again that this was a team tournament, and in a position like this, if there are any winning chances that you want to try to play on. That being said, when you only have 10 seconds on the board, like Admiral did, he may not have been totally sure how his teammates were doing.
But you always got to be aware, right? Like, I understand it's very difficult when you're playing online and you're focusing on your game. You don't have much time left. You just, you have to always keep the team situation in mind. And I feel, like I said, for the Mosquitoes. They played a great match. Spolman in particular, he was 3-0. He lost that last round to Georg Meyer, who, he's player of the week right there, just for the 4-0 score. And, well, the rest of the team, in particular, Hannah Marie Kleck, she survived that game, and not just survived, she flourished. She had a great position against the French. All of a sudden, things got really iffy, and both sides had chances. And this move, move 32. You don't have that much time left. Playing a move like D4, where you loosen your light squares when you do not have a light square bishop, this bishop is making use of those squares, and you stop protecting your knight on E4. So if you could take one move back in this match, it might be pawn to D5 to D4, as that was really the losing move in this game, in my opinion, whereas that pawn on D5 was really just helping keep the position together. So it was a great match. We are going to take a quick break here. We need the break for ourselves. And so everyone stay tuned. There's so much more action left in this day of Pro Chess League playoffs. And we are back here with a very special guest, and that guest is none other than Georg Meyer. Georg, congratulations on winning this very tough match. How are you feeling after all that excitement?
Thank you. Yeah, right now I'm pumped up. I could play another few rounds. I'm ready to go. So, yeah, I mean, towards the end, last round, everything is on the line. Of course, you feel it until the very end of the game.
Yeah, and how are you feeling about your game in this last round? I know like you have to focus on everybody else's game to keep the match score in your head, but you ended up winning a game where at first, I felt like only white had good chances there. So can you kind of take us through your mindset in that fourth and final round?
Yeah, actually, I've also thought I was on the defensive, but my game plan was to try to keep the game going for as long as possible without, being clearly worse. And this is pretty much what happened. And basically, my opponent had to decide if we make an instant draw, when he could exchange on c4, instead of letting my pawn march to c3 and then c2.
Right.
So when he allowed me to keep the c pawn alive, I already knew that one day there's going to be rook c5, rook h5, and it can be completely messy. The nice thing is that basically I'm the one choosing if it will become messy or not.
Yeah.
So at this point, the game had basically turned.
Yeah, it gave you. Sorry, go ahead, Alexandra.
I was going to say, so you guys went into the last round needing to win at least 2.5. Did you have any chance to discuss with your teammates what the strategy would be?
No, there's no real strategy. Like I said, just for my own game, I tried to keep it going. And at some point, the match looked really bad. So I thought, okay, I'm not even going to check the games anymore. Now I have to push if I get any chance.
And I guess I have a question for you about the lineup choices. I mean, how difficult it is for you going into a match where you're playing a very strong team in the Amsterdam Mosquitoes? How did you go about picking your lineup for this week? I know you also have other over-the-board commitments that were potentially interfering.
Yeah, I mean, this week it was kind of easy because we had not so many people who could actually play. But otherwise, I mean, everyone knows our usual lineup that I play, and then it's usually Dimitri, and then Hanna Maria and Ina alternating on the last board, and then Alexander Donchenko and Kirill Alexyenko do the same on the second board. So, I mean, obviously no one expects big surprises there from us.
Speaking of surprises, what would you say the biggest surprise has been for you so far in the Pro Chess League?
I have to say that when I saw that the Tbilisi gentlemen signed up, I was absolutely sure that they will be very strong, as well as the Armenia Eagles. So I can't really say that I'm too surprised by the course of events. Of course, Marseille not making it to the playoffs is kind of shocking. But on the other hand, they were handicapped by technical issues and other things. And then, of course, it can happen.
No, absolutely. And, a lot of fans are, of course, rooting for the team and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave in particular to make the playoffs. But, well, they're eliminated. And so the match coming up is between the Norway Gnomes and the Khan Blitzstream. Who are you rooting for and why?
Well, if Duda was playing for Khan, I think they would be the favorite. And now probably Norway is a slight favorite. Who am I rooting for? It's a good question. I always like to play the hammers, so it would be really nice to, play him in the last round of the decisive playoff and, some pain on the line, and it's funny.
It didn't seem like he wanted to play you. Because he was in chat here rooting for the Mosquitoes. We all know he didn't want to face the famous Georg Endgames here. Who are you most excited to play against in the next matchup? Oh, you already said Hammer. Sorry. Who would you be most afraid of?
Oh, difficult question.
No, I think we only need to be afraid of ourselves. I mean, if we don't mess up too much, then it's hard for our opponents.
And you mentioned Jan Christoph Duda, and I guess it's a two-part question here. First of all, how great is it for you and to be able to play some of these super grandmasters week after week in the Pro Chess League? And second of all, if you play the Norway Gnomes, they get draw odds against you, right? Because they're the top seed in the playoffs here. But how do you balance draw odds versus playing someone of Duda's caliber if he were to play next week and Khan wins today?
Yeah, first of all, basically one of the main reasons why I've been playing in the Pro Chess League from the beginning is the prospect of having very strong opponents. It's like real training for me. It keeps me sharp and I don't need to go anywhere for it and it's fun. And if you do well, then it's even more fun. But yeah, I'm happy every time someone strong is in the lineup of the opposing team. Then about the draws, I don't think so much about them. It's just in the last round when you know how many points you need, then of course you start to think, well, about the result you need. It doesn't even matter in this case that there are draws, it's just, the situation you face.
Yeah, I think that's a very good way to think about things because instead of worrying in advance, you can only control the things that are in front of you. So that makes a lot of sense. Well, Georg, big congratulations from us here. We were, very excited to see that final round. It could have gone either way, but you proved to be very clutch in a 4-0 performance. So I think you have an MVP of the week in your future. Alexandra, do you have any final questions for Georg before we let him go?
Before we let you go, maybe you can share something fun about yourself that is not chess related for all 3,000 people viewing.
Something fun. I've come to the conclusion more and more after so many years that the French defense is not a good opening.
Yes.
No!
I didn't even have to ask
Quick,
the
Aaron,
question.
mute him. Take him off now.
I mean, Aaron, let him stay. In fact, just replace me with him because he has played the French his whole life, and he is against the French. Oh, you've made my life,
Can
Georg.
you at least give us a reason why you think this?
Well, when I put the pawn on e5, I somehow get the feeling it's just a better move. So
you have made me a very happy commentator today. So, Georg, do you have the Bundesliga today? Are you playing some chess?
Yeah, we play in like 40 minutes.
Okay, well, I will let you go. Well, we will let you go because you have Bundesliga games to play. So have a great match today. You're all day full of team matches, but congratulations once again, and I hope you have some time to celebrate after your Bundesliga match.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's just great to see this happen here, Georg Meyer. What a player. What a player for the Pro Chess League, and in particular for the snowballs. An 8.5, 7.5 really couldn't have been any closer. We thought the Mosquitoes would get it, but unfortunately for them, Georg Meyer, Hannemarie Kleck were up to the task in that final game, both winning very important ones to lead the snowballs into the quarterfinals of the Pro Chess League playoffs.
I'm honestly still recovering from that French comment. I feel like I just got heartbroken here on stream, but that's okay.
It will be okay. I promise you. I promise. And maybe while you're recovering, you should think about playing e5 in the first move instead of e6. Pawns can move 2 squares the first time that you move it. I'm just letting you know.
They can move 2 squares?
Yeah, just
Chat, did you know this, or is this news to you as well?
I just love that Georg Meyer, like probably the most renowned French defense player.
It's like meeting your hero and they tell you it was not real.
I don't want to talk about chess anymore. Can I quit? Am I allowed to quit live? Like, is this? I feel like it can't get any better. That match was amazing. Georg Meyer is great. He came to do an interview despite that he has a live game coming up in 40 minutes. And he said he doesn't even like the French defense despite playing it. So there's a little bit of self-hatred there, I guess. It's kind of sad. Maybe I need to psychoanalyze that later. But on a serious note, really huge congratulations to the Baden-Baden Snowballs. They've been the Stockholm Snowballs in previous years. And it's great to hear from Georg Meyer say that he's playing the league to get that great experience of competing against the world's best players. And I think it is very incentivizing. So congratulations once more. And Alexandra, we have another match coming up, don't we?
We do have another match coming up. Are you ready for another 4 exciting games, 4 matches?
Am I ready? No. Should I be ready? Yes. Will I be ready? Probably. And you know how I operate. Come on. When the games start going, I'm ready. We were talking beforehand. I was so tired. I still am tired. But as soon as the chess gets on the board, then, I'm ready to talk.
I know. So we're gonna see it happening soon.
So we have, what time does the match start? That's an important question.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find as well. It says it starts at 5:10 a.m.
But I guess with the interview and things like that, things got a little bit late.
Yeah, things got a little bit delayed, so it hasn't started yet. It should be starting pretty soon.
Oh,
there we go.
Sorry, literally as you said that. So.
Okay, so do we want to talk a little bit about Tbilisi Gentlemen? I mean, Georg already gave a little bit of a preview saying how he knew they were going to be strong. He's not surprised to see them here against the Armenian Eagles. They've been just playing incredibly. I think they have the highest score of any team so far this season.
Did you see that graphic? Wait, I know chess is going on, but Aaron, can you please show that graphic again? And Alexandra, make sure you look at the stream because that was so awesome. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell Aaron to do that, but like I can't.
I was definitely looking at when the time started. I had that time.
Look at that! That's so cool. Oh my god, I love that.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
I love that. So now to the chess, but I mean that is just phenomenal stuff. And Aaron, yes, you are a legend, and Aaron is producing the show. That is a huge shout out deserved for Aaron there in the studio. He was up super early like you have been. So thank you as well. I'm tip my metaphorical cap to you. Thank you.
Well, I honestly, if I knew that I was going to hear this about the French, I don't know if I would have been here right now. Okay, I'm going to let it go. I'm sorry. I'm letting it go.
All right, Elsa, I see you. Oh, wait, sorry. Your name's Alexandra. But right now we have 2 games going. So where are the other 2? Where are those other 2 games?
And shout out to Gotham in chat. Good to see you here. Do you have any predictions going into this matchup before the game start? Also, I think we have the poll results from chess.com, right? For who voted for Tbilisi versus Moscow.
No idea.
Aaron is going to show it on the screen. So we're going to find out soon.
Oh, and I've just been told there's going to be some staggering of games so that they're not, we'll see. I guess there's a little bit of stagger action going on. That's going to be interesting. It'll give us more time to talk about the end of the games when there's 1 minute per side and we're just freaking out. And since you're doing bullet, but all right, we have Badur Jabawa here, legend that he is up a pawn with the black pieces. This pawn e5 is a target. Of course, you can play pawn to f4, but in playing f4, you compromise many of your dark squares, so it's sort of a risky double-edged move. And black is ready to castle queenside as well. Wait, what? Isn't that can I take that?
Take the pawn, and then white can take back on c4.
So you're saying that you're going to get compensation because you're so ahead in development. My queen's under attack, so I need to spend another move doing something. And while I hope that my extra pawn will come in handy, you can't just not develop your pieces. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I was trying to say. Thank you for catching on there.
Okay, I was just making sure. And well, I mean, if that's the case, what do I do now? Because if I can't take here and you're going to take my pawn c4, I'm not very thrilled about that. Maybe g6, bishop g7. But if I go g6, okay, took on e5.
He just took. He answered. He wanted you to have some break time, so he just showed you. I'm guessing he's going to keep his bishops on the board and move his queen back here.
Where to, though? If you go queen c7, I go bishop f4 with tempo. Queen to b5. b3, please. And I protect my knight. And I can go a4 at any moment. My bishop can come to this b2 square, long diagonal. I am not so sure I like what black is doing. So I liked it until I realized it's not good. That's how my mind is working now.
That is the simple way to do the analysis here. And it seems like Jobava just doesn't mind here. He played knight f6 right away, preparing g6 and bishop g7. He's just going to castle. He doesn't mind that he's, down in development here because he's up a pawn. So he's just going to try to hold on to it.
But I mind for him. Is that not enough?
We'll see if it's enough, Robert. Maybe he can hear you, and quite a few players have played accordingly to your plan. So it might be. I mean, his queen is on a6. You know, when you're trying to explain to people who are starting to play chess why you don't bring out your queen early, this is partly why, because it's very easy to attack and you spend a lot of time just moving your queen around while also helping your opponent get development or push his pawn all the way to a4. This is what's happening here. I wonder if there's any way for white to delay black from castling here with something like bishop a3.
Yeah, although if you ever go bishop a3, we're going to trade. Maybe I'll take on f6, though, and like say, okay, I'm down a pawn, opposite colored bishops, put my a rook on b1, my f rook on d1, and then try to make progress in that manner. Or rook f1 to d1 and then rook to d4, get a rook lift going. It's tough. Maybe I should give Jabawa some more credit for just taking a pawn and running with it.
Well, he's definitely one of those players that deserves credit. So we can come back to this game and see what he figures out here so that we don't miss the start of the other games.
Okay, so which other games do you want to take us to?
So we haven't looked yet at Boris Savchenko and Nika Volkov. They started first, so maybe we could go look there.
Okay,
and
Savchenko.
Give the other games some time to start.
Yeah, Savchenko with the black pieces, but with the higher rating, 450 points higher rated. But don't be fooled, Nika Volkov's blitz rating is FIDE blitz or rapid rating is like 2,500. So he is one of those players you really want to have on your team because he doesn't bring the team rating down. In fact, it's misleading. And here with the white pieces, what I like is having the two bishops. What I hate is having the two bishops because that bishop on f3 is not doing anything. And because I have my pawn on g4, all of my dark squares are going to be like permanently weak. And knight e8, the real point is that I'm going to try to go knight c7, knight to e6, and then knight to d4 or f4, and white's going to be very unhappy with the consequence.
That just seems like it's so slow, especially given that he hasn't even moved his other knight yet, and now he's had to move his queen back. Is it just me, or does it seem like Savchenko's down a lot of tempi here?
It's just you.
It's just me. You're not worried at all?
Not at all, because what I really want to do for Savchenko is trade off the dark squared bishops. If I trade the dark squared bishops, so imagine the knight on c3, bishop c1, knight c3, and the knight on b8 and bishop on g7 are traded, I will have an amazing knight against your bad bishop, and then I'll put my knight on d4, f4. So, oh my gosh, more dark square problems. Why did this queen go to e7 and not h4 as well? Like that, I would have thrown my queen.
Bishop a3 is looking nice. I'm liking that he's finally developing that knight, though.
Yeah, it's coming right to b4, and he's going to go pawn to a5 to cement that in there. Then he's going to go knight c7, knight e6, and choose between d4 and f4, and white's going to cry.
You are digging his position a lot here. I guess you do like these active knights with the nice outposts. I can't blame you for that.
Yeah.
Knight a2 is coming in the future. Are you worried about that at all? I know you're going to say no, so why are you not worried about that?
Because of the move that Savchenko just played, but I like what actually white just did there to go to d5. Hey, maybe...
Did you find something you liked finally?
I did. I actually don't like what Savchenko has done because I thought queen e7 was a mistake and queen h4 was just way more active and came for the h3 pawn. But now that we're in this position, a knight coming to d5 is going to be super annoying. So how to deal with it? Maybe queen h4 here. And after... Whoa, look at Savchenko. What's going on in his room?
It's because he's a wizard. They probably all have that to... use their power more effectively.
Wow, that's something. I don't even know how to react. I'm scared, honestly.
Okay, don't upset him.
But
from now on, you only say nice things about his position, or we're all cursed.
Exactly. And he went knight c7 and queen to d6, so keeping the dark squares, but maybe that's a reasonable decision, honestly, because knight e6 is still not a move, because knight f6 check will win the queen on d6. You always have to be careful about that. But if we trade like bishop b4, a b4, knight c7, queen c7, both our bishops kind of stink, but I think black's has more potential going through h6. But, I mean, maybe white goes g5, bishop g4. It's a really weird position, but I think I'd prefer white there. So he took on b4. He's going to take back with the c pawn maybe. And if you take back with the c pawn, the good news is you free up the c5 square for your bishop.
Right. But you do get a slightly worse pawn structure regardless, whichever pawn you take with. So at least you're getting a bit more space for it.
Yeah, your bishop might come through f8 to c5. That's really what I'm looking for, to give my bishop a new lease on life. And the Tbilisi Gentlemen have been the highest scoring team in the entire league. They're also a new team. So I think we should go back to our daily question of which player, right? Which rookie do you have as being the best of the year? So which new player in the Pro Chess League is your rookie of the year for 2019?
Well, Nika Volkov is not looking like a bad choice, being the 4th board with a 2,500 blitz rating. That's pretty intimidating.
Yep. And here against a 2,500, 2,560, he's just taking over the D file. And maybe he'll go rook d5, swing the other rook to d1.
That's what I was going to say as well. Can we please get that triple power on the D file? I know his bishop is not having the time of his life right now, but at least the rest of his pieces can.
Well, I hope you have the time of your life.
I always do, and I am commentating with you, Robert.
Oh, gosh, we have so many sappy moments today.
I know. It's because we're both a little sleepy.
Yeah, definitely. You have to be sleep deprived to give me compliments like that, so I appreciate it.
That's true. So let's check out the Vlad Dobrov against Luka Paikadze game.
Paikadze, maybe? I don't know.
Say that again?
Paikadze? I see a CH, so I want to cha. Like chai. But here white is just ahead in development, has more space with his pawn e5. Sometimes your pawn e5 is overextended. It can be attacked very easily. But now white will just play f4, rook to d1, maybe rook a to c1, try to take over the c file. So I don't really like how passive black is at the moment. And if you play a move like bishop c5, maybe that's good to attack my knight. But do I just go rook to d1? Is that working out? Something like this, just start trading some pieces. It looks probably pretty level.
Yeah, if you start trading some pieces, especially the bishop on f8 for a knight in d4, which is a lot more advanced and developed, then it's definitely going to start evening out soon, right?
I see Vlad Dobrov on the screen here. And firstly, excuse me, how did he get a Pro Chess League shirt? How did that happen? And second of all, he's just like looking super comfortable in his.
Oh, who's that?
Who's that?
Hey, come back.
Yeah, come back. Who is that?
I like the gamer chair too. I dig it.
Yeah, he looks so serious. Like, I would not want to get on his bad side because he'll just beat me in a game of chess. So, yeah, right here we see that bishop c5 might run to king d3. The rook on c4 might have gone too far. So you play knight c6 instead, which attacks d4, but also attacks e5. Yeah, Vlad Dobrov here, he's playing very solidly with the black pieces, which would be great for the Moscow Wizards, who have my favorite logo in the entire Pro Chess League. I love that logo.
They do have your favorite logo, but do they have your vote of confidence that they have a chance to win this match?
We'll see. To be determined.
Oh, okay. So let's move on then to the Levin Pansulaya and Vladimir Severstov game.
So Pansulaya with the black pieces. He is even on material. That's good news. B3 feels vulnerable. D5 is the same, but D6 is hanging in the immediate position. But this B3 pawn is really important. So after take, the bishop on f4 is hanging, so you'll probably take on d6, but after queen takes b3, the c4 is going to be a very annoying threat. Queen takes d5 is a hanging pawn. So, okay, all this happened. This is the live position. Yeah, d5 is hanging in the moment.
You could try playing something like rook d1 if he wants to protect it. Where is black's d3 knight going to go?
I'm going to go pawn.
2 or
knight b2 is possible to go to c4. I can just go pawn c4 myself and keep pushing.
That's true.
Push him, baby.
Yeah.
Yasser.
There you go. You know your chess songs as well. I wish something like bishop takes c5, knight takes c5, d6 would work, but unfortunately, it's just too easy to stop that pass pawn with something like rook d8.
Yeah. Something interesting to note is queen takes d5 might not be a huge threat. So like, let's say I go, I'm trying to waste the move. So let me figure out how to do that. Let's say I go h4 and your queen takes d5. I can go bishop takes c5 because your knight's pinned because your queen will be hanging. And if you take on c5 with your queen, then I take your knight. So there's actually no immediate threat of that pawn on d5, but rook to d8 to take d5 looks pretty good.
That's a good observation
Oh,
there.
Ponsulai is playing from bed.
I see. But I've never seen somebody look so alert from their bed. I don't do work there, but he has no issue with this.
That's amazing. That is actually awesome. I wonder if is he playing in the European individual championship? Is that possible? Because that's a big tournament going on, and of course, many of the top players from Europe are playing. And let me check: is Levon Pont?
It does look like he's in a hotel. So
he's playing. Yeah, he is 3.5 out of 5. He was 3.5 out of 4, but unfortunately for him, he lost his 5th round game, and so Ponsulaya is playing, and so is Paichadze. They're both playing from the European individual championship.
Well, that's awesome. They are getting some practice games during a tournament during the Pro Chess League.
It's a rest day.
Commitment. It's a rest day.
Yeah.
Well, they're not getting much rest now, are they? That's unfortunate because rest days, I think, are extremely helpful when you've been drained during a hard tournament. But again, this is fun.
Alexandra, I put the Jabawa game on because Jabawa is just losing right now.
Oof. I guess we were right to dislike his opening.
Well, it just felt a little bit slow.
Yeah.
And, well, now trouble in Tbilisi because this rook is hanging behind the bishop. If you don't move the bishop, you're going to lose your bishop. So Jabawa drinking water, chugging water, in fact.
Trying to put down the fire, but impossible to do here.
Yeah, this is over. This is very over. He can't move the bishop. He loses it, and behind is the rook. So let's take a little bit of a peek backwards and see what happens. So his queen stayed on a6 for a while, and Vostrukin just kind of hung out, but Vostrukin was down a pawn, like a legit pawn. And this a6, b6, the rook went to the d file, which was nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he just blundered, is my guess. Here, after queen f3 on move 31, queen e7 happened. And after queen e7, queen to b7, which is really smart, trying to get a pass pawn. If you take on b7, you're not going to be able to stop my b pawn. Mm-hmm. King f7 was played. Bishop e5, tactics working out in Vostrukin's favor. And that's a big problem because if you take on e5, you lose your rook on d8 because the queen is pinned to the king. And so tactical vision by Vostrukin. And I don't want to say his name, but Sam Copeland, if you're here, you might want to just keep an eye on
Sam Copeland. game of the week.
Definitely possible. And actually, this game is over. So Badr Jabbar is going to lose this one. And that's the thing about the Wizards lineup. They have a 2560 on board 1, and they round out their line with a 2400 on board 4. So kind of like we've talked about with the Minnesota Blizzard, very even lineup. They don't stagger it so that their top boards are really highly rated like the St. Louis Archbishops do, right? They have Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, and then they have a 2000 or 2200 or something on board 4. Instead here they have 2400 on board 4 who can upset a strong GM like Badr Jabbar. So we're going to go off that game. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that the difficulty is that the Tbilisi gentlemen have a similar lineup, especially considering the rapid rating of their fourth board. So they have 2500s and a 2100 fourth board who plays more like a 2500.
Absolutely. And I pulled up the game between that player, Niko Volkov, and Boris Shevchenko because the move bishop to g5 was played. And finally, the bishop is getting out, right? So the bishop can come to f4 with check. If you take on e5 with the rook, I still think I have bishop f4 check because after king f4, I went king f3 by accident, dropped the king in the wrong square, queen f6 check, and your king can't stay in a place that keeps the rook defended. And if you go rook f5, I'll simply take your rook. And I don't know, this is very unclear because there's a material imbalance, but white is very active.
But if white is better, he wouldn't want to play into a line that is more complicated like that.
Right, that's true. Oh, actually, rook e5, is there maybe bishop h4 check as well? Saying if you take me, I still have queen f6 check and your rook is in trouble. So lots of things going on here in the position. Many tactics that initially didn't appear possible are showing up on the board for this game. But if you trade queens, white can't really be worse. So maybe you want to go that route.
Yeah, so he has the easier choice to just try and trade off here. He is getting somewhat low on time. He still is the underdog in this position. So getting a draw against Boris Shevchenko would be a pretty good result for his team overall. So I like his decision to trade queens.
Yeah, who's this? Whose laptop is that back there? You see that? Like,
oh my gosh.
what's happening over there? And is that who's on the screen? I don't know what's going on there, but that's pretty funny.
I have no comment.
Yeah, so here, okay, rook d7. I mean, this is very active for white, right? Like you're just, there's no risk. And
yeah.
I would
Opposite color bishops too, in case they just trade off the rooks, and the position is super closed.
There's h4, trying to go g5, bishop g4. That's what both sides need, is some activity. Black has no activity whatsoever because, well, I have a rook on d7 that's stopping you from doing much of anything, and I really want to get my bishop to this diagonal, but black is trying to go g5, I guess, and close it down. However, if we play g5, that opens up the h file. Okay, so now white went h5, which means that g5, rook d6. Give me your h-pawn.
Nice. So black cannot close the position without losing a pawn here.
Yeah, this looks uncomfortable. Nice move, h5.
Such a normal looking move, yet it brings such destruction in its wake.
Oh, look at you. So poetic.
You know, those 6 a.m. vibes.
Although, if I'm...
Rook d6, what about f6? No.
Because if I go rook 1 to d6, right, that's the rook I want to put there.
Yeah.
So that way I'm attacking your b7 pawn, and I'm going to try to trade on c6 anyway. But rook d6, rook takes, rook d8, saying you could take my h pawn for counterplay. Maybe doesn't look good. That pawn will run really fast. So,
yeah,
rook 1 d6 played. Volkov, nice. Maybe rook. No, but if you go rook to c8. Then I can go rook takes c6. So like rook b8 to c8, rook c6. If you take with the rook, you lose b7. If you take with the pawn, rook d6 shows up, and h6 is still a goner.
Right. And even in the line you mentioned previously with trading the rooks and rook d8, I think if white was able to get the h6 pawn and get that past h pawn, things were looking really good for him.
f6 was played, which means I can take on c6 and play rook h7, or I can play rook takes b7 here, winning a pawn. So I have a choice between two very good-looking moves. Rook takes b7 removes the guard of the rook on c6 while attacking this rook on b8. So all the rooks on the board are under attack.
Right.
Yeah,
so now he's just thinking between these two moves here.
I'm not sure which is better, because rook c6, if you take my rook on d7, I take f6. If you take my rook on c6, I just go rook d6, or actually rook h7 is probably stronger, going after your h-pawn. And black is hoping to get the king to the h-file quickly, but...
Right. I really like the idea of prioritizing whichever variation helps white get the h6 pawn, especially when there's a couple pawns you can win in a position like this. You think of which one's the most advantageous, and I think if you get a past h pawn, that's the strongest way to force forward here.
And well, Alexandra, maybe rook d6 to d5 is also an amazing move. The point is that I'm not trading pieces, and I'm going to throw my rook from d7 over to h7 next, and you still can't protect h6. And rook takes b7 was played. And that's a very good move, but I think rook d5, just to go back there very quickly, rook d5 said to black, you're getting 0 counterplay, and I'm going rook h7 anyway, threatening rook h8 check, threatening h6. That actually, to me, was the better option. I think black could have resigned after rook d6 to d5, but you tend to struggle finding moves that require you to go backwards.
Right.
And so now we're entering a position that, look at black's counterplay. I'm not saying black is holding this because I don't think that he is. f6 is a problem. a5, a6, a7 is obviously an issue. And I think I can put my bishop on d1 to protect b3 quite safely. But the point is, black at least has some semblance of hope here with the counterplay. So rook d6 to d5 would have been super, just like, I am locking you in. You can't do anything. You might as well just resign.
You know who would have found that move?
Me?
You and who else?
Georg Meyer.
Yes, exactly. Oh, and shout out to Ben Feingold hanging out in the chat. Good to see you here.
Shout out Israel to everybody in the chat.
Oh, you want to check out Vladimir Seliverstov and Levin Pansulia's game, because white has a rook and a bishop versus a queen here. So he is trying to hold a draw.
And will he? That's a very. I think he will.
I think he will as well because rookie everything is protected.
As long as you don't. If the A pawns were traded, white is in no danger whatsoever of losing. With the A pawns on the board, still not really any danger. In fact, that could help white if you can go after the A pawn. But the point is that like there are no targets for black to exploit. When you have the queen, you need to like be able to target something. White, on the other hand, is two pieces that can team up on squares. And so the queen is obviously a better piece. That it moves like a rook and a bishop, but it can. The reason why it's better is it can move from the light squares to the dark squares, and a bishop can't. But here, it's very important to note that white has no weaknesses. So rook f can always just sit on f3. My bishop can go to f4, something like that, and just move back and forth. I'll never lose. And Hansula's favorite show.
Once Upon a Time, really? That's awesome. I watched that show with my family. I'm not gonna lie. It's a good one, but it's really cheesy. But I'm glad he likes it.
I've never seen it, so.
Oh, okay. Well, it's basically about fairy tale creatures living in real life, and they all forget their memory, and then the storyline keeps repeating. But you know, the first season is good.
So the storyline keeps repeating because they keep forgetting?
Yeah, they keep. It doesn't keep repeating, but it's very repetitive. That's the correct word.
So is it like Groundhog Day where there's? Yeah, I don't know.
They keep forgetting their identity all over again.
Got it. Yeah. So it's not like they have a day and they relive the day. They're just forgetting.
No. I mean, imagine 5 seasons of Groundhog Day. No way.
No, I'm good. Okay.
Okay. So we think that white can hold a draw here.
Yeah, and I went to the Dobrov game because Paichadze's up a pawn, but white's king is in a little bit of danger because rook f2 check, rook b8 takes b2. And by a little bit, I should probably mean a little bit more than a little. Black is regaining this pawn, it seems like, and white's king is not very happy. No, this looks...
Where's white's... Yeah.
This looks just good for Dobrov.
It definitely looks good for Dobrov.
And that's terrible news.
Can white survive this somehow?
That's terrible news for Tbilisi because they've already lost with Badr Jabawi being upset. And if Vlad Dobrov can beat a good GM like Luka Paichadze with black or even draw, that's still a good result. And so rook to d2 is played. Rook b3 check thrown in. If you go to e4, you get mated immediately with rook e3 mate. And if you go to e2, then I can probably, do I still go rook e3 check? Probably not. I probably just take a pawn on b2 and deal with it that way. So Paichadze also in his hotel room at the European Individual Championships. Whew.
This is not looking good. And again, how heavily favored did we think the Tbilisi gentlemen were going into this? So in terms of how likely they were to win?
Oh, they're huge favorite with the season that they've had with the draw odds in the match. People were saying that Jabawa had a really tough game yesterday in the European Individual, and he lost it, and it looks like he's withdrawn from the tournament. But yeah, not great start for the gentleman. Okay, and by the way, the one great start is Nika Volkov, but can he make progress? Like if I just went back to the Volkov game here, a7 pawn stuck in its tracks.
Right. Can't take on h6 because he loses a7.
Exactly.
His bishop is stuck on the inside of the closed position, so he cannot help at all.
It's one of the worst bishops I've ever seen.
Wow, and you've seen a lot of French too, so
yeah.
saying something.
Yeah, this is so rook b7 played. What's the idea? The bishop's still not getting out. Look at this, bishop a1, just going to go back and forth and do nothing. And this goes to show he gave black activity, and even though black is down a pawn, that activity is very valuable here because this rook can just sit on a2 and stop his pawn from behind. And that's not good news for Nika Volkov. He should have. I'm going to go back really quick.
And Wesley So is in the chat saying, what is bishop a1?
Bishop a1 is awesome. But rook d6 to d5, I move 37. That was the way to go. Instead, we're in this position. f4. Okay.
Also, Volkov only has 17 seconds here. So what do you think of f4? That looks kind of suspicious.
It looks both. Should have freed the bishop, right?
Sure. He's trying to get it onto f3, I guess.
Yeah.
But can't the bishop come back to e5 and keep it blocked? Or is he going to sacrifice one more pawn with e5? And he can also take with the g pawn.
Yeah. So you can choose which pawn to take. He took with that one. He's trying to close his bishop down, but he's also getting passed pawns of his own, right? So he can take on g4. So rook b6 check will get you get a queen. So he's getting a queen, but how many pawns does black have? So like king takes e5.
He has 6 pawns.
Well, king. Okay, interesting decision to. So bishop e5 or h6 pawn. That pawn's down. g4, f3.
This is actually almost a safe because he can sacrifice his bishop on f3 as soon as black pushes. Wow.
Yeah, just gonna sack and.
That was a beautiful conversion.
Yeah.
You don't seem convinced.
No, it was really nice. I just like king h4 here. Like it's counter chance. King h4. It's a weird move to make, but play king h4. That's a really good opportunity for black.
h3 and get g2 while white can't put the rook back on g7.
Exactly. Take. King h3, play g2, g1. Wow. Does it happen? No, but bishop e5. Go king h4. Now it's not,
Robert.
Now it's not as strong because your bishop's under attack. So king h4, there's like rook e7 ideas with h6, h7. But he had king h4.
Do you want to go back and look at that? Or I mean, the game is actually almost ending.
Let me check the other game. So that game is a ways to go. And actually.
Whoa, Vladimir looked like he was about to flag.
Yeah, but he's up. No, he's not a pawn. I saw the missing f pawn. But he better watch out because the queen can go after the rook and lost f2. So Ponsulaya is likely going to win this game. G4, G3 is one idea. H3. If you take with the king, you get mate of queen h4. Mate, Sam Copeland. Sam, I know you're there somewhere. You have to be there. The point is, if you don't do anything, queen takes g2 is checkmate. If you take with the king, queen h4 is a direct checkmate in front of the king. That is awesome stuff. And, I mean, really great stuff there by Ponsulaya to win that game. And he should be a very happy camper.
For sure. That was not an easy endgame to convert. We were thinking it was most likely a draw. Obviously hard to hold for white, but he did a great job putting pressure there. Wow. Nicely done. Okay, Let's run back to the games that are still there. It looks like Volkov is completely winning. Do we want to look at Vlad Dobrov?
Yeah, you're right. Volkov is winning. The c-pawn's rolling. And Vlad Dobrov here. Rook endgame can go h4 at any moment for black to try to scoop up the h3 pawn. And once you scoop up h3, the h4 pawn falls behind it. But the white rook is very active and will just put itself on b7. And well, if you go rook b7, h4 takes, rook h3, rook takes b6. There's some king f5 ideas, but the problem is your f7 pawn is always very weak. So I don't know if you're in time to do any of this. And it seems like rook b7, b5, g4.
Right.
If you go h4, your king is stuck on g6. And so essentially white will just keep moving the king back and forth.
Yeah, the white's king doesn't need to come close to the b pawn because his rook is already optimally placed behind the pawn. So it'll be impossible for black to promote it with just his rook and his pawn. So the king is fine hanging out on the king side there.
Sorry, I'm reading the Dobrov quote there. I hope that's a joke.
What?
I think it's a joke. I'm guessing.
I think he means adopted children.
I don't.
Like in chess. Can we get him on an interview? Oh, it's confirmed joke. Okay, cool.
Okay, good, because that's a very. That's just like super weird. I wasn't.
That Russian sense of humor, I guess. Whoa. Okay, we have f5.
Wait, this b pawn is rook takes h3.
In chess. Okay, that makes sense. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, so you can take g4, but then your king's not in time to get back to the e pawn. That's annoying. b2 can be played because rook takes b2 is meant by rook h2 check, picking up the rook. But after B2 king to G2 would have been played, so rook C3, trying to give a check, push this pawn. And so H3 will come in at some point. King F6 here, G5 check. You got to give up your pawns. So go G5. Here it is. If you take on G5, E7, you're going to have to bring your rook back to stop the pawn. So King 7, G6. Got to sacrifice something.
Right. So he needs to stop that pawn with... He can come back with his rook here if he wants.
Well, rook G3, then G7, right? I'm going to give up my G pawn to win your B pawn because this H pawn will not be winning.
Yeah, so they're just going to trade off everything.
I love it. Yeah. And I love how people are mad at me for saying, you know, whatever.
You're fine.
Yeah. People are ridiculous. So
You
G7.
heard it here first.
Yeah, just absurd individuals. So take G7, you take with the king, the E7 pawn would have gone. Now you take here, and you're left with just an H pawn. So he's just going to king F3. The rook doesn't need to move, but you can just move back and forth here. The thing is, rook trades will be a draw. It's the wrong pawn. It's a rook pawn here.
Yep, and they just agreed to a draw here. Yeah, so pawns on the H file or A file when the opposing king is close enough in rook endgames is a draw. And hey, Chesme, good to see you in the chat. Hopefully you got some sleep in a sippy cup. I don't have a sippy cup today, unfortunately. Whoa, okay, so this was 1.5 to 2 for the Tbilisi gentlemen. It was
that's not possible.
bad for them.
1.5 to 2 is not possible.
Sorry, 1.5 to 2.5.
Yeah.
What I was trying to say is it looked like it was actually going to favor the Wizards when we were looking at it earlier on.
Yeah, no, it really did. And then Volkov won that nice game. Pantulaya ended up winning that position where we thought that White was going to lose. And so everything turned out in the gentleman's favor. I mean, at some points it looked really bad for them. So they should be happy. I know Jubawa is not happy because he lost that game, but his teammates have picked him up.
That's true. And speaking of Jubava, his game has just started against Vladimir Severstov.
Okay, let's check that out.
I mean, it's just started. There's no moves yet. So the Wizards lost 8.5 to 7.5 to the gentlemen when they played. We just saw that pop up on the screen. So it was close. Their head-to-head match before as well. But they don't have draws. So we'll see what happens here. Wizards had a good round, but still lost. Not a good omen. That's a good point. I am Osuji, but it's still pretty early. So it's a good sign that they're playing well at the same time.
Yep, but where's Severstov right now? He's just losing time.
Yeah, he hasn't moved. No, sorry, Jobava hasn't moved.
Oh yeah, wow, my bad. Jubawa hasn't moved, so somebody's got to ping Jubawa. Nobody? Anybody? Someone hit that guy up. Let him know that it's his move. Oh, he's hanging out.
Yo, Jobava.
Yeah.
He's like, great times.
Yeah, he's like,
I want to see his face when he realizes the time.
Yeah, I know. I want to see that too.
No, nothing.
Still hasn't moved yet.
Come on.
Yeah, now he moved. Oh,
he didn't have any change in expression. Such a poker face. He even has the poker hat. Wesley's so also commenting that he's giving time odds.
Yep, I see that. I love how Wesley's always in the chat. I mean,
I know, even when his team isn't playing.
Also, Wesley's up very early, and there's the U.S. Championship Round 4 happening today. So I don't know who he's playing. But let me check that out right now. Who is Wesley So playing today in the U.S. Championship? He is playing. Give me one sec.
Wow, he is really favoring Jobava. Wesley is now saying to make it more fair, but 2 minutes is not enough.
He's playing White against Sam Shanklin today. Should I talk to Wesley in the game chat and be like, hey, Wesley, you might need to go prep?
Yes, you should do it. Just start up a little bit. We have a Slav defense, and they traded queens pretty early. What do you think about that?
Well, the queen trade here is already what? What
Vlad
happened?
Dobrov just drew?
What?
No.
They paired him against the wrong player.
They paired him against the wrong player. Okay.
Oh no, that's his first round game.
Yeah, it just the result updated.
Yeah, you scared me there. I was like, wait, that's not who he's supposed to be playing. Oh wait, they already played, and that's the draw.
No, my bad.
You're forgiven, I promise. And here in this position, Jabal is temporarily up a pawn, but what Black is hoping for is like bishop to b4 check to make this king stay stuck in the center, the knight to d7, quick play against this e5 pawn. But even if you get this e5 pawn, you're probably going to have to give up your bishop for the knight on f3, which is not ideal from the perspective of giving up the two bishops. But what I do like for Black is this b3 square. Some of the light squares on the queen side, because White has played a2 to a4, are going to be vulnerable over here. So, yeah, this is an interesting dynamic. Wait, bishop d2. I forgot you could do that.
So Black has the option of just trying to trade off everything here. And he is playing Black against a higher rated player. Seems like he can just go into a more simple endgame here, trying to grab the e5 pawn back as fast as he can.
Yeah, and if you play him with like f4 to defend that pawn, then isn't knight?
Well, finish your statement there.
Well, there's so many squares are vulnerable. Like knight c5, you have to go knight c3 because you can't castle with your knights hanging. Knight c3, then I can castle queenside. And I have so much pressure. I'm going to go knight d3 check if you allow me. There's pressure, but maybe White is in time to go h3 and try to get some expansion on the king side and save the day. But it's a very risky choice by Jabawa here.
Right. And Chespe is asking if you're doing commentary on the U.S. Championship after this, or do robots need charging too?
Yeah, I'm not doing my stream today because I'm already tired. I'm going to be doing Pro Chess League commentary for, what time is 9 a.m. for 6 more hours. We've been doing this for 3.5 hours. So yeah, I'm not doing the U.S. Championship commentary today.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Chat, what do we think? Is it reasonable or not?
You'll have to forgive me. I'm sorry. And in fact, I'm probably taking tomorrow off as well because I'm tired. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm real tired.
It's good to hear that you get tired too. Totally forgivable. Exactly, Bay. What about an NCAA stream, huh?
Oh, well, I've been while I've been doing my commentary, I've been talking about basketball. It's only 9 a.m. right now, so the games aren't happening yet. But trust me, as soon as they start going on, when I'm with Danny's gonna be like, "Hey, Robert, so this is this." And I'll be like, "Oh, so what were you saying about Zion Williams? Oh, sorry, chess, my bad." Yeah.
Tommy knows. All right. So do we want to stick to this game or check out another one? It looks like this is interesting here.
Yeah, I think
go ahead.
No, this knight might come to c5, trying to come to d3, but I see the problem being that h3 is going to be played by White almost no matter what, and then this king can go to e2. But I'm not sure I feel knight c5, h3, bishop f5, just kind of come to the d3 square. I have so many pieces aiming right there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of weak squares left behind despite White being up a pawn.
Right, but it still seems like I would prefer to play White here and be up a pawn because I don't think Black has that much compensation in return. What do you think?
F6, that's caught me really off guard here. Like, what if I go h3? Where's your bishop going?
So if my bishop goes to f5, you can follow up with e4.
Yep, or g4, but e4 looks really good.
Yep. If you go to h5, you have g4, pushing my bishop back again. So no matter where I put my light squared bishop, you have a follow-up pawn move.
And I want to go e6 followed by f5, with g4 and just get a pass pawn e6 protected. So he went h3. I mean, it's just the logical move. And now Black is really going to regret his decision to play f6. You're just giving White access to e6, then to f5, then to g4, pawn chain in action.
Right. And the queens are off the board, so he doesn't care about overextending his pawns like this, or as much as he would if there was any serious threat to his king side.
Yep. So G4 played, yeah, E6. I mean, this is just looking really, really good for Jabawa. I don't even see. So E6.
Apparently, he gets ready for PCL matches by boxing against the wall. He's building a pawn wall here. He's definitely boxing his opponent down. So, looking good, looking good.
Well, F5 is just going to be.
Yeah.
You like that?
I did. It reminds me of the sound horses make.
Yeah. Well.
No,
this I know. I didn't. Calling me a horse like that. That feels good. Feels good, man. Feels good.
Hey, horses are very majestic creatures.
I do like horses, but
there you go.
Anyway,
do you want to look at the game between Volkov and Dobrov, because Dobrov is starting to put some pressure on Volkov. I think it looks.
Wait, bishop takes h2 check. What's happening there?
Bishop takes h2 check. Threatening knight g4 if he takes. So what if he plays king h1? Does he just lose a pawn then?
No, but f7's hanging, so that's a big problem, isn't it? But then knight d5. So there's some kind of knight d5 stuff. I need to make it work. I don't know how it's going to work, but need to figure this out. Dobrov's goal is to one day be rated above 2,900 FIDE. So Dobrov's like the ultimate jokester. Strange.
Wait, where did you see this? Oh, okay, on our Twitch.
Yeah. To one day rate above 2,900 FIDE. That's a great goal to have.
Yeah.
He seems like he's just having fun. He streams somewhat regularly, so.
Yeah, he has such a serious expression during his game. It's fun to see that he also jokes around.
Yeah, no, it's definitely good to see.
Yeah.
And he's not joking around though with his attack in the f7 square, because how do you protect f7 and protect e4? If you go rook to f8, you lose your e4 pawn. If you don't do anything else, you're losing f7. So
right. So it seems like unless he has some type of intermittent move or an attack to defend, Volkov is probably worse off here. That's why you were pointing to the line bishop takes h2. So do we just decide that doesn't work? And
I thought king h1, yeah, just stepping out of it seemed good.
Okay, so it seems like he's probably going to drop a pawn here. And on top of that, he's also a little bit behind in development. So things are looking good for Dobrov here.
Yeah, because Volkov actually just played this move e4 and then started thinking after playing. He thought 9 seconds for e4, played it, and then knight g5 happened. He probably thought it was impossible because of bishop h2, which he just played. But this king h1 move that we were discussing seems to allow white to be in a decent shape, I'd say. There it is.
Yeah.
And there's Nika Volkov on camera. He looks like he's about to go for a long jog, go up some steps, throw some punches, and then say, "Adrian, we did it!" To Rocky reference. I don't know if you've seen Rocky, so I figured I'd just tell you.
I have.
I'm proud of you.
Rocky's a good one. No, I like it. We're really he looks more like a Moscow wizard though.
That's actually so fair.
Close up in the hood, but
do you think he was the inspiration for the logo?
I don't think so, but if they saw this, he may have been.
Yeah.
Okay, so should we come back to this game? I know it's exciting, so we can also hang out here for a while.
No, let's go.
Lexi's game just got exciting again.
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
The action has definitely been heating up on this board, where white's pawn's on e6, but yeah, I mean, white's just looking good now. I'm trying to give black some credit here, but now king takes b3, because otherwise you lose your a4 pawn. But after king takes b3, there might be some rook d4 things happening. Actually, black is getting pretty clear counterplay. Is Jabawa going to struggle again against a 2400 player, someone he should?
So why don't we like knight takes b3?
I still don't want to give up my a4 pawn, but maybe knight takes b3 is better. Just say, okay, I'm going to lose this pawn anyway.
Right.
Bishop a4 play knight c3 and just try to get your knight to d5. That actually looks quite pleasant for white, attacking the bishop on a4, trying to go knight d5. Instead, king b3 and rook d4 is
He did play
One
king takes
option.
b3. Rook d4, he can try to playing knight c4 after, because then the rook can't take on e4 because of knight d6 check.
Nice.
Actually, that looks pretty bad for black. Unless he takes the knight first.
So maybe you can take on g4 first of all. Like that might be the way to start, because if you let me take your rook on h1, you lose your knight on d2.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, you're had great vision there with knight to c4, so I decided to take it back and just take this pawn on g4.
Which is annoying. Okay, wait, actually just played rook d4 instead.
So your knight c4 move, knight to c4.
But knight c4, he can take back with the knight as well. That's another interesting option.
And then
But,
rook takes d.
Yeah, rook takes d4.
Knight a5 check, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
then
know.
king c3, you have to protect your rook. We're getting into long variations there, but white is looking pretty comfortable. His king is in the center, but it's an endgame, and he has a pass pawn, so it makes a lot of sense for him.
Protected pass pawn at that. Yeah, that makes.
You're right, protected pass pawn.
Bishop b5 played, and isn't black going to take this g4? Oh, if bishop b5, a takes b5, hg4, rook h1, bishop takes d2. It looks like you win a piece, but then I have rook h8 check and e7 at the end, trying to get myself a queen. So it's a long variation where white is on the verge of queening, but maybe still black went rook h d8 here and pin that knight and is trying to win that knight. But again, e7 at the right moment will be a nuisance to deal with. So gh5.
Okay.
Trying to meet bishop d2 with e7, saying, I'm attacking your rook. You need to keep your rook in front of the pawn. Then I regain this bishop on d2. But black is looking better here. Really.
Yeah, because now he's activated his pieces all of a sudden. White's up 2 pawns, but he's definitely going to lose one of the h pawns later on. And white's king looks a little bit awkwardly placed because there's so many rook check possibilities in the future, and black actually has all 4 of his pieces close enough to the king that white needs to be careful to not fall into any traps.
Absolutely. And so Jabawa in trouble for a second time. How about some of these other games? We haven't taken a peek at Savchenko versus Paichadze, where they have even material. And black has this bishop that can come to d5. So I would say black's minor piece is better, but white's rook is better, right? The rook on c5 is very strong. Same, just control over the c file is nice. And so white's queen is also better than the queen on b8, which has nowhere really to go yet. So
king f2.
Bring that king in. It's
Yeah,
an endgame.
He is not afraid of any attack here. I mean, his king is pretty comfortable.
You might go king e3 next.
Yeah, just trying to go win that pawn. That's hilarious. And can black protect it? He can try playing queen a8 to add 1 more protector to the e pawn, but then after queen c2, it's just going to fall, and he's going to try to trade pieces anyway.
Yeah, you can just go after this pawn.
Does rook d4 doesn't do anything because white can just play a3, protect the b pawn, and that's the end there for the rook after king e3.
It's still interesting though. Like rook d4, a3. Oh, I can't go bishop d5. I was gonna try to go rook c4, but I can't go bishop d5 because there's rook c8 check. So I need my bishop to stay covering that square.
Yep.
And Savchenko, I mean, I love whatever that is going on back there. He is a wizard.
This is the secret to his power.
He's a wizard.
Oh, this is great. Okay, it's kind of cheeky that he can just move his king up to go grab the pawn, but I do like it. We also haven't looked at the game between Pansulia and Vastrukin, sorry.
Okay, Vastrukin with the black pieces. He beat Badr Jabal in the first game with white, and here he is even on material, bishop against knight position. I see a great future for this knight coming to f5.
Oh, yeah.
And the light square dominance for white will continue. When I always say when you have in position with knight against bishop, you need to make sure that you control the other color complex. And the game yesterday between Hikaru Nakamura and Sam Sevian, Sam had a knight versus bishop, but he couldn't control the light squares against the dark square bishop. So that was a big problem for him. Here, this knight on g2 can clearly find its way to squares like f5 or g6 and make progress in that way. So it's also worth pointing out that we've seen a lot of video of the players, and all the players have live proctors. So we're ensuring fair play from everybody. Of course, the cheat detection team at chess.com is doing stuff, but yeah.
Whose cameras are we looking at right now?
I think it's one of the proctors. I don't know. So
very serious business.
What is Shibawa doing just hanging out over there? What is happening with I don't know what's going on.
I'm just gonna let it happen. The other interesting thing here is that once white is able to get his knight on f5, then the g-pawn is facing a lot of pressure. He can move his king up to g2, and he should be able to happily grab that g-pawn at some point, being up a pawn in the endgame here.
Yeah, king g2 going right after this pawn. Yeah, and you don't even need to take it right away. The knight can go to g6 or f5, as you mentioned, and maybe you can just leave it there for a while and then make progress in other ways, like rook b to e1, attacking this bishop. Not pleasant for black, for sure. So, okay, the game between Dobrov and Volkov. So it looks like he took this pawn on h2 with check on move 14, king h1, and went bishop back to c7. And Dobrov didn't take on f7 and instead played f4.
Okay.
So
he thinks he's going to get a better attack here?
If knight takes f7, there's probably knight to d5, blocking the diagonal and threatening queen h4 to h2 with mate. So f4 is one of those sneaky moves that, can lead to a counterattack, or after knight d5, you open up this space there. So you don't want to play like that. Bishop takes f7 would have won this rook on f8, but I guess still a similar idea where I'm happy to give up my rook if that means after bishop e8, queen e8, my queen comes to h5 and I might checkmate you very quickly. I don't know. I don't know if I buy it, but I see the potential opportunity there.
Got it. So you think it wasn't that he was trying to attack. You think he was scared of taking on f7 because it wasn't a good variation.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was a defensive maneuver.
All right. Well, black Volkov is now up a pawn, but he's going to lose the e4 pawn really soon, so that's not a big deal. The f4 pawn, do you think it's too weakening to this king side, or do you like it and think that it's going to help him attack Volkov later?
Yeah, it makes the e3 pawn quite vulnerable, right? So at some point, knight g4 is going to be annoying. So knight g takes e4. Maybe there's knight g4 right away, attacking pawn e3, throwing queen h4 check, queen h2 mating ideas. So I do think that white doesn't even have to take that pawn right away. You can't protect it another time. So like rook a to e1 might be a move, but then black can still play move like h6 and try to kick this knight away and play for a quick kingside attack.
True.
But, Dobrov's in that real, he's thinking hard.
Oh yeah. The head in the hands, classic. What's your favorite thinking position?
Not sure, but I went over to Savchenko's game real quick because I see a mating attack with queen f8 check coming. So
this is definitely more important. Queen f8.
So he went king g7 to avoid it, but
g4 taking away all of his squares. Oof.
Yeah, it's just
the wizard is in full power tonight. It's a full moon or something. Savchenko too powerful here.
Full moon. I think you've been awake past the moon, right? Is it light out yet by you? No, probably not.
No, not yet. Hopefully soon, though.
And we see a resignation. Savchenko wins this one. He gets this king, and Savchenko. I just love that setup.
Yeah, who wouldn't? Chesbey was saying how he needs to stream. Oh, if he does, I hope he brings that.
That is great. Can I get one of those? Does anyone?
Yeah, we need to get you one because we know you're a big fan of the Moscow Wizards. Oh, he's looking right at us.
Yeah, I know. I feel like he's peering into my soul.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna change the game. So our producer will change.
Hypnotizing us.
Yeah.
Moscow Wizards will win the PCL.
But I really want whatever that is.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. Dobrov's game just got crazy again.
Knight d6, saying if you take my knight on g5, I'll take pawn takes g5, hitting your knight on f6, and if your knight moves, then f7 falls, and everything is attacking everything. And Alexandra, I'm confused. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Is everything okay? So I'm looking at at the position. I played the moves on the board after h takes g5, f takes g5. So the knight's got to move, or can't I just take the knight on d6? That's also an option to alleviate the pressure there.
Okay, so you're gonna take that knight, and then you can choose which pawn you take, e3 or d6. Probably taking on d6 is a little safer, because if you take on e3, pawn takes f6, knight takes f6, is rook takes f6. Idea is gf6, queen g6 check using this pin. But that means that if we go back a couple moves, after pawn takes f6, queen h6 check first, and after king g1, then knight takes f6. And, well, black is up a pawn. This pawn d6 might not last much longer. Knight to g4 is still a mating threat. Yeah, not comfortable.
It's not comfortable. I mean, I'm sure there's more to calculate than just that and all those variations, but it does seem like h takes g5 should work.
Yep.
Or at least he shouldn't be too worried about f7 because he doesn't need to open up the f file if that's a fear of his. Wow, Volkov.
What if pawn g5, I go knight f5? Oh, you have queen e4. Never mind. Take it back. I was trying to go knight f5, then take back on g5. Next, you go queen e8. I take on g5. Then I go g6. Make use of this pin on the f7 pawn and say, oh, maybe I have an attack. But never mind. Take it all back. So he took on g5.
Okay, he did it. And he just moved his knight right away to f5. Whoa, yeah, go for the queen trade because you're up material. But just kidding, because that's not going to happen.
So what is white hoping for here? Seems like a very wishful attack. Although, if I get d5 in myself, then g7 is a problem. And
true, he just wants to open up those powerful bishops here. Okay, Nika Volkov is slowly disappearing into his name tag there.
Yep.
Oh, nice. We get a shot from behind him. Beautiful.
Yep. And I think that the laptop there is his proctor, right? So as mentioned, chess.com is taking huge precautions just to make sure that everything is all good. The players are good, but it's just to make sure, everyone, right? It's not just a single player. It's to, ensure nothing funny is going on. So that is definitely the behind the scenes.
Those are the behind the scenes because we're behind him. Okay.
Do you need to sleep?
At some point, yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure that
at some point we're gonna get some. Okay. Whoa, white is opening everything up now, but that's not the pawn I wanted pushed. I wanted to push the d pawn so I could open both of my bishops. Queen d1, I am a little bit concerned that he was able to trade off the bishop on d3.
It's kind of annoying for black because you're up a full piece, but your pieces can't move that easily. So knight takes g7, there's queen takes e4. Okay, but my point is that this pawn on g7 is going to be attacked for a while, and with d5 threats opening up the bishop, rook a to e1. He's going to queen takes a2 feels, you can't play a move like that, can you?
Come on, you have some respect. Don't just go grabbing pawns when your opponent is throwing all his pieces towards you.
Let me be greedy.
You said earlier today the lesson was to not be greedy. So I'm going to keep quoting what Hess' teacher said.
All right, that's fair.
There we go. So now that white doesn't have the light squared bishop anymore, It would still be great if somehow he could open up the center with like a d5 move, but he can't play it right now. Because if you were to play something like d5, then
Yeah, bishop
you
e5 or something.
the free c pawn or block it.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
right.
No, you're right. The c5 pawn is hanging. I just was like, I saw an attack on g7. I wanted to defend it, but you're right. You can. That pawn c5 is hanging as well. By the way, let's go to this game quickly between Pansulaya and Vastrukin,
Okay.
because Pansulaya entered an endgame where he has 2 passed pawns over there on the king side, and rook h7 check, trying to push those pawns forward, is clearly what Pansulaya is aiming for here.
Ooh, so now we have to evaluate if he is winning here with those pawns.
Oh, that was a yawn. I had to let it go.
Don't worry.
I've been holding it back for a while.
That's okay. That's okay, Robert. We understand.
Just needed to yawn so badly. I need to sleep so badly too.
Well, thankfully these games aren't putting us to sleep. They're still interesting.
Not too long. I'm so jealous. He's just in bed right now.
Oh man.
I'm like, give me a pillow.
I'm worried if they gave you a pillow, you would just call it a day.
I would. I'm already tempted to call it a day.
Okay, so rook b7, I like it. He's trying to go grab the b6 pawn as well. So black can try to reply with something like rook g5, rook takes b6, rook takes h5. But then white's 2 passed pawns are far enough that black's king can't try to stop both of them.
Yeah, and the white king can go to c3 to c4 to protect that pawn if necessary, and come to the action. So rook g5 takes, all been played, and king c3. There it is. Bring the king either to c4, or I mean, ideally you go to a4. Like if you let my king go to a from winning your a5 pawn, but the king on c4 here.
King c4 is faster, but actually maybe if he plays king b3, can black try to cut him off by playing something like rook h4, and trying to get his rook onto b4? So okay, he doesn't have time for that. He plays king c4 straight up. Now tell me, do you really want to win this game?
Yeah, rook h4 might have, and king b3, rook h4 might have been a draw even, because king b3, rook h4, I'm getting my rook behind the pawn, and you can't dislodge my rook, and then your rook needs to protect b5 and g6 at the same time, so your rook's stuck there.
Right.
So to protect this one now, rook c6, b6, b7, that's the idea.
And so yeah, rook b7, rook c6 is what you said. What about rook a6?
Yep, that too. That works.
Just trying to grab the pawn.
Whoa, let's go to the Dobrov game. Sorry to throw us back, really.
No, let's go. Whoa.
Yeah, that happened.
So yeah, white didn't get his attack in properly, and now Volkov is just going to be up a bishop.
Yeah, he went knight h6 check, hoping for g takes h6, and after pawn takes c5, I guess trying to use the open diagonal, but instead takes f5, and well, black's up a piece. So we can get off this game. We just want to show how this happened. Dobrov is losing against Volkov. Volkov is just a monster. And we have Badur Jabawa's game here where he is down a piece, but up too many pass pawns to deal with. So h6 was just played.
Oh, I love it. Look at those beautiful pass pawns.
Oh, nice move. Check to win this h pawn.
Oh, no.
You really wanted to keep that.
Wait. Was that a mistake? What did he do? He pushed h6 because he could he have stopped it somehow? Maybe not, actually. Because if he moved his king, then rook h5 worked as well. Okay, so maybe not.
He's trying to be sneaky right now. King c4. 10. 12 seconds. And now king d5. Wait. Now just check and get a queen.
Oh, 97. Does that even work?
No, that's good. No, that is good. King c5, you go b6. Okay, now take and go king d6. He got out of this. He's not losing.
Wow.
I love your enthusiasm.
He doesn't even look pleased. He doesn't even look pleased with himself. He's like, he got a draw and no excitement.
Wow. What an escape. Yeah, there it is. He's reacting.
Was that a reaction or a yawn?
Or cough. I don't know.
Maybe rubbing off on him. Okay, so we have 2 more games left.
Well, Poncelaz is winning. His B pawn is rolling.
Yeah. He's winning. So Vlad Dobrov. Oh, okay. And Volkov was winning here. Cool.
So Volkov a piece. Poncelaz about to queen. Oh my gosh. I am
looking good for the Tbilisi gentleman. So we have almost 5,000 people watching so far. For those of you guys who are tuning in, this is the Pro Chess League. We are in the playoffs right now. It's really exciting. We have one of the strongest teams of the season, the Tbilisi gentlemen. They've been playing incredibly. If you are just getting into chess, you should come in the chat and say hello, because chess is awesome, but chat is even better than chess.
Yep. And Greg said apparently there's a major blunder in move 18. Both d5 and knight takes f6 were really good for Vlad Dobrov. And instead he went knight d6. So knight f6, knight takes f6. What is the idea? Maybe go for like queen g6, something like that. You can tell how sure I am by how I say it. Oh, then d5, I guess. And threatening to take here, threatening to go queen h7 mate. But what do I know? What do I know? I don't know nothing. So instead, we have this position where things fast forward and Dobrov is just down a lot of material.
What the heck is Dobrov doing the hand gestures for? That's okay. I like it. Something's going on there.
I didn't see it, honestly.
That's okay. He was just moving his hand pretty quickly, but you were showing the important part, the mistake there. So the Tbilisi gentlemen are going to be up 5-3. They only need 3 more points, and there's 2 rounds left. So looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're cruising right now. Thanks to Nika Volkov.
Yeah, Volkov. Remember when we had the question of who was the rookie of the season? I think he definitely needs to be considered for that.
Has Thomas Bjertsen played before? He also was really good for Minnesota throughout the year.
I don't remember if he had played before, but that's a great question.
But you're right. I mean, Volkov is hard to argue against. He's played so well. Hey, my roommate's awake. Maybe I'll ask him to get me some food.
Well, that's what roommates are for, right?
Yeah. I mean, we go way back, so.
Well, my roommate is sleeping, and I'm glad that she's a heavy sleeper because I am not waking her up, and my other roommate is in Mexico. So, hey, this is a PCL commentary stream where there is not background noise. Ha!
Look at Dobrov just sacrificing all his pieces out of being a jokester.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I stopped commenting on this, just that, how dead lost it was, but we can.
Here comes the queen.
Coffee Man does bring a good point. Christopher Yu, Rookie of the Year as well. Dobrov, what are you doing? Okay. I don't know. Is that funny? Did you guys enjoy him playing it on?
I mean, he's frustrated. He's very upset. But we're going to take a 90-second break. I'm going to stretch my legs.
90-second break. Oof.
My back hurts. I need to walk. I need to get out of this.
All right, Grandpa Hess. Let's do it.
All right, let's go on this break.
Okay.
Oh, oh,
And we're back. Back.
oh, we're back? Oh, my bad. I was taking a little nap there real quick because right now we are halfway through this match between the Tbilisi Gentlemen and the Moscow Wizards. The Gentlemen are not being so gentle to the Wizards. They're up 5-3, and that's because Levan Pansulaya and Niko Volkov both have a perfect 2-0 score. Oh, I would love to get a nap in, a real nap, not just.
Honestly, part of the joy is just watching Grumpy Robert. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm glad the Schadenfreude is real between us. You enjoy my misery and my pain.
No, I enjoy seeing you grow as a person when you put yourself in these new uncomfortable situations and I see you rise to the occasion. It's very inspiring.
Wow. That was really well said and extremely kind. I wish I had some really nice thing to say in return, but I don't. So I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, the games have started. Bajur Jobava starting with D4 here.
And it's Dobrov's turn to not move yet, but let's remind everybody what happened on Tuesday in the playoffs of the Pro Chess League. Remember, this is the first round of the playoffs, but on Tuesday, we had the Atlantic Division. The St. Louis Archbishops beat the Montclair Sopranos by drawing the match. They had the first seed in the division. A tie goes to the higher seed. And the Webster Windmills, representing the state of Missouri, beat the New York Marshals. So the New York area, the tri-state area teams went down in flames to the teams from Missouri. And the Chengdu Pandas, they look cute and cuddly, but they're anything but over the chessboard, demolishing the Dallas Destiny, 9.5, 6.5. And finally, the Minnesota Blizzard, they won against the Australia Kangaroos. And it was a nice match from the team that has John Bartholomew, one of the favorite streamers and YouTube personalities. The Minnesota Blizzard continue to impress in this year of the Pro Chess League.
5-card draw. Come on, I want to see game, not playing schedules. Well, 5-card draw. Don't worry, games are just in the first 6 moves. We know that 99.999% of the time we're showing the chess, but you want it to be 100%, and that is the devotion we are all here for. 5-card draw. We hope you're not disappointed. We're back to the game.
Back to reality.
Yes.
Oh,
exactly.
There goes gravity.
Thank you for subscribing, David Bowman, for 5 months. Thanks for supporting the chess.com stream. All right. So the Vlad Dobrov and Badur Jobava game isn't the most exciting game we've ever seen so far. But we should say something about it as well.
Okay, something about this. Done. Can we move on now?
Almost.
All right. No, on a serious note, White has developed very well here. I mean, look at these pieces. Very compact structure for White. No weaknesses, nothing to target. Black often wants to play a move like C5. There it is. And the downside of playing a move like C5 is you leave yourself with an isolated pawn. And so if I capture on C5 and you eventually capture back, you have this isolated D pawn that you will try to push to D4, but White is already set up well in the center. Now, C4 is a move that you often don't want to play because as your bishop C2, I might try to play B3 and get at your pawn chain here, and I will have a stronger center as White, more pawns to use there. So knight C6 was played, and A3. Just saying, forcing this bishop off the board. You go bishop A5, you lose C5. If you take on C3, well, then White has the 2 bishops advantage, and will try to use that to his benefit.
Right. And he just took back with the C pawn. So he decided to pick what kind of advantage he was going to have here, because he could have also tried to force into an isolated pawn position, but the bishop pair is something a lot of players love having.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Often considered slightly better. He decided to go for it, so we'll see how that serves him later on in the game here. He also has the open B file now, well, the semi-open B file, which he'll likely end up placing a rook on B1 and trying to create some play there as well.
Yeah, there's already tension on the C5, D4 situation here. And if you go C4, then maybe eventually I'll go a4, bishop c1, bishop a3. Probably not. More likely I'll go f3, queen a1, queen f2, and try to play for e4. So like by playing c4, I'm going to go f3, knight g3, pawn e4, expanded the center in a way that could be very beneficial for white as your pieces aim towards the king side.
Right. And in the case of that pawn push with e4, then all of a sudden Dobrov will need to play b5 to support the c4 pawn, and then there's a4, a6, and that pawn chain will be slightly weak if Dobrov decides to push to c4.
Yep. So knight e4 played, trying to take over the light squares. And, well, f3, I'll take your bishop on d2 first. Where do you want to move this bishop, if anywhere? Because if I move bishop to e1, then when I go f3, my pawn on e3 might be hanging, but bishop
But not
e1,
right away.
Yeah, then I go f3. I can always move my bishop back if need be.
Yeah, exactly. I actually like bishop e1 here. Try to keep the bishop pair that you worked hard to have here. Are there any other interesting options here that he can try to do?
I don't know. I don't really want to give you my bishop, so going to f3 right away, saying, well, I don't care about the bishop. But after knight d2, queen d2, something like queen e7, is he going to go king f2 or just go e4 right away? I guess e4, you're in time.
Yeah, if he traded his bishop pair, then he might as well try to get some center advantage, which is why I'd like him going for e4 right away.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's very interesting. And if he gets e4 in and takes to the pawn, d4 and e4 pawns very strong in the center, but also potentially vulnerable. So it's a mixed bag.
Yeah.
And this game between Volkov and Selaverstov.
I also looked quickly at the game with Pakaisi and Vastrukin because his king was on f3.
Whoa, okay. Well, yeah, king's on f3 because of a queen trade, and white has control over the light squares. Just like total domination over those squares. And what is black's plan and how are you going to deal with it? You need to keep your knight on b8 because knight c6 feels annoying. And if you lose this bishop on e7, the c5 pawn feels very weak, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. So knight d5 played, offering a trade of knights. Do I just play my knight to c4? One of these, my e knight? Okay, a5.
Sorry, a5. Because if knight takes b6, white can take back with the a pawn, creating a new pass pawn, and he could reroute his e5 knight to c4 if he really wants. And I think we cruised over the king being on f3. Obviously, you don't often want to bring your king out this early, especially in front of your pawn chain. But in this position, there are no queens on the board. There are no light colored bishops, so a bishop that can actually attack the king. So he's not too worried. It's also going to convert to an endgame soon. And at that point, his king will be useful.
Yeah, absolutely. Centralized king in the endgame is very helpful. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's going to take a while if Vastrukin is going to press this position, but I definitely like white's position here. Though the a5 pawn, always have to think, is it an asset or a liability? Well, if the rooks get traded, then the a5 pawn can become a target, so you have to be careful about that. But in the meantime, keeping the rooks on the board, now aiming at the e6 pawn as a potentially backwards pawn that you can go after. But the king will come to f7 to defend it, and so it's not like Pachadze is too worried about it for now.
Right. h4, interesting. Yeah, definitely provoking black to play h5 there. And now he can even try to open up on the king side at some point with something like g4. I don't think it makes sense just yet, but it's an interesting idea to keep in mind in case the position gets too close and he decides to try and push.
Yeah, you're discussing the concept of playing on both sides of the board, right? When you have some strength, sometimes you need to play, find a second thing to exploit. So right now, the rook on a7 is dominated by this knight on b6. There's pressure on the c5 pawn, and black can't really get any sort of real activity. And so if all else fails, maybe go rook g1, g4, and like you said, break open that side of the board.
Yep. All right, so you were mentioning a game that you wanted to look at before I pointed out the king on f3. Do you want to go back to that game?
the game between Volkov and Silavertsov.
Yep.
Well, I just liked White's control over the C file, the C6 square being vulnerable, right? This is what happens when you play Catalan, and Black has traded this bishop on G2. White can just go Queen C6 at any moment, including right now, and take control over the light squares. Knight E4 is always a move that can be played, but then you give access to the C4 square, right? So the knight on D2 is very useful here. Wouldn't be in any rush to put the knight on E4, but Queen C6, just take over the light squares. It just feels like domination here.
You're right. And not so you pointed out Queen C6, light square domination, but once you get your knight to E4, then you start noticing that, hang on, Black's king also has weak dark squares. It's like he didn't trade off both of his bishops, but somehow he managed to have both weak light and dark squares here.
Yep, and the bishop on A5 is really weird because it's like entombed by the pawn on B4, but it can always capture on B6 if you need to, and the knight on D7 and B6 are stepping on each other's toes, so the Queen C6 move looks quite tempting to me if I were Silavertsov.
Yeah, Queen C6.
Here
Normally,
comes the ambulance. You hear
walk
that?
pawns with your queen, but in this position, it looks great. I do hear it.
The first ambulance of the day. Is it coming for me?
I feel like you'd almost like that. You'd be like, well, I guess I have to take a nap.
Yeah, exactly. Like
a stretcher, but a nap nonetheless. Tagman, thank you for gifting to Elion. We appreciate it.
just like bed rest is what my diagnosis is, just or whatever my cure is. Go to sleep.
Yeah, I think we need to force you to get some beauty sleep, not because you need it, but because
I need it.
Humans like it.
I need it. I'm being honest. I need it real bad. Just need to sleep. Tired here.
He played your move. There you go.
Queen C6.
Yep.
He knows well.
He does.
Silavertsov. I mean, just positional dominance here. Control over the light squares. Black wants to play E5, but E5 I think just loses on the spot. Maybe not. No, not quite. Doesn't lose, but it feels very vulnerable.
JD Griffin, it's the playoffs. How can you sleep? Good question.
Well, I wasn't allowed to get sleep. That's sort of the problem. You know, it's funny because, okay, Joe Bruno goes, has just power through this last hour. I believe in you. And that's really funny because you say last hour and I say I'm doing commentary on all 4 divisions today. So I'm going to be here for a very long time.
I'm curious if your grumpiness, not saying you're grumpy or anything, but if you were to get grumpy, I'm curious if it would come in waves, you know?
It's just, yeah, I'm not really grumpy. I'm sort of happy to be here, but I would be even happier to be in my bed sleeping. So
right. I get it. We're your second choice, but that's okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Not at all what I'm saying, but I see how it would come off that way. Let's go to a different game to save myself from.
Do you want to go to? Sorry, which game would you like to go to?
Ponsulaya and Savchenko, because they're in an endgame. I figured they're very far along. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat, and people are like, "Ask why you do this."
Oh well. It's okay. We all appreciate you being here. So, looking at this game, trying to figure out what's going on, it seems like
White's up a pawn.
White is up a pawn. Yep, you're finishing my sentence. Thank you.
Are you going to say next beautiful knight in E4?
I was going to point out the knight, but also talk about how Rook D1 looks like it could be annoying in the future if Black doesn't take care of it.
Oh, true.
Okay, so he did take care of it. He just traded off. I kind of prefer White because 2 knights are better coordinated than a knight and a bishop. And
your Rook D1 move is just looking great.
Yeah, and Rook D1, better pawn structure, more active Rook. Okay, I like Ponsulaya. There we go. End of analysis.
No, I think it's actually just winning because the problem is Bishop B4, you have Rook D7 check. And then you take on date with check because the king has to go to the back rank. So you actually win a piece. And after Rook D1, if you have Knight C6, I'll go Rook D7 check. And what's your follow-up? If you go king h8, I might go knight f6, threatening mate with rook h7. So it's going to be a pretty... Okay, so knight f7 play, but now rook d7, and I can go take on b7 if I'd like.
Yeah, that's looking destructive. Is there anything... bishop takes b4, rook takes a5 is a threat here. Doesn't seem too serious, though.
So
Okay,
bishop...
he played it anyway, probably just because of lack of better moves.
Yep. And so rook takes b4, just of course. And the knight e4 dominates the knight in f7. Because where does the knight f7 want to go to? g5? You can take it. Give me double pawns. Knight d6? No, I'll always take it. So rook b4, rook a5. And then maybe try to bring your king in. King f3. Can't draw the arrow correctly. King f3. There it is. King e3, king d3, king c4. Trying to get to that side of the board. It takes a while, but you might have time. So knight c4 was played instead. And then the pawn's going to go to a5 with the defense of the knight on c4.
Okay, hold up. So what if rook takes a4 here? Do we just play knight b2?
Yep.
Right, because then we're attacking the rook moves, you lose the bishop. Okay, so can't grab the a pawn. He decided to keep both knights on the board, which, again, I like because the knights coordinate together so nicely. They
do. And here on bishop e1, point being you're stopping pawn a5 because you can capture it on a5. And if you go king to f1, then black gets it with rook takes a4 with two knights under attack on the fourth rank.
Right.
So bishop e1 is a good move.
So what does white do to protect the a pawn then? He could play rook b1 and rook a1, but that's super passive. So I'm going to forget I ever said that.
And the a4 pawn's still hanging, right? If you go rook b1, you're going to take on a4 and hit the knights.
Oh, true. So that doesn't even work. What about, and you can't play rook d7 because, again, your knights are still hanging. Uh-oh. What about knight c5?
Rook c6.
This is not fun.
Oh, then rook takes f7. No, it doesn't. Rook f7, you have rook takes c5. I was trying to remove the guard and win your e5 pawn with check, forking king and rook, but then rook takes c5, and now my knight's under attack, and my rook, and too much to calculate.
What about rook b6? If rook takes a4, we take g6 with check, and then we move the knights to protect each other.
Yeah, that looks good to me.
But after rook takes g6, you could play king h7.
No, you can't.
King h7, right?
No, but I'll go rook g4. And I'm protecting my knight through the other knight because knight f6 check discoveries and stuff like that. And looks good for white.
Okay, so maybe rook b6 is interesting here.
I like
but
your
then
move.
If the rooks are traded off...
No, then black's toast.
Then black's toast because... knight c5, okay.
Gonna go rook b5 here.
Yeah, rook b5.
There it is. So a5, a6, trying to come down the board.
So can he just keep pushing that a pawn up?
Yep.
Make that pawn's dreams come true.
Well, the bishop d4 is trying to remove this knight from c5, and the knight on c4 is hanging. So you have to be a bit careful not to lose some material.
Yeah, it is a little bit tricky, but I didn't expect knight a5. But it is a good move because he's going to reroute his knight somewhere to b3 or to b7 even. Then the two knights will be protecting each other. Actually, if the knight goes on b7, that's a nice supportive move for a5, a6, blocking the rook from stopping a7. It's actually very supportive for helping promote the pawn.
Yeah, and also restricts the knight on f7 as well, right? So the knight can't go to d6 or d8 with knight on b7. So I definitely agree with you there. Oh, no, they keep showing this image of Ponsulaya looking so comfortable and relaxed.
But again, imagine you were in his position, you would just doze off. So be happy you're not.
I'm sorry, what?
Never mind.
It's almost 7 a.m. for you, so.
It is.
Oh, Ponsulaya. I'm just waiting for RN to put something like Robert Hess wishes, he had a pillow, or just like
he can add a special effect of a pillow next to you, or a little nightgown.
Oh, look at him rolling up the sleeves. He's ready. He's ready to.
Care of business. Knight AB7. This is what I like to see. I want to see that pawn pushing to A5 to A6. Take it home.
Was I supposed to sing with you?
I think so. But you missed the cue, so I just took it away. It's finally my time to shine through singing. Just kidding. I'm sorry I did that.
I thought it was wonderful.
I'll pretend that's true.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
That's true. Gotta believe in myself.
You see the bar there?
Oh, Rower's last stream was having a cartoon cameo in Kung Fu Panda.
Oh man.
Kung Fu Panda is great.
I'm just like too much going through this mind. And by too much, I mean way too little. So, okay, bishop d4 played, getting on the diagonal, stopping, protecting the a7 square if the case that pawn keeps rolling. Also putting some pressure on f2. It's not real pressure because the knight e4 is so strong. I would take on, what square is that? d8, rook d8, and probably just play a5 and say, okay, your bishop's going to have a really hard time attacking my pawn on a5 because my knight e4 is dominating it, and then try to get my king into the game.
You did point that maneuver out earlier. But do you think that gives black any drawing odds, just taking the knight on d8? Because he will stick to blocking the a pawn with his rook and his bishop for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but he'll be very tied down. I'll bring my king into the action. My knight e4 is so strong, can hop all over the board. So I like white's winning chances there for sure.
Okay. Well, why don't we go to a game that is maybe less clear, that we haven't looked at? Do you want to look at Jobava's game or Vastrukian's game?
You said Jobava. I went there.
All right, there we go.
What is happening here?
That is a good question. It looks like both sides have some type of an attack, although I buy white's attack more.
Okay. So some kind of knight h5 business going to happen?
Yeah, exactly. And after queen takes c1, the king can just move up to h2, and it seems like black is out of checks, but queen 8, knight h5 is still coming.
So white's down one pawn, but knight h5 threatens mate, threatens knight f6 check. And queen needs to go, okay, with queen c3, but now rook c5 is an option, distracting the queen away from the diagonal.
Rook c5, a nice decoy move, but can black just retreat, go queen a1 here?
So queen a1, then maybe I'll take on c6 and just try to enter a position where my rook is very active, my knight is doing well on h5, but you're right.
Well, after bishop takes c6, you're winning a pawn and you're attacking h6, so that is a pretty annoying move as well. I'm curious, do you think he might have anything better? I think that's the normal thing to try to do here as a chess player. Always look for something better when you have an attack. But sometimes you just get the advantage back, a small advantage, and you keep rolling.
Yep. But here comes pawn takes c6, and rook takes c6 renews the threat of knight f6 check, because now I protected it, and the pawn on g7 is pinned to the king.
So black is going to have to move his king away from that pin.
Or play move like bishop e6, but then use the a6 pawn. So don't play bishop e6.
Right. Why don't you like king h8, for example?
I don't dislike it, but nobody puts babe in the corner.
I guess we're going to have to see what he figures out here. Jobava, okay, well, he put himself in the corner.
Oh!
Ah, that's a nice one.
That is cutting off the queen's defense of the g7 square. Whoa.
So rook g8, he has to protect that g7 pawn.
Then you lose f7.
Well, at least I don't get mated.
Maybe there's queen e5. No, yeah, queen e5 here. Pinning your queen to the king. That would be the move I'd play. G6, that looks scary. But you just gave up this f7 pawn, and if you take on h5, I go queen g6 and mate you on h7 next. So I think queen e5 was much better than g6, offering the queen trade, attacking this knight, and an endgame with queen e5, rook e5, rook f7, rook h5, rook f8 check. And I'll take your bishop, and it looks about level.
I'm guessing you're putting that position on the board.
I did, and then I moved on with my life.
All right. Well, I think it's safe to say Joe Bava should be winning here. Why don't we check out the game between Paikaji and Lastrukin, since we haven't seen it yet.
Okay. Whoa, what is this position?
Okay, so Black just gained a pawn here. It seems like Oleg just managed to get his rook unpinned from the A file since his king is protecting the knight, so he's able to just play rook c1 check like he did. He's going to be able to pick up the B pawn, so it doesn't really matter that he lost the pawn.
Yep. And he's going after the B pawn with the rook. That way his rook on c4 protects h4 and can get to the b6 square, for example, if you take back with the rook on b4. So white's going for activity. That pawn is not going anywhere. It's going to be lost. And by the way, I just saw that Savchenko lost his game to Levon Ponsulaya. So that game we were looking at earlier with the passed A pawn, like Ponsulaya was able to convert relatively effortlessly.
Right, and that's what we thought was going to happen. So maybe not so effortlessly, but still cool that he was able to do it.
Wait a second. Did Pachaji just get his bishop trapped? He did. Rook c4, rook b5, f4 trapped the bishop on e5.
Oi. Oh, because he played king d6.
Yep. His
Oh,
king
man.
took away the bishop's retreat squares, and then he lost his bishop.
Okay. Well, it's not quite the ideal situation here. Yikes. He just straight out blundered. That's terrible. He wasn't even in time pressure.
Yeah, no, that's
Oh, he's not looking happy.
No, he's not. He shouldn't.
He's also playing European individual, apparently. Yeah, I mean, he must be very chest out.
Yes, the rest day there, but clearly no rest for these Tbilisi gentlemen. But he can maybe rest up if he's able to survive this game, because the gentlemen are very close to clinching this match. Jabawa beat Dobrov. We saw the game between Ponsulaya and Savchenko. So 2 wins this round for the gentlemen, and they're very close to clinching. So Knight.
Yep. 2 more wins left, and they've got it in the bag. Oh, we haven't checked on 4th board MVP Nika Volkov in a while.
Yep, I have that game up. He is down a pawn. The knight e4 is ready to go to f6, but watch out for this rook coming down d2 as a response. So Black is looking for some counterplay. If this queen could get from f8 to a8 in one turn, that'd be a nice pin. But king to g7 here, trying to avoid knight f6 checks. So the knight c4 is very good, but rook d3 is nice, taking back control of the d file. I wonder if Black can go for a5 at some point.
I just got distracted by the Luca saying that fans would be surprised that he still believes in Santa. Also, chess.com is gifting 20 subs to the community, to our own channel. Well, thank you, Chess, for supporting chess. Good to see it.
That is really nice gesture. Chess giving out those subs. I love a sub right now. I'm pretty hungry.
Emotes.
Sub would be great.
Are you going to eat at all, Robert?
I mean, I hope so.
Gotta do it. I gotta do it.
E6.
All right, E6.
Opening up this king.
Ooh.
And when this
He
king is
couldn't
in...
take the knight because his knight was also hanging, first of all.
Exactly. That's important to show. Queen A3, Queen E4. That's a knight trade through unusual means. And white's king would be vulnerable. But after E6 in this game, if you go pawn E6, I go Queen C3 check. And where's your king going to go? If you go King H6, I go knight to G5, it looks like. And then I'm throwing knight F7. Your knight C4, A3, excuse me, is still under attack. You go knight C4 back, but knight F7 check. Force your king to the H5 square where I'm going to promptly checkmate you. So E6 is a very, very nice move, exposing black's weak king.
I like it. He found the weakness in black's position and he took advantage of it as soon as he got the opportunity to. Just goes to show how much a small positional difference like king safety can have in determining the overall result of the game.
Yep. So Volkov is just in big trouble because his king is so weak. The dark squares are going to be a problem. You know, the 7th rank similarly is going to be a problem. So looks really good for Silivertsov, and the Wizards need this. They're now 7-3 right now. So one more point for the gentlemen, and the match is already over.
You're right, but it looks like they're better in both of the... Oh, Danny's there eating a banana and giving Aaron a back massage. That is dedication. Aww.
Wow, what a good friend.
He's eating the banana with one hand and massaging with the other.
What a good friend. What a nice individual there.
There you go. Well, the bright side for the Moscow Wizards is that it looks like they're winning the last 2 games here. So they're going to go into the final round, needing to get at least 3.5, which is extremely difficult. But hey, it's not over until Tbilisi gets one more point.
I knew that expression was a thing. And Vostrukin against Paichadze, as I pulled this one up, it looks like Vostrukin should get this one. He's going to win the pawn on B3, either by playing King C3 and taking this pawn. Yep, not King C3 to go after that pawn. Okay, play the knight in C4. So what's he doing over here?
Yeah, he's just doing an old-fashioned knight maneuver to protect his pawn. We can respect that.
Yep, pawn is defended.
And
so what now?
His king's going to grab the e-pawn. His rook is going to go to h6. Okay, well, his rook is going to go to h6. He has options.
Black's trying to go e3, though, so keep an eye out on that.
Oh, right, because you can't just... But if he goes e3, can't you take on h5 first and then bring the rook to e5?
Yep, it's going to happen.
Cool. Go white.
King d3 next. Rook takes e2. Give me that pawn. I sell my pawn on b2, and I'm winning.
What's an old-fashioned knight and does it maneuver differently than our knights? Old-fashioned are just, classic chess ideas, which is defending pieces that are under attack. That's what I was trying to go for.
Yeah, no, this is easily winning now for Vostrukin. Just pick up that pawn and, well, should be quite straightforward.
Okay.
So I don't know what else to say. What else should we talk about here?
Well, we're going into the final round. That is exciting. It looks like Moscow Wizards are really far behind. They did not get beat this badly the last time they played. I don't know. Do you have any words of support for the Moscow Wizards?
They need a ton of support here. But Vostrukin is doing well in this one. 7-5. I think that's an insurmountable deficit because the gentlemen have been the best team all year throughout the Pro Chess League. And 1 point out of 4 games is extremely doable for them. And not just doable, but likely.
There you go. Chat, what do you guys think? Joe is saying the Wizards need to find something magical. Crazy Coffee Man talking about the powers of coffee. I totally agree. Unrelated, but I felt that deserved a shout out. Do we want to do another poll?
What kind of poll?
I don't want to ask who's gonna win because I already know what they're gonna think.
That one's a little bit too straightforward.
That's exactly. So what kind of poll should we do?
I don't know.
What's the final score gonna be? That's what I'm gonna ask. No, that's too detailed.
So 7-5, right? That's the current score after that win.
Yep.
And Paichad's just blundered a piece. Is that guy going for smoke? Yeah. He probably didn't realize. I mean, maybe he did realize he's on, but he's just going for a smoke. And if we go back to this position, way back, when was this? Okay, all right. So black was able to stop white's passed pawns because this knight on a4 was pinned for like a million moves. And what happened was at the moment where he was doing well, Paichadzi with king d6, which looked fine. And it's rook c4, he made the move rook to b5, which simply allowed the response f4, trapping this bishop on e5. So he blundered a piece from a totally good position. And after that, Vostrukin kind of seamlessly converted. But yeah, just one move, right? One move can really bring you down, even in a great game of chess. You keep your eyes off the prize for one quick second, and then you end up with a defeat instead of a victory.
While you were saying that, I created a poll for what the final score is going to be. Hess, can you predict the final score? What do you think it's going to be?
8.5.
8.5?
Yeah.
Okay, 8.5. Well, I actually put that on the scoreboard, so you can add it in there. Do you think it's going to be over 9? 8.5? Is it going to be a tie? Is it going to be a favor of Moscow? I don't know. Do the poll. It's crazy. It's wild. We're going to see the public opinion.
I love it. You use that last bit of energy to get me riled up. I see what you're doing here. You want my voice to just go and me to be like, all right, Alexandra, we're in the last round of Tbilisi versus Moscow.
Yes.
The Wizards is my favorite logo in the entire Pro Chess League. I need them to stay in so that way when they're playing, I get to be like, oh, yeah, that logo's sick. The gentlemen have that kind of Sherlock Holmesian style of logo. It's pretty chill. I don't mind it, but I'm all about that Wizards logo. It's super cool. And, well, I mean, we're in the final game here.
Oh, there we go. It's starting. So I'm going to let you know what the prediction was. 56% of people think that the gentlemen are going to score 9 or more points. 25% think it's going to be 8.5. Only 19% of people think Moscow is going to win. That's
how many
higher than I thought. 18% now.
Well, 18% of people are wrong.
Okay. All right. Anyway, if you guys voted for them, don't worry. It's anonymous. I won't let Robert shame you.
I mean, I'm not really trying to shame anybody, but you're down 5-7. You need to score 3.5 out of 4 points to win this match, right? Because the gentlemen have draw odds. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes, to say the least. Did I say yikes already?
No, can you say it one more time?
Yikes.
There you go.
Let's get that stretch in right here. Ooh. Ready for action. See that? That's me just trying to get involved here. Where's Savchenko? He's just gone.
He is finishing up the rest of his potion because the magic ball only works if he does the rest of these spells. So, Boris, we discussed this.
I love that. Fall Knight goes, oh no, he turned into a coat. It's an invisibility cloak.
Yeah, exactly.
Sitting there right now.
That's a great one. Oh man.
He's there. Where is the Chamber of Secrets? Somebody tell me.
Well, the only person who can tell you is currently in the Chamber of Secrets. So go, Boris, go. Gonna make it out alive? Your team needs you.
Maybe this is his protest. He's like, my team is losing. Nothing I can do about it. We're down
He is getting a little low on time against Joe Bava. Not what you like to do when you need to win.
I don't know. I'm kind of about it, honestly. I love it. Just, Jabawa's been late to some of his games. Shevchenko's just like, returning the favor here.
Oh, man. Wow, Dobrov is now also sitting on his game. He's back.
He's like, oh no, my clock.
There you go. You got it.
Thumbs up.
Oh, we have to cheer for you. We have to cheer for you.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was great. He just waved to us.
Oh man.
He's fixing
now
his
he's
hair.
Fixing his hair. Okay, I enjoyed that way more.
Yeah, that was great.
Than I expected. Okay.
I was just, watching it all happen.
Exactly. So he's here. He's playing. Got to take down Joe Bava.
Yeah, he gave up some time odds, but he's in an opening that's easy for him to play. And what I mean by that is White is played in the center. These moves have all been played many times. There's this tension here, like deciding when is White going to take on E5 or when is Black going to take on D4. Jabawa, he's sleepy. I feel you, Bador. I mean, I'm on the same mental wavelength as you.
Wow, he's sleepy while Shevchenko is ready to go and energized. Ooh.
Did Jabawa and Georg Meyer coordinate today? Because I feel like, yeah.
Potentially, or maybe it's just like the most common classic shirt of all time, or maybe they coordinated. I don't know.
I think they called each other up. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm like, Bador is like, hey, Georg, my friend, let's go with the white shirt today, and let's both win our matches.
I think that's what happened. The way you put it, I can't disagree. So we see another G6 without the bishop being fianchettoed. G6 can serve other purposes. It looks like he's preparing for F5 in the future here, and also might end up placing his knight on G7. Is that a stretch to say?
No, you're right. The knight will come to G7. I want to point out that Danny Wrench is in the chat saying, terrible accent, Robert, terrible. And I just want to point out that two commentators, I'm not going to name any names, were ready and available for the early matches, which were at horrendous hours for them, while other commentators decided to make sure they got their sleep, that they were able to get a full night's rest, and then are going to come in for the later shift of games. So, just it's not even shade. The curtains have been drawn. I'm just ready. I'm all out. Oh. Yeah, I'm waiting for the response there.
Well, hey, look, a rook lift, rook A3. You like rook lifts. Let's talk about something Robert Hess likes. Can you tell us about that rook lift on A3?
Whoa, what's a G3? I wasn't even paying attention. I was looking at the chat. But look at that rook go. Unfortunately, there's not really anything to do over here. So, yeah. Can he sacrifice his queen? That'd be awesome, right? We all want to see that. Queen H5, GH5, knight F3, going after this bishop, thanks to my rook being here. You play H6, I play H4. Shouldn't work out, but hey, it's rapid chess. Anything goes. Yeah. Actually, it's actually way more interesting than I give. Whoa.
Actually, he just sacked and then took on C7. Okay, so he traded an exchange and he got a pawn. His knight is probably going to hop back on B5, and it's going to put pressure on the D6 pawn, which if he's able to win at some point, then this sacrifice made sense.
I way preferred the queen sacrifice.
Right, but they're not your pieces, so it's easier to sacrifice your queen.
96. F takes, D takes, don't even E7 check because there's a king on G8, bishop on C4 dynamic.
But what if he blocks it with the queen after that?
After 96, takes, queen E7?
Yeah, I guess you lose the knight. Maybe not ideal. Okay.
No, you're right. Then you're gonna pick up the D7 pawn most likely. I don't know. White looks good though. Bishop B5. It's complicated. He's thinking about it. He's weighing the option here. And whoa, what's going on in this game between Silaversov and Paichadze? Why is White's king just like in the open there with the rook on h8 coming down, rook pawn on h4s, potentially hanging in some lines? Maybe just not getting mated at all, and he's totally happy here, and he's up a pawn. But I don't like the sight of a bishop staring down at g1 and the prospect of losing my h-pawn. Scares me.
Yeah, that scares me as well. But it's exciting because from the 2 games we've seen so far, the Wizards have good chances on both of them. Or, they have chances on both of those.
I thought you were fearless.
Me, fearless?
Yeah.
Well, I'm also objective, so.
But you said you were scared or something, and queen g4, that actually looks really scary. Isn't black just going to win?
Is he just totally winning here?
I mean,
that is the question you just said. And I was asking myself because
I guess
it looks pretty
knight
bad.
f3 retreat is what you have to do to like block the queen from hitting my knight on e2 and protect my h4 pawn. But it's a really sketchy position. Rook f3 played instead. How do I get this h-pawn and just win it? What to do? What to do?
Right, knight f3 looks like such a simple move that does a great job at helping defend white. Can he just start bringing more pawns in to the attack? So like f5 doesn't really do much though. e5. Does e5 do anything? No, because you take en passant.
Yeah, trying to figure out what's going to happen here. I mean, at some point you might even sacrifice knight takes e4 followed by bishop takes d5 and just start breaking open this diagonal and everything's sort of a problem. h4 is hanging right now. How do you protect h4?
Oh, he played rook. I was still in the position with knight f3. Okay, I'm catching up here.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
No, it was my bad. I had put in moves and didn't see the update. Okay, so knight f6.
So now knight takes e4, sacrifices are in the air. Rook takes h4 is a free pawn. That's hanging. You can't go rook h3 because your knight on e2 is hanging. A lot seems not good. Not good at all.
Well, let's look on some other games as well, just to have a more holistic view of what's going on here.
Okay. What else? Where else do you want to take us?
Let's look at the Volkov game.
Volkov. Let's check it out. Vostrukin, black, Volkov, white. Who's better and why? Or are they just even? And black is, push some pawns over there on the king side such that it can be in danger of being overextended. But there aren't that many pieces for white to use to an attack. So I'm not sure how scared you are.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too scared about having overextended my pawns there. Even in an endgame, this is not the kind of overextended pawns that later become weaknesses, so that's okay. I would be more worried about not having any action on the c file.
Yeah. If you could take over that c file, right? Queen c3, queen c7, things like that. Maybe white's just full steam ahead, a riskless ending where white's better. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I like white's position, honestly.
I agree. I like white's position. It's just a matter of to what extent here. It's probably like a plus 0.35. That's my guess.
Oh, look at you. I thought I was the robot.
Oh, well, you're rubbing off.
You were just like, well, in this position, it's 0.35 better. But
well, I was wrong.
You're wrong?
I was wrong.
Okay.
It's 0, 0, 0, but oh well.
Of course it is. It's chess.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So now that you told me that, we're gonna go to a different game because I want a game that's not 0, 0, 0, 0, but more like fighting. Well, this is still fighting, but rook's coming to c8, trading off the pieces. I think the queen, once we take out c8, then the queen will come to c3 and trade off those queens and draw.
Well, let's look at Jabava.
Let's look at Jabawa. Okay, let's find Jabawa here.
Just because I wanted to see if he ended up playing that crazy line you recommended. He didn't, since he still has his knight on the board. Queens just got traded off. Why are the queens getting traded off? It was an exciting game, although it still is. So
Yeah,
both knights are under attack.
Many things are hanging. Like the knight f4 is under attack. The knight f3 is obviously under attack. You can go knight h4, but then g5. I'm very confused with this position. Like knight h4 looks like a good move because you're attacking the knight on f4 still. If the knight moves, you take this pawn g6. If you go g5, I take on f4. If you take on h4, I take on e5. And
G5.
bishop is very strong.
So if you would just take the knight. Oh, okay.
Yep, exactly what I was. Whoa!
I'm surprised he didn't take the knight back.
I think he was just worried about like all these pawns happening. So gh4, fe5, and if you take me back on e5, I can even take on h6. And when I take on h6, I'm with bishop g5 next, and white's definitely in the driver's seat there.
Yeah, this is looking. But even this position is looking better for white. But I just want to make sure that his knight isn't trapped there. I guess he has h4, which he can either move to h5 and protect his knight. Obviously, black, he just played it. Black doesn't want to take g takes h4 because then he'll get back his knight and his pawn structure is falling apart.
So now this bishop's trying to go to g4 and take the pawn on h5.
Yeah, I really like that idea. Can it be stopped with bishop e2?
Yes, but also maybe bishop a3 and try to take this knight off the board and win this e4 pawn so your knight can run away somewhere.
That's true. Although if the bishop takes on h5, then the knight is attacked twice. And where will it go?
Don't know.
Yeah.
It's looking tough. Is there some, I don't know, some kind of knight d4 possible? Like knight d4, maybe bring my knight to e6 or c6 and hope that it's okay?
Just hope for the best. So I don't know. I found that so funny.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, wishful, because I feel like Savchenko shouldn't be wishing for the best. I just felt like he should be better because he has a piece for 3 pawns, but Jobava's a tricky guy.
Wait, no. He has 2 minor pieces for a rook and how many pawns? 1, 2, 3. So 2 minor pieces for rook and 1 pawn. That's what's going on.
Got it.
Material imbalance. And so bishop a3 was played, as mentioned, like if you go bishop g4, I'll take on c5, b takes c5, rook takes e4, bishop h5, then I think I have something like 97. And even if you go rook e8 and pin my knight to my rook, I have knight takes d6, and some of these endgames, my pass d pawn could be quite annoying. Or actually I have bishop d3 first. Nice move, bishop d3. Threatening a discovery with check.
Oh, that's a really nice intermediate move there. Bishop d3.
Yeah, the king.
But what if the king just gets out of that threat?
So let's say you go king g7.
Yep.
Then I have knight f5 check. You
what
take
if you
on
move somewhere where your king can't get checked? Well, your king can get checked everywhere, so that's not
exactly. Oh, sorry. So none of this has happened yet, but it looks like Savchenko would be escaping with his bishop d3 move. Really nice opportunity there.
And okay, so he is an escape artist, but we should quickly go to the Selerstov and Pakadze game because that one's also heating up, and it looks like white is defending here. He is up a pawn And Black's king isn't super safe either, but we need to see if he can survive this attack.
Rook c2 feels pretty good for white, just attacking the bishop on d2, putting pressure on g2, on b2. Rook takes d4, of course, is possible, just removing this pawn. But rook takes d4, maybe there's some kind of, nope, there's not. I would say bishop c3, but there's rook d1. And not an easy position here. Although after rook d1, may take, queen takes, queen g1. Just keep offering trades, and things would probably work out in this case.
Well, chat is being really nice. You guys are being too nice. I appreciate it, though.
What do they say?
They are respecting us for our early start time. Well, Robert is the one who's going to be doing 12 hours. So he's the real trooper here. Robert, I'm proud.
Honestly, I'm proud of both of us.
Aw. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Exactly. So he took on d4, and there's going to be some stuff with rook d1 coming, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, honestly, when I was thinking about this, that you were going to be starting at 2:30 in the morning, and I was at 5:30 in the morning, I was like, I'm not sure which I'd rather do, because I'm a night owl, and so I go to sleep late as it is, and starting at 5:30 in the morning is just tragic. And there are definitely nights where I go to sleep at like 5 in the morning. So like, what you're doing now is awful, and I feel terrible for you. But then I'm like, okay, if I, essentially I go to sleep at 7:30 in the morning, I'll just sleep all day and then figure my life out later.
just the way it went through it. Oh, well, okay. It's fine. I feel good. This has been better than the early wake up days, or the games have just been exciting. In case of a tied match, yes, I'm just reading what came up on the board. Just a reminder for everybody that the Tbilisi gentlemen are the ones who have draws. So if it's 8-8, they are going to move forward. Moscow Wizards need to win 3.5 to win this match.
Yep. And I'm not sure where they think their 3.5 is coming from, because in this game, Pachazi with the white pieces. Well, actually, I still like black here. So I would say rook d1. Maybe there's rook takes h5. But I don't really want to do that. I don't want to allow this knight to h5 to hit f4. And if rook takes d1, queen g1, then rook takes h3 check comes. And the problem is e4 is very weak. So after taking with a knight on h3, you're going to lose your pawn e4. And if you take with a pawn on h3, I'm still have this really nice knight takes e4. Point being is if you go queen takes d1, I have knight f2 check, picking up the queen back on d1. And if you take with the knight, then I go queen takes d5 and win your knight back on the diagonal.
That was a very sharp line. Thank you for pointing it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pakazi just played rook takes h5 here.
Okay.
So, wow, okay. So there are two things under attack here. For sure, we're going to want to take the rook since it's worth more. So he just took it. And now white has to move the knight somewhere.
Good. Go where?
F3 or H3? I kind of like H3 for some reason.
I really want to play knight h7, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I would love to play knight h7 and try to fork your pieces, but then queen g6 protects f6, attacks h7, and I'm not seeing it working out.
Yeah, that knight is actually going to get stuck there. Die a sad death. Okay. So after he moves back, I guess we'll just try to see if black definitely has the advantage here. So this game is looking good for the Moscow Wizards still.
Yep. How about this game between Jabawa and Savchenko?
I think Jabawa's about to win.
Yeah, can't stop this queen.
Right. Okay, so it's over.
Oh, yes. As soon as Jabawa wins, it's over. We call it. I get a 10-minute nap in.
Poor Boris. But you know what? He was a fan favorite. He waved to the camera.
Yeah, that was funny.
We're sorry, Boris. It's okay. He's a tough opponent. You did your best. We still have the poll that we did before the start of the stream in terms of what the results are going to be. Are the Tbilisi gentlemen going to win by 8.5 or by more than 9 points? Let's see. Most people thought more than 9 points. Moscow Wizard. See if you can prove them wrong.
Yep.
Because right now it's just 8-5. So
it's actually, yeah, 8-5 is right. Yep. So Volkov playing against Vostrukin. What's going on here? Black is, nope, even. I would say black is up a pawn, but it's even. Rook takes e2 check is a big threat. In fact, I don't know what you do about it, because if you take on e4, I throw in rook takes e2 check anyway, and then win this back on e4.
What about rook b3? Trying to at least protect your bishop.
I still take on e2 with check. Your bishop's pinned.
And then, yeah, I mean, I'm going to lose the e2 pawn regardless. Or I guess king f1 is a sad attempt to try to save.
Yeah, you still bishop f3 takes rook f2 check, pick up f3, and then keep playing this endgame up a pawn for black.
Bishop g3. There we go. And a new option has arrived. But rook takes e2 looks terrible.
I guess he's trying to go opposite colored bishops. If he's losing a pawn, he might as well go rook e2, king f1, bishop f3, bishop h4, and say, all right, I can hold this opposite colored bishop's ending in a way that I didn't feel like I could with the other bishops in the board.
Yeah, that's a good point. Always trying to think in the long term of what endgame you're going to have.
Yep.
Okay, and Vostrukin did something clever where he just traded the bishops off the board, and he's now playing a rook endgame where he's up a pawn and likely to win another pawn. Yep.
Yep, make that up 2 pawns. So his rook takes d4, is that a winning ending? Rook d4, takes, king e2, f5, king d3, f4, king takes, yeah, king h6 or whatever, and my king comes after your pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense because once you can't ever grab the d pawn, and the black king is always stopping the h pawn. Okay, so this is actually looking good for the Wizards.
Yeah, but it's just too little too late.
I know. But hey, they could try to win by a closer match at least.
Yep.
Grab some water.
Winning for Vostrukin over Nika Volkov. Let's see, Dobrov and Pansulaya. What's going on here? There's a long diagonal open. Oop, I get the full length there. The knight c3 is hanging. And looks like black's winning some material, I guess.
Okay.
Looks tough.
Yep. So knight takes g5. Does that automatically lose the rook on a1? Because you have knight east. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's good squares for that knight to go.
Well, maybe this knight e7 check idea you were just bringing up.
Right. But I was trying to figure out what happens after queen takes e7. Maybe queen c1, putting pressure on the bishop and queen, but that's not enough.
Well, yeah, not enough here. You're right. Queen takes e7. Crazy pieces. Things are hanging all over the place.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh. All right, so bishop takes a1 played. That's good news for Pansulaya, but again, the match is already just over with, right? It's
yeah. I guess
8-6.
Well, we are going to. We're still trying to see how close it can get, though.
Yeah, you did make a poll after all, right?
I know. I want to see, was the poll accurate? We need to let the pollsters know the final result, Robert.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so he just took back on a1. It makes sense. So you can actually consider taking everything on d5 and then grabbing the a6 pawn, because then he'll have the bishop and 2 pawns in exchange for a rook, which is actually fun to play with when you have passed pawns. He shouldn't be worse, I think, if he trades everything off.
Yeah, the bishops are great. And especially if you can keep your dark sword bishop and put in the long diagonal, you might checkmate your opponent. So Ponsulaya, technically up some material, but white's pieces are so good here. It's a knight somewhere.
Yeah. Tagbon is saying 3 points for Vastrukin board 4 is pretty good. Wait, Vastrukin wasn't board 4, was he? Oh yeah, he was board 4, and he did do very well. Oh wow. You're right, Tagbon. That is amazing.
Yeah, great performance by him for sure. Okay, so Dobrov going after the dark squares, Ponsulaya up the material, but I would prefer probably to have white here. Like you're just taking all the control over these squares.
You like those diags, and you like the bishop pair, so.
Yeah, I mean here bishop takes d5 is take on d5, take on f7 check as possible. So here, check, intermediate move. Take here, and you have 2 pawns for the exchange.
That looks great. Even though I wish the pawn on a6 was on f6, so I could have 2 passed pawns. You can't always get what you want, and this is good enough.
Glad you found that you get what you need.
Exactly. All right.
And
so
the other game.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah. Rook on b3 is still very good. The knight on f5 is an annoying piece to deal with. So taking on d5, removing the guard of this knight. Knight d4. Can I just take on e4 now? Queen takes e4.
Queen. Yeah, no, that looked like a free pawn. But black can take it after still, right? He's in no rush to take on e4.
Yep.
So I guess the knight. Okay.
Oh wait, then the rook on b3 was hanging, wasn't it? Yep. Okay.
You're right. That's why. Okay.
Oh well.
Our bad.
Ooh, look at this. Queen c8 check. Well, rook d1 check. Yeah, trade off the rooks. All right. This is
grab
over.
that pawn on d5.
How many pawns is black up? 2? 3? 3 pawns. Okay, 3 pawns is so much.
He has 5 and white has 2. And he has those passed pawns. Well, there you go, Vladimir. You're going to take it home.
Yep. Just don't blunder. Don't blunder. You got this.
Well, for those pollsters, you know what the least popular result was? 8-8. Only 3% of people thought it would be tied. So, you know what? The game match might be over, but we can be cheering for the pollsters to be wrong. Why? I don't really know, but it gives us something to cheer for.
Yep. Love it when pollsters are wrong, right? Don't we all? No, not necessarily, depending on what the result is. But here the gentlemen deserve to win. Tbilissi's been the #1 team all season, dominating their division and the league as a whole. So really well earned.
Yeah, that's true. They've been playing incredibly. It would have felt very wrong to see them not win the playoffs. Okay, 1 game left. 7-8.
7-8. Last game remaining. Dobrov with white, Ponsulaya with black. And this could be so exciting, right? 8-8, possibly coming for a tie. But unfortunately for the Wizards, the gentlemen own the tiebreaker in the form of the better record, right? So the #1 seed in the playoffs means you have draw odds against the teams you play. So, yeah.
This is crazy. What an unpredictable result if that happens.
I guess what Dobro was doing really well here is now 2 pawns for the exchange. White's king is very safe. Black's king is not easy to keep defended. You have to keep rook on the back rank. You can consider taking on e6 at any moment. Having 2 passed pawns, the queen side is very nice, of course.
And Pansulia is undefeated until now. He's won all of his games. He's played so well.
Yeah, he's not winning this one though, I don't think.
No, but do you think he can draw it? That's the real question here. It's not easy at all. But he does have some chances.
I just love this bishop on f6. It's so strong.
Yeah. I wish there was some way he could get his rook on b8 to the second rank or something to try to get a perpetual, but
That would be the dream.
that is a dream, that's for sure.
Poncelai, can you just resign so that we're done? And that's 8-8 tie, and you win because you tied.
I win because I tied?
Well, in just general, if you tie the match, the gentlemen win. So this game is irrelevant in so many ways.
Right. But he still wants to show that, you know what, the Moscow Wizards, we may not have made the playoffs this season, but we tied the team that has one of the best odds to win the Pro Chess League overall. And if that doesn't make us a dangerous team for next year, then I don't know what does. So they have a reputation to uphold. They're going to finish strong.
Yep. No, you're right. And all right. Well, right now, this bishop on f6 is so good. And yeah, this is
just traded off here. So the problem here for black, other than the fact that white has two passed pawns, is that his rooks aren't coordinated at all. They're cut off by the bishop on d4. If black could somehow get his rook to the second rank, then he would have better drawing chances. It's just he has one rook in front of the pawns and one behind. The white pieces are also very well coordinated. The bishop is protecting the c pawn, which is protecting the b pawn. Everything is protected. So he's not really at any risk. And it's just hard for that rook on e2 to make it around or do something more useful.
Yeah, he put it, he went rook e2 to go pawn e5. But one thing that I would consider is sacrificing my rook for the bishop. And back before rook e2, I was thinking, can I go rook c4 and just try to take this bishop on d4? And sometimes when you're like up some form material but have some other problems, in this case, the rook against a bishop, that's a great trade-off, except for the fact that the rooks aren't doing anything and the bishop on d4 is just a total beast. And there are many rook and pawn games that are drawn. So if you're able to sacrifice, like rook takes c3 there was an option, but rook takes d4 to take on b6, always in the air. And if I'm Dobro, I'm trying not to allow that sacrifice to take place.
Right, and that's why he pushed b5 right away, so that he wasn't able to sacrifice and get a pawn back. They're both in pretty scary time pressure.
Yep, 19 seconds versus 13. So c4 finally pushing that pawn. Now the bishop can come to e5 at the right moment, but here, rook e5 play going after e6. If you go rook d6, I have c5, winning the pawn e6, right? So it's hard to defend it. And rook g5 going after g6. You can't protect everything. This looks really, really tough.
Yeah, it sure does.
c5. Wait, rook d7? Nice blunder. Blundered his bishop on d4. Okay, well, only makes sense.
Well, we did say that it was crazy and anything could happen, and they wanted to just prove us right.
Poncelai just want to go 4-0.
Yeah, that's so sad. He played very well, and he's about to lose.
I mean, Poncelai got so fortunate. 4-0 for him. MVP candidate. They didn't need this victory, so that's why I give the nod to Georg Meyer, because they really needed that. But Poncelai was great today, 4-0 performance, and the gentlemen win 9-7 in the first round of the playoffs.
53% of people predicted this from our chat who voted on the poll. Well, it was really 9 or higher. So
it's 9 or higher, and they got 9, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So tie goes to the runner. They we'll give it to them. And so, yeah, 9-7. We saw 8.5, 7.5 with the snowballs. Now 9-7 in favor of the gentleman here. And Alexandra. So it is nearly 8 in the morning for you. I hope you're going to go to bed soon. But before we do a little switcheroo here, do you have any final thoughts of what we've seen over the last what, 5 hours in terms of the mosquitoes versus the snowballs and the wizards and the gentlemen.
I have probably said this a couple of times throughout the stream, but since we're wrapping up, it's always good to summarize. I think in both of the matches, we had teams that were the clear favorites, the Baden-Baden Snowballs, the Tbilisi Gentlemen, but the matches were actually a lot closer than I expected, and I think both teams had chances to pull an upset, which just highlights how tough this competition has been. And I'm just happy to have been able to do commentary with you and hang out with everyone in chat. Thanks so much for watching, you guys, and I hope you stay for the next 2 final matches of the playoffs.
Well, Alexandra, it was a pleasure as always. We will be seeing each other soon, I'm sure. But in the meantime, please get yourself some rest and enjoy your Saturday. And again, thank you to everybody who is tuned in for these first 2 matches. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be on a break, but right after it, we will have the Khan Blitzstream versus the Norway Gnomes. And after that, the Mumbai Movers versus the Armenian Eagles. So much action left. Alexandra, thank you. But time to go on break and say goodbye to you for now. So we'll be right back after this.
the Eastern Division. With a group of teams known for their bold characters and even bolder chess moves, Savine Andreassian's Armenia Eagles will hope that their team collectiveness can propel them into a successful title defense. Nika Volkov and the Tbilisi gentlemen won't be very polite about attempting to overtake anyone standing in their way, as they rely on Bador Jabava's dance moves on and away from the board to waltz into the next round. The Mumbai Movers, led by star Vidit Gujrathi, will hope to harness the energy of their millions of fans as they attempt to put one of the world's strongest chess cities on the Pro Chess League map. And the Moscow Wizards will hope to replicate Mother Russia's chess dominance of the past by relying on the craft and guile of the chess queen herself, Alexandra Kostyniuk. Mark your calendars for March 23rd, because this is going to be a clash of the titans only the Pro Chess League could provide. And get all the information you need at ProChessLeague.com.
Oh my God.
One and only Bador Jabava joining us live from Skopje in what looks to be, is that a Hilton hotel room or a Marriott? What's the decor there?
Yeah, hello. This is a hotel room of Pansulay and Paichadze.
Pansulay, and are you there with your friends? Are they on camera there as well? Can they say hi?
Yeah. They are here, but they declined to join us because it's English maybe not so well, or just
yeah. Well, that's okay. We don't need them. We're here with Bador Jabava, known as Lexi Sexy on chess.com. And today the chess was sexy, and the Tbilisi gentlemen are moving on. What do you have to say about this team's season? You guys have had a phenomenal year so far, and it keeps rolling right now. What has the team been like, and how excited are you about how you guys have performed this year?
Yeah, okay. First of all, I need to thank you, Pansulay and his wife, our manager, Maisuradze, who put a lot of energy to complete this team. And I think it was perfectly choose all players, especially like dark horses, let's call like that, Nika Volkov. But it's dark horse maybe for entire world, but not for Georgian chess, because we know him like very good player, but his lack of practice, lack of working. I think he's very. He could be a very strong player, but need some support for that. Also, Giga Kuparadze, he is current Georgian champion. He has a very nice period. This recently he's increasing his strength very much. Everybody knows about Pansulay and Luka Paichadze, yes, so good players. I cannot say myself because I play really bad last period, starting from last year. So it's never, it's like endless for me, and it continues even in this Skopje European Championship. So I just, after the last result, when I lost interest in game, I just decided to stop play European Championship. So need some recharge, I think. So I think it's okay, no?
Well, I think you say you played bad, but overall, I mean, I think you're playing well. In fact, you found this move Rook F6 today, right? That was pretty nice. Rook F6.
Yeah. The point was, I think that Dobro has even worse days than me. I think.
Right.
It happens.
Now, what happened though? What happens if he plays Queen E5 in this position instead of G6? What was your line?
E5, F4. No, not F4. 1 second. His Rook on E8 or how it was? I forget the position. Maybe we just missed this post. Yeah. You mean after 4 he just take on the knight on H5?
I think so. I think he can just take the knight.
Yeah, so that's why I not continue to play. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because you played Rook F6, and I was like, I wasn't doing commentary yet, and I said, oh my gosh, a brilliant Jabava move, and then I was like, but what if Black just plays Queen E5?
But after actually no, I saw this move, of course. Rook F7 I have. You blow my mind.
Rook F7 okay, so you're still doing fine. Okay.
I saw it, and then now you changed my mind.
Now you know. Okay, I almost changed your mind, and the point, everybody, is you can't take the knight here because there's still mate on G7. So it turns out it was a brilliant Jabava move. That's good news. But speaking of brilliant moves, you mentioned. Speaking of brilliant moves, you mentioned Pansulay and his wife and their decision to add Nika Volkov to the team. And obviously, I think that for all of us who didn't know just how strong this guy was, because of, as you said, his FIDE rating, his over-the-board rating, not necessarily accurate in regards to his real strength, particularly in rapid and blitz. Would you say so far that decision, having Nika Volkov on the team, has he been the MVP for you guys this year?
Yeah, I mean, our results shows that it was the best move till now to get him in the team. So I hope it will continue. He will continue his brilliant play. And I think he lost last 2 games in this year, but thanks God it doesn't affect the match in this. But
not today, yeah, but
in overall he played very, very well.
Yep.
Overall,
absolutely, yeah. Well, what do you guys need to do next week? Obviously, you've got you will have either Mumbai or Armenia. Which of those 2 teams would you rather face between the Movers and the Eagles? And what are your thoughts on what the team needs to do next week in order to qualify their way to San Francisco and the live finale?
Okay, what can I say? Every match is very, very tough. All players are very motivated. Especially I like how Armenian players are playing, so they're really tough opponents for any team, I think. I think somebody told me that they've been last year champions, right? Is it correct or not?
Yes, they are currently the defending champions. Yep.
Okay, so defending team, right? So it's obvious that they will try maximum to do it. So I remember once in ice hockey in NHL, Pittsburgh took twice in a row Stanley Cup. So it's very possible they will do the same. But I hope that we will change this plan a little bit. I hope so.
Well, and obviously they still haven't beaten Mumbai yet, right? They're about to start playing in a few minutes here.
In my opinion, they're favorites. This is what I said from the beginning. I think they will pass Indians.
Now, Badur, you have a lot of fans on chess.com and here on Twitch. People love your enterprising style of play and how aggressive and entertaining you can be, both on the board and off the board. So let me ask you, you mentioned before we went live today that you're now officially a tourist in Skopje, because you said if you weren't 5-0, you were going to drop out of the European Championship. So what are you going to be doing with your day here? Tell the fans what you'll be doing since you won't be playing chess.
I arrived here, I was thinking that I play, but I realized after 5 days that I'm a tourist. So I don't know. First, what we'll do, we go outside now to see a little bit city, I don't know, some places. Then I will have much more time than my friends. They need to play, so I don't know. I will become maybe coach too. So why not? Let's see.
I'm sure you'll find something to do there. Well, the next set of games is getting going here soon, but I do want to just say again, congratulations to your team. Obviously, we wish you the best of luck. Next week, you'll be playing either the winner of either Mumbai or Armenia, and again, congratulations to you, Ponsulea, and his wife, who've done an amazing job building this team, and of course, good luck next week.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the interview and for inviting.
Thank you, Badur.
All the best.
Bye.
Goodbye.
And let's remind everybody who may just be joining us of what the results were today and why, of course, we had the one and only Badur Jabava with us right there. As you can see, the gentlemen indeed are moving on. They beat the Wizards by a final score of 9-7. Badur finishing with 2.5 out of 4. He had a lot of tough opponents there on board 1, but did what he needed to do. And as he said, though, the team is being led in many ways by Ponsulea because of his performance on the board today. He went 4-0 at board 2, but also his managerial decisions. He and his wife are the ones behind the roster for the Tbilisi gentlemen, and they're the ones that really found the diamond in the rough there, Nika Volkov, which is historically been what happens when teams win the Pro Chess League. A lot of people who follow closely know that the Armenia Eagles won last year in many ways because of their manager on board for Artak Manukyan, who not quite the discrepancy in terms of his FIDE rating and actual strength as maybe someone like Nika Volkov this year. And of course, we see Artok is not even in the lineup today. But Artok has also performed very, very well in Rapid. And I think that when you consider how to build these teams, having a 2700 plus who can at least hold his own on board 1 seems to be a key. And then having a very underrated board 4 also tends to be a recipe that seems to be being repeated for success. So, as we said earlier today, we also had the result go down between the Snowballs and the Mosquitoes. You can see that they won 8.5, 7.5, and the man now rejoining me directly here to my left, Grandmaster Robert, has had the call on that. And Robert, as the games get underway here, I know we already have chess to jump into here between the Gnomes and the Con Blitzstream. But give us a quick recap of why. Oh, never mind. Oh wow! Look at that. There was a quick. I didn't know that we had that today. That was a fun little intro there. Look at you. Look at that producer throwing something my way. So we've got the Con Blitzstream and the Norway Gnomes throwing down, and that threw me off. That's how you know we don't rehearse around here. If anyone's like, wow, Danny sounds scripted, things like that prove it's not true. But Robert, what was the key in the Snowballs moving on against the Mosquitoes? I see that they barely got by, and what would you summarize as the biggest games and moments of that match?
There were definitely some really critical blunders that happened towards the end of the match. And I mean, they're very nervous teams, clearly. Georg Meyer had a huge win over Walter Spolman. Both players were 3-0 to that point. And Meyer even said, he's like, I mean, the guy can make a draw whenever he wants. And he played for more and it ended up backfiring. But also, Hannah Marie Kleck on board 4, she won her final round game against Yasa Lopez. And that was a really topsy-turvy battle in a French defense. So, of course, my eyes were very much locked in on that game, and she won that game.
Let's bring back the results there so we can talk about the boards that Robert's mentioning there between the Snowballs and the Mosquitoes. As you said, Gleck
she won that final game there, board 4.
She won that final game, and that really looks like it was almost the difference right there. Only a half a point between her and Hasil Lopez, and the Gnomes barely squeaked by this match. So, okay, well, obviously that means that the Snowballs are moving on, and they will face the winner of this match between the Con Blitzstream and the Norway Gnomes. And we already have fire on the board here. Something super exciting happening between Kevin Bourdie and Jan Ludwig Hammer, and that's not just because it's a Scotch, Robert. You know I'm biased, but okay, it's a Scotch game gone a little nutty here with this move, Queen F6. Not the most popular variation, but a principled move by Black nonetheless. But then Knight F5 is met by D5, and the point here is that this pawn is being undermined. You can't take without the Knight on F5 being under fire, at least not with the pawn anyway. But Bourdie decides he can take with the queen and allow this move Knight to B4, and if you were ever looking for blood to start as a board 1 going up against the board 4, this is how you would do it with the black pieces.
Yeah, actually, this line with Queen F6 was played yesterday by Jeffrey Zhang, and he beat Sam Shanklin in a really nice game.
At the U.S. Championship.
Trust me, Hammer watched that game, analyzed it to some extent, and that's why he's playing it today. It's not a coincidence. So this line here with Knight B4, it's very tricky because there's a quick break in the center. White has not castled clearly. Black is saying, I don't care about my pawn. I'm going for quick activity. And if you make a move, like a lazy move like queen to b3, it's not lazy, but you need to protect the pawn on c2. Then I just take on f5, right? I'm getting my full development in. Bishop takes e5, ef5, castles queenside, and I definitely prefer black in a position like that.
Yeah, it's a fascinating decision here, and certainly one that, like you said, maybe being an elite grandmaster like Jan Ludwig Hammer probably has him following top-level chess games. We know that he is friends with Sam Shanklin, so seeing how his buddy might have lost with the white pieces to Jeffrey Zhang, that might have given him some ideas of trying to repeat that success, right, against his friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And all the top players, they're watching each other's games, so you just know that when you see something repeated, it's often not that they were necessarily doing their own homework, they're learning from each other, and well, that's obviously a beneficial thing. So Queen B5 check played,
which is already interesting. And we saw an image just before of Kevin Bourdie to remind everybody he is both the player today, board 4 for the Blitzstream, but also the manager, and in many ways the team here is really made after his personality and his brand online. He's one of the most popular chess streamers in the world, in French mostly, but he's a big part of the Con Blitzstream and their success, both because of his own play and because of how this roster is built. But something tells me today he's been a little surprised already by Hammer's move, because I think a simple c6 here is going to have this queen going to an awkward square, and I feel like Black's initiative is going to be real good real quick here.
Yeah, and I guess he's going to go back to E2. And the question I have for you, Danny, is, how do you weigh these things when, as White, as low-rated player, you're going to be up a pawn, at least for the near future. But like we're talking about, Black clearly has quick play and has all these threats on the board. So how do you value that from Kevin Bordy's perspective?
Yeah, it's difficult because this situation with Queen E2, as you said, will hold on to the pawn. And let me show everybody why that exists, because now takes F5 is met by a discovered check, which prevents Black from retaking the pawn. But as Robert said, the development is the problem. So even in a line like that, if Black just played, I'm just going to say knight E7 or bishop E7, and then quickly castles long, you still have a huge initiative. You've still sacrificed your entire kingside development just to hold on to what's a bit of an ugly duckling there on F5, probably not a pawn that has a long lifespan ahead of it. So I don't know. Oh, and we're actually going to get that exact line. I was in the analysis mode, and now back seeing that that position I had is on the board. I expect Hammer to play, I'm going to guess knight E7, because if you can get castled long and recapture the pawn on F5 with the knight, that makes sense. But even bishop E7 is probably fine. And
I'm going king D7.
I feel like what?
King D7 is where I'm going.
Or King D7. Oh my gosh. Okay, I was going to say that bagel break did Robert Hess well. He's alive and kicking, because King D7 would have been a sassy move with the immediate threat of Rook E8. Unfortunately, probably not a good one though, Robert, since Rook E8 is not really a threat based to Bishop E3. So,
but B2's hanging.
Okay, but Knight C3, and then Rook E8, Bishop E3.
Let me have my moment. I want to shine.
You did fine, buddy, but the king on D7 is not anyone's favorite. So he does go with Knight E7. And we already have one game in the book, so I'm going to quickly show that. Robert and I didn't even get a chance to look at the game between Barsegian
this is
and
upsetting.
Stuvik Holm. And
look at this.
Interesting decision, I think, for both of these teams to just agree on such a quick draw. I don't know. This is two of the younger players on each team. Perhaps some nerves getting to them, Robert, but as I play through what was a Catalan, just all mainline theory, they simply repeated moves, which, okay, if you're looking at it from the Gnome's perspective, playing the black pieces against a roughly equal opponent, in a chess terminology, that's not the worst result. But from a team perspective, I would say that both managers should be disappointed by this decision to quickly take a draw. Your thoughts?
I think from the Blitzstream's perspective, it's very disappointing. You have the white pieces, even matchup. And from the Gnome's perspective, it's a great result. You drew with Black. You have draw odds in the match. So, you have to trust your teammates. So you did your job. You held with the black pieces against an equal rated opponent.
There you go. And that you bring up another really good point, which we should remind everybody that a big part of why these teams fight so hard throughout the regular season to earn their spot atop of their division is to have draw odds in these early rounds of the playoffs. Now, if you make it all the way to the finals in San Francisco, draw odds are no longer there, so don't worry, everybody. But in these early matches, in fact, we saw St. Louis move on despite having an 8-8 tie in their matchup earlier this week. And so I had forgotten about that point, partner, so thanks for reminding me that from a match strategy perspective, every half a point, as long as the players were close to equal, probably not a bad thing for them. So, all right, let's move on to another game that seems to be heating up. We haven't looked at the game between Tor Frederick Kassen and Maxime Lagarde. This is
it's a Benoni gone wild.
A Benoni gone wild, right? This is you can order it now, right? X-rated edition online, but only for $19.95 if you act fast, Robert. The Benoni gone wild here.
Can I expense that to chess.com?
Yeah, you can actually. We have an expense budget for those types of things. But all right, jokes aside, this bumped my microphone there. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm just going to say that I bumped my mic. Why pretend? Don't give me that look. All right, don't give me that look. Knight to C5 is played. this is a strange position because normally you see black struggling to get this type of space that he has so easily here on the queen side. But the problem is, in order to get this expansion, clearly something went wrong in the center, right? There's normally a pawn on d6 that obviously white got his hands on. And but I don't know that that means that white is really doing well here. One example of that, everybody, is if you try to simplify things with queen takes b6, you open up the rook on a8 to hit the a2 pawn, and your d5 pawn is under fire. I want to point out that the very important tactic black has on the board is that if white ever takes the pawn on c4, black has knight to d3 check, boomtown, forktown, and if you take with the bishop, you lose the rook on c1. Now, you may consider something like that anyway if you're white at some point, some sort of exchange sack. But the reason why this move knight c5 works is precisely because bishop takes c4 would fall to this fork. And we've got fork emotes and pin emotes. Robert, why don't you just be my emote guy today? I'm going to say things and you spam the emotes. Fork, pin, what do you think?
All right, I'm going to try to find those right now. There they are.
Just kidding, buddy. Everyone loves when I tell the Grandmaster to just focus on emotes. It's their favorite thing.
You know, I did it. But I think also he took with the rook on c4. I was going to mention that. And Kostin, didn't he go 4-0 last week or something like that?
Yeah, he was huge. He was 3-0. I actually don't remember what happened in the last game, but he was huge for them last week. And we'll see if he can continue to repeat that. Now after rook takes c4, bishop b5.
Kostin, I'm looking up. He went 6 out of 6. That's right, in the Battle Royale.
Look how crazy this line is with rook takes b4. I think black has to trade on d6 and then take on f1 where there's a threat of knight d3 check. But there's so many moves to consider here. Bishop takes c5 is probably met by bishop takes g2. If you take on f1 with the king, probably black is playing knight takes d5 or maybe knight to d3. I'm not sure which one. And then trying to bring the rook down. Something tells me that if an Indian were playing this position as white, they would find all the right moves and white would just end up being up material, Robert. But in a practical game, this feels like you're one slip away from a huge blunder. And Maxime Lagarde, also I believe playing from Skopje, where many people are at the European Club Championship.
Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with your assessment, Danny, that there likely is something good for white here because how many pawns? You already have 2 pawns. And b4 is hanging.
Right.
And so, maybe you don't take on b4 and play rook d4 because your ideas with knight to d3 are starting to worry me. But if I play like rook d4 and the queen stay on the board, my king's in the center, it doesn't feel so comfortable. So I think from a practical point of view, Maxime Lagarde should be happy.
Yeah.
But I would assume objectively up so much material that white is doing quite decently here.
Yeah, I agree, and we don't have an engine in front of us, so we get to analyze it like all of you who are not using engines at home because you're here to learn something as you watch the Pro Chess League. But anyway, that's my subtle, right? That's like my passive-aggressive jab at don't use engines when you look at chess games and then pretend like you're getting better at chess. Hashtag pro tip. Speaking of pro tips, Maxime Lagarde looks like he's wide awake here. Some of the players that joined us from Skopje didn't seem like they got their game face on early enough. But despite the bedhead, Maxime Lagarde looks to be fresh.
Yeah, so. he looks ready. And I'm actually looking up how he's doing. He's not doing very well in Skopje. He's 2.5 out of 5, dropping a bunch of rating points. So
you know why?
Struggling there.
It's because he's focused on the Pro Chess League, Robert. He's focused where it matters, which is right here. Well,
now. I'm glad his priorities are in the right place.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we see a trade on b6, and now white has the 2 pawns and is just going to go gobble a third one. And this is going to be a wild one because, I mean, look at it. There's trades on f1. Rook takes a2 is hanging.
D5 hanging.
Knight takes d5 is hanging. Do you ever just, like, shut your eyes and just take a piece and just... Right? You do that. You use that emote. You know, everybody uses this emote now, the shrug emote. Like, I don't know, right? I feel like that's what white's doing here. Like, I don't know if I'm going to survive this. Here comes knight d3. Here comes knight d5. But I'm going to go for it. All right. We'll keep our eye on it. Let's go to the game that's furthest along between Lars So and Matthew Cornett. Not the most exciting one, which I guess, again, from the Gnome's perspective, Matt's strategy, Robert, you got to feel good about Haug's position here. He's the underrated opponent, right? He's the underdog in this game, and a draw would probably be a successful result from that perspective. Although the more I look at it, the more I think maybe this is a little harder for white to hold the queen side down than I first thought. A move like c4 might run into knight c6 and knight b4 threats. Positions like this can be deceptively dangerous, right, Robert? You could hear it in my voice when I first went here. Oh, it's 3-on-3, right? Both sides have equal pawns, no obvious pawn weaknesses on the board. But then you look at the difficulties in dealing with the queen side. It's all about who has the initiative. Maybe this is harder for white to hold than we thought.
Yeah, although I would just go bishop c5 for that exact reason. Like you said, if you go c4, now you're loosening up some squares. You're ruining your bishop on e2. So I would just take on c5, allow you to take on c3, and then maybe just like bishop e3 back or something like that. That way I can keep my pieces active. I've taken away one pawn each side, so there are fewer pawns remaining, which means that if the more I trade, that the better my chances are, even if I end up losing a pawn in the process. Yep. So I think that would be a good practical decision by Lars Oscar Haug. But yeah, it is one of those tricky situations where you can think, oh, it should be an easy draw, but then you're like, wait a second, I see this plan for my opponent. And if I do that, maybe my opponent does this, and you start worrying yourself.
Matthew, as we're seeing on screen now, was actually the French champion in 2016. He's also a champion of the environment, clearly going with the air dry system for all of his laundry, not wasting any electricity or any sort of fabric softener on the need to keep your clothes fresh.
Yeah, that's really funny. Yeah, he's going au naturel here, and well, he's probably slightly to be preferred. I think it's going to be an even result with proper. C4.
He goes for c4 and against our advising, and look how quickly Cornet says, I'm not going to give you a second chance. Plays knight e6. He'll probably play b6 and a5 now, and then try to go to work. Yeah, he goes b6 quickly. I like it. And the big reason why Robert and I didn't like this, not just because from a match strategy, if c5 was traded for c3, as we said, if you get closer to a draw, the Gnomes have draw odds in this match. But also, if you look at the live position now, this knight is completely stuck to d2. If it ever moves, black will start to do work behind the pawns and expose these weaknesses on the light squares with the bishop. Okay, this is a very concrete plan to eliminate that idea, and perhaps still white is in decent shape to get a draw. But we'll keep our eye on it. But I see this game in the corner of my eye, Robert, calling my name. We've got to go back to Hammer's game with Blitzstream here because, this is exactly the kind of game that gets us all excited in the Pro Chess League. I'm going to back up to where we left it. If you're just joining us, everybody, Hammer played a super interesting gambit. Where we're now, although Blitzstream, that being Kevin Bordy, is up a pawn, he's way down in development. The old lady that swallowed the fly is on e2, causing all kinds of digestive issues for the king side. And that leads to an initiative for black, and Hammer just goes all in. h5, takes on f5. Now he's just up a piece, and if Kevin takes it back on b6, probably there's got to be some way to get the king out of the center quickly and get a rook on the open lines here. I feel like Hammer is a good move away from Bordy just resigning here, to be honest.
And I wonder if Kevin Bordy overlooked this move, knight takes f5, because when the move was played, then he was giving away this knight on b6, right? So by playing knight takes f5, you're offering a knight, but you have tactics there with knight to d4, and that's the point, is that you need to protect your knight on e4 still. But where do you protect from? If you go queen to d3 or something like that, probably go f5 and win your knight that way. If you're queen e3, well, then knight c2 check just forks and wins the queen. So
forky mode.
Yeah, big problems there for Bordy.
No, you're right. I ran through that moment very fast, but that's a critical point that is I would bet your instincts are correct that when Bordy played c5, he likely, and it's a very dangerous sort of subconscious pattern we can all have as chess players, right, Robert? You play a forcing tempo move, and most of the lines you're going to calculate are clearly going to be around them stopping your very obvious threat. And by the way, c5 was a dual threat, not only taking b6, but also knight d6 check. Exactly. So I think Bordy plays c5 thinking, okay, this is going to buy me some initiative, buy me some time, and Hammer just shocks him right back with knight takes f5, sacrificing the piece and returning the initiative right there. And I think one pro tip for people is if you're ever in a situation that's this dynamic, both kings in the center, right, pieces hanging, you have to force yourself outside the box of tempo move thinking, meaning if I tempo, they have to respond, right? You have to consider those sort of desperados and swish and zooks style tactics, and that's That's likely what Bordy did not do. And now in the live position, I think, as you said, he's in big trouble. And now he's almost under a minute. I'm in love with Hammer's position here, and I know it pains me to say because White played the Scotch here. I've never gotten a bad position out of the Scotch with you as a teammate.
Never, not once.
Never.
But
right?
it goes to show that Bordy's been trying to play with like pizzazz and trying to sacrifice pieces, and he's playing that romantic style that I know you love. And unfortunately for him, he has double checks here, two different options: knight f6 double check or knight d6 double check. But let's, knight f6 check here, then king to d8. Queen e8 is not mate. That's the problem. The king runs over to c7, and once the king gets to c7, you're running out of checks.
Even if you take f7, black can just develop and stop your threats.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
I'm out
crazy.
of it.
There's double checks on the board, and none of them are any good. He goes for it, but like, how often do you have double check with knight f6 and queen on e2, and you got nothing to show for it?
It's honestly ridiculous. And king, you could take on b6 with check here, and say like, oh, I'm winning your knight first, and then trying to win your rook second. But after pawn takes b6, you can just take with the king. And after, he took on f7 instead because the rook was actually protected through attacks with bishop b4 check. So he instead goes for the queen f7, but your bishop b7 should just be lights out. Meaning
the line Robert's giving is if you take b6, black could actually take, as you said, I guess with the king because you don't want to allow queen d7, although I think you probably could take with the pawn. But anyway, either way, when you take it, this was not a threat, just to show everybody the line Robert was giving because of this discovered check, and the lady falls in the corner, right? That's why you don't put baby in a corner, because those are the kind of things that happen. So, okay, Blitzstream does inevitably get back his piece, but here I think black could take with the pawn, and really, really funny to see that the last several moves have been a discovered double check, a forcing check with the queen on the 8th rank, another check with tempo. Yet at the end of this variation, there's no doubt that White's king will be in more danger than Black's, right? As we're about to bring a rook to the e-file here if we're playing Hammer's position.
Yeah, a very sad state of affairs when you're like, you're doing everything right, at least on paper, but it doesn't pan out because in the current position, the rook h to f8 and just take on f6 with the rook is just devastating. So Hammer is going to get a win with the black pieces. And in that other game between Kassin and Lagarde, that game has been interesting for a while. And here, well, it looks like black is up a piece. And there are two pawns currently, but rook d1 check, take that rook on h1, and then take on a2, then it just goes for one pawn.
Yeah, and if Lagarde ultimately doesn't have any issues on the 8th rank, which doesn't look like he's going to after the line you gave, rook d1, take on h1, trade on a2, and black is safe because white wishes you could move the rook from b3 to b8. You can't hop over your own pieces, though, in chess, right? This isn't checkers. Okay, and here Lagarde shows he doesn't even need the a2 pawn. Not totally sure about that decision because...
Well, rook takes e2, there might have been rook takes b. No, you're right. Then it was rook takes back, and then knight b6 hangs. So yeah,
you know what he was worried about? He was worried about rook takes h1, knight takes a8, intermezzo.
Yeah.
So Hammer plays queen e5 check on the board there to our left, and after knight e4, I think a number of natural moves here bring black's pieces in. Knight d6, overloading on the pin. I was going to say rook d8 was also possible there for black. The only way Hammer can misplay this is by getting too excited about Blitzstream's clocks. Sometimes even the best players can do that, where they feel, all right, I'm winning on the board and he's down on time, just make some moves and he's going to lose. But you got to continue to find the accurate moves here. Hammer needs to do something before this white king gets out of the center. But on that note, it's so hard, right? Blitzstream can't castle kingside because then you bring mate to yourself on h2. And it looks like he's not going to have any way to defend that knight on e4. I'm expecting a decisive result here any moment.
Yeah, you can't even play b4 because you're rook on a1. Oh, castling queenside.
Yep. Just to point out here on the left, we will remind you the other game we left behind did ultimately end in a draw between Larso and Tokris. That's Hogg and Cornet. So that game, a draw, not a bad result from the perspective of the Gnomes. But on this board here, or the two boards that are still remaining, I expect Hammer to get a win. We all expect that. But we also expect Lagarde to get a win, which means more than likely we are headed into the second round of play, all knotted up in a 2-2 tie. There you go. We have we have that game ended in the books, and now only one game remaining here between Kossin and Lagarde.
Yeah, and up a piece here. He went knight d3, which is, of course, a good move, trying to take on f2 with the knight. And if you start pushing upon to f4, I still have knight f2 check, pick him e4. So getting the knight active, very good plan. Kossin is just a couple moves away, I think, from resigning, in fact. Yeah, just...
Yeah, the Gnome's currently up 2-1 in the scoreboard, but as we said, with Lagarde about to win, we're going to be all tied up. Although, the more this goes on, it takes some technique, and certainly being up on the clock as well shouldn't be too hard now that the e4 pawn falls. There might even be a weird mating net coming with rook g1, king h3, knight f2 check. Maybe that king gets in trouble over there on the h file.
Yeah, just very clear options. You can go rook d2 check, or like you said, rook g1 check. I mean, the king is just in harm's way and not getting out of it. So you have rook d2 check here.
You put a rook on the 7th rank for kicks and giggles, but not sure.
For checks and giggles?
Checks and giggles. Actually, here it's just a 7th rank giggle. You ever played Tickle on the 7th rank?
Can I no comment this one?
I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a fun time, and that's what the white rook is doing right there. Shout out to everybody that's with us on Twitch and chess.com TV. We've got Grandmaster Creekor in the house. Saw him chatting there on Twitch. On the Chess TV side of things, we haven't had as much action this morning. A lot of people in bed maybe right now, but no, I was wrong. I was just on the wrong tab. Steffi94 hanging out in the Chess TV chat. She's always here. Steffi, do you ever sleep? I don't know. I don't know that she does. So, Diamond member WCQ, we appreciate your support. We also have GM Hess here, says BH13, BJH. What's up, BJ?
BJH, awesome. Always awesome.
I think we might have with a really fun mate here on F3. Watch out, everybody, because if H5 comes taking away the final escape square for the king, and then rook F2 check will be mate. It is 4:30 p.m. there, so I was just making sure you weren't an afternoon sleeper, Steffi. A lot of people recommend an afternoon siesta. A nap is supposed to be very good for your health. That's what modern day people who don't have kids say. People that have kids say that they shouldn't have had them, but people that do have kids don't take naps.
I know you're good at chess because you're good at seeing ahead, and my future will include that afternoon siesta that you mentioned. So
That's right. I've always been thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Shout out HS Gremlin. What's going on? We still have a lot of chess ahead of us here, so if you are just tuning in, whether you're on the West Coast, East Coast, or somewhere in the afternoon of Europe, stick around.
And well, I was going to say, speaking of looking ahead, if you're Tor Frederick Kossin, you should probably look ahead to the second round of this match because you're
not getting out of that F3 square. 94, the dagger.
Yeah, just take it.
Takes F5. He'll give one more check on the 7th rank, like we said. Tickle is fun, but after the move King H6, if you can't check anymore, the bishop guards B6. So, okay, King H6 or King F8, they both do the same thing. I would have preferred King H6 because then there's literally no more checks.
Yep.
But all right, doesn't matter. Kossin knows these are just spite checks and decides to throw in the towel. And with that, we have the first round of play in the books. It is a 2-2 tie. The Khan Blitzstream and the Norway Gnomes locked in. Shouldn't be a surprise if you look at the scoreboard here, everybody. It's been nothing but close matches all day. The Snowballs barely got by the Mosquitoes by 1 point earlier. The Gentlemen, that match was a little bit more one-sided probably than the final score shows. Taking nothing away from the Wizards, who, as Robert said, have one of the sexiest logos there in the world ever, I think.
Yep.
That's a scientific fact. But the Gentlemen did squeak by there, so the fact that we have a very, very close match already here between Khan and Norway shouldn't surprise everybody. And again, don't go anywhere because we've got a rematch of last year's quarterfinals. So last year, the two teams that made it all the way in the Eastern Division were Mumbai and Armenia before the Eagles ultimately beat Mumbai to head to San Francisco, where the live esports finale took place. So This is a little bit earlier than last year, Robert, but I'm pumped for that Mumbai match. I just something tells me that the movers are bringing. Like, is there something beyond an A game? I know you would say A plus, but is there like a Z game where you're in the zone? Maybe just made that up. TM.
I mean, I respect it, and honestly, that lineup for the movers is insanely strong because you have Adiban on board 2,
Yep.
and Adiban just crossed 2,700. And well, if that's your board 2, I don't know what to say about your chances for the other team, right? Because there's such a strong lineup there, and they have, of course, Vidit Gujarati on board 1, and Vidit is, been over 2,700 for a couple of years now. Yikes.
Yep. Well, we will be excited to see how that one goes down, but right now we're locked in with the Con Blistream and the Norway Gnomes, who are getting set to start their second round of play. Again, let's remind everybody where they can follow the Pro Chess League all around the globe when we are not live, because there's a lot of ways you can do it. You can follow anybody wearing a Pro Chess League backpack. If you see somebody wearing a Pro Chess League backpack in the street, that is somebody you need to follow. Get behind them. You know what they say in Mother Russia: if you see a line, get in it. If you see a Pro Chess League backpack, follow it.
Yeah, you almost sound like you're an MTA worker in New York City. If you see something, say something. But here you're like, if you see something, go follow that. I mean, that's a little creepy, actually, now that I say that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't want to go down that one. But yeah, remind everybody, you can also follow the Pro Chess League Twitch channel, because right after this, we will actually have a highlights show with International Master Levy Rosman, and that's happening every playoff show from here on out. So if you happen to tune in late in a show, or maybe you're here now but you got to leave, go do some soccer with the kids this morning, and then you're coming back, remember that you can follow things at twitch.tv/ProChessLeague. You can also get involved on Twitter by answering our daily question. Today's daily question, Robert, who is your PCL Rookie of the Year? That's actually a phenomenal question. I think we have two very, very clear candidates, but I'm going to let you go first on that question.
Nika Volkov. Done.
That's the winner, I think. There was one other person I had in mind. Who do you think it was?
Ooh, tough question, because there are a bunch of new. I was asking if Thomas Beardson is new to the Pro Chess League.
Yeah,
because I don't. He is.
He's not. He's just new to Minnesota, right?
Okay. Well, in that case, then I can't go with him. So, who else are you going with?
We can get a fact check on that. I could be wrong.
Who's your Rookie of the Year?
Well, I think Nika Volkov has to take it, and we just had an interview a few moments ago with Bador Jabava, the top board from the Tbilisi gentleman, but he gave credit where credit was due, said the board 4 has really been their MVP, and also gave a shout-out to Ponsulea and his wife. They are the ones managing the team, which I did not know, and so credit to them for building that out. Now I'm just blanking on who my other Rookie of the Year candidate was.
Is it going to be JKD, Jan Christoph Duda?
That's who it was. Thank you, JKD. Sorry, Jan Christoph Duda, who is not playing today. I thought he was going to be in the lineup for the Blitzstream, so I'm surprised that they weren't able to pull that off. But JKD, Jan Christoph Duda, certainly has played well for the Blitzstream all year. A big reason why they got into playoffs was JKD's head-to-head victory with the Black Pieces over Maxime Vacher-Legrave earlier in the year. You and I had the call on that one. So anyway, all right. Let us know your thoughts in the chat, Chess TV chat, twitch.tv, or on Twitter. Let us know who your Rookie of the Year is.
Yeah, it's really tough. There's so many good options to choose from. So I'll think about it a little bit more. But Nika Volkov, of course, was the first person that came to mind. Just
the Commissioner Greg Shahadi on Twitch saying Sargsyan, Shant Sargsyan, also a candidate. That's actually one I forgot, because I guess I just thought that Shant was on the Eagles lineup last year. But if he wasn't, then certainly that's a candidate, given that Tbilisi and Armenia had the two best records overall heading into the playoffs. So,
yep,
for sure.
Wait, I have a question. Oh, no, that's the draw from the first game. I saw like a half, and I was like, oh, no, was there another quick draw? But that's just still the game up from the first round here.
Yep. Yeah, no, we've only got two games that have started here. The game between Hammer and Barsigan right in front of us. We see a pretty traditional QGD kind of structure. This is a Tartakower QGD structure, not something you see every day anymore at high-level chess, Robert. Talk about, if you will, real quick, the pros and cons of this variation. The Tartakower kind of, well, I guess part of the reason is it started with sort of a weird Nimzo move order. Queen's Indian move order gone back to a Rogozin Tartakower, and the Tartakower, for those of you who don't know, is sort of defined by this move b6, where the bishop choosing to come to this diagonal versus a more traditional orthodox structure, something like c6, to overly support the tension on d5. And often what happens eventually in those lines is a structure like this, where the bishop finds a home, or at least pressure on the king side. This is a different variation, very, very popular many moons ago in the 60s and 70s. Usually white just has a kind of comfortable edge here, part of because of this plan of knight e5 and f4, where the pawn on d5 blocks the bishop on b7, and you usually just feel like white is playing for a comfortable middle game here, and can't wait for you to tell me if I'm wrong or right on my thoughts about this Tartakower structure.
No, I definitely agree. The bishop on b7 is blocked by that pawn, but it does help support knight to e4. So anytime you want to play f4 for white, you just think about the drawback of allowing a knight on f6 to hop to e4.
Yeah.
And Gelfand and Inar Kiev had some games in their match in similar structures where black went c5 and took on d4. Here, bishop d6. Didn't want to give up the bishop, because if you played c5, then a move like a3 would really challenge your bishop on b4. And so that's the good thing about black's position, is very, very solid. You have this bishop on d6 to make sure that the c7 pawn is always well defended. Of course, you can play for c5 yourself, or you can go for other maneuvers like knight b d7 and then c5. And okay, well, c5 chosen immediately. And if you're white, rook f3 is something you're always considering, as well as bishop e1 and trying to swing over.
I'm considering rook f3 whether I'm white or black in any game. But yeah, go ahead.
I think bishop e1 first. There it is, played. So Hammer understands the structure quite well. And the point is that bishop on e1 goes to h4. On d2 wasn't doing anything. In some lines, you need to keep your bishop on d2 to protect e3, but not here when you have a knight just clogging the e file from the e5 square. So I really like white's position in this type of
no, and you highlighted, I guess, the pros of the Tartakower structure that I didn't get to, because, as you said, the bishop on b7 supporting this, maybe the knight can come to e4. But I think the more we analyze it, we really are kind of both in agreement. This is almost like, it's like a good Stonewall Dutch. It's like a good Stonewall structure for white, where you've got such an accelerated approach with the knight in the center. You're never worried about them taking on d4, because you just take right back, and then you permanently eliminate your e3 weakness. And with bishop h4 coming and a potential rook lift, even a g-pawn thrust, g4, this could get super dangerous for black very quickly here.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you, like, what's your knight on b8 doing? If it goes to c6, you're not actually threatening anything, because you're not taking me on e5. And if you take me on d4, I can then take you on c6 first, and then take back on d4 with my pawn. So you're definitely going to see some problems here for black in the near future.
To answer your question, Shiv and Chad, I didn't ignore your question. I don't really support anybody. I'm a commentator, so I'm not really rooting for anybody, but glad to see Diamond member Chess Pandy throwing in his hat into the Gnomes ring. Meloria, Diamond member there in Chess TV, asking, didn't Spassky, first of all, 2 S's in Spassky's name. Never misspell a Chess World Champion's name. That is a party foul. But Spassky did play the Tartakower often. That's why I mentioned it was more popular in the 60s and 70s amongst the world's elite. But I believe there were several Spassky Fischer Tartakower games in their career. Anyway, good talk, right? What did your coach make you do if you misspelled the Chess World Champion's name? Give me the PG version.
I never misspelled the champion's name.
Oh, come on.
I think the hardest one is like Ewa.
No, right? I was going to say the one that I would misspell was Botvinnik. Sometimes I would mess up. It's 1 T and 2 N's. Sometimes in quick typing, I did 2 T's and 1 N. Okay. And, oh, man, my abusive Russian alcoholic chess coach, he let me have it for that. It got ugly.
I mean, Botvinnik, I would say that's more phonetic, but like Ava, right, that's not that easy. I mean, especially as an English speaker. Alyokin, if you've never seen it before, you definitely wouldn't spell it Alekhin. And so, yeah, it's Yerva. Is that how you pronounce it? See, exactly.
Uwe.
No, someone said Yerva.
I've heard Yue, and Uwe. I don't know. But Meloria roasted me. He said, the good news, I continue to misspell your name, Wrench. Misspelled purposely. # roasted. I love it. First of all, roasted. You and my 13-year-old have insults in common that you use, so great.
Yo, so sick, Dad. So sick.
So right? Sick. No, Anytime I discipline any of his siblings, I'm like, Talia, pick up that toy. Nash goes, "Oh, Dad just roasted you." I'm like, anyway, all right. So we see a change in the structure here. I think this is going to be an instructive one. Black ultimately putting the knight on e4 makes a lot of sense here, as Robert said. It's the way you kind of justify the development of this bishop here behind the pawn. It also makes sense to slow down White's attack on the king side. You force the change in structure so that White can't just full steam ahead over there. But now after bishop c4, knight c6, White still has an edge. The question is, how critical is this moment? Because, okay, several candidate moves I'm looking at, including bishop d5 for White, which kind of pokes at the e-pawn, pins the knight to the bishop on b7, and if Black takes on e5, you can take back with the d-pawn to defend your bishop, and you'd be maintaining the bishop pair. So bishop d5 is a candidate move, but also maybe just bishop c3, overprotect your d4 pawn. And what Black got with this move knight e4, Robert, was slowing down White's potential onslaught. But what he has, the compensation that White's gotten in return is now we have a huge target on e4. So if White just kind of pivots, plays for a positional approach to re-gobble that pawn on e4, White just may end up being up a pawn, right, as they head to the endgame.
Yeah, no, your bishop d5 move looks really good to me. I would say bishop c3, on one hand, it looks good because it protects d4. On the other, there might be some b5, b4 stuff coming into the action, which could be quite annoying to deal with. So I like your move bishop d5. You pin the knight, you hit e4, and you just create problems for Black that are not so easy to solve.
Okay. All right, well, we'll keep our eye on this one. A lot of other interesting games developing in this matchup here. We are into round 2 of play. If you're just getting here, you see the scoreboard. Close match after the first 4 games. You can yell at me if you see something you want to dive to, but I say we move over to Ricketts' game with Lars So. That's Lagarde versus Haug. Because this is almost has some similarities to the other structure we were looking at there, with White having extended the f-pawn and looking for something on the king side, but not really. I guess that's the one similarity. The two is White has 2 bishops, and now we start, speaking of world champions of the past, we're looking for a Lasker double bishop sacrifice. Not going to happen anymore. Black will probably get rid of this bishop on d3 ASAP.
Yeah, and actually, if you look at the opening, Danny, it was really weird. It was b3 first move, and then Black put a5. So not recommended for people who may be getting started with chess to play on the queen side like this. I mean, what a ridiculous opening, right?
And then, a4 was played. Although, again, Yermo told me, that's Uncle Yermo to most people. He actually said he feels like a5 is one of the more principled responses to b3. Like, no jokes. And, okay, again, not how you would tell beginner chess players to play. Play in the center and develop your pieces, kids. But there are some reasons why, not just out of bullet chess, to play a5 and try to get that threat of a4. Although now we've gotten the kind of structure that, to me, really favors White in these positions. The bishop on b2, supporting the knight on e5. You know I'm biased toward ponies, a well-placed pony, but I don't know. I like White. Your thoughts?
No, I agree, though. I do think knight takes d3 either now or in the near future is going to be quite annoying, because that light square bishop can come in handy. The problem for Black is casting kingside is now very difficult. As your pawn's on h5, anytime you castle kingside, you might just lose that pawn immediately. And that said, the bishop on c8 doesn't exactly have a good home. So, yeah, I think I would prefer to have white pieces, more flexibility in the position, and nothing really to kind of be unhappy about.
Shout out to subscriber Shy Doc, who just got deep on us. Why do we always have to develop our pieces? Why can't we just be happy? It was spelled happen, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Happy with the position they've got at the start of the game. One of the problems with society today is that we're always reaching for more, and we're never happy with what we've already got. I love that. It got deep and nonsensical philosophy, like most philosophy. But anyway, good stuff.
Just trying to strive for more.
But I was actually thinking at first it was an actual question about why do we want to develop our pieces maybe to the center, or what's the proper balance of making sure you execute a plan versus getting all your pieces off the back rank. And then the more I read it, the more ridiculous the question got, which is why it deserved to be read out loud. So touche. All right, knight to c3. Here's one that's getting wowdy.
Yeah, Rowdy?
Wabbit.
You giving me a wowdy wabbit?
Well, we've got Lagarde back on camera here, so we'll let that sink in before we bounce to this next game I was going to mention. But
he's playing with the earlobe.
The earlobe. It's his favorite thing to rub. Some say it's a natural way to bring about good feelings. So the earlobe rubbing there, not just a nervous tick, but possibly good for I don't know, meditative reasons. I don't know.
He stopped doing it, so I feel like he knew that he was on full display.
He got the
here.
memo. I got the memo that we should move on to another game here. Let's look at Matthew Cornet's game with Mr. Cosson. This is an interesting structure. I'm assuming it was a Sveshnikov, although I'm going to back up and take a look.
Wait.
No, not a Sveshnikov. What?
Then I was going to say, I thought White was down a piece, and I still liked White, and White's not down any material.
I know. I was assuming it was a Sveshnikov gone wrong for Black, but it looks like it was maybe even weirder. This super accelerated A6 and B5. Okay, it's dynamic, and it's not necessarily the most common road traveled, so you have the surprise factor when you play something like this against your opponent, everybody. But there's a reason why, from a principled point of view, you don't move 4 pawns in the opening when your opponent has developed 2 knights, right? And part of the plan we're going to see White develop here is actually a very typical one to take note of against this type of Sicilian. Not just a Sveshnikov, we saw many of those in Caruana versus Carlsen World Championship, but also in any Sicilian, Robert, where your opponent overly aggressively accelerates the queenside plans. White will eventually respond with this approach we're seeing. This move A4 comes on the board. And what happens is now the pawns really wish they could return back home because your choices are never good. Either they continue to push and make themselves weak, make themselves more easily accessible targets, or you take it and open up an A file that also gives you a weak pawn on A6. And so, okay, that's the poison that Black chose. And White responded with this move knight to D5. Actually a very common trick in these G3 kind of knight orfs, right? This knight D5 trap.
Yeah, though it's interesting to me how Black continued in this game, because even though the position probably isn't good, I would take that knight with my pawn and then put my king on D8 and pray that I'm surviving, even though you're probably not. But what's happening now in the game is just clearly worse.
Yeah, in this position here, White probably continues things like bishop G5. This is a difficult position, but as Robert said, this is more traditional a la Najdorf, where you say, all right, yeah, I don't like my position, but at least I'm up a piece. We'll see if I can survive. Giving White what's essentially the same compensation, an open e-file and a really dominant structure over the light squares on the queen side without being up a piece, it just feels wrong. And White, I think, I'll move away from playing something like bishop e3 unless he's considering f4 here. Maybe Cornet is about to go all in over here with Freddie Mercury over here on the f4 pawn.
Looks good.
Right? You can be singing "We Are the Champions" and blowing open the e-file.
Yeah,
Bohemian Rhapsody reference you didn't see coming.
Yeah, I actually just watched that movie like last week. So, but yeah, I mean, even a move like rook to c3, hitting the queen on c7, throwing ideas like knight takes c5, it just looks so good for White and so easy to play. And as we keep talking about, you're not even down any material. So, yeah, under pressure.
Under pressure.
I was just trying to give you a reference right back.
I know. I loved it. And all of a sudden, I heard that bass line. The moment you say under pressure, I'm like, dum da da dum da da dum dum. Beep beep. Oh, wait, we're not doing that. Okay.
We trying to go another one bites the dust? I thought you were getting there.
We could go that. We could go that route. F4,
Boom,
bishop E3.
Boom.
All moves
One
that.
bites the dust. Bah, bah. Sorry.
And Cosson, as you said, went 6 out of 6 in the Gnomes' last Battle Royale. Been big for them all year, but already lost his first game today, and looks like he's in trouble here again. So I think Cornet is taking his time wisely, because this is not something he's worried about here, everybody, but wants to make sure he executes the attack correctly if possible. So anyway, again, a really aggressive Sicilian, kind of meant by a principled approach from White. Once you get a development lead, your king is castled first. you look to expose your opponent's extra pawn moves, and I think that it's instructive to see exactly how white did that here, and hopefully viewers can take note of that. So, all right, the last game we haven't touched on yet, and we didn't even get to look at Holmes' game last round because he drew so quickly. But here we've got the game between Stuvik Holm and Kevin Bourdie. Bourdie holding his own a little bit better than he was against Hammer last game, but after this move, knight g3.
Is he losing the c6 pawn?
I was going to say, is that a pawn on the open file, or are you just happy to see me?
Well, as Cedric said in the chat, bump, 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 another pawn bites the dust.
That's right.
There goes c6, right? Just
unfortunately for Kevin, no positional advice from David Braunstein from Zurich 1953 will save this position because it is a tactical mess.
Yeah. Great book, by the way. Phenomenal book.
One of the only chess books I've ever read more than once.
It's one of the only chess books I've ever read at all. So
period. Right?
Yeah. Love that book.
So white wins that pawn, and it looks like probably this was just a single move blunder with this move b6. Yeah, we came to this board with knight g3 having already been played, but if we backed up, Kevin was probably doing just fine here and just made just a simple blunder. Played the move b6, probably wanted to use the c5 square, but just absolutely blundered this retreating move knight to g3, which, you know, again, those are moves that people do blunder, right? It's not the most intuitive thing to consider, but Karpov chess teaches us to just not leave our pieces undefended ever, and I think it's kind of interesting to see that the tactic occurs because there's only two undefended pieces in Black's camp: the bishop on f5 and the pawn on c6. Yep. And that's exactly what happens with the tactic after knight to g3. So,
and I think it's worth pointing out, Danny, that if you look at how much time he spent on b6, 2 minutes and 41 seconds. So it's not like he just played a quick move and blundered. No, it just was out of his line of sight. He just completely didn't see it.
Yep. But I would thought you were going to highlight that sometimes we make blunders on moves where we overthink things, right? You go so far down your own rabbit hole here, you know, discussing in your head whether you can play, you know, for knight on c5, you start analyzing lines where you want to free your queen from e7, and you're worried about the b7 pawn hanging. So you get yourself so kind of obsessed with the justification of a move like b6 that you just don't blunder check. And again, it's easy for us to say we're not playing. Of course, I've made this mistake myself more times than I can count. But it's definitely a good lesson there to make sure that blunder checks are the first thing on top of your head. Gregory Kraidanov gave me advice once, Robert, which was stuck with me. Is he said, like, really, like, so many people overthink chess with plans. And he said, literally, if before you make a move, all you ask is one thing. Before I make this move, what will be my opponent's next move? Just one move. Not saying what's my opponent's 7-move plan, right? Just before I make this move, what is my opponent's literal next move? And it would, you know, literally just changes the quality of your chess to think about it from that perspective. And anyway, that's how blunders happen.
I mean, that makes sense. Like, you know, you should just check. Always check. And it's you're right. It's so easy to just, you know, think more complicated things and miss the easier ones. And people always say to me when I do commentary, they're like, how do you miss a simple knight fork? I was analyzing some game the other day and I just missed a knight d7 check, forking king and rook. I'm like, I mean, sometimes I'm looking at the more complicated things. I forget the basics. And here, Holm is taking this one home, and daylight's come.
Hey, and I want to see the remake of Beetlejuice, by the way. You know they're remaking that.
Yeah.
No Michael Keaton, but that'll be interesting. All right, back to Hammer's game with Barseghyan. Hammer did ultimately win that pawn as predicted, and this has been an instructive one for all of us to see kind of, you know, the blow and counter blow, right? You talk about the structure that Robert and I really liked, you know, that started back here with white having f4 if you're just getting here, and we talked about the potential relocating pieces for an attack, which is what Hammer started doing. And then Black responds with an attempt to slow down that attack with a move like knight e4. But strong players adjust, everybody. The knight comes to e4, and Hammer hasn't married this idea of checkmate. He's totally willing to change plans, start simplifying, and allow the trade on e4, because refocusing his efforts allowed him to go win that e4 pawn. And Robert, he played my move, bishop d5. Look at that.
Yeah,
that's where we left it.
Definitely a good move. Just putting pressure on Black. and ended up winning the c4 pawn.
Yeah, he won that pawn cleanly, and Hammer has changed the approach here from an aggressive attack on the king side to trying to convert on a healthy Peshka. And I just think that that's the kind of chess I wish I could play, Robert. So much easier for me in commentary to highlight what other people do well. Why can't I do it myself?
Well, we can't all play like Capablanca, and this is the sort of position where actually I could see black holding because the knight on d5 is so strong. And
That's true.
The good thing that Hammer has done in this position, he's making progress over there on the king side in the center. So the e6 square is a point of infiltration. But if I'm black here, I'm thinking, can I go bishop to d6 and then try to figure out where my king belongs? Maybe go pawn h6 and king h7. I don't know. I think that black has a nice blockade going, but that extra pawn should come in very handy. If not now, then in probably the next 10 moves.
Yeah, Hammer will probably, I mean, he's playing h4 and g4. I don't know that he really has fantasies of checkmate, but I think things like king g2 is a nice, safe move. Protect the queen so that you can move the knight without worrying about tactics. Yeah. And maybe look to infiltrate with things like rook e6 at some point. I guess the danger of playing king g2, though, I didn't blunder, because queen takes d3 can be met by queen takes d5 check. But there was this idea of some sort of forky mode on f4, but okay, doesn't exactly work. It does work, dominating the queen side when your opponent overextends their pawn structure, and that's exactly what Cornet is doing in this game. So,
I still can't believe that. Wait, what? Knight e6. So what do you take on e6? All right, so pawn e6, bishop c6, rook c3. Don't I just win stuff?
You know what they say? Genius breeds blunders in chess. Not necessity anymore. Looks to me like
I'm taking that knight.
Can you just take it? You're taking that knight?
I'm taking the knight. You're taking my knight c6. I'm playing rook c3 with a pin and a win.
Pin and a win? Are you going rhyme time here?
I'm going full rhyme time.
We'll never go full rhyme time.
Okay.
But yeah.
What if I go full prime time instead?
Full
Deion Sanders?
Time. Right. Rook c3 looks good, actually.
Yeah.
And, in fact, that is the position we have on the board. Black will likely play queen b7, but as you said, white can take f7 check. Something like this, you have to be very careful. Take f7 check, you can't take with the king, because then bishop takes c6 and queen d5. Bob's your uncle right here on c6.
Yep.
So after queen b7, white takes f7. We're anticipating Carsten to have to play a move like king. But no, how's he getting out? If king e7, bishop g5, same problem. And
He's
if you
not
put the king
out.
on d8, there's rook takes e5.
Yeah, it's busted over here.
Carsten is big trouble here, and I feel like today there's a theme, Robert. Principled chess is winning out. Like we're criticizing black for this opening approach and applauding white's sort of systematic dismantling of the queen side, this a4 move, exposing the light squares. And now it's leading to good tactics, right? Tactics are the servant of strategy. Don't you ever forget it, not the other way around.
Look at you. You're so wise.
Hey, if Bodvinnik taught me one thing, it's one T and two N's. If he taught me two things, it's tactics serve strategy.
And if he taught you three things, it's to respect the Soviet Union chess school.
That's right. He did, actually. And I'm not going to talk about the fourth thing he taught me. Because he promised me not to say it. Tupac lives. Oh, I just said it. The king g2 move threatens queen h5 in the game between Hammer and Barsegian. Because of that, Barsegian runs that lady all the way back, but something tells me the queen's not happy there. I mean, I've got moves like queen g4 here, Robert, with the threat of bishop e3. Oh, are you going to put my queen on h8? I feel like I've been there before.
We've been there before.
We've been there before. Oh, he's actually got it the other way with bishop e3 now, does he? Because if queen takes h4, the h file will become a problem, I'm assuming.
I don't know. I just am thinking about how the chess press boxed up our queen and sent it to us in a package.
Yeah, it was not fun. By the way, the game between Cornet and Carsten did end quickly after he takes f7, so we were not wrong. Strategy was taken by Cornet, and ultimately tactics helped him clean things up. So that's a big win for the Blitzstream, right? Who take their first lead in the match. If you're just joining us, the Gnomes had a brief lead, 2-1, before the Blitzstream tied it, but now Khan is leading things.
Yep. And Khan is a dangerous lineup, and they have these two GMs at the top. Norway has gone with 3 IMs there. And of course, these IMs can definitely compete with anybody in the Pro Chess League. But when you have a player like Matthew Cornett winning games, as he just did, then it's going to be very difficult for the Gnomes to hang in this, because Cornett already is showing off his might, showing off his talent. And, well, you need to see how the lower boards do, because Kevin Bordy is streaming, I believe people were saying.
Yep.
And he seems to be upset with himself based on this play.
Well, he's been in trouble, and if we go to that game right now between Holm and Bordy, as you said, Holm about to bring this one home. Bordy is streaming, but likely some profanity and French being dropped there. we know that he can get a little loose there. He plays G5. That's a desperate move if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, he's trying to get some kind of quick counterattack, but now you give him my knight the F5 square forever.
Yeah, well, yeah, and you've made it so that the queen on this diagonal is going to enter with check if it ever happens. Take G5. I'm guessing after queen G5, just knight F5, and here comes the lady, right? Talk dirty to me on E5.
Yeah. I would talk dirty to you, but we're on a professional stream.
We're on a professional chess stream right now. Only professionalism here. Knight A4 doesn't do enough. The queen voluntarily puts herself on A1. In this case, it's not really undeveloping her because you've got an I on the E5 pawn. And again, this just not good for Bordy here. Unfortunately for the Blitzstream, because they currently have a lead, but they may not be able to maintain it if he falls.
I wasn't sure how easy it would be for White to make progress, if not for G5. But G5 is one of those very human moves where I'm down a pawn. I know I must be much worse. I need to do something. And perhaps he should have just sat on the position and tried to hold a little more passively.
And it's so hard to do that in rapid chess, right? Because you feel like the clock is ticking and you're worse, but it's something I think that you see the strongest players do well. They just play moves like rook F6 and rook back to F8. You sort of put the question to your opponent, how are you making progress? Now, I think with best play, White would have been better anyway, but I agree. It's a hard thing to hold yourself back from doing, but very often just bad to push that G-pawn in front of your king like that.
And to not even take the
White
pawn
can
back.
Just play D4. What?
Yeah, to not even take the pawn back, right? King H2. Don't think I love that move, because now after queen takes G5, then H4 comes in, and my king on H2 is feeling quite vulnerable over there. So Bordy still has a chance here. He needs to make use of the fact that he doesn't have a lot of time, but his opponent also doesn't. So play king G7, play knight C5. Just try to, create threats. That's the key here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but with best play, White should convert this, right? Put the king on G1. You can even put a rook on H4 just to really crush hopes and then walk your king away. I mean, at this point, it's
you're right.
Kind of a matter of time before White starts blowing open the center, even if you have to go for D4 and take advantage of the king on that diagonal. So, and by the way, we actually had mate on the board. Hammer takes down Basigian, which, again, this was also a very instructive one from start to finish, allowing the advantage to evolve from space on the king side to an extra pawn to just good old-fashioned family fun here. Look at that. Bishop F4, sacrificing, followed by mate on the H-file, right?
Yep.
That's something that you can bring home to mom and dad, and there's a mate on F7.
Yeah, speaking of mate, I'm looking at the game between Maxime Lagarde and Lars Oscar Haug.
Yeah, is that king going to get mated?
That's what I'm looking at. Rook B2, Rook B7, Rook D7 mate kind of ideas.
You know what I want. Oh, no, E5 stops it. But I think Lagarde is in good shape regardless. Hammer winning brought the Gnomes back to a 3-3 tie, everybody. But if we're looking at these last two games, Bordy got the knight to D4. Look at that on the right side, Robert. He completely prevented the breakthrough. Okay, I just realized he sacrificed in exchange to do it, but still, I like the practical approach.
Yeah, but you missed my regardless comment, so.
Oh, wait, Lagarde lives? What?
Yeah, you said regardless, and I said regardless when you were talking about his
regardless. Oh, BJH throwing shade my way for missing the joke.
Yeah, you may repeat it. We're just crushes the joke. But okay.
No, some jokes you can repeat because they're that good. At least I tell myself that.
I'll have to rinse first, and then I'll repeat. But right now,
Well, look at Riga 4.
Oh, what the?
He's breaking through. Bourdie is often at his best when he's been, backed into a corner. He's like a caged animal.
Did he 96 check? Did he just lose every piece?
And like caged animals, sometimes they act on instinct and not logic. and that's a fork emote there, everybody. All righty. Back to the only game going.
Well, there's some passed pawns that are not being stopped. It looks like Lagarde is just pushing.
But despite the advantage that gives the gnomes, regardless, it will be.
It will be.
Arn can't even hold it together over there with how bad that was. That was forced. Producer coughing up a lung over there.
Yeah, I hope Arn's okay. It's a lot to sit there and hang out with you, but
I think Arn's okay. I think everyone's going to be okay because we are about to see this game go in the books, and we are going to have a 4-4 tie heading into the third round of play, and we are going to have our first break in the action here right now because with that win, Lagarde shows that he's. I was going to make an awkward pun again about Lagarde. Let me just throw it to our first break. Robert, go get yourself some water. I'm going to sit here and talk with Twitch, and we're going to be back in 90 seconds.
All right. Gonna grab some water.
Shout out to Philidor Position, saying, I remember the times of the U.S. Chess League even before they became partners with Chess.com. The league has come such a long way. Nice to see it turn into this international organization. Nice to see you turn into a forever meme now. No, I'm kidding. Philidor Position, you're awesome. Thank you, which is almost a redundant username since Philidor is just associated with so many positions. You can just say, oh, that's the Philidor, right?
I was confused for a second when you were like saying that you were giving a shout out to the Philidor position. I was like, Danny, since when are you like such a big fan of the Philidor?
Okay, I've always been a big fan of Philidor. In many ways, Philidor, I think we can credit with a lot of modern chess just because he was one of the first theoreticians, right? You and I just did an event for Prime Video at South by Southwest, and one of the things we talked about to an audience that doesn't follow chess as much is that what really separates chess from other board games, why did chess become what it has, is because at some point somebody was like, hey, let's keep track of this. Let's actually record what's happening so that we can analyze it and learn, right? Without game theory, you can't really evolve. And I think that Philidor gets a ton of credit as one of the first truly dedicated chess theoreticians. And that allows so many people to approach the game at higher levels as it went on. So Philidor Position, we love you. And thanks for that comment there, and glad you're enjoying the Pro Chess League. Robert, we're about to enjoy round 3. Go ahead.
I would say, do you see the new comment by Philidor Position saying, but I'm not any Philidor Position. I'm the one with rook pawn versus rook draw.
What I was going to say, my favorite Philidor Position has to be queen versus rook, right?
Yeah.
If we clear the board and set that up for all of you guys, because we can do that sort of thing. You know why? Because I have the microphone and nobody else does, so I run this show.
But
look at
Danny,
this.
Did you see Wesley So's win over Timur Gareev because it was queen versus rook?
Philidor Position. So for those of you who don't know, this is one of the more important Philidor positions to know. Obviously, there's the Philidor rook ending draw. But the point with this position is that if it's black to move, you finally force the king and rook in this endgame to separate. Separating the rook to just about any square starts to fall to tactics like this, just to give you the quick idea. By the way, I have a video series on chess.com with this particular ending, if you care. But the point is that in a lot of positions, you get this situation with white to move, and people don't know exactly how to reset the zugzwang, right? One of the most common things to do, this is a quick pro tip, then we're getting back to chess. Centralizing the queen in a queen. In fact, I'm actually make it legal moves here so that we can keep track of it. Centralizing the queen is a very common thing to do if you're ever under time pressure here, because it's almost always impossible for black to play a useful move. Like if they give this check, you play king to b6 and the game's over. They're getting mated or losing the rook. So what happens when you centralize the queen is now they have to move the king, and just like that, you give check on a2. Blocking with the rook would allow a checkmate on g8. And after king b8, what do we have? The same exact position we just had, but whose move is it now, Robert? Whose move is it?
It's black's move.
Whose move is it, buddy? That's right, no kidding. So we played queen d5. And after king a8, we rinse and repeat. Now you've got the Philidor. Black has to separate the rook or move to some random square that gets checkmated, and Bob's your uncle. Just like that, we have the next round of play. Robert, now people can't say I didn't learn something on this show.
They're always learning, Danny, and I'm always learning too. From you, sometimes.
The Philidor username, that guy just sent us on that whole tangent. So thank you, Philidor Position, for giving me a reason to live.
Now you know that someone's going to create a username with like French defense and make us talk about it. And with a nice
French defense. Now you got to talk about no, not happening, right? That would be somebody already had a username with the Pierts, right? And that led to an emote currently available at my channel if you don't know. All right,
Pierce.
well, we've got another kind of basic queen's pawn start here. Hammer getting his second go with the white pieces, back-to-back games. We'll come back to this one, but I wanted to highlight Barsegian's game versus Kostin. This is going to be International Master on International Master Action, my favorite kind. Here we've got a Tory. Robert, tell everybody why the King's Indian structure is one of the more solid ways to approach white if they're playing a Tory here.
Well, one of the good things about the structure for black is you're not pushing your pawns in the same exact way as white is. So if you see, white has a pawn on c3, black has a pawn on c5. Now, I will say what I like from white's perspective, before I get into the positive of black's perspective, is the pawn c3 limits this knight on c6, because the knight can't go to d4 or b4. That one pawn does really a good job of restricting the knight. That said, black has the exact counterplay that's shown right now. This knight can go to h5 from f6 and then try to hop into f4. Because that pawn's on e4 and not on e3, there are more squares to get into. So that's why you just saw Harutyun Barsigyan take on f6, but now even e takes f6 is a possibility, because for e takes f6, you can go pawn to f5, try to challenge the center, and the black will have two bishops.
Yeah, and as Robert said, and there we go. Black actually played it, but one of the main points of Robert's lines is you were highlighting all kinds of plans that have to do with the dark squares, right? Whether it was going to be the knight h5 to f4, or now white having to part ways with that dark square bishop. And this is one of the reasons why a King's Indian structure is such a solid approach against the Tory. You just prevent your king side from getting in trouble, which is kind of what white wants to do when they do this whole plan of bishop g5, knight bd2. If they had their way, they'd go e4, e5, and get an attack. So if you're wondering about a system you might adopt against the Tory as playing the black pieces against d4, King's Indian structures are often very, very solid, and I really like your plan, Robert. Rook e8 and f5 coming for black. I got the bishop pair. Give me some dark square love, right?
Yep.
I like it.
And actually, there's a very important reason why taking with a pawn f6 is good. And it's good, I think, just in a practical manner. But in that position, if you took with a bishop on f6, then queen e3 would have hit both c5 and h6 at the same time. So that was the real reason why pawn takes f6 was played in that particular position. But it's just a good move in general, because it helps you attack pawn e4, which is not quite overextended, but is clearly a target when you have a semi-open file.
Word, homie. And if you're just getting here, everybody, we're still deadlocked in a 4-4 tie, which I guess on the one hand you could say is favoring the Gnomes. They do have the top seed as we head here into the playoffs. They were ultimately the winners of the Central Division. So if it remains this way, they move on. But I don't know. Something tells me that the fact that the Gnomes haven't had a chance to get an edge yet might not pay off as these boards start to even out. And part of the reason I say that, Robert, is if you actually compare board by board, who has the stronger lineup. Okay, Lagarde and Hammer, right now they're both on 2 of 2, and maybe they neutralize each other. I think we would favor Cornet slightly there on board 2 against home. And then Barsigyan and Haug, okay, toss-up. I would probably give the slight edge to Kossin over Bordy, especially given that Kevin right now hasn't had his best day. I know you're saying, well, neither has Kossin. They're both throwing up a donut, but I don't know. I'm painting a little bit of drama here. Obviously, it's my job, but I mean it this time. I actually feel like if this remains tied heading into the last round, I would give the Blitzstream the edge just based on the board-by-board comparison. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting dynamic here, because the Blitzstream clearly have the better top 2 boards. I'm not saying that board 1 is better than board 1. It's really board 2, right, is better than on the Blitzstream.
Cornet better than home, right? I think that's a safe thing.
Just higher rated is GM versus IM. But then on the flip side, obviously, Kossin is higher rated than Bordy. So the bottom 2 boards advantage Gnome. So you just break it in half. I think it's a really tough call here. And I would favor the Blitzstreams, because I think Cornet is the critical element here. He is that advantage, that board 2 advantage, I think is critical and is more so than Bordy's disadvantage of board 4, if I'm being honest.
Okay, and we'll see if that plays out. Right now we are talking about Kevin Bordy's game here. He's currently taking on the board 3 for the Gnomes Haug. As we just saw, Bordy's favorite opening is the Grob, although when push comes to shove, he's not playing the Grob here in the Pro Chess League today, as he started out with 1d4. He did play the Grob against me and Hikaru Nakamura in our team chess battle with Maxime Vacher the Grob. And did he live to regret it? Did he live to regret it?
The answer is, how's his facial hair doing?
Right. By the way, when is Maxime going to shave, right? There you go, right? We got a shave bed for those of you who missed the team battles. You can check it out here in our video archives on Twitch, on YouTube, and everywhere else tickets are sold for chess videos. Check it out. All right. Speaking of the French, I don't know if you knew this, Robert, but tomorrow I'm throwing down on our behalf and all human beings who hate the French defense tomorrow in a match versus streamer JJ. That's the samurai himself. So tomorrow, did you know I'm doing that? It's a 3-hour death match. I get white against the French the whole time.
I feel bad for everybody involved.
Right? I mean, but where's the downside? I mean, I don't know.
The downside is if you lose the match, then the French gets unwarranted respect. Oh, Danny, did you hear Georg Meyer's interview?
No, what'd he say?
I didn't even ask him. He said that he's realized the French is not that good. He said that by himself without me saying anything. He was just
so great, so great. I'm sure somebody clipped it for Anna and John Herschel.
I hope so, because he essentially was like, why play e6 when I can play e5? I've learned this over time.
Right. Well, here we actually had a French here by one of the most popular French streamers. Kevin Bourdi playing against the French with the Tarrasch. And while he hasn't had his best day so far, if we scroll through what was pretty much just all theory here in a Tarrasch French, you have a slightly better structure for white based on black's weak hanging pawns on c6 and d5. And now with the move knight f5, I think we also prefer white's position. The queen will come to f3. You've got tactics on f6 in some of these positions. And, okay, if Bourdi can scathe a point here from Haug, that's board 4 versus board 3. That spells even more good things for the Blitzstream as they head into the last round where, again, board by board, if the Gnomes don't start making a move right now, I'm getting more and more nervous of an upset here with the Blitzstream taking down the 1 seed in the Central Division.
Yeah, and this kind of is transposed from a French into a sort of 4-knight Scotch type of position, right?
Yeah.
And here, if I'm black, I'm worried, well, okay, I can't give up my bishop on d6. Should I play bishop to e5? Or should I just take this knight on f5? I don't really want to leave it there. But if I take on f5, of course, then white gets the 2 bishops. But maybe
nice.
Maybe there's some stuff where I can try to play on the queen side, right? I have a semi-open b file. Such a bishop f5, maybe rook to b8, or maybe pawn to a5, or g. At some point, I want to go g5. I just don't know when that moment's going to be. And I want to do it because they're not my pieces.
Thanks, Hacker Kid, for the bits there. We appreciate everybody tuning in, whether you're at Chess TV or twitch.tv/chess. We've got some other games here heating up, of course, in this round 3 of play. Let's check in on one we really haven't looked at since it first got underway, because the biggest thing I'm noticing between Jan Ludwig Hammer and Matthew Cornet right now is frankly the time disadvantage. Hammer down 5 minutes on the clock. Not necessarily in any kind of bad shape to go with that, right? It feels like a very dynamic position right now, roughly equal. I kind of like black's structure if I was going to be biased long term. I look at the light squares as being potentially problematic. But white has a big space advantage. You've got the knight coming to e5 at some point. Maybe these pawns continue to get jiggy here on the king side. Your thoughts about this position and where we're headed to the middle game?
Love the bishop on h7, my favorite piece on the board. And it's actually really a spy because it doesn't look like he's doing so much right now. But I can see a future where black goes a5, a4, trying to gain some space on the queen side. If white ever goes a4 himself, then the bishop on f8 can take over the b4 square, for example. So a very common setup is I was going to say c6, then play for a5, then develop your bishop, you castle, and use this bishop on h7 because the rook can never go to b1, a queen can never go to c2, and you can't even challenge that bishop. So bishop e7, all right. a5, I would have preferred, but makes sense to play bishop e7 in the castle, and I think black's doing perfectly well here.
Yeah, I agree. We know Hammer's a very strong player, peaking at 27.05 there, for those of you who didn't follow Hammer's career as closely as you should have. But while he's not at his peak anymore, he has been peaking this year in the Pro Chess League for the Gnomes, played very well, and also for those of you who forgot, he's the manager and founder of the team there. So not very often you have a grandmaster as unique and dedicated as Hammer is. So we love him here on chess.com. All right, but he may have his work cut out for him, and the more I look at what's happening right now, we go back to Blitzstream's game where he did gobble the bishop pair. I think has a nice edge here as white. So things looking weirder and weirder. The game between Lagarde and Stuvik Holm also looking to favor the Blitzstream right now. That's a knight on d4, right? That's like in-laws come to dinner, and you're like, did I invite you here?
And you're not getting rid of them.
And you're not getting rid of them. I've been trying for years. Wait, some of them might be watching. No kidding. They don't watch.
I'm not getting involved in that discussion. That sounds like a personal problem. I hope nobody's watching there. But yeah, the knight on d4 is a very strong piece, and you can't take it because if you take it with a knight, you simply lose a piece. As well, when I take back with a pawn, I'm hitting both your knight and your bishop. And if you take with the bishop on d4, then black can just play, well, either way takes d4. But let's say c takes d4, and already I have so much space in the position. Can go bishop h6 at the end of everything.
That is a dirty move, Robert. That's full board awareness. You've been eating your Wheaties.
I've had no Wheaties. I wish I had some Wheaties.
No, but that's a really good tactic that I believe that modern grandmasters, like Grandmaster Robert Hess with me here, are better at spotting faster than even players of the past, because it's just I like to think computers have made us better at just spying those very, very quick tactics, because they don't operate with that bias that humans have, where we're just focused on the center, and then you miss a random move. Like that sort of move just on the side of the board, skewering the potentially awkward queen and rook. That makes this position even look even worse for white here, because how do you deal with this knight on d4 if you can't get rid of it?
I don't even have a good suggestion. So
yep.
Let's get to the game between Harutian, Barsigyan, and Kasin, because it's getting wild over here. That Torre attack, which looked pretty peaceful, all of a sudden black right now just went rook takes a2. And look at the rook situation. You take my rook on a2, it looks like a free rook. You get mated in the back rank with rook takes e1. And
if
so
you take on e5, you take on a1 intermezzo with check, and only then recoup your piece on e5. So this is the one game that I've liked for the Gnomes in this round from start to finish. I like you, I felt like black was going to be fine out of the opening after e takes f6. Eventually black did get f5 after we left it. White kept the center closed, but at the cost of losing that e5 pawn. And this just looks kind of straightforward, like an edge for black here. You've got the bishop here. You've got an a pawn that's extra. Unless you blunder something over here on the king side on f7, I feel like this is Kasin's game to win for the Gnomes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how many pawns is black up right now? 2, 3, just 2. Just 2. I mean, just, this pin on the knight on b3 means bishop a4 is coming next. I don't see what white can do to get out of this. 2 extra pawns for black. So
crazy stuff. 2 extra pawns for black, but it could be a victory that they really end up needing, because everything else right now looks like the Blitzstream are comfortable in this round of play. You know who else is going to be comfortable? All those fans who show up to the live Pro Chess League finals in San Francisco. Let's remind everybody that on May 4th and 5th, that's championship weekend. If you're looking to take a quick vacation, maybe grab the better half and hop on a plane and head to San Francisco, where we will have the live finals. That's our image right there from last year's thrilling event where the Armenia Eagles clinched.
Queen f1, Queen f1, it wins the queen.
Queen
f1,
live replay of that. Andriasen winning it, taking the $20,000 top prize. Artak Manoukian losing his sense of self-awareness there.
He's like punching Andriasen.
Punching people and cameras, knocking stuff over, doesn't care. Hashtag get out of my way. But anyway, if you missed it, it was quite fun, quite the crowd, quite the different environment from a traditional OTB, that's over the board for those who don't speak French, chess event. And we're pretty excited to have you back if you end up deciding to come. And we know that some people in the chat have already bought their tickets. I won't say who they are unless they want to out themselves. So, Robert, you and I will be meeting a lot of people in person there in San Fran in about a month's time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really fun. And I just can't get over that. And first, the ending itself, chess-wise, was phenomenal. All those draws, the tension of an 8-8 tie in the championship game. But then just that image, right? Seeing the fist bump and seeing them like essentially tackle their teammate, and Artak almost knocking over all the cameras. So,
well, the Eagles will have their work cut out for them, as they'll be taking on Mumbai here in just a few moments. And we see some of them actually now joining us. You can see Anna Sargsyan there. A couple other Eagles, if you know how to play I Spy with your little eye. Some Mumbai movers and a Zavine Andriasen. But we're not going to talk too much about that. We're still locked in here between the Blitzstream and the Gnomes. But if you're just joining us, don't go anywhere. The day is just beginning, and we've got a lot of awesome chess ahead. So let's jump back to this game between Hammer and Cornet, Robert. The structure has changed a little bit.
Okay.
Hammer kind of righting the wrong of his disorganized queen side from when we last left it, right? Bringing the queen back, playing b3. Like, all right, that didn't work out. But black seems to be comfortable still.
Yeah, I would take with the pawn on e4. I still like keeping my bishop on h7. And the real reason why is not because I'm afraid of a trade, but it's because I want to go f5. And when I go f5 at some moment, I would like to recapture with my bishop rather than my rook. And it doesn't seem like a very important point, but I just I like the prospect of having this bishop on the board, while the bishop on G2 is not a very good piece.
I think it's a very important point. Robert, don't put down your points. Your points are good too.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You are a strong, independent woman. I mean, or at least a grandmaster who's allowed to make his points.
I like the snaps. I really appreciate that. You did that for me. I could feel it.
French defense.
No. I was about to say don't shout
Despite
that out.
You got to shout out bits where shout outs are due, man. Look, you're going to show up tomorrow and watch the dual stream. It'll be at twitch.tv/Daniel Wrench. Go follow my channel. And JJ's channel. I would say what it is, but he actually just changed it, so I forgot it. This isn't like an egotistical joke. What is it? It's the last 7 samurai with the number 7. So it used to be JJ Chess like 2018. Forgive me, Father. Anyway, but he does have a Twitch channel. We'll be dual streaming our different points of view. I will be defending all of humanity against the evil French defense. Forgive me, Father, for I have streamed.
I will be hoping that you can keep up your word and help defeat the French defense. But JJ's obviously a very good player. So is Matt.
Says my partner with a lot of confidence in me.
I'm worried, honestly.
I could tell in your tone. Thanks for helping. Do
you know why I'm worried? It's because you think the French is so bad that you won't give it its fair shake.
No. Okay, you and I play French haters on TV, and obviously we both believe at a high level it has its downsides. But jokes aside, I think we're both still decent chess players with some unbiased chess left in us. I know the French has a lot of merit.
No, it doesn't. I'm seeing.
No,
it
does.
I'm in your head right now. I want you to go and be confident in your approach. The French is bad, and you're going to crush it.
You and I are going to talk about this off camera because you need to work on your pep talks.
Okay, that's fair.
All right, Kevin Bourdie is trying to work on his bishop versus knight advantage. If you've got pawns on both sides of the board, typically the bishop a slightly better piece. The problem here is that there are some things that nullify the bishop's advantage for those of you who maybe too quickly kind of say, all right, well, I've heard, Danny and Robert say on chess shows, bishop should be better than the knight here. Often that's true, especially as the lines become open. If you get a pass pawn race, a bishop can help and prevent, yes. But the things that nullify a bishop's advantage are central control and a well-placed knight. And so sometimes, though here I still like white's edge, I think that rook d1 is probably preparing a move like c4 to try to relinquish some of black's central control, open up some new lines for both the bishop and the rook. And that's kind of how the rook and bishop might get working together and outplay the rook and knight. But if it stays the way it is, I don't think that Haug's position is really that bad, Robert.
Yeah, I actually prefer black's position here, and the reason why is this move a4. At some point, knight e4 followed by a3 is going to be really...
and also rook b8 coming, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if I would prefer black. I mean...
I
really?
definitely would take black here, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I play c4, I'm going to get rid of these tactics that you fell in love with so desperately. You were like a kid with, just bright eyes.
I'm just going to play rook b8. I'm going to say, give me your
would
b2
do that.
pawn.
You would do
right
that.
for b2.
And if c4, rook b8, rook d2, knight e4, rook c2, where's the beef?
I'm going pawn to d4.
You're going to go get a pass pawn?
Yes, sir.
We'll see if you know how to use it, young man. Actually, that's a great idea. Although I can actually play c5 there and kind of separate it.
No, but then I'm going to play a3 and put my knight on c3 and just say, give me all the squares.
A3 takes, knight c3, bishop c4.
You think I'm afraid of a bishop on c4?
I'm afraid for you. I got a passed a pawn, and I will use it.
We both blundered. I think after b8 I should go rook b1 check.
It's just lights out.
I just mate you over there.
Classic Robert. Checkmating me on h1.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. No, and I think you're right. And I was kind of highlighting the bishop versus knight dynamic, and but I could feel this wasn't going to be such a clear one. I didn't realize black might even just be better here, but I like learning from the grandmaster here. Although f3 is a good move by Kevin, prevents knight e4.
It is, and one thing that black should consider here is at some point going h5. And what that does is, it allows you to play h4 as black and take over some of the dark squares, but it also just doesn't allow white to play g4 himself. And why white wants to play g4 is that because you have these double pawns here, and you want to immobilize black's pawns. Because let's imagine this f7 pawn is on f5. Black just has much more control over the board. But with the pawn on f7, well, now all of a sudden I can go g4. I guess your move c4 here makes a lot of sense to me. And so I think that the worst is sort of behind white. I think a couple moves ago was Haug's chance to really make progress. I don't think he quite realized that he had some real possibilities with the position as black. And so now I think he's just trying to say, like, okay, I'm fine. I know that it's just a level position here.
Okay, well, he eventually does get c4, but black is running the king over here, and now we see that the first pass pawn belongs to black, but will it be the best pass pawn, right? Because you can still maybe create an outside passer with b3 or b4. But rook h1 just met by h5. That feels like a blitz stream move. No insults intended. It feels like you're streaming and you play a blitz move, and then the moment they play h5, you're like, yeah, rook h1 was not the best. In fact, I think your idea of g4 was much stronger, Robert. Prevent the pawn from moving to h6, then play rook h1, right?
When you make sure that you cement your opponent's pawn structure, it allows you to attack backwards pawns. That pawn h6 was a backwards pawn. And now with the pawn h5, well, how are you going to attack that pawn? If you go f4, you just give me the e4 square with check, and that's going to be a huge problem. Yeah. So you can't go f4.
I mean, and again, I'm not trying to pick on Kevin too much here, but for those watching, this is Robert and I being serious. If you can't see, we have our serious faces on, okay? This is a very instructive moment for you that rook h1 is one of those instinctive, like I said, a blitz while you're streaming move, and g4 was clearly the much better chess move to make black have real problems over here, because rook h1 is something you should spy, keep it in mind, but you can't always just play with the knee-jerk reaction there, and I think that if Kevin does go on to be in trouble in this game, that's going to be one of those moments we remember. So, speaking of games we remember, let's go back to this crazy one with Lagarde, irregardless, right? Irregardless, your situation for you.
I'm scared by what you're doing right now.
Irregardless. All right.
Apparently, Kevin said he missed h5, and he said he's out of shape.
Well, I mean, clearly, right? I mean, I think that we were just seeing it in person. It's the kind of move you play quickly. It's understandable. We've all been there, but it's definitely be a tough one. Speaking of tough ones, Hammer and Sargsyan and Vidicek just started. I tried to click on Hammer's game to show the result. It has been a draw. It is in the books. We are now at 4.5. But right as I say that, we have liftoff, Mumbai and Armenia. We will be watching that match momentarily. But for now, we're going to continue to stay focused here. I'm going right back to Blitzstream's game because it's remaining the most tricky one currently. We had this crazy f4 tactic by Kevin. I think he knows he's in drawing territory, meaning he only has a chance to draw now, so he goes for this, plays g3. He'll back up the bishop to f3 on the next move, and he's trying to hold, but with only a minute and a half on the clock and fighting for only a draw, with black having a very good king in the center, the pass pawn. I'm not liking Kevin's chances, but
that's been Kevin's problem the entire day, has been his time management. He has a minute and 38 seconds left to 7 minutes and 20 seconds. That's a huge disadvantage. But you're right, he is in that drawing territory, but 94 check puts the onus on white to prove that he can make a draw, because look how active, as you just said, the king is. Or the king on e5 is amazing. Black can play f5, swing that rook to h8 if you want, play pawn to f4 to bring the king even closer. And white's sort of stuck because the rook needs to stay protecting the pawn on b2. I'm
not sure I really think 94 was necessary from the perspective that my opponent is under time pressure and I'm holding all the cards. I can play 94 whenever I want. So I agree with you. Black is still holding the two-result advantage. But I think you would also agree that if we were giving students advice, we would be like, look, play a move like rook b6 here, right? Sit on the position. Let white find a move with only a minute on the clock, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But all right, well, okay, we'll see if it matters. We've got the other game on the right side between Barseghian and Kasan. Right now, Barseghian who's better? I have no idea what's going on that board. Bishop d4 is on the board for black at some point, and we've got f2. But if you do it now, I think white just sacrifices the exchange. What, Robert? Teach. What's going on over there?
No, bishop d4 looks good to me. Bishop d4, you're going to have to sacrifice the exchange, otherwise you lose f2. But after bishop d4, rook takes, pawn takes, queen d4, there's f6. And my idea is go queen c5 next to force a queen trade. And my king on g7 is safe enough. If the queens are off the board, you're just in a lost ending. So I like your move bishop d4 a lot. If you don't want, okay.
Yeah, he plays it. I think you're right. It's just it'll end up being a healthy exchange, and that b pawn is just not fast enough. You need that b pawn all the way to b7 here to have any drawing chances if you're Barsegian, and even that might not be enough. Speaking of not having enough, I feel like White is in desperate mode over there against Lagarde. Knight h5. But maybe this is harder than I thought.
I want to take your pawn on h3, but I don't think it actually. Wait a second.
My knight on d4 is falling, and I can't move it. Right, I've fallen, and I can't get up. If I move it, I lose the queen.
But actually, can I go mate you? Queen h3. Your knight's under attack on h5. So your knight g7. I go g4, g3, queen h2 mate.
G4. Well, hold on. You just played like 3 moves. You got to let me respond. G4. Can I stop this move? G3. Maybe I can't. Holy G pawns, Batman.
I'm just going for the direct brute force method. Checkmate, and you can't stop me.
Well, Lagarde is certainly going to be thinking about that approach right now because he's got to prove it. If he doesn't have something like that, then he might be losing a piece on d4. So
that's what they said. If you don't prove it, you lose it, right?
They've always said that. If you don't prove it, you lose it. And unfortunately, I've had that happen a few times. Okay, what happened here? Bishop d4. Barsegian gave the f2 pawn rather than sack the exchange.
Oh, no, Danny, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Bordy just lost on by resignation.
Bordy.
Kevin
we left the board a few moves ago as we keep our eye on Barsegian versus Kostin. Let me remind you what happened over here. So the rook ending transition, Robert highlighted with the pawn coming to f5, as we said. Still an easily 2 results position for black, despite maybe no need to play knight e4. But then Bordy goes rook c4. Again, I think that Kevin struggles in some of these cases because he's under so much time pressure. Robert, you highlighted it as if we were giving an overall mistake Kevin's had. Here, just look at the clock, everybody. It was a minute 14 to 6:39. Because definitely White just needs to sit here, everybody. Play rook h2. At least make black prove a winning plan, or even rook d2 to stop rook d5. But he goes in for this forced line with rook c4, and black takes and plays rook g2. And White is just falling here, losing the pawn. 2 passed pawns are much better than 1. And Bordy falls. So, okay, huge news for the gnomes, though, because I think overall the gnomes are still, at least how we've assessed a bit of the tempo of this match, Robert. It feels like the gnomes overall are still still have their work cut out for them, but especially if we look at these 2 games here.
Well, the gnomes are about to take one with Kostin, right, with the black pieces. It looks very good for him. He's up how many pawns over there?
Yeah, he is, but Lagarde is still looking like he has a mating net if he just takes that h3 pawn that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so, here that means the score will be at the end of the round 6.5, 5.5 in favor of the gnomes. And they have the draws. So the gnomes actually should be very happy with what's been happening here. And actually Kevin Bordy's time mismanagement has been helping them. And again, we're not trying to criticize Kevin too much. It's because he's such a good player that we are repeating these things. He's had very good chances, has some good positions, but his time management has not been ideal today.
Speaking of time management, Barsegian is also under 10 seconds, and Lagarde has still been thinking. So as much as I said I thought the Blitzstream were in a bit of control of the tempo. Oh, rook f3! I don't even care if it works. Thank you for playing that move, Lagarde.
Whoa!
Wow.
What's the idea?
I don't even know, but it looks awesome. He just put a rook on f3 and said, "Look at me."
It's like I'm a real boy.
I'm a real boy.
Rook f3 here, but what if you just take on g7?
Do you ever watch Mad TV? Look what I can
do. Well, you take on g7.
Yeah. And
then what's black's response? Because I'm going to take on d4 after that.
I don't know, but I agree with you. This is like Stu from Mad TV. Look what I can do.
Yeah,
Look what I can do. Put a rook on f3.
All the rooks are hanging. e8's hanging.
Oh, he's got rook g3 and queen takes h3. How do you stop it?
Knight h5 back and attack the rook.
Oh, that looks pretty good.
They're like, oh,
what is Lagarde doing here? Irregardless, he's making irrelevant moves.
wait a second. So this just turned around, and the gnomes are like thrilled because if
the gnomes are about to take a surprise 2-game lead here into the last round of play.
and knight h5 hits the rook on g3, threatens knight f6 with the humongous family fork. The knight on d4 is still hanging.
Can you say humongous family fork again one more time?
Humongous family fork, and instead of having a blistering attack,
we need a huge fork emote, like a bigger fork than normal forks,
yeah,
like a
can we get one of
pitchfork, right? Or like a trident.
those? You get a trident.
A trident.
You get like
He
those
blundered
little...
his queen. What is he doing?
This is not good.
Oh
This
my
is not
God,
good.
Lagarde literally just fell apart, and he's laughing at himself here.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh my God, it's painful. Wow.
that's definitely a laugh of just frustration because
No, we're not trying. No, but again, from a time management perspective, everybody, going back to this position, look at the board here. Lagarde had 4 minutes and 44 seconds to 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Queen takes h3 seemed to be a more direct approach. He goes into the think tank and then plays rook f3. And again, that's something that we've talked a lot about. Very often, it's like a bad sign. You're mismanaging the moment. And he spent 3 minutes and 59 seconds on what was essentially a blunder and didn't recover from it. So a huge loss there for the Blitzstream.
Yep.
A massive heartbreak. And now, I said a 2-game lead. Can you say 3-game lead?
No, all of a sudden, wait, look at this pawn on b7. So what's happening in this game?
Oh, and he just gave up rook e8. Varsegian is keeping the Blitzstream alive.
Yeah, seriously. And they say ball don't lie in basketball. I guess in chess there's some semblance of karma because Lagarde had a good position and he messed it up, and now
the gnomes have returned the favor. Kossin. Now there's so many threats here. White's just easily winning everybody. Queen takes d6 among them. Now he'll play queen takes c5.
Yep, king g2.
Checks are just for kids. Silly rabbit.
Okay.
Check, and there's a number of things to do, including just queen. Okay, queen c8 was just lights out as well. There's just no way to stop.
Yep.
I don't know why he played queen f6. Just put the queen on c8 and game over, Red Rover.
Queen e8 check. Oh, queen e8 would have won the bishop.
Queen e8 was much better.
No, there's actually a hit.
Now he's actually going to give drawing chances. Holy
my gosh.
bleeperson.
Yeah.
Everybody in this position, queen e8 check, won the bishop for free.
For $3.99. So what black really wants to do is just prevent the white king from entering. So you don't really want to make a move like pawn h5 for black because that would allow the white king to go to g5. So you need to be careful about
But this
that.
isn't the right plan by Varsegian. He should play h4 and try to induce this.
Yeah.
But look at Kossin just sitting tight, buckling up.
Oof. So let's see. How do you make... Okay, h4, good decision.
h4, now he's going to induce h5. Oh, you can't allow h5.
Oh.
You got to play h5. He allowed it.
Oh, h5 is winning. Yeah, of course.
That's a huge mistake.
So king h7, you move your king to c6.
Okay,
no.
Too many openings. Very nice to take.
Wait a second.
Actually.
If I get my rook to e6 and g6, I still have some chances to make a draw.
I don't think you can though, because there's a queen coming to g5.
Okay, so queen g5, king f8.
King c4 now, I guess.
And then rook d. Okay.
King c6 maybe.
There's still some outside chances for black to hold this.
The point, everybody, is if you could just teleport this rook over here to e6, you'd have a draw because you can just sit tight with no progress. But black can't quite do that. And with only 2 seconds, okay, 1 second. King f4. Okay, but this could be a blunder if you let the rook come to g4. No, he should have played rook g4.
He should have.
Rook g4 and rook g6 was a draw.
Oh, there's the rook g4.
He's got it anyway. If he gets the rook to g6, it's a draw. Or is it? No, now you can sack on g6 in a lot of positions.
Oh, no. Rook takes g3 now is definitely a draw. You can't give up your last pawn. Wait, what? What? Rook g6, rook e6 check?
Yeah, but rook e6 draw.
Just rook back and forth. Yep, rook e6.
OMGs or snaps.
Honestly, this has been hurting my head.
This has been a topsy-turvy game. Only the Pro Chess League can provide. Mutual blunders. You mentioned chess karma. Probably true that this game should have been won by black earlier. Now it's going to be a draw. But we're going to have a 2-game lead for the Gnomes, it looks like, headed into the final round of play, which was just not the way things were looking in that last round. So the Blitzstream are going to have to really buckle down. Remember, everybody, the Gnomes have draw odds in the match to begin with. So if this moves to 7-5, which we expect, it should be a draw, the Blitzstream are a single point away from losing the match.
Yep. 8 points, all that Norway needs. And, all right, this game can be agreed upon a draw at any point now. The point is that the white king can't enter. You need the white king to help. The white queen tried to deliver checkmate,
Yep.
but now when I swing from e6 to g6, your king can't get to the e file. I always give you a check. And if you check me on the g file, I can always go rook g6 and go back and forth.
Yep.
Very
And now
straightforward.
you can see time just being gained back on the clock. Wowzers.
Yep. So this is going to be a draw, and I see that the other match is underway, right, between the movers and the Eagles.
Indeed it is. The first game from that match was between Vidit Gujarati, the board 1 for the movers, against Anna Sargsyan, board 4. Both of these two have had good years. Obviously, both the teams have had good years, as we can see there. We're now in the playoffs, and shout out to that beautiful intro as the match between the Eagles and the movers has kicked off. But okay, right now it looks like Sargsyan's holding her own against Vidit Gujarati. What about the other boards? Board 1, we flipped the script. Board 1 for the Eagles versus board 4, the movers. Not quite as good for the movers here. Andreasen just played this move, bishop takes g4. It looks like he's about to
he went to
bring
sack
it on the
down,
H
and
file.
he's going to go for a swift attack, right?
Yep.
Wait, what? That's a free piece.
That's a free piece on a3.
Wait, what? I'm very confused by what's happening here. Why could the queen not just take that piece?
Yeah.
Okay, you're attacking the rook on a7, so you're getting away with some extra material, but
No, but
taking a free
bishop
piece.
was hanging on a3.
Yeah, okay. I'm just making sure.
Okay.
I miss things all the time.
As you highlighted earlier, a big reason why we look at a potential on paper favoring the movers in this matchup is because of Fireheart 9-2. That, of course, is Bhaskaran Adiban, as he's known to the kids. He'll need to
Beast.
perform well. He's a beast.
That's his
Go-
nickname, I think. The
Going
Beast.
up against one of the candidates for Rookie of the Year, though, Shant Sargsyan, only an international master, but been one of the best performers all year for the Eagles. And we'll see if he can hold his own with the white pieces against the 2700.
Yeah, and with the white pieces here in the semi-open B file, the pawn on B7 that can quickly come under attack, white is probably happy with the structural changes here, but black already has to play B6. And after B6, white can choose between playing bishop A6 check or bishop to B5. It looks pretty nice from Sargsyan's point of view, but you do have to be careful. That's why he played bishop to E2.
Yeah.
If you went full steam ahead with the attack with bishop B5, then black would have taken on F3 and ruined white's pawn structure. So instead we have this position. I think that white is doing great here. I would not move my knight. I would play bishop A6 check first and then move my knight, because I think that, yeah, there it is. Good move. Very
Bishop
good
A6
move.
check. Now move the knight to D2.
Yep.
And I'm liking Sargsyan's approach to this one. 100% agree.
And Adiban is facing the two bishops. So what I would do is try to get some kind of counterattack and go queen D5 and swing my queen to maybe G5 or H5 and hope that I can land a big attack. But
No,
I
but
like
it
white's position
feels
for sure.
much more dangerous for black here. This is C4, C5 coming, followed by takes. Put the bishop on C5, rinse and repeat, avoid dandruff. He looks like he's got a healthy scalp there, by the way. Whatever he's choosing to do. Good for him. Good for him.
Know, we have a close-up on it, so.
Yeah, real good close-up there. Not like this guy's receding hairline. But Jimmy Neutron is a hairstyle, too, in case you missed that memo.
Honestly, I like the Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah. All right. Well, now I like the last game we haven't touched on yet. That's between Puranik and Martiriosyan.
Wait, what? Knight A2?
Knight A2 is a fork.
You don't expect that to happen, do you?
That's again, like I said, that's an engine move where you've got the fork in the middle on the edge of the board.
Yeah, it's like he went queen D1, Puranik did, and Martiriosyan just went knight A2, forking the rooks.
No, look at this. This is a retreating move that seems logical. Let's relocate and do things over here on the king side. I don't know why I'm laughing. And they just blunders knight A2. I feel like it was kind of like Kevin's move C6 where knight G3 happened. I don't know. these sort of moves happen, especially in Rapid, where I think people are more likely to not ask themselves that critical question we've highlighted, which is, what is my opponent's next move, right?
Yep.
And that's how blunders happen, not to be confused with how babies happen. All right.
And the game isn't over, I wouldn't say. Like, white is still doing a great job of controlling some of the important squares. But if you're black in this position, you may think about putting your rook on f8 to use the semi-open file, or move your knight to f8.
That was hilarious, with our own Sam Copeland joining the call. For those of you who don't know, that Sam is always watching, always waiting, often sharing things on social media mid-match, so we'll forgive Sam for that. But we got to remind our team not to disrupt calls mid-show. Lurkers.
One of the
get back to work.
Favorite things when you were playing that match with Levy, John, and David Pruitt.
Oh, yeah.
And then, what's her name? Joined the call.
Nigaran.
Yeah, she joined the call, and it was just everyone's like, "Who is this?"
Yep, that was the best. Funny. That was the best.
Yeah.
The final game that was going, for those of you who were yelling at us in the chat that we left it behind, that was because, as we said, there was nothing else to see here, right? Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. And again, if you didn't understand just how solid this type of setup with the single pawn protecting a rook and these queen versus rook endings, now you learned something, right? And this is a good thing to have in your mind with foresight if you're trying to draw much worse endings. Now, again, we know that this, if I have to go really far back to show when, but this game should have been a win for white, probably even here, but certainly much earlier, white was winning. But black's foresight, knowing that if you got the rook to that square on the 6th rank, you'd be able to draw, allowed him to do exactly what he needed to do. So instructive stuff, and it's one thing to do it and see it here in analysis. It's another thing to do it when he was down to like literally 3 or 4 seconds. So hats off to Kassen, who comes up with maybe the biggest draw for the Gnomes of their entire year, giving them a 7-5 lead as they head into the last round of play. So okay, let's go back here to Sargsyan's game with Audubon, because I think this is going to be our most exciting one in the first round matchup between the movers and the Eagles.
Yeah, and Audubon going for h5, trying to make some progress over there on the king side, which makes sense, because if you can make Sargsyan feel uncomfortable, that's the most likely thing that's going to help black get a good position. Black's position is bad, frankly, but now after h5, the rook can come to h6 to g6, little rook lift. And from h6, if you move your knight away from f6, you can protect the knight on c6. So there is some benefit from pushing your rook up the board. I still really like white here. Knight b3 to c5, something like that just looks powerful. And yeah, I don't know what Audubon's going to do. I don't know how he's going to deal with all this stuff.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a wild one. I said it was the most exciting. Maybe I'm forgetting the Zavine chess mood fans who want to see him win up a whole rook, but just to show you, board one for the Eagles doing his thing. Takes down Parnali there. As we said, the board 1, board 4 matchup the other way, actually much more solid for the Eagles. Sargsyan holding her own currently against Gujarati.
Although, somehow the black's doing a pawn. Like the G4
black did
pawn.
just go up this G pawn here.
She went, her bishop got trapped. She went G4 because her dark square bishop had no moves.
Oh, wowzers. Let me see. She played bishop g5 after knight d5, which seemed like, oh, that's a nice tempo move. And as soon as the rook went to d7, it was like, now what do I do? The threat is h6 and g5, trapping the bishop.
Yep.
So she sacrifices a pawn, and now she's going to have to be defending to justify it. We see her playing live, I believe, from the Chessify headquarters there in Yerevan, Armenia, where the Eagles team consistently comes together to play their matches. So shout out to the Chessify headquarters and Artak Manukian there, organizing that for his team.
Yeah, and when I was in Armenia back in October, it's very clear how close-knit the community is and how much they love chess. The Tigran Petrosian Chess House is unbelievable. I had a great time there. So, yeah, can't give enough of a shout-out to Yerevan and to Armenia as a country and how much they do for the game of chess.
And shout out to the chat. We've just peaked over 2,000 here for the first time. Chess Bay with us now. Steve is fine. Steve is FI'd, I said, which I don't know where that came from, 5. And the Chess TV chat, Diamond member Soryon just showed up. Thanks for being here, everybody. We got some Eagles fans, it seems, in the Chess TV chat. Or maybe they're just rooting for them because they picked them in their fantasy bracket. It's a lot like March Madness, right? Like, I don't know who half these teams are, but if I picked them in my bracket, you know, I now care.
Yeah, that's how most people feel about the teams,
It's
right?
how all of us felt when we picked the Yale Bulldogs.
Oh, you didn't pick them. I saw your bracket. You asked me about it. I gave you an opinion, and you just totally ignored me.
I had to do it.
It's okay. You made the right move, right? Because
hey,
correct.
To be fair, you didn't even advise me to pick your alma mater. You were like, I'd love to tell you to pick Yale, but that was your way of saying LSU is going to crush them.
They didn't crush them. It was a 5-point game, and Yale's best player had the worst game of his career. So it was close. But we see Vidit Gujrathi here, and I thought some of the other players had like a team uniform. So I maybe he just doesn't have it or not wearing it. But Vidit is great. He just did well in the Prague Chess Festival, where he beat David Navarra in the last round, and he also had a really nice win over Boris Gelfand.
Yep.
And so he's still over 2,700, still playing good chess. And, he's a friend of mine, so I do root for him. But when it comes to Pro Chess League, I root for nobody.
That's
nobody.
Right.
I vote.
You're a professional, unbiased commentator. But I agree, hard for us not to like Vidit. We actually have a private channel for him in our streamer Slack room because he wants to get streaming here on Twitch. Unfortunately, then he suddenly gets busy. So also a friend of mine, and also reminds me, seeing him on camera, that I'm gonna bark at him after this match and be like, "Yo, dude, why aren't you streaming your own commentary? What, are you too good for us on Twitch?"
Whoa, well, hostile here.
I'm gonna get hot. What? Yeah. Let's go back to the Audubon game because I saw it in the corner of my eye, and then just saw the commissioner yell at us that indeed it does look crazy. Sacks are happening with the move bishop to f3. That's how you pick apart somebody's king side, right? You knock on the door, and if they don't open, you kick it down. Bishop to f3.
He walked right into it. Like, he went castle's king side because he was worried, of course, at knight d3 check. And if pawn takes e5, he was worried about queen to d3, leading to a mating attack with queen to e2 mate. So he castled, and then bishop f3 came on the board, and yikes, the queen's coming to g4.
Yeah.
Danny?
I
don't see anything.
You said it like it was my fault. I'm with you. I liked White's chances, but what happened here with this knight coming to e5 was really crucial as to why castles happened on the board. If White captures the knight on e5, queen to e2 threatens mate. Sorry, queen to d3 threatens mate on e2, and I think that was the big problem, to show the really fancy mate that Fireheart had in his sights. If this knight moves somewhere so that the queen can defend e2, then we had queen d1. Right. So Audubon does his puzzle rush. If you look at the puzzle rush standings, he's often near the top. So while I agreed with you, I think you and I looked at this position objectively a few moves ago. What do we see? We see White with the B file, a very natural plan to expand, and it did feel objectively like White should be winning whatever race happens. Even if White did castle, it felt like White would be ahead in the race. But Audubon found a really creative way to pick this apart. He plays h5. Really, I guess c4 was the blunder.
Exactly.
Yes. So c4 blocked the bishop from guarding this d3 square, which is what opened up this brilliant tactic with knight e5. This has got game of the week material. Speaking of Sam Copeland, I mean, if knight e5 force castles and this bishop f3 move ends up leading to a mating attack, Robert, I'm liking this as a candidate. Yeah,
I'm still a little bit mad about Audubon because I had a great position against him and he held the draw. No, he's such a nice guy, but he is playing his best chess of his career. He just crossed 2,700 for the first time, and he has a very exciting style of play. He's not afraid of anybody. He mixes it up, and look at that shirt. I like that shirt.
Yeah, he's also not afraid to sit still there. Clearly a little nervous, and
he's calculating.
He needs to get some vitamin B and some folic acid, calm his nerves down.
Rook h6, rook lift time, right? Just go full steam ahead. Rook h6, rook g6, and go for the mate.
Apparently, the back of his shirt says beast. My producer just letting me know. So
there's rook h6.
But speaking of a beast, that's how you do it. That's a rook lift.
Where's Sam Copeland?
hopping on the elevator. He's going to deliver an attack that we do not want to miss. And again, this all comes back to the blunder by Shant Sargsyan, which shows that Robert and I have the luxury of analyzing this and kind of highlighting ideas. Certainly C4, C5 is one that White has in mind. But the concrete execution of an idea is totally different. And Adibon didn't have to be asked twice to just such great timing to punish that bishop lost sight of this square. And that all led to this brilliant attack we're about to see over here. This is going to get nasty real quick. Honey Badger's coming on the king's side.
Just straightforward attack at this point. Rook h6, rook g6. Black's moves actually come very naturally. And what we highlighted, Danny, I think is a great point, that this move c4, getting aggressive, trying to go c5, and it was just a blind spot that White's position looks so good. How could Black possibly get counterplay? Oh, putting a knight on e5, sacrificing it, and then keeping up the attack with bishop f3 to follow. I mean, just really phenomenal stuff here.
Yep.
And it's so phenomenal that the ambulance is coming for Shant Sargsyan. There it goes.
Queen to b5, and we have our first ambulance for those who subscribe to Robert Hess's channel. If you don't, you should hold your mouse over the player right now and go give him a follow, because Grandmaster Robert Hess, he's not into shameless self-promotion, but I'm into shameless promotion of him. He's been covering the U.S. Championship every day at his channel. So
today is not going to be a day of coverage, because I think I've done my fair share of Twitch streaming today.
That's right. Shout out to our last Twitch Prime sub there. Second aid kit. Appreciate it. All right. Well, crazy stuff here. By the way, the Eagles did get a second game, so the scoreboard will be updated momentarily to be 2-0 for the Eagles. But actually, as I say that, Vidit Chess converts on his advantage. So we quickly got a bunch of results in the book. Currently a 2-1 lead for the Eagles. And if Adibon takes this attack home, we will be tied heading into the second round of play. And speaking of the next round of play, we probably need to turn our attention back to the one that really got this whole show started here, Robert, because even though it is a 2-game lead for the Gnomes as we head into the fourth and final round, they still got their work cut out for them, and we have a Berlin. We saw a stat earlier that Hammer said the Berlin is his favorite opening, which should tell you a little bit about his personality.
Yeah, no, the Berlin is well studied, right?
Hammer likes things that he knows, right? That's the thing.
Greg's mad at you in the chat. It actually is pretty funny. Oh my God, you just left that game for Berlin? Fired.
Hey. Whoa, and Adibon just played rook takes g. Okay, all right, we'll stay here. We will be going back in a moment to the matchup that is much closer to ending. But yeah, this is just bananas what's happening here. Adibon gets the rook on g2. I mean, several moves he can play here, including rook takes f2 with check, which would force an endgame. Maybe he doesn't want that.
Well, here comes the ambulance. Again, a new one.
Sargsyan's going to be calling the wambulance here in a minute.
Can you go knight g4?
Oh, come on. Tell me he can.
To open up the h-file?
Knight g4 threatens checkmate with rook h2 double check and rook h1. If knight takes f3 takes, we still have this threat. And if you take g4, h takes, there's no way to stop mate on the h-file. Robert Hess. Okay, but that could also be how you lose the game, because now you're just right.
It's like I'm all in. I'm not holding anything back. It's the last.
It's a lot easier for you to sacrifice when they're not your pieces, Robert.
I always say that. It's very true. Knight g4 played. Let's go.
He goes for it. Here we go. Knight g4. Knight takes f3 played instantly. Again, the threat is rook h2 and then just rook takes h3. The issue is bishop e7 can come here, Robert. What's the follow-up there?
Didn't think about that. I just thought it looked like a nice move. After bishop e7, I go rook h8 or something, maybe?
Yeah, but now I have bishop... Okay, if I play bishop h4... I also have bishop takes d7 right now. I'm not sure which one I want.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go knight takes f... Whoa.
Whoa, he takes on d7.
So do I go knight takes f2 check, or...
Yeah, you do. And the point, everybody, is that if Adibon had just recaptured, then White would have been able to take the knight and then bring his rook very quickly to the h-file, stopping mate with something like rook b5. So Audubon forced into this endgame where he has the rook for the 2 pieces, and is he going to be regretting this whole sack, or does he have g5 and g4 just in time?
Yeah, g5, g4 looks good. The bishop on c6 is a really annoying piece, and black is down under a minute on the clock. But g5 here feels right. Just go g5, go g4, protect your passed pawn on f3, and the a2 pawn is going to be hanging for a while. Whew. It's g5 played. Look at Audubon go.
I love it.
How could you not love his chess? Greg.
I can love his chess.
Just
wow.
Awesome. Whoa, actually, can we go to the game between Home and Cornet?
Can we go to the Berlin game, you mean?
No. Cornet and Home, because Cornet is doing work right now as he just played this move, pawn to g4, the queen went to e4, and knight h5 check simply picks up this pinned knight on f6.
Oh, and he finds it too. Knight h5 check. He's going to win the material back. Actually, it looks like Cornet is just... Okay, this is the victory the Blitzstream need to keep this thing close. And, in fact, that was a fast one, right? Let's back this thing up and take a quick look at how Cornet made quick work of Home. He's got a ready IQP structure. Normally, the person with the isolated queen pawn should be the one with the attack. But, okay, I think this queen d6 move underestimated knight h4, because as soon as that knight came to f5, oh, and then knight takes g7, it was just a forced win. So this move, queen to d6, likely just a blunder, which a useful one for the young man Home to learn from, because this is a kind of common idea, this little knight h4 tempo, and you got to be careful of that little meeting over there on g7 between the knight and bishop. So, all right, a brilliant win by Cornet. I won't go back to the Berlin, despite my instincts to see what's happening between Hammer and Lagarde. But let's go back to this game between Sargsyan and Feyerhart, because again, as much as this has been a brilliant one for Audubon, now that he's under a minute and the bishops are doing work, I'm liking his chances less and less.
We need to go to Bordy's game, because if Bordy loses, then this match is over, and I think Bordy's dead lost against Kassen. So because this match is so close to finishing with Norway up 7-6, they have the odds. And look at the move that was just played. Bishop d2 to a5, because there's a queen on d7. There's a perfectly timed ambulance right there. This is for Bordy's position.
You know why?
And for the
someone's position needs to go to the hospital.
Yeah. Just oof. Bishop a5, opening up the attack on the queen on d7, the rook on d8. Everything is falling. And it's been a really tough day for Kevin Bordy. And it's unfortunate because the team is named after him.
That's the match, yeah. I mean, the manager himself is in many ways a big reason why the Blitzstream are probably going home today. And that's okay, right? I mean, it's a tough day every day in the Pro Chess League. You got difficult games, difficult opponents. But this has definitely been one that Kevin would like to have back.
Yep.
So I think it's just over, actually, as you said. Let's highlight the last tactic that started with white castling long. H5 was played. And after knight e4, again, kind of a big no-no in the Scandinavian as black to fix the structure anyway. Regardless of the tactics, Robert, this structure, which is it's a Caro-Kann, it's a Scandinavian structure. Almost anything else is better strategically, right? Bishop e7, knight to d5, and the reason, everybody, is that the advantage that black often has in the Scandinavian, that what you get in exchange for losing the time with your queen, is the open d file, and that white's center is a little split. So taking on e4, unless you have some sort of immediate tactical reason to do it, is just never strategically wise, right, Robert? This was a bad decision to take on e4, regardless of the fact that it just walked right into this blunder.
Yeah, and actually Audubon's losing now, so let's hop back over there because, oh man.
Well, I said he was losing, and I was trying to cover that exciting game, but that's what happens when we let you steer. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted the Audubon to win Game of the Week, so I couldn't afford to see him make maybe not so great moves, but now he's just down 2 bishops, and I'm sad. Honestly.
Well, honestly, this is what you get when you listen to Robert Hess with knight g4. It all started there.
Knight g4 was a good move. I stand by it.
I don't know, man. It might have been unnecessary.
Audubon mouse slipped on move 39. Definitely. I see Greg put in the chat. I was wondering why a5 happened. 39 a6 was the move he meant to play, and he moused
Oh my
it.
gosh! And then the D pawn falls.
Yep, you get a queen, and then you take the on d8, bishop d8, take on b5, and you at least get all the pawns. So an unfortunate mouse slip for Audubon cost him this game. He could have held the balance over there. Instead, he's just dead lost.
He's going down. Bad start for the movers. They will be down 3-1 heading into the second round of action, assuming, of course, Sargsyan does convert this one against Audubon. So pretty simple, and in fact, he does it. Back to the game with Kossen and Blitzstream. Unfortunately, this is going to be sending the gnomes home, sending the Blitzstream home. The gnomes will be moving on because if you're forgetting, they have draw odds, which means all they need is this single game to get to 8 points, and the match is over.
Which is a true shame considering that Lagarde is doing work against Hammer in that Berlin that we talked about earlier, or what we looked at briefly. That's tough.
Yeah, White definitely better here. F5 coming on the board along with Rook D7.
Yeah, Rook D7, Rook H1 even to trade rooks. You're in a better endgame. You can do that. Ideas with Knight E4 and F5. Just great position for Lagarde. Yeah.
Huh.
Poor Audubon. Honestly.
Yeah, poor Audubon. He does fall to Sargsyan, but it not over for them, right? Mumbai down 3-1, not their best start they could have asked for, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Like you said, I think we'll follow this one right here at least until we have a result. Ultimately, Bordy decides to deal with his blunder by sacrificing his queen on d1. Again, at least it keeps the match going, so your teammates have some hope. It's online chess. Mouse slips happen. Blunders happen. Yep. Here we've got Haug versus Barseghian, and then we've got Lagarde versus Hammer as the two of the final games going.
Yeah, Haug and Barseghian is an interesting one where Black has an uncompromised pawn structure, but the pawn on c6 is actually quite a bit of a target. So the knight on c5 is well placed to block the rook's access to the c file, but it can't move anywhere without dropping the c6 pawn.
First of all, Pizza Racer, I invented Arnold Schwarzenegger references during chess broadcasts, okay? Not Hikaru Nakamura. Let's not forget who was streaming first. I know he's everyone's favorite, okay?
Don't cry, Danny. You still have me.
Hey, you meaning I'm your favorite?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. That didn't sound forced. Anyway, shout out to Philidor Position. Now you're a sub. I think somebody gifted it to you for that brilliant conversation you started earlier in the match that led to that instructive queen versus rook ending. And yeah.
In 2009, Hammer announced he would not pursue a professional chess career and would study economics. Is that true?
I think he did, but then I think he changed his mind, actually. Because one of the things that started happening in 2009, for those of you who don't remember, is Magnus Carlsen became the best player in the world long before he was the world champion. He was the highest-rated player, I believe, in 2008, 2009, right around then, and the Norway chess boom was on. NRK, one of the only public broadcasting stations in the world that regularly covers chess, and Hammer became one of the faces of Norwegian TV. He's worked for both NRK, he's worked for TV2, so I guess I know a lot more about that than I thought I did. But yeah, Hammer actually pivoted. That is something he did, but I remember when it changed because Hammer started getting very lucrative gigs to work for Norway chess coverage, and combine that with his very active streaming career and the stuff he does for chess.com. Hammer is anything but an economics major. He is a professional chess commentator, really, I guess, combined with playing.
Yeah, and here he's going to have to fight for his life on the board against Maxime Lagarde because White is just better. Because look at the pawn structure. Black has double pawns on the C file, double pawns on the G file. And why that's so important is there's no real easy way for Hammer to create a pass pawn on the queen side, whereas White can play king f3, king to e4, then play pawn to f5, and just make progress very naturally. You don't have to take any risks whatsoever.
Well, you know what I wanted to play with white was g5 and then go trap that bishop on h4.
Oh, that's sneaky.
I don't know that it works, but that would be a fun thing to consider. But as we said, Hammer may be fighting for his life here, but he'll probably be fighting off the fans after this because the Gnomes are still in great shape to win the match. As we said, we're covering the 2 games that still have a lot of fight left, but the game between Cossin and Blitzstream over here is moments away from white winning, unfortunately, and fortunately for the Blitzstream. So there you have it. King of 3. Don't be surprised if we got this little threat here. Keep an eye on my little g5 move with that bishop running out of squares on h4.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a viable option. I guess you can take on g5 in the immediate position because the pawn's pinned on f4 to the king on f3. But the idea with king e4 might follow up with g5, rook g1, rook g4, something like that as well. But yeah, I just think that white just has a straightforward approach. King e4, pawn to f5, and you're pushing your pawns forward, getting a pass pawn. Looks like a good life.
Good life. He's living his best life, you know?
Yeah, that king is on a roll.
Hammer trying to go for a defensive sacrifice here, which, even if it doesn't work out, I think from a practical perspective is often the way a grandmaster will choose to play. If they're just getting grinded on, they will try to do something a little more direct, make their opponent calculate, and show that they're in good form to beat them. But here this is just nasty. I mean, it's like all you did was just out of the frying pan into the fire. That knight on f4 has a whole lot of good options in his future.
Yeah, is there any chance that Kevin Bordy can survive? I haven't looked at that game in forever, but that's really
because if Lagarde wins and Bordy somehow surprises the world, he's got a rook for the queen and a pawn. A rook and a pawn for the queen. He's also only got 2 minutes on the clock, so unfortunately likely not, but I guess it's not over till it's over.
So you're saying there's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance, right?
Yeah, it's pretty ugly out there. I mean, just that you're not a queen. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, it's less than ideal.
Yep. And all right. Well,
let's talk a little bit about this game here between Haug, because Lagarde is doing work over there against Hammer, and even with the loss of the g4 pawn, he's still in great shape. But let's talk about this game between Haug and Barsegian. It's one we haven't looked at yet. Unfortunately for the Blitzstream, it's probably another one that favors the Gnomes. This e pawn is defended. The c6 pawn is very weak, and I'm liking white's position here. What do you think?
I think what black needs to do, and do it quickly, is queen d7, knight e6, because you need to protect that pawn on c6.
Yeah.
I guess after queen d7, maybe there's some kind of rook to c1 just to keep me from playing knight to c6. Actually, e6, pardon me. But then I can play knight to b3, perhaps. And that way I can trade the knights by force.
Yeah.
And
tempo on the rook on c1 prevents knight or rook takes, everybody. And if you take here, Robert's point is that now you do have enough defense. Although if something like rook c3 happens, the b3 pawn might be your new problem. But
and I would go c5, c4, and just try to gain some space on the queen side.
You're sacrificing the pawn for some counterplay.
Yeah.
Hammer sacrificed a piece ultimately. Not going to get enough counterplay. Or not going to win this one. And speaking of how, look at that. Did he just go to Sacktown unnecessarily? That would, if it wasn't for Blitzstream losing, you might really think the Gnomes were in trouble here, because Lagarde is going to beat Hammer. And now I'm not saying this isn't an interesting attack, and if I get my rook to the c3 square, it might be great, but it's also a piece sacrifice when you're just better as white and your opponent was down under a minute, or nearly under a minute. So from a practical point of view, I'm not a huge fan of how Haug played this.
Yeah, I mean, he trapped his own bishop, right? After g5, you went bishop g3, then h4 would have trapped the bishop anyway. So this was the correct way to sacrifice the bishop once you were already losing it. But yeah.
It's over. In the books. Just saw in the corner of my eye. Cossin wins with white against Blitzstream. And with that, the Gnomes move to 8 versus 6. And a victory. The Gnomes will be moving on regardless of what happens in these last two games. Unfortunately, congratulations to the Gnomes. Unfortunately for the Blitzstream, their 2019 Pro Chess League campaign comes to an end. But still, it's been a great year, and I think it's been hard for Kevin today. For those of you who've been following him over at the French channel, difficult to see somebody have such a rough day, especially as a manager. He's put so much effort. This is his baby in many ways, the channel and the Pro Chess League team. So we tip our hat to Kevin, but that is it, and the Blitz stream will be going home.
Yeah, it was a tough matchup for them. We did like their top two boards. In that situation, particularly the Cornet, who proved his strength, right? He had a very good result there. But the balanced lineup of the Gnomes was too much to deal with. If you look at their current standings, of course, some games are still progress, but Hammer, 2.5 out of 3, likely staying at 2.5 based on this game. Home, 2.5 out of 4. Haug, if he wins, he goes to 2.5, but let's say even he draws 2 out of 4 and then 1.5 at the bottom board. And that's just a great performance.
Right,
board
overall,
after board. Yeah, it's just
okay. Well, we're gonna stay right here just for a moment to see what Lagarde does. He is now under a minute. An interesting moment for him to convert. But the other exciting game, of course, in this matchup that we're staying with between Haug and Barsegian. Maybe Haug will convert it. I guess Barsegian doesn't really have a lot of time to figure that out.
Yeah, he's got no time. F5 is coming. I mean, how many pawns does White have on the king side? 5 on 0?
That's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty direct attack. And time, made that with 0.8 seconds.
0.8 seconds he moved. I love things like that. Now F6 wins back the material. Indeed, he goes for it. Whoa.
0.5 that time.
Plays queen F7. I guess bishop takes F6 was no good, everybody, because as much as rooks taste good, checkmate's even better. Yeah, some people asking why Norway is already counted as winning and clarifying national master in the Chess TV chat. Norway has draw odds, which is why this match is over. And with that, almost lose on time. Nope, still pre-moving. But now, unfortunately, he's lost anyway in the endgame, and the Gnomes will likely clinch this one with more points than they even needed.
Yep, G3, F4 is coming. Just going for the pawn storm over there on the king side. So, okay, this makes sense. This is an easy win for...
Easy win. Easy win. Not even like that kind of easy win you say when you're talking trash like I do. Easy money. This is legit an easy win. I think rook F7 might be the cleanest way to do it.
And go to try to checkmate the black king, essentially?
You know what I got on my brain. Rook F7. I got F4, followed by something against that black king.
Something nasty?
Something nasty. Hammer will fall to Lagarde if you're following that one here. He's down now a piece and a pawn. So should be pretty straightforward for Lagarde. But Hammer doesn't resign. It's one of his calling cards, so he will play that one out for a while. And we're going to refocus our efforts here, probably over to the Mumbai versus Armenia match after this one officially hits the books.
Whoa. Wait, I mean, Adiban again is just like, he's having a day. Like, I don't care if he loses all his games because he's just having fun out there and he's making it fun.
Yeah, we're going to let this one finish right here. Let's go and look at that game between Fireheart and the other Sargsyan, here, Anna Sargsyan. He's knight's on F3. He's down a piece, but the C3 knight is hanging. The B6 knight is hanging.
What is happening here?
What happened in this opening? Let's take a look.
I have no idea. It was a Panov. Like, it's not supposed to be so crazy.
Dude, what do you have against the Panov on Vinnik? You wash your mouth out.
No, I like the Panov, but it's not supposed to be this crazy.
Well, but this line, the queen B3 line, can get real nasty.
Yeah. Clearly.
Okay, after knight to d4, everybody, the variation that avoids the theory you see on the board with bishop b5 check heads a little bit more into a peaceful ending with white. Not really having any winning chances, which is probably why Adibon decides I'm not going to go for that with the white pieces. So he goes for this line, which is much sharper and much more risky for white, but plays b4. Wow. What is going on here?
Wrong person to ask. So he took this.
I'm supposed to know this theory as I played as white, but I usually just settled on the bishop b5 kind of easy endgame. I never really played for variations like this because I'm a fan of king safety, right? Call me crazy. She says her favorite book is Positional Decision-Making in Chess by Gelfand, but Anna making a few tactical decisions in this game.
Yep. And queen b2 check. Looks
Rook
pretty
c2.
good. Then queen b5 check.
Queen d3.
Take you. And then knight e1 check at the end or something like that.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, right? Just still better for white.
All right. I'm just trying to checkmate you, and I don't know how. So
I know. Hey, it's okay. Express your feelings.
So wait. So queen b2, rook c2, queen b5.
Hammer
queen
finally going down here, although he's still not going to resign, as has been noted many times, because it's not his thing. And it's led to some very clippable moments with people stalemating him on camera, but not today, says Lagarde. Not today. Is he gonna play on? Let's see what happens here with Lagarde.
He's not going to checkmate him. He hit checkmate in one move. He's going to do it on purpose.
He's got to be doing it on purpose. Let's see what happens with the trolling here. Lagarde's about to go full Leela.
That was so funny.
He's gonna give away the knight. He's not gonna checkmate Hammer. Hilarious.
I think, yeah. Okay, this game is one move away from mate. Adiban, by the way, I do think he's still in trouble. The game we were looking at before, but you're right. We should.
For those wondering how the Gnomes got to 9, that is because Haug did indeed take care of Barsegian. Okay, as much as we said we're going to follow the trolling, we're not really going to. The Gnomes have won the match. Congratulations to them for moving on to the quarterfinals. And we're gonna go back to this Adiban game where he's figuring out how to deal with Sargsyan's queen b2 check.
I think he's in trouble because if you go rook c2, then queen b5 check, queen d3, and I agree with you that the ending that I was telling about queen h3 that gives white good chances to hold and may even be better. But after queen b5 check, queen d3, maybe queen h5, just swing that.
Oh, that's irritating.
Yeah, where's your king going? You can't really
get
out of
rook c5 though.
Then I have knight e, knight d.
Knight e5, I have king d2.
And knight d4, you're going.
If knight d4, I also have king d2. I think.
This is confusing.
Totally confusing and an absolute mess.
But I have no idea what happens once I do take.
I agree. No, it's not so simple.
Yeah, maybe knight e5 check was better. I don't know. Somehow I think black is doing really well, but it's just my intuition telling me, not my calculation.
Shout out to Aquaman for the 5-month-in-a-row sub. We love you, buddy. Love you around here.
What did Mr. Momoa do?
Sargsyan. She's like got a very focused look on her face here. Trying to figure out how to keep the pressure.
She was like shaking her head like as if she was upset that she's not finding something. But then she changed her things like bopping.
To a yes, right? A no head shake to a yes head shake.
And there's got to be some mate. I mean, queen b5 check just feels like the right move. Intuition. I'm sorry, rook c2, then queen b5 check. Pardon. Because if you
all right, so what if I play queen c2 then?
If you go queen c2, I'm still going to go queen b5 check.
And now queen c4.
And then I'm going to queen h5 you anyway.
Right. I'm going to... Okay. I thought I could maybe take e6 check. I know. Crazy. Stay with me.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm with you.
And now I have queen h3. No, you have knight g1.
Knight
double
g1.
Check.
Yes.
Double check. Double kill.
Discount double check.
Discount double check. Wow. That'll make Aaron Rodgers an emote on Twitch. Discount double check. Wow. It's so funny because we had a double check earlier in today's show for those of you just joining us that was nothing but a bowl full of jelly. Just a double check that didn't lead to anything. Here you got a devastating double check. The most powerful move in chess, right?
Isn't that checkmate?
No, the most powerful. Okay, besides checkmate. No, double check is the most. No, that was funny.
And you paused and you were like, "Wait a second. I guess that's technically correct." Well, Robert, of course.
Yeah, you surprised me with that logic. Yeah, okay. So the most powerful move in chess is checkmate. We fact-checked it. It checks out. Robert's information is correct. But the most forcing move in chess, I guess, is also checkmate, but second place, okay?
All right. Well, second place is always just first runner-up. So
Second place goes to me, as usual, in this duo.
Bum, 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 bum. What about triple check?
Triple check. Oh, man. Well, this is going to be an exciting game. And Audubon, as we said, had a brilliant attack last game, but maybe pressed too hard. And he's once again got his work cut out for him. But, you know, as you and I previewed this match, we highlighted that we thought that this guy's performance on board 2 would be maybe the key to how far the movers go. So if he falls here to board 4, that would really be a problem. But, you know, his style is maybe part of the reason that he gets in these situations. I mean, when you ask the guy his favorite opening and he says the King's Gambit, I think you know what kind of person you're dealing with.
You're dealing with the beast.
A beast, right?
Yeah. And, no, I mean, he's just such an exciting play. He played Queen C2 after all that. And Queen B5 check, I feel like you have to play there.
Maybe it's Queen D3 now.
Still Queen H5, right? Okay, Queen C4 played.
Yeah,
Queen
she
H5.
goes for it. She knows what she wants.
Yes. She's going straight for checkmate.
Yeah.
Why hold anything back?
Last game of the year, Dan.
Yeah, don't hold anything back.
And you can't even walk your king out to D3 here because knight E5 is a forky mode. What does he do here? This is about to be a huge upset, everybody, and this could be, I mean, we might be headed for our first potentially lopsided result of the day. I mean, if board 4 is doing work against, you know, someone who could practically be board 1 for the movers here, you are not in for a good day as a movers fan because the Eagles already have a 3-1 game lead heading into this round, and Audubon is he's struggling here. Okay, so he can okay. Let me get real freaky on you. Queen takes E6 check and King to D3. Robert, checkmate me. I dare you.
So you're just running your King to D3.
Bring it. I'm about to go Forrest Gump on this.
I actually like that. I don't. So if I go, yeah, Queen B5 check.
Yeah, wait. My Queen just takes you. Oh, Queen B5. Sorry.
Yeah.
Misheard you. Queen B5, and I. Okay, now I have Rook C4. He says with the confident tone of someone who's not sure his king is going to survive.
And then I'm like, do I even just go pawn takes B6 and open the A file? Do I go rook?
Behave right there. I also like to live dangerously.
I'm very glad you're making...
That's actually a nasty move because you're threatening Rook A3, you jerk.
I always learn just bring more pieces into the attack.
Oh, don't tell me what you've learned from your good Soviet chess coach. I don't want to hear it, Robert.
Miran is a great individual and a great
He is
coach.
a great individual. So what happened to you?
Oh,
snap!
I spent too much time with you.
That's probably true. He's probably like, Robert, let's reassess your life decisions. You now have spent more time with Danny than you used to with me.
Exactly. He's like, you went from playing on the U.S. chess team to spending a lot of time
commentating on the U.S. championship. Hashtag the wrenchism.
Yeah.
Speaking of commentating, we need to bring our attention over here to Zavin Chessmood's game against Grandmaster Puranik because this is also about to heat up. Queen to E5, bringing the lady back to where she wants to be. That's the king side.
Yeah, that's a nice move because the pawn D5 is pinned to that queen over there. I mean,
the
rook
D5 pawn takes allows Queen A5, everybody.
Nice. And what's black up right now? Just one pawn, but it's a pass B pawn. The F3 pawn is menacing on the king side.
All right, well, okay, if Puranik is able to hold his own against the board 1 of the Eagles, that maybe helps what's happening with Audubon today. Yeah, as is being highlighted right now, for those of you who don't know enough Pro Chess League history, last year the Eagles eliminated the movers from the playoffs. So if it happens again, you're talking about a real bitterness going to be developing in the mouths of movers fans. They have one of the most active social media channels. So if you want to follow Mumbai on Twitter, you should do that. They're a great team for the league. We love them, but so far they haven't been able to shake that Armenian monkey right off their shoulder.
Well, the Armenian Eagles are just a very talented team from top to bottom. And, I mean, to me, obviously, Sean Sargsyan has been great all year. But Haik Martirosyan is just an amazing talent. And he tied for first in the Aeroflot Open. He's, 2630, I think, something like that live rating. Really nice person, just exceptionally nice, and a very strong player. So they just are. And Zavin Andreasen, of course, is the hero of last year. And the fact of the matter is he's having a bad season, and they're still crushing it.
Well, let's talk about his game right here, right? Username Mickey Tarian. A lot of people know and follow him. He plays in a lot of our Title Tuesdays as well, so a very active member on chess.com. And right now his A-pawn is getting active. I mean, she's going to rush her H-pawn, but she's going to be too little too late because two queens are better than one.
Yep. And A6, A7, A8, unstoppable.
So the one game we haven't checked on yet in this round 2 of play is the one between Vidit Gujarati and Shant Sargsyan. Sargsyan kind of got away with one if you're just joining us, barely surviving a brilliant attack by Audubon. But hey, scoreboard is what matters, and the Eagles are up 2 games. I like Vidit's position here, though. I bet he does too.
So you think he's going for an attack over there on the king side? Oh, he's up a pawn.
Yeah, he's up a pawn, and he's got the pawn on F5, right?
So okay, I'm not.
Oh, play F4. Play F4. Oh, he didn't. Oh, Vidit. Oh, Vidit. I wanted you to sack your knight, bro.
So what is Black's idea here? So you're gonna go knight A4 at some point and just clamp down the position. Like if I go knight F2 and just get defensive and say E4 is gonna be. Look at Vidit adjusting his camera. That means
he probably knows he's on camera there. He's like I said, this is why this kid's got streaming potential. That's why I'm gonna bark at him. I know he knows. He knows what the people want to see. I know, like he's the kind of guy you want to adopt, even if he's an adult, right? I mean, I agree, and not like a Hikaru Nakamura adoption, where you've got an abusive parent for the rest of your life. I'm talking like a wholesome adoption. Like I'll let he could play Fortnite with my 13-year-old, and I'd be okay with it. I wouldn't even be mad.
I get the feeling he doesn't want any part of that, like not even a little bit.
I don't think that's true. Vidit loves me. When we were at the Isle of Man last year, he was showing up to get his games analyzed even when we didn't ask for him. And I'm like, Vidit, dude, you've just done 2 videos in a row. Go do something else.
Yeah, it's because he's a good person and he knows what chess needs. In fact, he just did a TED Talk. I don't know if it's released yet, but he and I were talking about it.
I think it is released. I saw it.
Oh, perfect. And I'll have to check it out.
Mumbai Movers. Yeah, they can move in with me anytime. At least this kid.
So the Movers logo is being praised by Chesswind in the Twitch TV chat. So I like that logo a lot. It's really
very
cool.
classic. Yeah, it's very classy. It's you've got the elephant god Ganesha coming to mind, right? Obviously Chaturanga, where chess was originally formed in India, right? There's a lot of it's just like it's Hindu, it's I don't know, it's Chaturanga, it's chess, it's beautiful. I love it.
I love the hand motions you just did. The gesticulation really was second to none. As far as
my gesticulation has always been second to none.
You look like you were trying to channel the Moscow Wizards. I'm like, Danny, their match is over. They're done. But okay, knight A4 finally played by Shant Sargsyan. And here you got to drop that queen back to C2.
If you go to E1, bishop takes F5 is a problem, right?
Yeah, that doesn't feel good.
Queen C2.
And then maybe Queen E3, trying to get the D4 pawn. I said with a question mark because I'm not sure how good it is.
No, Sargsyan is actually bringing compensation to a position that at first I really loved white. Mickey Tarian does indeed do what he was supposed to do here, converting, which is why you see the Eagles with a 4-1 lead, by the way.
Yep.
And I think we got to go back and check on this game with Fireheart, that being Bhaskaran versus Sargsyan, because he found a way to tickle a defense for the king, I also say with a question mark.
Is she just going to go A takes B6 now? Like, it's with tempo now, and it opens the A file.
Yeah.
It just feels like
it's just such a tough position for white. This is why I didn't play the Queen D1 line. I said earlier, the reason my theory has always focused on Bishop B5 check here is because it's really the best line for white. And she indeed plays your move, Robert. A takes B6.
It also says in the game chat, A Sargsyan declined to draw. So that means Audubon offered a draw.
Audubon offered a draw. He's like, hey, like we can be friends, right?
Yep. But she's like, nope. I'm busy winning this game, and my team is cruising up 4-1 right now, and it'll be 5-1 as soon as she wins this match.
Wow. Well, if you're just joining us right now, we're seeing the first kind of dominant performance by any team as they're up 3 games and look to be increasing their lead. But we've had several very, very close matches. Thank you to Slow Chess for the donation there. We really appreciate that. But the Snowballs have moved on, the Gentlemen and the Gnomes. This is the last match of the day, and it's shaping up to be quite the playoffs this year in the 2019 Pro Chess League season. I believe we're going to have an interview soon. Maybe, maybe not. Hammer's telling people on his channel that he's joining our show. Maybe someone should tell Hammer that he doesn't call the shots around here. Arn does. Let's give Arn a shout out for the first time here in this later part of the show. Studio C, where you at? There you at. There you at, boy. Yeah. We got angry Hikaru here. We got happy Hikaru here. Every Hikaru is here. We got even Magnus showed up for this one. He was happy to see his countrymen move on, despite not being on the Gnomes roster this year. Thanks to Arn and everything he does there for Studio C, as we're rocking the Pro Chess League coverage. Thanks for being here, everybody.
So, Danny, you weren't with me earlier, but when we were interviewing Georg, firstly, he looked a lot like the Georg fathead you have in your office over there.
Yeah, yeah.
He was dressed in like a white dress shirt. And I was like, you just got to give him that like little gun and make him do the pose. And he's just straight out of Die Hard.
Yeah, no, he is. He's straight out of he looks like a bad guy, like the perfect bad guy. Like when Jeremy Irons plays Georg Meyer in the Lifetime movie, you know, he's and it'll be perfect, right? It'll be like, why didn't Georg just play himself?
So what is happening in these remaining games? So the Vidit's game's still complicated.
Is that Kitty Hiss? I haven't seen Kitty in a while. Shout out.
Oh, no.
What's up, Kitty?
Blundered.
Robert,
really
I'm saying hi to a friend in chat.
Yeah, but there was a humongous blunder in this game.
Fine.
And Zavin won on time.
Oh, my God. What is it about the Eagles who just, like, they always have this magic? Like, last year we had several games that felt that way, right? Where Prunik was just much better here against Zavin. It felt that way.
I mean,
but he got under time pressure. And one of the things that Hikaru Nakamura predicted last year when he said he thought the Eagles were the favorite was specifically because of Zavin Andreassian's rapid and blitz skills, right? You remember, you were there. And
yeah.
And even with Zavin's worst, Robert, he's almost always up on time. And that's where you got to give him credit where credit's due, right? He just blows away his opponent under time pressure, winning the rook, everybody. That's why Puranik resigns.
Puranik actually lost on time, even worse.
Oh, he lost on time, but okay, it didn't matter.
Yeah, he's getting mated. And sorry, Kitty Hiss. Hi, just caught a big moment there. And so, yeah, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. Now I feel bad.
No, it's okay. Kitty might still be mad at me. I don't know. So, you know, we were going to meet up. Chessface's going to yell at me now. I'm not very good at Discord. I'm learning how to be social, you know. So I don't know. Sorry to be sharing too much about my personal problems on air.
It's okay. I forgive you. Oh, wait, you're not asking me for forgiveness.
Yep, no forgiveness needed from you. All right, but hey, Bhaskaran, he's hoping that Anna changes her mind and he's about to lose on time. What's it going to happen? And he lost on time.
He was dead lost as it was.
In a highly clippable moment as our cameras are being broken. Arifan loses on time. And, okay, does he not at least have a move here? No, I guess he just doesn't have a move.
Nope.
Because if you take the knight on f3, the queen was falling. If you move the king to f1, everybody, we got mate and bake.
Wait, Danny, we have a special guest, apparently.
I know. I'm just trying to show everybody why the game was over. And if you move the king to d1, rook to d8 is followed by mate. And we're going to follow that by being joined by the one, the only, the currently very, very happy, despite the facial expression he's got on, Jan Ludwig Hammer. Give us a smile, buddy. Your team's moving on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I lost my final game. I'm a chess player, Danny, and losses, they sting. They sting so bad.
Hey,
I'm
dude.
very happy the team made it, but
A few more chess shows like me and your pride will leave you too. Don't worry about it. Because what you should be proud of as a manager, dude, is you have built a team that seems to pull it out even when things are tough. Total transparency. As you guys headed into that round 3, you were locked in a 4-4 tie, and it felt like the matchups on paper were starting to favor the Blitzstream, right? Cornet, obviously a very good board 2 for them, and we were feeling a little bit nervous for the Gnomes, but you guys took care of business in round 3 and ultimately took a 2-game lead into the last round. So talk again about your team and how you guys always seem to have it when it matters most.
well, everyone took a lot of points. I mean, Tuifedic on board 4 scores 1.5, and every single other player scores 2.5. And when you have board 2s, board 3s scoring 2.5 points, you're going to win matches. That's just how it is. So I would have liked to take half a point more, but it doesn't matter because Lars Oskar and Christian really delivered the goods and made sure that this match was decided in our favor.
Yeah, I have a question for you about your lineup choice. So Ariantari is busy playing in the European individual, if I'm not mistaken.
Playing the Bundesliga.
The Bundesliga. So that actually interfered because it is the rest day at the European individual, and like the entire Georgian team was playing from the hotel. But about your lineup, you have Niels Grandelius as a free agent on your team. He has not played, and not trying to get information out of you, but I am trying to get information out of you. Is there a lineup next week where we could see Niels playing for the Gnomes?
No, according to the rules, he is not eligible to play because he did not participate in the
Regular season.
In the preliminary season games.
I was actually going to say that too because I actually knew that rule, Robert. Like, I actually knew that was a rule.
Well,
Shocking
you know
myself.
more than I do. So why didn't you use him during the regular season?
He was unavailable. So we registered him because we really wanted to have Niels. He's been having a fantastic year, or more than a year, and he's gained a lot of rating and he's playing very well. So we wanted to have him on our team, but we could never find a date that fit. So it just ended up him being registered without playing any games.
Got it.
Well, Jan Lovig, unlike last week where we interviewed you, and I actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you did already know your opponent. I was going to say this week you definitely know who your opponent is. You're going to be playing the Snowballs in the quarterfinals, which again is in many ways the championship for the Central Division, right? You guys are the top 2 seeds.
Yeah, you may call it quarterfinal, but I call it the Central Division final.
Exactly. And so
we're gonna treat it as the final because that is.
In many ways it is, right? I mean, winning the Central Division in the playoffs is a huge accomplishment, regardless of what would end up happening in San Francisco. But talk about how you guys match up with that team, right? Obviously, you know Georg Meyer. He's well known to all of us here on Chess.com. But go through how you envision your team stacking up, and maybe we can even bring up the standings this week so we can talk about the players, as this one here is likely just going to end in a draw. But how do you see the Gnomes matching up with the Snowballs here next week?
I think the Snowballs are a fantastic team. We've had big fights against them previously. We played the semifinal against them in the inaugural Pro Chess League season. So it's 2 teams that have been in the top 4 previously, who have very strong players, but we beat them. We beat them previously in the season, and we know that we can do it again. The fact that we win the match in case of an 8-8 tie is very, very important because it is not an unlikely result.
Interesting. And I guess I have a question for you about the matchup, because your team today, you went with you on board 1 and 3 international masters. How do you weigh that when the players in your team are quite strong, but the lineup that the Snowballs used today, for example, had 3 grandmasters and then a lower rated board 4 relative to your team. So how do you kind of weigh the odds?
How does it matter that they're international masters when they perform as well as me? Lars Oskar and Christian, made the same amount of points as me against the same opponents.
Yeah.
They may not have the Grandmaster title, but they do have chess skills.
Hey, will you say that again? Say that again. Say that again.
It doesn't apply to you, Danny.
Oh, come on. That was awesome. No, but you're right. Again, obviously the well-balanced lineup is something that you guys are kind of sticking with. And as you said, if it allows you to maybe have a higher rated board 4, right, then that gives you advantages other ways. And ultimately today with Kasan getting a 1.5 out of 4, that's kind of all you could ask from him on board 4, right?
Yeah, everyone on the team today was excellent.
Okay.
Well, my question has been dismissed before even being asked, but it was worth it for that moment with you, Danny, there. That was awesome.
Hey, we're sure your question was just as good, but Hammer, he's answered all of our questions. You were great. You were great last week as you came to us live from the chess pub there in Oslo. Here it looks like you're at home. Where are you at now?
I'm at the chess pub, but since you guys scheduled it for a Saturday afternoon, it's a lot more quiet than we're used to from the Thursday evenings.
Got it. Well, Hammer, regardless of what happens next week, as you said, maybe those draw odds that you guys fought so hard to secure with the overall 1 seed in the Central will pay off. But we know you got your work cut out for you in the Snowballs. We wish both teams the best of luck, and I can't wait to see what happens. And, again, you should be very proud as a manager of what you've done here. This has been an amazing season to watch there for the Gnomes, and best of luck next week.
Thank you, Danny.
All right, well, for Robert and Hammer here, I'm going to tell everybody we will be right back as we move into the round 3 of action between the Movers and the Eagles. Don't go anywhere. The Pro Chess League playoffs will return in just a moment. Put the gun away, George. We won't need bullets for these chess games. On April 3rd, the first ever Chess.com Bullet Chess Championship gets started with the first of 2 qualifiers. On Friday, we'll have a round-robin event, and all 3 of these players will join 5 of the most elite bullet players on the planet. Unofficial Bullet Chess champion Hikaru Nakamura will be defending his title versus Sergei Karyakin, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, Alexander Grishuk, and Levon Aronian. And as we said, 3 qualified players means it's anybody's game. Tune in on April 6th and 7th when this 8-player elite bracket goes down, and join us for live commentary at twitch.tv/chess, chess.com TV, and everywhere tickets are sold. Be there.
Chess.com is about playing. At any moment, there are thousands of people from around the world playing on Chess.com. So whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster, you'll find a game quickly with someone at your level. You can play at any pace, from 1-minute bullet to 5-minute blitz to 60-minute games. Or you can play more relaxed games where you have several days to make your move. There are tournaments starting every few minutes, or you can play against our customizable coaching computer. Chess.com is for learning. Chess isn't just about playing, it's about getting better. Chess.com puts the best training tools at your fingertips. Sharpen your game with over 50,000 tactics puzzles. Improve your strategy with training videos by top grandmasters. Get instant feedback after your games with real-time computer analysis. Regardless of where you're at now, you can take your game to the next level. Chess.com is for sharing. Join the community where you can discuss chess ideas in the forums and follow the latest chess news. Or join a club with friends and play in a league against other clubs. You can find all this in your browser at home and at work, or on the go with your phone or tablet. Signing up is free and easy. So what are you waiting for? Enjoy your game.
And we are here with what was formerly Jan Ludwig Hammer. Now we're back into round 3 action between the Movers and the Eagles. The game just getting underway now between a couple of very, very strong grandmasters, although Audubon not having his best day today. Maybe he can start to redeem himself right now. If you're a Movers fan, you're definitely rooting for that. But whether you're a fan of just anything Pro Chess League, you're going to want to stick around after this. I want to remind everybody, right after the show, we will be sending everybody over to the Pro Chess League Twitch channel. You can hold your mouse over the channel and give it a follow, where Levy Rosman will be doing commentary and providing highlights of everything that happened here today. So if you didn't know that happens right after every Pro Chess League playoff show, you do now. And if you didn't know the Speed Chess Championship was coming up and bigger than ever, first ever purely online event with more than $100,000 in prizes. We're pretty excited for the junior and women's additions to this event. And as some of you just saw there, we had a quick highlight commercial for the Bullet Chess Championship coming up. Kitty Kitty Hiss Hiss asked if it was 1-0. Indeed, it is the first ever 1-0 Bullet Chess Championship ever in history. Yeah, we got to do it. And real bullets will not be used. We asked Georg Meyer to put the silencer away, but bullets will be flying on the board. So, Robert, take it away, buddy. Andreassian and Audubon in a Scandinavian, so naturally I blacked out.
I mean, I was just looking at the scoreboard over here, and Anna Sargsyan, the board 4 for the Eagles, has more points than boards 2 through 4 combined because they all have 0 for the movers. And this is a blowout. It's an absolute rout. The Eagles have been in trouble on some boards, but yet they pull through when it matters. And so we have the Scandinavian here. Where's John Bartholomew when you need him? Team Scandi.
He's getting ready for Minnesota because they moved on. They'll be playing next week. But shout out to Hammer who sent us the raid there. 173 of you who may have joined us from Jan Ludwig's Twitch channel. Thanks for being here. And stick around because even though this is turning into the most lopsided match we've had all day, it's still not over yet. And this is the chance for the movers to make their move, starting with Bosker on here with the black pieces against Zavin.
Yeah, but he's playing a sort of risky idea for black. And the reason why I say that is white has this very strong center, and they're castled on opposite sides of the board. So if white is able to, white would love to play A3, B4, make progress over there on the queen side. Black, in turn, would like to play the queen over to the king side, like queen H5, go rook G8, G5, start getting aggressive on the king side. So it's a mixed bag, this position, but I think white is just slightly better, and it's just going to be a matter of who gets the attack first.
Yep. You said Audubon playing a risky opening. I was like, what? Shocker, right? He's 0-2 right now precisely because of his risky openings, and one of the people that he just lost to a moment ago was Anna Sargsyan, playing very well for the Eagles right now as board 4. Now she's got the black pieces against Grandmaster Puranik. Probably a little bit worse here. White has the bishop pair. Slightly better pawn structure, but okay, very solid position for black. There's a threat of queen to d6, and we'll see how Puranik wants to deal with that right now.
Yeah, queen d6 can always be met with g3, so it's not the most intimidating threat, but black is so solid. That's the thing about positions like this, where you have this b7, c6, f7, e6 structure. Your opponent has a light square bishop, but can't use those diagonals as those pawns block them. So that's why the bishop stays on d3, or at least on the b1, h7 diagonal. That is the open diagonal to use in the position. And the queen on f3 is well placed. White can consider playing a4, b4, things of that nature. But again, black doesn't have a weak base pawn to attack. And so that's why I think black tends to be very solid and hard to defeat in positions like this.
Here we have Mr. Puranik on camera sporting his Pro Chess League jersey. As we said, the movers have team jerseys. We know that Audubon Boscaron is also wearing one, as well as their board 4. Vidit Gujarati on the road for the team, the only one not actually sporting his team jersey. But we love seeing that. Not every team goes out of their way to make their own jerseys for their team, and I can't wait to reveal this year's special jerseys that all teams who make the Final Four will get. Let's show the live video from San Francisco one more time so we can show everybody the jerseys that the team who won it all, that being the Eagles, were wearing right there at the end. Those were pretty awesome. And, oh, wow. Can't wait to show this year. You haven't seen this year's design yet, Robert. Haha.
I have not. You don't trust me with that information.
I don't trust you with that. Because you're like one of those kids who post it to Instagram. Like,
I just love the chess game. And Artak and Nukin almost had to pay the entire game for that camera.
It's just like, I can't help it. It's a visceral reaction where this is so funny.
So great. All right, well, the queens did come off the board, and ultimately white played g3. This is going to be an endgame where Puranik just has a small edge, everybody. This idea that Robert highlighted of a4, b4, and b5 is definitely the one to watch out for, because it's how white can use the two bishops, maybe create some new diagonals, potentially a target on the light squares here for this bishop to relocate and poke at, maybe from this h1, a8 diagonal. So white has a small edge, but nothing to write home about too too enthusiastically. More like Andrew Luck Civil War Twitter, right home.
I love that account. That is
the best, one of the best. More like, Mother, we make way today against the Hawks of the Sea. Today, Mother, we make way against the Eagles of Armenia. Vidit with the black pieces against Materiation. Actually, looks to be doing just fine.
Yeah, this is like well-charted theory. Maybe not this specific line right now, but I've definitely seen many games, including a nice Gadakomsky win over Yuri Shulman from years back in the U.S. Championship. And the point is that both sides have these isolated pawns, A7, C6, A2, C4. But black's pawns are actually easier to attack. And once this knight on B3 ends up on A5, it's going to be really annoying for black because then white takes over the B file and attacks his pawn on C6 at the same time and moves like bishop to E3 or bishop to B2. Both are options here for white to take advantage of the position.
There you go. Bishop B2 played first to stop knight C3, and then we'll probably go back to your knight A5 plan. Last game we haven't checked on yet in this round, between the board 4 for the movers, Daria Parnali versus Shant Sargsyan. Here's a more traditional Benoni, not the X-rated edition we saw earlier in the matchup between the Gnomes and the Blitzstream. But
the pawn being on H6 is generally speaking not a great thing for black because it makes it hard to play F5. When you have the pawn on H7, playing F5 doesn't weaken G6 so much. With the pawn on H6, some kind of knight H4 idea will be a bit of an issue for black. And those jerseys are
so F5 never a real threat. Sorry, go ahead.
No, those jerseys are fire. The ones that
great.
The movers made.
Those are fantastic. You got the flag representing their country there. You've got the Pro Chess League logo.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like the Croatian national team for soccer or football jersey with the kind of checkered or chessboard on the sleeves. But anyway,
this is a great fun fact right here. Daria Parnali shared that an interesting fact about her: she had to start playing chess as punishment, but she gradually grew to love the game. That sounds like the kind of thing that good parents would do: punish a kid by making them, play a game like chess. So good for her parents. Way to punish your daughter.
And, it's great that she picked up the game and still enjoys it and plays quite well. And here with the white pieces, she goes for a thematic break with pawn B2.
Yeah, I'm about to say, she's about to punish Sargsyan's queenside here with this move B4. I like it.
Yep. And there's big problems if you go C4. When my knight gets to D4 and heads right to C6 and the pawn on B5 is cemented on a tough spot, it's going to be definitely an issue. And so another thing that white can do is play a quick bishop E3, queen D2, and hit that pawn on H6 with tempo. I
highlighted bishop E3 to point out your knight D4 plan, but bishop E3 preparing this battery also very nice. Yeah, I'm liking Parnali's position right now against Sargsyan. Ooh, and he plays C4.
Yeah, and he did it probably more out of necessity than anything, just worried about any kind of capture on C5. But the thing is, how do I get knight D4? And if I play bishop E3, you're not going to take me on C3 because I take back with my rook, and you can take my pawn E4, but my knight just goes into D4 anyway. So I'm happy to give up a pawn if it means I get your dark sword bishop and my knight still enters the position.
Yeah, no, I would play bishop E3 very quickly. And again, to highlight the line Robert's talking about, this would be more than worth it. There might even be tactics on the rook on E4. I don't know, but losing the dark sword bishop is just not something on. But we know Sargsyan's good. He's been one of the best rookies of the year. In fact, that reminds me of our daily question. For those of you who may be just tuning in, we asked the daily question earlier, and we'll repeat it for you right now. Who is the rookie of the year in your mind? Shant Sargsyan is in his first year for the Armenia Eagles. Nika Volkov obviously comes to mind for the Tbilisi Gentlemen. I think Daria Parnali, is this her first year in the league? I don't know.
I think so, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, but anyway, let us know in the chat who you think has had the best debut season for any team this year, as we talk about Sargsyan's game right here. And let's see, Parnali played the move H3. She's patiently waiting for a knight to explode on here with G4.
Yep. And if you're black, you might play knight E5 to try to trade off that knight on F3 before it can get to D4. Because if you don't take on E5, then the knight goes to D3, and you're not going to be happy with the consequences. And by the way, people have been – I mentioned this earlier with Alexandra, Jan Krzysztof Duda as a Rookie of the Year candidate.
That's right.
But yeah, he hasn't played as much. That's really the thing.
Okay, and so Shant plays the move 95, which probably forces a trade. You can't allow that knight to touch down on d3, so expect Parnali to trade. And now I think just simple bishop e3, and white maintains a small edge. Bishop e3, queen d2, bring your rook back to the a file. Kind of a simple strategic approach here.
Yeah, you have a passed d pawn, a protected passed pawn. She's doing very, very well in this game.
Yeah, no, she really is. Honor Sargsyan also playing very well today, back to the only other female player in the lineup for either team here.
Well, Dan, I'm sorry to interject here, but look where Adiban's king is.
Oh, gosh. Do I even want to go look at that position?
Yes, you do.
Oh, my gosh. He's got... What is wrong with him? Can someone talk to Adiban and be like, dude, you're a 2,700 plus GM. You don't have to play this aggressively anymore. You've proven yourself.
I mean, every time I look at a position, there's something ridiculous happening, right?
Yep.
Here's kings on d7, and okay, it's not downing material. I thought he was at first, but that's the good news for him. The bad news is kings on d7.
Wow.
Oh man.
No, I mean, jokes aside, if you take 2 more points away from the Eagles and give them back to Adiban, then you're looking at a much closer match here. This has not been Bhaskaran's best day, and it may end up being why the movers ultimately, go packing. They're moving, right? They're nomads on the road again, going places that I've never been. That's the movers right now. Actually, they've been there before. Unfortunately, it's not. It's like that vacation that you don't want to take.
Yep.
Gone fishing.
Running, you've done it before. You know to avoid it, and it still happens.
Speaking of which, Mkhitaryan has just beaten Vidit Gujarati.
Oh,
the
no.
Eagles are just doing work, sending a message to the gentleman that there's a reason why they're the defending champions. Oof. What happened here for Vidit to lose so quickly?
Move 19, knight c5.
Knight c5. He just blundered rook takes e7. Wow.
Yep. And that's a 2,700 player blundering the tactical shot there.
One of our favorite 2,700 players. Vidit just blunders himself into a 2 minors versus rook ending and then loses the rook on e7 to go with it. Not the best day for the movers right now, as they are trailing by 5 games in the standings. Really surprising.
Is up to 6 now, right? I think that win is 7.5, 1.5.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, no, it's 6 games now. Wow.
Yikes.
Okay, and Vidit just falls there, and unfortunately Bhaskaran's about to fall here. I mean, here it looks like, although Zavin just took that pawn on g7, is he going to regret it?
Let's see.
A little strange.
Well, where's his
there he is,
on?
sporting that beautiful jersey from last year, but no, he's got this really tricky move, bishop h6, and the queen cannot leave f7 behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what you need to do somehow is get the knight to stay on e4 forever. It's on a light square. White only has a dark square bishop. And so if you can keep that knight on e4, so I play c4 here just so White can't play c4. As the move c4 for white would be really annoying. It would dislodge the protection of the knight on e4, but also queen to b3 would swing to the queen side very quickly.
Yeah, if you play c4, you have surprisingly good chances here with a centralized knight and the weak pawn on c3, right? Even with your king on d7.
Yeah, and in the long run, you can even try for something like knight c5 to d or b3 and to get more active. So yes, definitely chances for Adiban here.
Okay. Well, we'll see what he comes up with here, as we said already. Vidit Gujarati already fell to a Haik Materiasyan. And so we have the 3 games left. The game we haven't checked on in a while, and I guess kind of for good reason. Not a lot going on here. It looks like an endgame where, honestly, Anna Sargsyan has held her own completely. The plan we highlighted that white would want, something where this pawn on b2, imagine it on b5, and you've got a totally different game. You've got targets on the light squares, and you're justifying this bishop as one of the strongest pieces. But here, instead, black has done all the maneuvering. She brought this bishop from d6 to c7 and b6, doubled rooks on the d file, and before you know it, we got pawn problems.
Yeah, black is all of a sudden better. Just you can take that pawn on d4 if you'd like, give up the a pawn, then play rook to a8 back, and just say my bishop on d4 is excellent. I can follow it with pawn to e5. Yeah, this is not ideal.
Purnik might win the overall award for most interesting fact. We asked everybody things that would surprise them, not counting Dubrov's comment about the many children he has all over the planet.
Yeah.
We finally have an answer to who Batman is, so there you go. That was that's a pretty great answer right there.
That's the ambulance.
Ambulance coming back. Maybe they are calling Batman. Maybe they need some help.
Bruce Wayne's in trouble, or is it Alfred?
To the Batcave we go. Jokes aside, this is actually a really instructive game here, especially since the queens came off the board. You highlighted, Robert, that black has a very solid structure here, the Sakharov-Slav structure for black. And normally the issues with this structure would be mainly in the middle game because black has less space. If you add up the queens back and a whole bunch of minors and all those pieces are kind of fighting each other for squares, white has a space advantage. It can be better. But as pieces come off the board, this structure is usually just more than solid for black. And it's an instructive lesson to point out for everybody that pushing the pawn to c4 without pieces on the board is usually ill-advised for exactly what we're seeing. c4, bishop c7, and then bishop to b6. Just makes you wonder why Purnik went for this plan instead of something a little more slow jam style while he has the bishop pair. Because we're looking at the live position, you can see that, as you pointed out earlier, Robert, black has no real pawn weaknesses, and this d pawn, its days are numbered.
Yeah, it's just all the pieces are lined up perfectly at that d4 pawn. And if you what can white even do? That's the real problem. You can't even go c5. In a move ago, because by playing c5, you've just created the d5 hole for the knight. So rook c2 was played, I guess, to hope that you can take on a5 after the pawn d4 is captured, but that doesn't look like it's a realistic attempt to play for a win. I think actually black is just better.
And black does just gobble the pawn, and Honest Sargsyan continues to perform well for the Eagles, and they continue to march their way toward a stampeding victory over the Elephants. Let's go to the one game that looks like it might be heading toward the movers this round. She just played the move knight takes b5, and Parnali is bringing the heat on the queen side. I like it.
Yeah, making use of the fact that the queen and king are on the same rank. So after bishop takes b5, there's rook takes b7, queen takes b7, rook a7 at the end there, and that's going to be a big problem.
And now that you're gaining a tempo on the queen, how do you deal with that, right? At the end of the line, this looks like white's just going to be winning material. In fact, Sargsyan agrees, and he's just going to sack the queen. No other real choices.
Yep, so rook a7.
He's got some compensation, though. I mean, look how painful this is for Parnali. As much as that felt good, Sargsyan's going to win the b4 pawn, and with the rook and bishop duo against the queen, combined with a passed c pawn, this is anybody's game still.
Well, what she's going to, or should do, is she should play queen c2 here. Then if you take on b4, you play bishop e3 to cut that rook off. And bishop e3 also covers the c1 square, very importantly. Then now my queen can go to b3 and start counterattacking very quickly.
Yeah, and a big issue with Sargsyan's position, too, is that his king is open. You would love to have that pawn on f7, right? And just no real threats. Whenever you have an open king and your opponent has a queen, this is just long-term going to be a problem, even just from a practical point of view, that checks will be abundant. So that's right. I just used the word abundant.
Plentiful.
A bounty of checks, if you will.
So many checks. Oh, so Sargsyan's trying to go bishop takes g4, bishop f3, rook h1 mate, like some kind of sneaky little. Oh, if you go bishop e3 to try to win my c pawn, I'm gonna go take.
I think just bishop c5 now, though.
Is there still bishop takes g4 there?
Oh, you're gonna mate me on the light squares.
That's what I'm trying to do.
You dirty dog. Let me show it for everybody. Damn, boys.
Boom.
Oh, and he goes for it. Does she just not see this coming?
I don't know. I hope she sees it and goes king g2 here and then gets out of it. Because with the king on g2, the big problem she played it. She's done an excellent game.
Yeah, she really is.
She was punished to learn chess, but it's probably the best punishment you could ask
Yeah.
for.
Ooh,
Because
look at this. Purina came up with a tactic against. In fact, this transition just looks awkward for Sargsyan. What was a clean pawn on d4 has become just a trade, and c6 is weak. Suddenly the movers are looking to be in better shape between Parnali and Purinik here. What's going on
in Audubon?
Whoa, Audubon came all the way back against Andreasen. This should be winning, right? You've got 2 passers.
Yep. So they're going to take all 3 of these games.
If they take all 3 of these games, you're looking at a 4.5 point deficit. Now, okay, you're still up Bleep Creek, as they say, heading into the last round. I mean, you're a half a point away from packing your bags and, finding a new place to rent, moving. But okay, it's not over. That's the point.
Yeah, some blunders, and look at this by Puronic. He just sacrificing the exchange, and that's where Anna Sargsyan made a mistake. And I think actually many people make this same exact mistake. She thought she was winning material in her position, which she is technically, but the pawns are running so quickly in that endgame that
the 8 pawns,
that it's just a huge problem for Black. So instead of playing b6, which she played several moves ago, she should just went rook to a8 and gone after the a pawn and cemented her bishop on d4 and just said, you know what, I have a great positional trump as with my bishop on d4. And now she fell tactically here because she thought she was winning material. And instead, it's that's a passed a pawn that might become a new lady.
Yep, I agree. It looks like Purnik has sort of swindled his way here, but as we take a look at Zavin, and he's trying to figure out his best way to hold this endgame.
Good luck. That's my advice. Good luck, because that king is going right to d5. The c and d pawns are rolling down the board, and
that a pawn is just too slow.
Yeah. You need to run the f and a pawns at the same time. So f4 played.
I think just king d5, like you said. There's no f5 threat because knight e3 check.
Right.
King d5, as we said, everybody, protects the d pawn so that you can rush the c pawn. Interesting. Okay, he brings the knight back to f5. The issue with that is
c4. Yeah, he wanted to keep the king closer to the a pawn so that the a pawn couldn't be used as decoy.
Interesting.
There's some good pawns there on c4 and d4. I like them.
Question there from Apple Mango Banana. First of all, great smoothie combination and great username. What does it mean? What do you mean when you say they have fast pawns? We may have said pass pawns and you misheard, or fast pawns, but either way, we're particularly referring to the fact that a pass pawn has no pawns in front of it, and fast pawns are running too quickly for the opponent to stop, right? So normally in a situation, sometimes a pass pawn like this f pawn can be blockaded, as we see Bhaskaran doing here. But these pawns, the fact that they're connected, make it very, very difficult for any piece to blockade them because they work together, right? Breaking down the defense. And Zavin is doing his best, so hopefully that answered your question there. And we love questions like that, by the way. If you're a beginner-level chess player who feels like you enjoy the Pro Chess League, but you don't get enough of your answers answered, your questions answered, go ahead and ask questions like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important to ask questions like that to better understand the game. And here, okay, Audubon.
Wait, I'm wondering if there's bishop takes d4. Did he blunder or draw?
Nah.
Because the f pawn's real fast.
No, I've
Wait, no, there's knight e2 check. Okay, yeah. So the line we're looking at, everybody, was takes, shake and bake with a fork, but that's met by a fork emote of your own if you're Black. You win the f4 pawn, followed by the h3 pawn, and Black will win. So Zavin, although he calculated it, didn't have bishop takes d4. Oh. But he has already established enough of a blockade to... What?
Sorry. Blunder.
Sorry,
by Puronic.
Puronic just blundered his bishop.
And
Kyoto Mills just subscribed with Twitch Prime. It's amazing. Oh my God. No, seriously though, he just blundered a bishop. What in the world?
So instead of playing a5 first, there's a move order issue. He just went ahead and took the pawn on c6.
Violet, you're turning violet, Violet. Sorry. We're having too good of a time here in the Pro Chess League. Now, Purino, oh, by the way, we turned our attention from this, but Daria did work against Sean Sargisian here. Look at how she used the queen and the two passers, ultimately just crushing through 2 queens and mate threats on g8. It's over. So, okay, congratulations to Daria Parnali. Got a huge win, but unfortunately for the movers, Purnik, after being up the exchange, as we said, and kind of in great position, just blundered with bishop takes c6. No reason to take before playing a5. Like, zero reason. Play a5, which helps your campaign to get to the delivery room and get a new baby girl. And black is busted, but instead he blundered bishop takes c6. Oh my gosh. Wowzers. He's still got 3 pawns. Funnily enough, it's not over, but you're up a rook. You should be able to win that if you're Anna.
Knight d5, I think, ends that game on the spot. So, yeah, Anna can just
Knight d5 is a very strong move by Robert. Classic GM, ruining everyone's fun. Knight d5 would win the b4 pawn, and if you take it, I get the bishop.
And then I get the b4 pawn anyway, and not happy.
Okay, so if Anna finds that, she's winning. But what's going on here? Is Andreasen also holding, or is Audibon about to get his first win in today's action?
Yeah, it looks close, right? Because you want to push these pawns, but the concern is that if that f pawn rolls too quickly, then you're not going to be able to both, bishop d4 trying to go f6. That's definitely something that you would consider.
Amazing thing that king b5 is threatening everybody is he's spying the idea of letting white get a queen, but checkmating, okay, the king. So watch what he's doing here. King b5 is a threat. You see Zavin thinking in, this is an amazing moment. If white just sits tight, now when you start pushing, at some point the king will just come in and abandon the a pawn and go for some sort of checkmate, despite the fact that we may have a queen on a8. So that's what king b5 is threatening, is a very, very dangerous quick advance here. So watch out. In fact, I think he's going to play c3. Here he goes. Is he going to mate before white can get a queen?
Yep.
I think he is, and I think Zavin is about to suffer his first defeat of the day. King b5. What a nasty move.
Yeah, it's tough when this connected pass pawn's right in your face. A knight on e4, perfectly situated there to help those pawns advance. And like you said, the king can run from b5 into d3 very quickly. And yeah, not good.
Yeah. And instructive too, just to see black balance stopping both the f and the a pawn. Those are not easy pawns to deal with. They're split, right? And especially with a knight who's not typically the best piece at dealing with passed pawns. So really instructive technique here if we back up a few moves all the way to just see how Boscaron patiently makes sure he stops the passed pawns, both with the knight on f5 and the king on b5, before going back to advancing his passed pawns that are double connected passers. And I think that's going to be it. Unfortunately, probably not enough for the movers to really save this match. Zavin looks like he just got his wisdom teeth pulled there with some cotton in his cheeks. Not sure what's going on with that little... I didn't mean... It's the way he blew his cheeks out. I wasn't trying to... Is that insulting? I do that with my 2-year-old, where we say, like, hey, go like this. And then you...
to me on the
Like
day
the
of my
pufferfish?
daughter's wedding.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding, but not once have you come for coffee or tea or cake. Oh, yeah, it looks... he's got a little bit of the late Marlon Brando rocking there. Look at that king c4 move, though. The mate is coming.
Marlon Brando? That's awesome. I think that's the biggest compliment you could ever give him.
Hey, the Godfather, right?
He
1
was
and
way
2,
more-
of course. If anybody wants to talk Godfather 3, leave my Twitch chat room now.
He was way more than just the Godfather. Come on the waterfront, just what a legend.
Okay, of course. Brando is
Streetcar
fantastic.
Named Desire. Give me that.
Although I hear he was very difficult to work with. Anyway, go ahead.
Stanley Kowalski. Sorry. Well, the black's plan right here is to go king b3, d2, c2. The 94 protects the d2 square, so that's a very straightforward approach, which is why we've gone into just random banter. And
it's a brilliant game, though. I mean, and Boscaron needed it. Again, everybody, unfortunately for the movers, has not been the 2700's best day for many. Probably one of the biggest reasons why they're losing right now by 5 games. So, unfortunately, that's the stone cold truth. But But okay.
So what's going on here? No, there's no movement. Ooh, Anna Sargsyan is going to win her game finally.
As she should did, but she didn't find the move knight to d5, or she did.
She didn't, but in fact, she's in a little tricky spot right now.
Yeah, look at this move c5. I know we got Audubon on camera, but going back to Pyrenic's game, if you take here, there's b6.
So sneaky.
And if you take here, there's a8 queen. Like, okay, if this little trickarooski pulls something off, okay, knight back to a8. Perfectly timed and barely holding for Anna Sargsyan. Wow. It's just crazy to see the pawns doing work there.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. And that's how you do it.
Well, if Anna Sargsyan wins, that means the Armenia Eagles have clinched for sure. 8.5 points they're about to reach. So, yeah.
Yeah, she's holding. The king's there just in time. A piece is a piece is a piece. And it's a knight on a8.
You calling it a night to remember?
It wouldn't be a one-night stand, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Actually, it is a one-night stand. The knight is single-handedly holding it down together. Look at this move, d2. We're going to get a queen, but we're going to get mate on f2. Come on, Zavin, play it out. King c3, a7, king d3. Let him mate you. Come on, Zavin. Oh.
Let it happen.
I wanted him to mate. I wanted the final position to be this. A7, king d3, a8 queen. Boom, malicious. But all right. Audubon will strike, get his first win. The Eagles, unfortunately, though, for the movers, are probably clinching this match before the last round even starts here, despite that victory for Mr. Bhaskaran.
Trying to figure out what to add here.
Nothing to add, buddy. You're doing great. Don't worry about adding anything right now.
I'm just surprised that the match is so lopsided. I really didn't expect that today because
I'm shocked as well. But again, a lot of it comes down to the matchup that we previewed as a huge one on paper in favor of the movers, which was Audubon Bhaskaran on board 2, and he's okay. Now he does have a point there that'll be updated momentarily, but overall he has just not performed up to the level that we're used to seeing from Fireheart 9-2, and that's unfortunate for the movers.
Yeah, 8.5, 3.5. Does the last round get played? Like, what happens here? Are they playing
the last round in the playoffs? I believe I don't know. I believe the last round gets played. Hey, we got 1,800 viewers right now. They better play this round, okay? Because I got nothing else to do on a Saturday. The moment this show's over, I'm going to yard work with the missus. That honey-do list is growing. No, I can't do it.
The moment
I got a show on Saturday, honey.
I'm going to probably take a shower and watch March Madness.
You can take a cold shower after we take our last break and the last round starts. So everybody, if you're with us, don't go anywhere. Lots of exciting chess, instructive stuff ahead, regardless of the fact that the Eagles are officially moving on. We'll be right back after our last break. And we are back here with the last round of action. The Eagles have officially clinched they will be moving on. So as this fourth round set of games go underway, let's bring back the full results from this day of March 23rd in the playoffs and remind you who's moved on and how it happened. The Snowballs, led by a perfect day for Georg Meyer, the manager and board one, helped them move on to the Central Division Championship. Of course, the Tbilisi Gentlemen, along with the Eagles, as we said, who just clinched. No surprise, those two teams have been dominating the East all year, so it wouldn't be right, probably, if they weren't fighting it out for who ultimately represents the Eastern Division in San Francisco. The Wizards go home along with the Blitzstream. Much closer, I think, in the final score than either of those matches really were. Honestly, the Gnomes and the Gentlemen both kind of had it wrapped up heading into that last round of play. Unfortunately, for the Blitzstream, not their best day today. And the same could be said right now for the Movers, who have had a great season. They've been they're an OG team here in the Pro Chess League. I think they've made the playoffs all 3 years they've been in the league, if I'm not mistaken. But once again, are being sent home by the Armenia Eagles, who did that service for the Movers last year. So unfortunately, the Eagles, they got no problem helping the Movers pack up and get out of here.
Yeah, actually, one thing I just noticed on the scoreboard there was Luka Pachadze only got half a point, and yet the Gentlemen did so well. And I thought that any team that has a player that starts with 0 should probably not be winning their match, but yep. I was mistaken.
And if you weren't here earlier in the week, we also, of course, had the American divisions, if you want to call them that, the Atlantic, although it's really not, I guess, because we've got teams from China and Australia, so I'm completely wrong. Anyway, we had the Atlantic and Pacific wrap up. The Bishops using that overall best record to their advantage, barely getting by the Sopranos. The Windmills got by the Marshalls. The Pandas, well, they were flexing. The Pandas really sent a message that has been giving me nightmares ever since in terms of how good they were. When their board 1, 2760 plus Grandmaster gets a half a point out of 4, and they still win a match by 3, y'all got problems. And then, of course, the Blizzard, with their well-balanced approach, beat the Kangaroos. So there you have it. Those have been the full results for the playoffs so far, and we will be back on March 26th with the next set of games and coverage, in case you're trying to write down your calendar for next week before you go anywhere here on Saturday.
Yep. Exciting stuff. I feel bad for the Movers, they've had a good season. It's been a fun run for them, but
yep.
Eagles just really step up when the pressure's on.
They have. Speaking of really stepping up, everyone's favorite adorable manager, Artak Manukyan. He'll be joining somebody here soon, either me or you or Levy Rosman right after this. For those of you wondering what you're doing right after this, maybe you're just tuning in and you missed the action, don't go anywhere, because at twitch.tv/Pro Chess League, Levy Rosman, Gotham Chess, as he may be known to you, will be covering the most exciting moments that happened today over the entire 8 hours of coverage. So Artak Manukyan will likely be joining Levy, I think, for an interview to start that show. If he doesn't join us before that, I actually don't know what's happening, because I just work here, okay? I don't know what's going on. Robert, are you awake? You did great.
I'm awake. I know less than you do. So if you don't know what's up, I have even less of an idea. I trust you, even though I probably shouldn't, and I tell myself that, but I do, Danny. Okay, I trust you.
I know you trust me.
I'm saying it publicly, so now everybody knows that.
I know. Well, Vida Gujrathi, I think he trusts his position as white here. Zavin probably already kind of secretly celebrating. He knows his team has moved on, but I don't know. I like white with the bishop pair and a weak e6 pawn, although maybe I'm underestimating this d3 pawn's problems. Let's give the fans some chess while they're still here. They want to learn something.
All right, tough position here, because as you mentioned, e6 is weak, but d3 is also weak, sort of like a mirror image situation going on. But white also has the 2 bishops, and so the e6 pawn is extremely valuable. It's vital to the position, because if you lose that pawn, all the light squares are very weak. So if I'm white here, I'm thinking, hey, can I just develop my knight with a move like, I don't really want to go knight f3. Maybe knight.
You can even go knight f1 though, right?
I can go knight f1. That's true. I didn't really want to. I wanted to go knight b3 just to tickle your c5 pawn, as you might say.
Yep.
But perhaps it doesn't. I don't know. I think the knight on b3 is reasonable.
Knight on b3 feels very anti-Russian schoolboy, right?
Yeah.
If you don't get the success you want on c5, that knight will feel very oddly placed, whereas the knight coming to f1 or f3 both seem to have bigger picture purposes on the king side. But all right, we'll see how Vidit wants to approach this. On to the board 2 matchup between Materiasian and Adiban. Okay, we just saw the b5 strike. And Hike is, how old is Hike? He's 18?
Yeah, he's pretty young.
Very young man who actually only recently earned the Grandmaster title in this past year. And so a very talented young guy who's been doing great for the Eagles all year.
No, he's been a GM for a bit, Danny.
He's been a GM for a bit? Okay, was he a GM in last year's PCL, though? I don't think he was.
I think so. I think he got the GM title 2 years ago, but I'm not positive. But he's definitely like 18 years old.
All right, we'll get a fact check on that. Not that I don't trust you when it comes to Grandmaster titles, but I remember doing commentary when Materiasian was an IM. Like, that's in my head. So.
Gotcha.
And we know we trust what's going on in there.
I already admitted it. Oh, here comes the ambulance. That's
there
for
it is.
That's for the trust that you don't have in me. There goes the ambulance for my wounded ego.
Let's look at the third board. Shant Sargsyan versus Grandmaster Puranik. A Maroxy bind. Very solid structure for black, but white enjoying a comfortable space advantage right now. I actually really like white's version of this particular bind.
Yeah, I would probably drop my queen back to d8 because I'm always worried what happens if white plays a5 with a tempo because I can't take back on a5 or otherwise go b4
because of the fork.
So I always believe in dropping my queen back.
Well, and the queen on d8 has a plan in this structure that may be useful for those who play this position and didn't know it, but this is a very common relocation of the queen regardless of the tactics of a5, because once you've put both the rooks here, you can actually play h5, king h7, and put the queen on h8. And before you drop a P-Sways reference, nobody puts baby in a corner. This is actually a very useful battery because the dark squares are so particularly weak for white. So having played a few bad positions as black myself, I can say that this is one way that black tries to wiggle himself out of a less than ideal space situation by putting the queen on h8. So we'll see if Puranik goes for that. Indeed he does, and so queen d8 has numerous purposes there, and look for that idea to relocate the queen to that diagonal.
Yeah, it's a very common motif there, and we'll see if Puranik's up to the task, because I think he's 0 out of 3 points thus far. Clearly not in his best playing shape. And, well, b5 is always b5 now, maybe, possibly?
Yeah, you can play h5 now. Okay, so Materiasian did earn the GM title in 2017, and this is actually his first PCL season. So maybe I'm thinking of commenting on Materiasian's games in a Title Tuesday. I'm getting old, Robert.
It's okay. We all
It's very possible that I'm just thinking of, he plays knight takes b3, though. Yepper doodle scoodle. Look, he does it with a stone cold attitude too.
Yeah, he's just doing it. He's like, I don't care what anybody says. I'm picking up this pawn on c4, taking this rook on b3, and I have 2 pawns and a rook for 2 minor pieces.
I love it. Play b5 anyway. Just do it. I would play b5 without thinking.
Well, what about knight d5 coming in there?
Knight d5 right away?
No, I just want to do much. You're right.
I'm going to put you to bed soon, baby girl. All right, let's go to the board 4 matchup. Anna Sargsyan versus Parnali. The battle of the ladies here. And this is going to be a wild fight. Knight b4, the queen's coming to b1, I assume.
Yeah, because if you go queen d1, I go knight b2, and then bring my knight to d3.
Look at that.
Wait, but if you go queen b1, I still go knight a3. I think black's just doing well here.
But then on queen b2, you still have knight d3. I forgot the bishop would guard the knight. Duh.
Yeah.
Wow. That's actually super irritating. I don't have any good squares for the queen. Yeah, black is just doing well.
So is Parnali about to just score 2 upset wins back to back? And then you'd expect if she's scoring 2 big upsets, your team would be doing well. But unfortunately, that's not the case.
Well, she's looking to finish the day 2 points out of 4, which would be a fantastic result for the board 4 for the movers. Again, in many ways, unfortunately, the difficult day here has kind of kind of been on the shoulders of the top boards for the movers, right? Been on Audubon for starting 0-2 and Vidit not having his best chess. So, you know, Parnali and if Puranik can do what he's supposed to do, having just made that really interesting sacrifice. Oh, by the way, he played my b5 move. Look at that. This guy knows how to open up files for his rooks, huh? Huh? Come on. Come on. This guy knows what he's doing.
It looks like he's just winning a piece on b5 right now.
Yeah, he's just winning the piece back. I told you. Up top. Come on. Up top.
Boom. I think I gave you a high five.
You literally have that look like, I don't know why I do this with him. Like, why am I putting up with him? Like, I'm going to call my mom later and be like, it's time to reflect on some poor life choices, Robert.
It's like, I know that I shouldn't be giving in to you. I shouldn't be caving, yet I do. And maybe it's because I like spelunking, and if I'm in a cave, you know, so be it. But, yeah. Oof.
Thinking of things you know you shouldn't do, Vidit just took an h6 pawn.
Did he?
Yeah. And then Zavin said, no, thank you. I don't even want to draw. Oh, wait, there was no draw. E6 was falling. If takes, we had check, and you can't block with the queen because this falls with check, and then the knight falls, which would have meant that white was probably just taking everybody here.
White was mopping up.
Yeah, white was mopping up. So actually, Vidit kind of stole that pawn. Maybe Zavin just blundered it. Now he's just going to, I anticipate, back that thing up. Juvenile style.
Bishop g5 kind of thing?
Or bishop g5. Tempe.
Yes. Since when do you get all passive with bishop c1? That's not a Danny Wrench.
Yeah,
move.
no reason for me to do that.
Who got in your head?
Not sure. Perpetual stalemate. Jason Sunshine is like, is this still going? He says with a sad face. Perpetual stalemate says, yeah, they tried to pull the plug like an hour ago, but they can't find it. Whoa, someone's enjoying a victory beer as he mails this last game in. He's enjoying a victory beer. You got to hand it to him, right? I mean, his team has already clinched their way to the Eastern Division Championship. And he blundered the h6 pawn, so
yeah, he looks like he's been having a victory beer based on how he's playing in this game.
Yep. Yep. He's like, I just read his lips. He was oh man.
What is he reading now?
Yeah, he's checking the diet on that one. Like, isn't dextrose corn syrup?
Is that art talk?
How many calories can be in this thing?
Is that art talk?
No, that wasn't art talk.
Oh.
I think it was a fan probably on site there at the Chessify Capitals in Yerevan. Looks like Melikachian, if you ask me.
Well, right now, this is not...
How fast did he put that beer away? We're not even on move 20 yet.
Yeah, another one's coming, it looks like. He's just laughing over there.
Yep.
I don't even know what to say.
But somebody, Steffi94 said, is that a no duels? Is there any alcohol in that?
I would assume so.
Knight takes c5. Oh, and he's like, oh, I didn't even see that coming either. That was a facial expression you can't hide.
Yep. But he doesn't think it's good. He's going to take on c5.
I think that's the facial expression of oh, bleep, I totally missed that move.
No, but I think he's realizing also that it's not very good for white because now he's going to knight f6 or bishop takes f2 check first. One of those. And go knight f6 to g4.
He sees it, yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to tempt him too much for that. I love that question. Is this even allowed? Look at his face.
He's suddenly sitting up in his chair. Bouncing around. Look at him. He's entertaining the fans. He's going, never go full Naka, but he's on his way. By the way, Puranik did work in this Maroczy bind. I mean, this has been his best game of the day. Took on b3 with this really instructive tactic. Oh, look at he's dancing. He loves it. He knows he's got it.
He's just like at the disco over here.
He's at the disco. Well, his team won. He deserves to celebrate. Puranik deserves to celebrate his best game with this fork in the end, despite the fact that it's not going to make a difference for the movers, even though they now have 4.5 points. But let's stay right here with Zavin, who What is going on here? He knows he's
He's just
knows he's
entertaining
got
the
it,
matches.
and he loves it when you call him Big Papa.
Let's see if he can.
He's looking right at it. I feel like he's looking at my soul when he does that.
I think he just had a beer belch.
Yeah. There you go.
This is so funny. Like, I don't even know what to say about the chess because I'm too busy.
Yeah, if he dabs, it'll the crowd will go wild.
Just so funny. I just can't handle it. He's just what's he doing with his face? Oh my gosh. And he's just in a better position now because if you take that knight on e5 with the queen, then you lose your bishop on h6.
Yep. Yeah, Vidit just went too far with this knight takes c5 after applauding his tactic that he found with bishop takes h6. He went too far with knight takes c5. Should have just played bishop g5 here. Would have been just fine. He stole a pawn and probably has an edge, but it's been that kind of day for the movers. Now he's going to be down the exchange. He'll play d4, and it's not like Black has an easy game ahead of him. That's still going to take work, but yeah, definitely much better than it should have been for Zavin.
Yeah, although his his little disco dancing has been phenomenal.
Let's check out the game between Audubon and Materiacion, because here Audubon looks like he has the better of a two-piece for a rook exchange, which he's had the worst side of that today. Maybe now he'll make up for those earlier games. He's threatening f6, which is a great move. The pawn would be pinned, and then d6 would fall. But he's also threatening bishop takes d6 straight up, too. So this looks like a tough one here for Hike.
Yeah. So he took on b3, giving up the pawn on d6. He's just trying to rush the c pawn down the board. Is that his idea?
Yeah.
Yeah, he went c4. Yeah, he's a very, very strong player.
Yep.
I forget, Dan, is he one of the players in the junior chess championship? That's been announced, right? The players? No?
The players have been announced. I don't know that the Materiacion is in this year's field.
Ooh.
Likely should have been. That we had an amazingly strong list to choose from. You can go to speedchesschampionship.com and see the full list. I did all the invites myself. I should probably remember whether he got an invite. I don't remember.
I'm looking. Don't worry.
But
he's
one of those guys who might qualify his way into the main event if he plays in one of the two open qualifiers. So we know he's very, very strong at Blitz and plays in, as I said, plays in a lot of Title Tuesdays. So
yeah, he is not invited.
He's not invited. That's right. Well, the list was difficult. I mean, we've got Wei Yi, who last year played in the main event, right?
Yep.
So Wei Yi leading the way for the Junior Speed Chess Championship. You've got Jeffrey Zhang, Sam Sevion, Jordan Van Forest, Aryan Tari. I think we did pretty good with that list, and unfortunately for Hike, Bhaskaran's doing pretty good here. Look at, is he going to mate him? No, is he going to get a queen?
Oh.
He's got to play rook to c7 here, which is perfectly timed. Yeah, he can give up the rook on c1 and win e8.
Okay, king h2. Wait, but if he gets a queen, he loses the rook in e8, he's just losing. Can you go rook b7?
Oh.
Wait, but rook b7, I take on b7, you get a queen. Oh, but you have queen f4, the kind of perpetual check.
Yeah, no, it is. It's, yeah, he finds it, but it's nothing more than a perpetual.
Yeah. Oh, he should have done that before he.
You know what he might have here?
What?
Bishop takes e8, rook takes c7, bishop takes c7, queen, and then bishop takes e5, stopping the perpetual and threatening f7.
But there's queen e3 there, unfortunately.
Okay, but still, like, is white? Oh, you are winning the bishop on e8. I thought white could just move the bishop to something like g3 and be fine, but okay, so that doesn't work.
But yeah, it actually looks all right. But it just means that he shouldn't have played rook b1 check. If he had gone rook b7 before rook b1 check, then he would have probably won the game. Or maybe winning is strong, but he had a very good game.
Yeah, wow. Crazy. If he plays it here, everybody, the point is that now the queen comes with check. And it's a game changer.
Yep.
Just missed it. Steffi94 says we could just have Danny and Robert commentate about watching Zavin drink beer. She's like, I'd watch that.
Oh, for sure. He's got to get a Guinness next time, though.
Yeah, we didn't have any beers for us, right? I mean, you and I deserve one now. Next time. Maybe after the last playoff show on April 2nd.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. You can't talk about that. You just failed that test.
What? I just heard April 2nd. I didn't hear anything else.
Okay, he's going to take c7. Bishop takes e5 with the threat of f7.
Whoa. So what can... Oh, he's got to move his king to g8.
But then now we get that idea I was talking about where white can...
Oh, you're right. So king g8,
white
bishop
can take c7 and then have f7 check.
You're right. So make king h7 is the only move.
That was nasty.
King h7 has to be the only move. Because you're right. King g8 just loses. The bishop takes
king
c7.
g8 loses to that idea we talked about earlier. King h7 is probably just a draw. Bishop takes queen. Bishop backs up. The pawn will make it to f7, but likely there's nothing to it after that, and that game will likely end in a draw.
Yep. Zavin. I don't even know how he's doing. I'm just looking at his camera.
We're not even watching his game, and we've got him on camera.
Yeah.
That's how entertaining he's been today. Let's take a peek at his game. He is up the exchange, but Vidit has plenty of compensation to hold. In fact, white's probably better. The rooks are uncoordinated. The b5 pawn is a target, but this is one of those games where if either side pushes to win, they lose, Robert.
Yep.
In fact, that might happen. Only 2 minutes for Vidit. Zavin is going to push for the win here. Rook a6. He wants to do things, unmentionables on the a file, followed by the g pawn.
Yeah, but check bishop e2. And I guess you bring that rook to a8, or do you bring it to c? If you go rook c8,
well, the problem is white can just play rook e5 and defend everything, and here comes Barry.
Yeah, but if I bring my rook g8 to a8 and then just start going rook c2 and start pestering you, it doesn't seem like it's that pleasant.
We gotta watch this Audubon game though. This is bananas.
Of course, it's Audubon playing, you know.
Wait, did he just get himself in a lost position though with the rook coming to f8?
I mean, can't white just go bishop g6 and win the c2 pawn?
Well, not only that, but f7 check, and the rook is frozen, and the king can walk all the way over to go win that pawn.
Oh, that too, yeah. I was going bishop g6 to go f7 checkmate. Because I'm the devil.
That's the kind of crap you would pull on live camera. No, but seriously, what happened here? This has been, again, for those of you just joining us, this has been such a wild finish here. As Robert pointed out, probably if rook to b7 is played first, before black actually taking away his own tempo, then the very line you see happening in the game with bishop e8 wouldn't be possible, or even with bishop takes e5, because black is consistently queening with check. But as it happened, Hike quickly played this move rook b1 and then realized that he had this rook b7. The whole thing is a sort of a deflection tactic to try to take the rook away from the queening square. But just the fact that white is no longer giving up the queen with check allowed this brilliant idea of bishop takes e8, and on rook takes c7, bishop takes e5, whereas Elfin said in the Twitch chat, I accidentally calculated everything. And somehow white's going to win this game.
Yep. And he did exactly what you suggested. Block the king in there and the rook in there and just moving the king over.
I mean, at this point, this is just a matter of formalities now.
Yep. King runs right there, and
Just going to run. Yeah, just go get the pawn. Don't even try to do any kind of fancy checkmates.
He should allow white to take the pawn and then go rook g8 and hope that white takes and gets a queen for stalemate.
Yeah, it's just over. Quite the finish. I know it was blunder filled by both players, but still a really unique and interesting idea to see these two bishops just dominate. And this one is over.
Over. I mean,
we'll come back to checking on Zavin's game in a minute, but the one we haven't looked at very much, as Audubon does get this victory, is the one with Parnali, who is still doing well here as black and looks like she might be about to put this one away. Here comes the rook to g2. And then
rook to
queen of, actually it's just over.
Just knight takes b3 if you really just...
Or knight takes b3.
I mean, everything looks good, honestly.
Unfortunately, too little too late for the movers. If Parnali wins this one, it's going to be 6.5 points. And if Vidit takes down Zavin, which he could very well do that, you're going to see a final score on paper of 8.5, 7.5, but ultimately one where the Eagles had it clinched before the last round even started.
I mean, one of their players was literally drinking beer during the final game.
Frustrating for Mumbai, as Shahadi says in the chat. If they were actually in striking distance, they would be in a position to maybe win the match in epic 4-0 fashion, but unfortunately they were out of reach. So now with a 5.5, 8.5 score, and unfortunately it's just not going to be enough.
Yep.
So, all right. Well, as you see here, everybody, these are the scores, and as you now see, everybody in front of you, we've got the manager himself, the one, the only, Mr. Artak Manukyan. Artak, can you hear us?
Yeah, sure.
It seems like your team started celebrating a little bit in this last round because they're not going to end on a high note here.
Yeah, I will have a serious conversation with them because looking at that, Ike's game, at least from my perspective, he should get an advantage.
Yeah.
And it's a bad sign, but fortunately we managed to score, mainly due to Anna's great concentration. But losing concentration is a not good sign for a professional chess player.
Well, spoken like a very motivated manager who wants to repeat as champions this year. But while we'll let you be hard on your team, we're going to celebrate your team's victory because they, regardless of that, they obviously played very well today to start. They had the match clinched before the last round began, and did you expect that? Right? We were surprised by just how smoothly things went for the Eagles today, and you're moving on to your second, back-to-back quarterfinals here in the PCL playoffs.
First of all, let me to say that for me as a manager, of course, it was a preferential to be playing against Moscow Wizards. There is no any issue because with Nepomniachtchi and without Nepomniachtchi, this is completely different, let's say, lineup. So if I will have a chance to pick, I will pick obviously the Moscow Wizards because Mumbai Movers is, if you are looking, and they have 3 very strong grandmasters and things. Let's say we will play against them 10 matches, maybe 6 times we will win, but they might have very good chances to win the next 4. So, and with such a strong team, I think the crucial game is Audubon versus Sean Sarkisian, because it was looking pretty much that we give a full point from a gut, because the position, it was, at least from my perspective, it was very scary, and fortunately Shant managed to convert it, and this was, I think, the crucial battle, because if you are leading 3-1 having draw odds, it's completely different story. If it will be 2-2, the pressure will be much higher, and if the guys will have such kind of concentration. So the Zavin is coming.
There he is. Well, I was just going to say, I don't even think you know our talk, but Zavin came back and won that game, which is why he's going so crazy there.
Hey, Robert, of course I won. I offered him draw.
He won.
I just so sorry.
And who said chess wasn't a contact sport, right? That was amazing.
Really, that's you? I don't see you.
We're here, Zaven. You're awesome.
Thank you. How are you?
Doing good, man. Good to see you.
Yeah.
So I will bring to US some beer.
Okay, that would be great. Honestly,
Yeah.
that would be great.
The name you can check. It's Gilikia. It's from Armenian beer.
Well, last year Artak brought us some special Armenian brandy, which I may or may not have enjoyed while in San Francisco.
Come on, man. You are drunk. Go. Let me see you in SF.
Okay. Well, you guys.
You can understand that he is drunk and can't understand that beer can't be transferred for such a long period of, in a luggage. So cognac is easy to convert. And anyway, let's this manager to end as that.
That was amazing. Well, Artak, so your team got off to a very hot start today, of course, and it was a very sound victory. In the end, it was closer than the score. Score was closer than the match really was. But tell us how you're feeling.
Honestly, I even do not know what was the final score, because when Haig was lost that position, I get angry and just left.
Well, 9.5, 6.5 was the final. But my question, Artak, is you're playing the Tbilisi gentlemen next, and they have draw odds and, of course, have a very strong lineup from top to bottom. What are your thoughts heading into a match against the team that scored the most points in the entire Pro Chess League season?
So it's a tough game. The lineup is pretty much the same. Honestly, the major battle will be board 4 Anna versus, most probably Anna versus Volkov. This will be the crucial game. Who will win? That team most probably will win.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
because the strategies that they are using, honestly. You are always mentioning Tbilisi gentlemen as a favorite. Of course, they are favorites. I agree. In favor of this team, it should be said that Jobava was 2,700 last year, and he lost some points. So his real strength is much higher. So this also makes them some great chances. So the guys are celebrating. So this gives them a bigger, let's say, chances in a first board, I think. But again, our main power is a board 4 and board 2, and Zaven, if he will not be drunk, if he will be drunk, we will win. So I will buy a lot of beer before the match, and let's see how the things will go. Because again, a couple of crucial games. For example, I looked at the position Zaven versus Puranik. It was, the black is throwing everything and looks like he is winning, and he came and told, I won. I was very surprised on that. So
Artak,
again, maybe beer is a key success for Zaven. I do not know.
Maybe, right? I mean, it worked in this last game where he checkmated Vidit Gujarati with the black pieces. So, Artak, as you said, you obviously got a very tough matchup next week against Tbilisi. The two of you have been, frankly, the two most dominant teams all year, and maybe it will come down to that board 4. But you and Zaven obviously have a great relationship, and it seems like the whole Armenia team you guys just have a great time together, and the chemistry is real, and you guys really enjoy the Pro Chess League. How much do you think just the joy you guys have together as a team, your relationships, and how much support you have there really matters for your team's success?
To be honest with you, we can recruit even stronger players, but we need this chemistry among the players to rely on each other. And if somebody is losing, somebody knows that somebody is right. This is an important thing, and we are in a very good relationship, as you could see in USA. And no matter, unfortunately, Samuel at this time is not joining us, but he is also the part of the team, and you see. So when we asked him to join and to help us, he did a wonderful job, and hope he will also be qualified in a European Chess Team Championship, because we are funding for him, and I'm pretty sure that he is now following our games and being proud that he is a part of Armenia Eagles. And we are really thinking to once again to show that are in chess is like in a Canada hockey is the chess is a religion in Armenia. And fortunately, with the God help, we might have a chance to be again in San Francisco, which is one of the indicators that the miracles sometimes can happen twice.
Right. Well, Artak, we love having you. Thank you so much for your insights and all the work you do there to help the Armenia Eagles be what they are. So we're gonna say goodbye to you. Wish you congratulations. Let you go celebrate.
Guys, I am really homesick and really would like to share a lot of emotions with you and to chat as much as I could. But yeah, I know that your chat time is very limited. But I really miss you, my friends, as Robert, my Alpha Zero. So I am following your comments, just trying to learn as much as I could, and I am really appreciated for a fantastic job that you are doing for the chess community.
Thank you, Artak.
Well, thank you so much, Artak. We miss you too, buddy, and good luck next week against Tbilisi.
So the final step, and maybe we will meet.
Maybe we'll meet again.
Definitely we will meet in this world, but this year.
All right. Well, go celebrate with your teammates, Artak. Best of luck next weekend, and once again, congratulations on an amazing day.
You know, managers celebrate only once, so I am still, very much focused, and you will see my celebration in San Francisco.
All right. See you, Artak. And there you have it. That is really, Robert. I mean, he's very focused, and you can tell he wants the team to be perfect, and it's gonna be quite the battle next week as the Eagles take on the Gentlemen. I can't wait to see how that one goes down. So, summarizing the day today, Robert, we know you're tired. You've done an amazing job, commentary from start to finish. If any of the 1,200 of you with us have been here all day, don't go anywhere at this point because we are about to send things over to International Master Levy Rosman and the twitch.tv/Pro Chess League channel. So join us on the raid as we go over there. If you happen to just be getting here and upset you missed the action, now you can see all the highlights. So for you, Robert, on behalf of you, I'm gonna say goodbye for our team. And go ahead.
Do I need to cry? Do I need to
I'm gonna
shed a tear? It's been a long emotional day for me.
I'm feeling a little verklempt. I promised myself I wouldn't cry, so I'm not going to. But I will say goodbye on behalf of Grandmaster Robert Hess. For all of chess.com and those here producing the Pro Chess League, thank you for being here. Go watch Levy Rosman's show, and we will see you on March 26th.